So I was incredibly frustrated. So discreetly for over a 20-year period, I was making inquiries because I was like, let things go, right? It's like, this picture exists. Oh, the hell, let's get this one out there. But the story went dark. So found Craig Lindsay. When he found Craig Lindsay, the guy who kept one of the prints, and said, he got a declassified government document out of the MOD's office that had redactions on it. And one of the things it said was, that there was 1990, he said, RAF press officer in Scotland, blacked out, said that blah, 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 blah. And he was like, oh, who was the RAF press officer in 1990 in Scotland? Craig Lindsay. Boom, contacts Craig Lindsay. They started communication going, and then after so much redactions, right? And so this whole dialogue starts going, and they're developing and then he goes, well, gosh, I guess I might have it. Turns out he ended up keeping one of his prints, which he had. And that story broke probably 2 years ago. David Clark, again, I can't pick him up. You deserve accolades for this. And so I flew to England, met David Clark and his crew, people that did the analysis work. Then I went up to Scotland. I met with Craig Lindsay, the head press officer, gave me the first and only on-camera interview about it, what astonished him about it, the analysis work they did on it, what the witnesses said. But we didn't have the witnesses, the people that took the photograph. We didn't have them, but I was going to report on this anyway, just because, wow, this is the picture that we've all been waiting for. This picture is phenomenal. But if you don't have provenance and you don't have the background story on it, it could be AI, it could be right, it could be a hoax. Some people call it a reflection, not a reflection, not a hoax. So I'm ending production of the program, and I get a text from David Clark, and he goes, something big's about that. And I said, what? He goes, just sit tight. It's like a public record. Something big's in it. There's a new developments. This was just teased. Well, I'm coming out with that. I thought, he teased you. He did hate me. He did tease me, but I was like, well, I'm almost done with the movie. And if this is something I can include in the movie about the case, please let me know. So long story short, this guy, Richard Greaves, who was one of the hotel cooks, worked in the kitchen with the photographer, with the two witnesses that took the photograph. And Richard Greaves came forward on print. When I contacted David Clark, I was like, hey, can you get me an interview with this guy? So he kept putting it off, and then finally I was like, I wanted to be persistent, but I didn't want to annoy the guy in the phone. You're like, hey, you know what? You're being annoying. Yeah. But I got well to that point, right? Where I was like, I was wrapping the movie. The movie's done. I want to get this movie out. I want people to participate and want to get out. And then I finally sent him one final text. I was like, okay, well, sorry to pester you. I know you're probably really busy. I really appreciate the fact that you even said that you'll meet me, but that you'll give me an interview. And then probably about 10 o'clock that night, I'm in the editing room buttoning the film up, and all of a sudden I get a phone call. I'm just coming out with the problem. I'm ready to go. I was like, okay, grab a camera, roll it, let's record this. And he reveals that he knew the witnesses. He worked with them in the kitchen. He knew all the specifics, got their names. And then he said that 2 or 3 nights after, 4 nights after they took that photograph, they were all in a cigarette break at the hotel, early evening, pissing rain. He said a car rolled up, 3 guys in it, a driver and 2 men in seats in the back. They roll up, they come out, they say cigarette break's over. They pull the 2 witnesses aside, and they grilled him. And you got to hear it directly from the words from Richard Greaves said that when they were all, the people that were not involved in the incident were told to go back inside the hotel room. They did, look through the window and they saw in the pissing rain, so they were out there for 10 or 15 minutes in the pissing rain. And that these guys, they came back inside and they were white as a piece. And he literally goes, they came back inside, they were white as a fucking ghost. And we all get a good laugh out of it. But, and then they started drinking heavily, and within a couple of weeks, they vanished without a trace, and they've been gone. So we report on this. And yeah, that's a replica. That's a replica. That's a replica from Nick Fulton did for some series talking about it. And that was before the real photograph was found and printed.
Let's see the real photograph?
Yeah, show the real photograph again. I got it. There it is. Yep.
Okay, so what was he doing? Show the fake one more time?
Yeah, that's just a recreation.
So was he just recreating what he remembered?
Yes.
Let me see the real one.
Pretty damn good, isn't it?
Not bad. Mr. Barbara, our friends, but not bad. put in a bunch of bullshit back.
I went to the exact location. That
No bullshit to put in the beautiful place.
I know. And that fence is still there. What was it? Yeah, that fence is still there. I took a
So what is that jet in the back?
A Harrier jet is what I'm told. We're 99% sure.
And was that Harrier jet trying to figure out what this was?
Well, like I said, in the other prints, according to Craig Lindsay, the RAF press officer, he said the other 6 prints or 5 prints had that Harrier jet in a different position. So he said it was the Harrier jet flew around checking that out. Now,
Where are those other prints?
we have the MOD just get them gone. They killed the story. I mean, the guy at the MOD worked with me, told me that they did everything to squash it because
Everything they probably have it.
oh, of course they do. Of course they didn't throw those crazy away. They
Use
killed
this
the
one?
Yeah, that's a really crap copy. You're looking at a really bad print.
Yeah.
I've got a much better. I've got a much better version of it.
You got a new phone?
Yes, it's really fun.
This image is it's weird.
Yeah,
It's hard to see what you look at.
it's yeah. But let me show you a much better copy of it. Let me just scroll up here because I've got a really good. I got the original print of this copy, but people talk about the more compelling data and the length. So this is the photograph that I took at the site. You get an idea of that. Okay. See how similar, right? Yep. And then here's the print. I could text that to you guys if you want.
Yeah, text that.
I'll text it to you guys.
So, yeah, it's very interesting case.
I mean, again, I think it's one of the best photographic cases because you're not dealing with just a UFO. You've got a military jet in the background. And if you have a date and a location, guess what? That pilot's still out there. That pilot probably got it on radar. He probably got gun cam footage. He's still alive. He would have been probably young, right? Pilots are young.
Sure.
He would have been in his 30s, maybe early 40s, and that was 34 years ago.
Right.
So chances are he's still alive. They're pretty fit, right?
Yeah, maybe he's in the 70s.
Okay, I'm gonna text this to you. Here we go. Boom. Can I get you all? Can I get all of them to you? And here is a picture of Craig Lindsay. This is great. Okay, this is the guy that kept it. I don't know if it's because I have my phone on.
Yeah, take
I'm
trying to explain to you
what's up? Okay, it's off now. I'm sorry.
Otherwise, it won't actually send it.
Oh, it won't. Okay, all right. Here we go. Right. See if I know. I'm so bad. I know. You were telling me how to do it. I was like, I haven't done that before.
It's funny. People that don't understand how to use it.
Tell me if that goes through. Okay. Great.
Can you need a second?
Okay, you do it. So there's that one, and there's flip left to right on it. But, it just goes to show the lengths that the intel community, the Ministry of Defense, the DoD go to hide the more compelling photographic data because it's so easy to complain. Oh, well, if they're real, they're good. Well, there are some really good prints.
I was looking at other stuff.
Yes.
I found drones that you can, I don't know that they're commercially available.
Did you have a model?
But you can have a drone up for 24.
That thing's not Are you serious?
Yeah. So weird.
Am I saying it's the wrong tech number?
Let me see your number you have.
Okay. Well, I definitely have it on Signal. Yeah, you do it. Okay. Okay, you take it. You drive. Because I'm clearly failing with this one.
I'm just going to check to see what I sent it to.
Oh, I can totally imagine.
This is separate. I found some drones that these companies say that you can take off anywhere, push right and take them off from like small platforms in the ocean. They can stay up in the air for 14 plus hours. They're small. They do have propellers. I will say that.
Yeah. And like I said, it's not the question is are all of these drones, explainable by aliens? And the answer obviously is no. But the question is, are any of these bona fide UAP? And there's definitely some evidence to suggest that's the case. But again, there's always misidentification of more conventional stuff, right? And there's always, and then there's a stubborn 4%. I'll give you an example. This is something that I've discussed a little bit recently. Do you find it okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, we got that I think worked out.
Yeah, it's just your 5G is very slow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, using AT&T.
Oh, I use it Verizon.
I use Verizon.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, you do I have what's your call?
I actually accidentally set myself these other ones with the guy holding it up too.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's Craig Lindsay.
So,
So let me tell you a little story. It's pretty cool, which I never thought that this would happen. There's a guy, Kirk McClellan, who Senate Armed Service Committee. He participated from the very last minute in my film. He's in the trailer. And he, in an official capacity with high-level clearance, he had been investigating UFOs ever since the New York Times article in 2017. So he was behind the scenes 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019, 2021, 22, 23, 24, and then he stepped down. And he came through some intel folks. We got to talk to him. I said, hey, man, my film's almost done. He wanted to squeeze in one final review. He decided to participate. I'll be right. We became friends. We've been talking. And he said, hey, I could probably arrange a meeting because there's some mutual interest in some UFO cases and evidence that I've been going after as a civilian. But he goes, hey, on the inside, if you want to go with the heads of Arrow, new heads, John Koskowski, and this other guy, Ryan, who was on Air Force Special Investigations. This was just a couple weeks ago. So I went to the congressional hearings, which was incredible. And people say, oh, it's big nothing to do. But you know what? It's very exciting. Seeing people testifying about this fresh through the program, seeing a career admiral, taking the death, saying that they're under the water. I mean, it's pretty fascinating stuff. So I had to apply for a security background on me, which was about 48 hours, and then I got approved for that. And then I showed up in a room across the street from the Pentagon, and I had to go through one detector, and then there was kind of exciting for me because I had this kind of experience before, and there were these glass tube type things. They were lined up like in a row. But only one person go in at a time. The doors open just like in Star Trek, and you walk in, the door closes, the other one opens to the other side. Then I had to get rid of my phone and everything and leave it outside, and then go into a SCIF, which is a sensitive compartmented information facility. Those SCIFs are super top secret, whatever. And I got to meet with the new head of Arrow, John Koskowski. I was like, I can't believe I'm in the belly of the beast. This is crazy. Like, how could I was really head blow me. But we started talking, just very nonchalantly. I said, hey, you guys got to throw us a bone. I said, I'm not going away. This story is not going away. And I said, and what ultimately does it. I mean, obviously, the vast majority of UAP or UFOs can be and have been explained away without conventional terms, right? There's a stubborn core, 15, 20%, that really defy conventional explanation, not because of the lack of data, because they truly can't explain it because they do. And you don't know many people. These objects exhibit technology that's just light years advancement in the air. And it's been well documented since the 1940s. There must be some people would say way before that. But modern day UFO, we have no question. So there's two stories. One is someone's been in possession of this revolutionary technology for 85 plus years. They kept it secret. Or two, we're not alone, right? And it's so I said to the gentleman, very candidly, we're probably dealing with a small percentage of their time. And what's the plan to tell the general public? This is just a couple weeks ago. And he looked at me and he goes, James, I can't part my hair without approval from the DOD. And you can quote me on that. And that was him, in my opinion, telling me, hey, this is structured in a way that my hands are tied. I can uncover all the things in the world, but I can't tell the general public or even Congress without the DOD approving it first. So that's what's kind of happening right now. And one of the reasons why we were so fortunate to get the number of say, whistleblowers or potential whistleblowers or people who come forward with the program is because they were super frustrated with the previous head of Arrow, which is this guy named Sean Patrick, which basically just kind of blanket, denied pretty much almost everything. And people were extremely disappointed with that. But
just like Google.
Yeah, kind of like Google. Yeah,
I've always done that, right?
Yeah, but yeah,
again,
not everybody's doing it. Not everybody's
right. There's a bunch of. Well, I think now also with the internet, there's ways to get information out that's much quicker and cleaner than trusting a reporter.
Yeah.
And then their life's in danger.
Yeah.
And the reporter threatened. And,
yeah.
How are you? Yeah. Now things just kind of get out. So,
Anyway,
I've thought about this. Like, you know, going back to
Basically,
Brazil,
I'm
I
gonna
thought, you know, I'm
try to
obviously
get
going after
the-
like the additional eyewitness testimony,
They're not even right now.
stuff, and those people out there
Not
that
even
are
right
tired
now.
of hearing about it.
We
Well,
can
I
talk.
spent
All right,
20 plus
unless
years
you're gonna
in search of the
be
photograph
cool.
that this
Not
now
you.
happened, the background story of it, provenance, that sort of thing.
Jamie, go look at the one that was talking about that. Better version. Of it.
Yeah, and so I'm sorry, just because you know you can't after a year or two haven't successfully obtained stuff. So this is a better. Yeah, it's a better
Welcome,
version.
how are you?
can see the granular.
Good. Oh, not this guy. Hey, how are you? It's good. We're watching this podcast. Please enjoy.
Of the film. So
It's weird. It almost looks like there's something in the back.
it does look really good.
I know it's jets and stuff.
But let's just say
Nothing was silent.
silent, according to the witnesses, that didn't make any sound other than for an extended period of time. And when it took off straight vertical like this, straight up, fast. It started going faster, and it was gone. Yep, that was Craig Lindsay who interviewed the witnesses who told me that. And it's so weird though. According to Richard Reeves in Scotland, the Americans got involved.
Of course, we didn't know that.
Yep, they showed up and they intimidated the shit out of the witnesses. And I know people can criticize me for reporting on these alleged men in black, but it's not me saying it, it's the witnesses that are saying it. And I did it full bore for the first time in local contact, because I remember hearing these stories for decades, and I thought it was like, holy, they think I'm crazy if I report on this. This lady who was the mother of the two daughters of South and visits and intimidation, and I was like, screw it, I'm just going to report on this. I'll just take the criticism. And then I wasn't expecting this to be the case with this photograph. Lo and behold, it was. But anyway, it's a huge story. In my opinion, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. It's coming out, and it's drip, drip, drip. But I have to remind your audience, people that are feeling impatient, that we've had 3 open congressional hearings in the last 3 years.
Yeah,
We hadn't had me in over 50 years prior.
it's definitely, even though it's still difficult to get information and figure out what's actually going on, there's way more open mainstream discussion.
And it's frustrating at times. I get it. You know, people are like, well, why are these people? Why can't they just say, why can't David Grush just tell us? You know? Well, I can remind people that the DOD has stripped David Grush of his clearances and won't allow him to get into his skip. Because one of the things that I talked to this guy, Brian Benner, who appears in the movie Politico, he goes, if Congress finds out about it, one thing we know on the Hill is that you're going to find out about it. They can't keep the secret clean. So they've been doing everything they can, and imagine with the DOD, to prevent Grush from going into a skip with members of Congress to release and reveal the classified details necessary to verify his claim.
If you could keep this under wraps for
Very well.
60 plus years or whatever we've been doing, would you really try this? Would you really pull her aside?
Well, I mean, any member of Congress with proper clearances and feel like they want to have that information. I mean, you
We're
got
watching.
maybe
We're watching a podcast. Just enjoy it.
You're going to give them all that information.
I do. Exactly. They don't want them to have that information. There's no question about it.
That's what I would imagine. So you don't let Grush give you a skip.
So here's another thing I'd like to mention is that David Grush claims that he gave the student case to the ICIG, which is Thomas Muller, which the intelligence community inspector general. So I'm asking members of Congress to support the efforts for Chet, who's been amazing, regardless of the politics he has been on. He's been really pushing for transparency, super solid guy. You got Mace, you got Wisconsin. This is from Florida. Garcia from California. AOC, New York. Luna, and of course, you got the same side. You got Rubio, that totally what this stuff is. Rounds, Schumer, and if you look at the NDAA, you can see the language in plain sight. It's phenomenal what's going on. And I think that our elected officials that are really pushing for transparency need to hear from us, need to hear from citizens, and know that we support their efforts and that we have their backs in continuing to push for transparency, to find out what the hell's going on. I mean, imagine if it's true. Imagine if we have spaceships and we have biologics.
You're amazing.
Okay. Mm-hmm. That is not just implications for the United States. That's global. implications. When the impacts, the ripple effect they have around the world for that conservation to happen,
No doubt.
it would be huge.
Well, the human race deserves to know. It shouldn't be unelected officials and Defense Department people that know about this stuff. That's crazy.
I totally agree.
Unless this is what I had a conversation with Brian Gaze yesterday. The way I would argue it, if I was a military person, I would say this is a national security interest. And we are trying to back engineer this stuff. We're not successful. If China steals our data, if Russia can back engineer one, if Iran gets one for us, we're fine. Because these things are insanely sophisticated.
We would obviously weaponize the technology. That's obvious. It's like 101.
How would we not?
The basics. I mean, if you could put a news on one of those things and make it give the technology to people say, people that are witnesses that say basically stance on the side of an eye. I mean, these objects, what was it? David Flavor said they went from space,
50,000 feet below sea level
to sea level
in 1 second.
in 1 second.
Yeah.
That's insane.
We talked about it yesterday. Like it's,
Oh, you did?
it's insane amount of speed. And the way Ryan explained it in terms of like the amount of force we need is equivalent to how many nuclear bombs we say? Something insane. Like the entire nuclear arsenal has to be to generate that kind of power. Whatever it is, it's if these stories are true, it's doing something that we don't understand. So if it's ours, I kind of get why they wouldn't want to spill the beans. My thought once was, what if this is not weaponizable with our current technology? Like, what if these things are our drones, but they don't know how to put a weapon on it? Like, because whatever you do,
I have a problem with that.
speed.
I have a problem with that, Peter. The problem I have is that the United States government has documented close encounters of the third countries. Beings connected.
Right.
That's their own files. So that's not me saying it. So it's not just these objects exhibiting revolutionary technology for at least 80 years. Nobody needs to tell them that this one needs fashion on the building, how we explain at a site that they're not, and it returns nice people, and the site clearly. Yeah. But you also have reports, credible reports of aliens connected to some of the ground. And that's documented all over. So that eliminates, right?
It's true. So this is the whole thing. Just because something gets written down somewhere doesn't mean that someone didn't write it down as a psyop. Someone didn't write it down to discredit other people with a ridiculous story. One way to discredit a credible story is to attach it to a bunch of ridiculous stories, right? So if I was going to hide some sort of technology, one thing I would do is connect it to a bunch of kooky stuff, a bunch of psychic stuff, remote viewing, just a bunch of things that people like very easily dismiss. UFO abductions, UFO encounters with natural being. Put a bunch of stuff in there that like makes people, what? Is this real? And just enough so you can hide the real stuff.
Well, I think, and again, and again, I said this earlier in the show, the state of kill is like the reason why I believe David who testified, not just
why did he David, but David doesn't have first-hand experience.
I know, but the reason, I know, but the reason why I believe that is because of my research in the field. Remember, I spent over 12 years investigating on and off with Buddy Local Leal in Brasília, Brazil. At UFO crash base, and we found out the last time I was there that the Americans were involved. So I was like, oh my God, the rumors are true. The Americans were involved. You see, obviously looked into Roswell for years. I went to Roswell for the 50th anniversary.
This is how the deal works, bro. You want the aid? We get the UFO. We give you the aid, but if a crash UFO, you fucking call us. You stay out of there. Don't be carrying that dude to the hospital. Leave it to us. I'm not going to just scoop that out there and shut the fuck up. Well, what do you think about that? That one of the crazy stories is that there's a building somewhere that's an enormous building that was actually around the UFOs. Yeah. Have you heard the story?
It was reported on News Nation with Jessica. And what's called Todd is incredibly. He's got great accent. He's got really good. Not quite British.
We believe you.
But it's close.
More credible.
There's something about a British accent that just adds credibility to anything.
But some guy from New York, so we got this fucking car.
Okay, sorry.
We get this TV. This spaceship's so fucking big. You can't even build a building around it.
But they talk about it now.
What is this building? And where's it supposed to be?
I don't know.
Oh, you're holding them back.
No, I really don't know. No. Well, I have a little bit, but I don't have the same connections on that one. But I'll tell you a case that I do think we can get looked into.
Oh, you're gonna move us around.
Yeah, because this is what this is a craft.
Government agent, this guy.
So there's a memo in the program that was through the adoption process was released. Unfortunately, some of the names are redacted. Christopher Miller came it. It was from correspondence he had with high-level government officials back in 2020. It just got approved to release about a year ago. It's featured in the doc. And in it has the names of not just the gatekeeper, but other people with names who found the gatekeeper through the craft-to program. I'm told that other example versions have been presented to select members of Congress and people that are investigating in the physical capacity. And in it, they specifically mention the case, not Crafts, a landed case happened in 1953 in Arizona. So I made some inquiries with aerospace folks that I've been meeting with 5 years ago. This thing, what you talking about? Was it King of Arizona? They're like, no, it's like Jesus landed. And left. I was like, well, how do you know? I think it landed and left. They're like, oh, the doors are open and they'll be home. And they walked off. I said, somebody just flew this thing down, landed on the ground in the desert, and came to Arizona, 1953. And they left the doors open. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. So they left the craft there. Somebody they flew it down and they left the craft at the ground. I was told that, and I wouldn't be repeating this. I didn't think there was some serious credibility to it, but apparently.
And that's not aligning with how Diana Pasolka during the one started describing these things as dimension.
The individual that I talked to was so funny because this individual was not a scratch. I go, not a scratch, but not a scratch on the. No, it's perfect. Didn't have a scratch. It's like, oh my gosh, this sounds like somebody who's more than just heard about this. But what did they ask me to say? It didn't have a scratch on it. So I guess that's a case. Well, I think that
the first time the witness said to not scratch.
I don't know if it was the way they described
This is the problem.
The way they described all this stuff. But here's the thing:
if you are sure as well,
yes,
okay,
love that guy.
I love that guy too.
Fascinating.
I really enjoyed it. It's a trap swap.
Oh no way!
Guess what? Got up the traps. Let's him staring at the sky. He's a young man.
Location.
So that is, I'm interested in that because that's a first-hand witness.
Yes.
That's a guy who's explaining his bizarre experience. He's told the same story for whatever, 50, 60 years, whatever it was.
1975.
Whatever it was, since we got 50, almost 50 years. So this guy was there. That was his story. I'm interested. When I hear a guy told a guy that this is what happened, this is how he described it,
Super frustrating.
So talking to Jay Sands.
Yes, firsthand.
Yeah, firsthand.
Yeah.
What?
Yes, basically.
Tell me what you're doing. Good with that. He said that he thought it was an adolescent too. He didn't think that it was a full grown. Thought it was young.
Well, he had a illustration of it in the documentary. I tell you, it's really good. I remember I know. I was like, this is true? I was like, crazy. This is something that they didn't reveal in the documentary. He thought that this individual was suffering from frostbite, TVs, and he getting cold. His skin had a blue tint to it. So he took his jacket off, and he very insistently put the jacket on. It seemed to do it. He was thinking this person's really good. And he was probably playing ground. And so he's putting his jacket. First, he was kind of resistant, but Jason said, I insisted. One layer of my jacket, put around this individual, and that individual left with the jacket on. So I jokingly say, where do you think your jacket is now? He's like, well, the other helps entirely, or God only knows. Right here. Or this is the thing that gets me. Logistically. Yes. Okay, if these things are coming from the ocean, just logistically, you have to have a large ship. So we were talking about this plan yesterday, and I was saying, like, if they had a battleship, we'd be able to see that, right? Like 100%. So it would have to be a submarine. So, like, Jesus Christ, what if there really is some sort of a civilization underwater that existed, coexisted with us forever? Did you hear about the testimony by your Admiral Terry just recently in Congress.
Is this the one where the thing's moving underwater
Yes.
500 knots?
Yes, he's reporting. He's
Explain
reporting.
it to me. I don't have all the
Yeah, what I remember basically is confirming that we have objects that are exhibiting their technology underwater that defies any conventional things that are just virtually impossible. Like so much faster than the fastest submarine in paper. Just and they're really big.
Yeah, it's moving as if there's no resistance on it.
Yeah, and
It's
then
moving like a fighter jet moving in the air. It's moving like that.
you know, kind of transmedia or something.
Yeah,
But confirmation. I mean, that's. And I actually spoke to Rear Admiral Tim about a couple of occasions recently, and I thanked him for coming forward and testifying. He said, you know, I felt an obligation to do so because a lot of my men, the pilots, were coming forward and I wanted to do them. And so that's why he stepped forward. And,
well, if you're coming here from somewhere else and you wanted to hide the right side, you hide the ocean, especially if you have the technology to like completely negate any of the effects of the water and the pressure.
at least explore place on Earth.
Yeah, we can't get to it. We don't have the technology. They know we don't. They know it's really hard to get a submarine out to where the fuck they
Went to the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
Cameron.
Cameron himself, I would never do that.
He's a wild boy. You know,
That's like 35,000 feet down.
that's something bizarre like that. I mean, that's his
If
profile.
you go down in a submarine,
No, definitely not a homemade one, like one most people died in. Yeah, but there's another thing about that case. When it went down that submarine, apparently, I guess it's the Navy has some sort of very sophisticated underwater audio sensors, and they heard the implosion, and they knew about it like immediately.
and didn't report on it.
Well, I mean, I think the problem with reporting on it is that you have to report on your technology. So I don't even know if it's been confirmed, but this is what I
Methods and means are
oh, it's gotta be top secret. Like it's gotta be one of those things where if you're gonna reveal that you heard that, you've got clearance to do it. You've got to run up the ladder.
one of the reasons why we know about overhead satellite imagery of UAP is because of Radcliffe, who's former head of OTNI. And he came forward, and I remember it's funny, actually, it was classified. And Christopher Mellon participated in this latest production with me because of Radcliffe revealing it on Fox News. And Radcliffe he says, yeah, we have overhead collection of satellite data of UAP that are pretty far out. And that happens. So they're talking about this. But getting back to your point, because I know you said you were frustrated, you're like, oh yeah, it's just another anecdotal piece of evidence, a piece of testimony, third party, not first hand.
I'm not saying I'm frustrated.
No. What I was saying is I totally agree with you. I'm frustrated. As somebody who's been chasing the story for 30 years, I too want access to the value of the value. That's why I chased that because I thought I had to be shared really long for as long as I did because I hear about something like that. And I want to remind the audience, you can't go after something without knowing that it exists. So you get the leads, you start learning more about the programs, you're learning how these programs are hidden, these RUSACs, the range unacknowledged special access programs probably hidden somewhere in the field. I know it sounds crazy, but at least hidden some guidance to where are these things, how these things are hidden, where they might be found. We reveal there's a gentleman called Nate Yes. And people are like, it's such another person testifying anonymously. Well, yes, true, but he gives the specifics on telling members of Congress where to look to find specifics. Jay Wicks, what is it? And this is where we find the more compelling data. I'm going to read this because it's important that people know that. He's saying, look, I've seen it, and this is where it is. It's called the official UAP data is kept either in SIPR, Secret Internet Protocol Routing Network, or JWICS, Joint Worldwide Intelligence Communications System, that's used by the DoD and only available with SCIF, Sensitive Compartment Information Facility. So, is it frustrating to hear that people criticize, oh, it's just another picture? But he's saying, I've seen it, it's phenomenal. He gives descriptions of some of the stuff he saw, and he's telling members of Congress, if you have the clearances, this is where it's being kept. So those are very good specifics. And again, I remind you guys, like, okay, just be patient. This is not a 100-yard dash. We're running a marathon right now. And also, we are.
We're trying to get back to what I was talking about earlier. Logistically, if you're letting something go from the ocean,
yes,
or you're flying it out of the ocean, logistically, you would have to have some sort of a large craft out there that's going to house these things, or it's going to launch from. Right?
Yeah.
That is absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, see, the drones you're talking about right now.
Right.
Yes.
So either they're ours, and if there are ours,
Yes.
how do they hide the fact that there's a battleship out there? Is that possible? And if it's from a submarine, how do they develop a submarine that can launch 50 car-sized or SUV-sized drones?
Yeah, that's one of the things that Christopher Ryan said to me this morning. He goes, that's the one element or aspect that really is a head scratch. Because
This is the question.
50 of
Right.
these things coming in off the ocean, that's just confirmed.
Right.
That is the
But
no.
here's the question.
Yes.
Is it possible to classify the location of a U.S. battleship that's capable of having these things?
So big. How could you
How big would it have to be to launch 50 drones?
Dude, that's how you're talking. I don't know. And
That's the
a
question.
lot of drones,
Right.
especially the size they're reporting. We're talking about drones the size of an SUV.
Right. So
Super
let's imagine you. So when you take a ferry, how many cars can a ferry fit?
I take a ferry all the time in Vermont.
Like a big,
New York.
like a legit
I
one,
put
like a European. 50 cars?
I put, with the one that's medium legit, I put 25, 30, maybe 40, 45 people. Yeah.
So couldn't you do that with drones? You couldn't have something that's a little larger than the average ferry? So you wouldn't need a battleship.
Why would they do that? Why would they do
I
that
don't
in the
know.
residential areas? Why
I don't
would
know.
they have everybody scratching their heads? All these press conferences. You're talking about the head of the gang of 8, okay?
But if they need to control those guys, if they are really looking for a nuke, okay, let's imagine that this story about a Ukrainian nuke from the time when they disarmed. There's one that's unaccounted for. This is one of the stories that's been on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's true.
Yeah.
That it's unaccounted for, that they think it's headed to the United States. If you were trying to find that thing,
Like a dirty bomb?
yeah, or like just a regular nuke, that if you're looking for camera rings, like you could devise a drone that could search for that, and you'd fly it over an area, and you wouldn't care whether people freaked out, because it's more important to find this goddamn thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if you have this technology, there's some skunk works
You can't do it
technology.
from space?
No, I don't think so. I think you have to.
They have certain proximity within
Think,
to pick up whatever. Did you bring this up with Ryan Graves?
yes.
What did he say?
I mean, he doesn't know either.
No.
He doesn't think so.
Everybody
He
that I
doesn't think
trust,
that's the issue.
people in the FBI, people that I communicate with, talk to them, what is going on?
It almost seems too sexy that the United States has that kind of ability and they're just flying these things around, and that they're doing it for that specific reason to find a nuke. It's like that we have this kind of technology that none of us are aware of. We have these drones that can shut off when you come close to them. The lights shut off, they disappear. They avoid tracking the RF signal.
Yeah.
It doesn't show up. They're cool. They have some sort of cooling mechanism in them, so it's difficult to see with infrared. I don't understand any of that. He was saying that's above what we can do right now. He's saying but they're not moving in a way necessarily. That's not possible with drone technology that is mainstream. But there's some aspects of the way they move and what they're doing that doesn't lead them to believe that this is the current state-of-the-art technology.
There's even I had some people tell me, like, even if it's conventional, it's highly advanced in nature.
Right, but let's look at China. Look, China has highly advanced drones.
Yeah.
We were talking about this as well, but the bottleneck in America was the FAA. The FAA put a lot of restrictions on the manufacture of drones and how you can do them, what you can do. China doesn't have any of that, so they're full steam ahead with innovation. If you look at what drone manufacturers in the United States have been able to do, and then imagine untethered, if they weren't fucked over by all these regulations that got in the way of innovation. Because obviously you have to have one, because you have some commercial drone that someone can buy that can move 500 miles an hour and fly through the air and stay up there for 6 hours at a time and film video of everything and anything. Well, and you can't control it. You can't block the radar screen. You can't find it with infrared. That's pretty nuts. So I would imagine that would not be a thing they would want in the hands of the average American person.
But why did it just start happening fairly recently? What do I say?
That's what I'm saying. If it's Chinese, if it's Chinese, if they're unburdened by our regulations, and that not only do they have the help of the government, they have financing behind them. They have an imperative. They're told what to do.
They're flying over Langley. They're flying over.
Wouldn't you do that? Just to fuck with these people?
What's the golf course that Trump has?
Yeah, it's golf course. Yeah.
What's that called?
I don't know.
Westminster, something like that. They're flying over that.
Yeah.
The president-elect. So it's
Langley
like,
Air Force Base did experience incursions of unauthorized unmanned aerial systems in last year, December 2023, says Sabrina Singh, Pentagon spokeswoman. The number of those UAS incursions did fluctuate, but they didn't appear to exhibit any hostile intent. It's something that we have kept our eye on. Thank God you're keeping an eye on it.
yeah, we have no idea what they are, but they're flying. They're flying.
This is the third year in a row this is happening right around Christmas time.
It's one of the reasons why I wanted you guys to hear that account by the guy at Vandenberg Air Force Base. This is not anonymous reporting. The guy's giving his name.
Right.
And he's talking about objects that are the size of a football field.
Yeah.
Hopping over a silo in West Control area.
Well, that's also the Phoenix Lights. They describe them as the size of a football field. They're larger.
Oh, yeah. Really. But I interviewed a guy. There was a case that happened here in Texas, Stephenville. Ricky Soul is one of the best witnesses. I love the guy. He was a hunter. And he's like, James, you could have landed in an airplane. I said, you gotta be kidding me. I'm not. He goes, I stood under this thing. He goes, it was so big, I was standing under it and his rifle. He was standing under it, he was looking up, and he's looking to the left, he's looking to the left, right, back, forward, can't see the edge of it in any direction. So he grabs his hunting rifle, he was hunting, here, this is 2008. Grabs his hunting rifle. No. So he lifts his hunting rifle, his rifle up, and he's looking through the scope, and he goes, James, I was metal, and I work with metal, and then metal. And he's looking through the scope, and he goes, man, there's no rivets, there's no seams, there's no weld marks. He's up there, things on the belly up there, these reverse, recessed cones, like bigger, and then they got smaller as it went up from the belly of the back. He's looking up at it, his fingers on the trigger, and he's like, man, wasn't that hard? But what would happen if I just pulled the trigger here? I think it would ricochet off or hit the belly or something. So he's looking at it, and he's just about to pull the trigger to check it out, and he goes, maybe this isn't such a good idea. I interviewed him in 2008, he was going down, and then about a year later, I was doing some follow-up interviews with him again, the song, and I had this gentleman walk up to me, and I was filming him in the downtown square in Stephenville, or maybe Dublin, and this gentleman looks at me and he goes, "You Mr. Fox?" Yes. He pulls out a badge and shows me his badge. And he's like, "Can I talk to you for a minute? I'm Officer so-and-so." And I was like, Jesus Christ, what did I do? And I said, "Yeah, sure." We walk off to a cafe and he goes, he's looking at his back to the wall of the cafe so you can see everybody coming in. Really very bad. And he says, "You know, Ricky Soros?" I said, "Yeah." He was like, "I was telling the truth." He said, "How do you know?" He goes, "Because the whole police department saw it." I can't remember if it was Dublin Police Department, Stephenville, it's Dublin, Stephen, he goes, "Yeah, well, he said, we were sitting under the patrol cars, and this object was a floating department store. It was absolutely colossal city. Check out my radar gun, pointing at it, and it was doing 22 miles an hour. And then he said it drifted off. And one of the officers, I don't remember the name of the gentleman, took his gun, his dash cam, and he flipped it up and filmed it. And apparently, one of the biggest mistakes this individual made, this police officer made, was that he didn't make a copy of it because the local Air Force Base requested that film footage and got it. And so I've been telling people to go after that stuff. But my point is, this object was so big, people claim the witnesses, the first-hand witnesses, would land an airplane on.
Yeah.
I mean, what is that? Those are the cases you see.
That's the thing. Like, if you see that, do you even tell people? You sound like a kook.
Yeah,
like if I saw it, if I was outside in the desert, and I was chilling, and something so big that I couldn't see the edges of it, flew overhead. I don't know what I'd tell.
He said when it took off, he was like this. He goes, "James," and Ricky didn't want to give me an on-camera interview. For the longest time, he said, "I'm not coming forward. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going public." I worked on him for 8 months. Finally, I got the green light. I flew back out to Texas, got him on camera, put him in the movie. But he said when it took off, it went from this, a complete standstill, and it went straight up, like a slight angle, straight up and down. He goes, "James," I said, "describe your acceleration." I'll tell you, the best way I can describe it is had I blinked, I would have missed it. That's how fast it's going. So here, like that. He had helicopters hovering over his, I know this sounds crazy, people are gonna be like, oh, this big, but he had helicopters flying over his property for a while. Right around the time that I was trying to get him to go on camera, he came out with his underwear and his shotgun late at night with his helicopter spotlighting him up, and he ended up calling Wick Air Force Base and said, stop flying over our house at night. And they said, we suggest you stop talking about what you saw. And so he was kind of spooked. And about 8 months later, he finally decided that he was going to go public with the story. But, everything you lose, nothing gained. You get this countless reports of these cases, and they're around the world, right? It's not just the United States. I've demonstrated that time and time again.
But there's more in the United States than anywhere else, right?
Well, I mean, one of my favorite cases, Rua, Zimbabwe. That's an amazing case.
Right. But there's more sightings in the United States than anywhere else, right?
Seems to be an attraction, almost like a moth to a flame with nukes. Somehow they're interested in nuclear capabilities. And I was trying to interview Ryan Salas, who's the launch control officer. He described his whole event at Rothschild Air Force Base in the 60s, where these UFOs were witnessed on the base, and then all their and this all started being shut down. And I remember telling him, like, whoa, what's your take on that? What kind of, he goes, and I realized why this individual was a launch control officer, because he was so naturally so calm and so cool. And he goes, well, James, and this young guy was kind of clean. It's almost like taking matches out of the hands of the baby. Yeah. So, with the phenomenon, you look at what they do, right? And that says some things. And then they've done some pretty brazen events, right, over the decades. But you also look at what they don't do. Because if the phenomenon wanted to end this, secrecy once and for all they'd have to do is hover over Macy's Day Parade or the next big Super Bowl when it's game on. They don't do that. They've done some pretty brazen things, right? I mean, case in point, March 13th, 97, over the state of Arizona, who the governor, 570 witnessed that. Yeah, so there were a number of groups. The main one, was this big boomerang shapecraft, and even the governor said it must have been at least a mile from this really big tip that floated. And I actually interviewed people that worked at the Air Force Base at the time, and they said that they scrambled jets to intercept this thing. And I interviewed a number of people that saw it. I mean, stood on with that light down on the walls and watched it float on the top of it. And apparently, according to this individual that I met in the late 90s at the Air Force Base, they scrambled a military jet to intercept this thing. He came up on it, couldn't land it on the damn thing, it was so big. And it went from moving very, very slowly to accelerating like warp drive. Boom, just gone. When the jet came back to the base, the Air Force Base, they had to carry him out of the plane because it was so shaken by this.
Yeah, I can imagine you wouldn't have that well.
Can you imagine having to keep that secret?
No.
Can you imagine, could you imagine taking
Well, the governor read the line, right? The governor had to stand up with a rope with a guy in
Jeff from the audience suit?
Yeah, and
Mike Tyson.
And
I hammered it on that.
Well, then afterwards, once he left office, then he talked about it.
Yes.
He talked about seeing it.
Yes. Yeah,
I wonder why he had to do that.
So I interviewed him. I was the one that got him to break his silence after 10 years. And he told me, and I don't necessarily know that I fully believe it, but he told me, because initially when it happened in March, remember, the vast majority of people were hungry in the night sky. You get a glimpse of the public. So everybody witnessed all the way across the state of Arizona, and even in the house, everywhere. And there he is. Mike told me that it was growing hysteria. But initially, he had set out, and he said, we're going to find out. I'm contacting the Air Force Base, the Pentagon, and all these various services, and we're going to get the bottom of it. And then, I don't know how much longer it was. Was it later that day, or was it the next day? He held an unscheduled press conference, and that's when he had his aides dressed up in an alien suit that made a mockery of him. And I can assure you, pissed the hell off his constituents and witnesses, and all of us sitting in his own furious. And I confronted him 10 years after the fact, because I was pissed off. I was investigating that case when it happened in the 90s. And I interviewed a lot of really good witnesses, really good witnesses. And he said the reason why he did it was because of growing hysteria. And he wanted to calm down the hysteria. But Did he get a phone call just saying, hey, tell the story? I lean in that direction, but he's never, even when we're having cocktails together, he's never confessed to that. But it's awfully suspicious the way it worked out. It's a little weird, especially considering who actually saw it. That could have been a turning point in the UFO phenomenon, according era, right? Like suddenly you get this massive sighting, which would happen today, we would have been covered by, everybody's phones and whatever. But if the governor had come forward and said, yeah, we didn't know what that thing is, I'm a former captain of the Air Force on a pilot, and I saw it, I don't know what the thing was.
Is there any footage of the actual thing, the triangle being
There's some footage floating around, and I featured some of it when I saw you get an object in the night sky at night that, and at the time, in 2009, I did some kind of enhancement. I'm sure the software is a lot better nowadays. It looks like a big draw. Yeah, but more angular. It was like this. Like this. And my drawing is terrible.
like that? Look up the screen.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so that image in the far left, that's
Yeah, and there was
that's it.
so yeah, and here's something that kind of throws off the trail here because, excuse me, the object came down from the state of Arizona, and went from north to south.
Is that legit?
On the right there?
Yeah.
I honestly, I can't say. I'd have to really do a deep dive into it, but let me tell you what happened, because this is brilliant. So what happened was, you got this massive object from around 5:30 at night in the southern Nevada, and then it drifts down very slowly over across the entire, from north to south, across the entire state of Arizona. And right around 7:30, 8:30, the Gary Goldwater Mountain Range, which is the direction it's heading, the military decides to drop a bunch of flares. And so people are like, oh, there it is. That's what and a bunch of people film the flares. So in my opinion, it was a diversionary tactic. It was brilliant done. Because why the military suddenly decided to drop flares in the shape of somewhat of a shape. So I think that some of the footage that you've seen out there is military flares. But there was an effort, I don't want to get into it right now, but there was an effort by the so-called M&B, which the MIB, these Men in Black, and whatever unknown government agency they come from, that took some footage that I was learning about during my investigations in the 90s, and they were looking crazy. So the first time I really heard a really credible report of the MIB and I decided not to report on it was when I was in touch with a woman who was a counselor in Francis Barlow, who was one of the few officials in Phoenix area that was saying, hey, let's investigate what these people are playing Red Sea. She's not saying aliens at the moment. All she's saying is, hey, these people have a right to know what's going on. Let's launch an investigation. She was landed over the media, made fun of, ridiculed. But as a result of her inquiry, publicly reporting, putting it out there, one of these individuals reached out to her. And I know this because I know him from Facebook and heard his story. And he was a Vietnam vet. And he was on the roof of his house with a tripod and a camera, and he was trying to get a film. He was trying to film the pub. And he had walkie-talkies, and he was monitoring the truck drivers driving up Interstate 10 from Tucson to Phoenix. And so he's monitoring this, and he hears these truckers talking about a massive UFO. And he's like, shit, that's heading right towards my house. So he's like, I'll film it. So he had a camera all ready to go, and the object went right over his house for him, and he filmed the whole thing. And he goes, yeah, I filmed the whole thing. It's pretty spectacular. And I know that you were watching the investigation, Francis Barlow. Would you like to see it? She said, yeah. So they made arrangements where he was going to drop it out of her office. Either later that day or first thing the next morning, two representatives, and it was July at this point, very hot. Two men in dark suits showed up at his house, and they said, hey, he was apparently grieved. So I wanted to quite menacing. Didn't really say a lot. They said, we're from Francis Barlow's office. We're here to pick up that footage. So he gets into the footage and said, the only question they asked him is, did they make any copies? And he said, no. And so they take the footage, off they go. Well, he doesn't hear from Francis Barlow. He's like, what the hell? So a couple days go by, it possibly up to a week. Calls her up and he says, and Francis will tell you this, she'll value will tell you. He says, hey, what's taking the footage? She goes, well, what do you mean we're not taking the footage? I never got it. You were going to drop it off in my office and it didn't show up. He goes, trying in the late 90s. I heard a couple of stories prior to that, and I thought, this is too out there, this is too outlandish. No one's going to believe this. I have no proof of this other than her testimony. Screw it. And I didn't hear them. But hearing those cases over and over and over, it's like, there we go, once again, the so-called evidence that could prove or disprove one way or the other something truly extraordinary took place in the skies over Phoenix back in 1997, vanished. But there is some that's slipped through the cracks that's out there. You just have to do due diligence, and I don't have the time to sift through
Those images that we're looking at there.
yeah, I don't know what's AI generated or whatever, but
What could have been in the documentary of the recreation?
I know when I saw it featured some of the footage. Like, I covered that case extensively. So if anyone's interested in the Phoenix Lights case, but I can tell you,
I saw it.
well, thousands. I talked to another woman, Stacey Rhodes, and her daughter Emily, and they said they were driving on Interstate 10. And she goes, "Look, James, let me tell you how big this thing is." I said, "How big?" She goes, "First of all, they would stop on the freeway, just like stopped as this thing was close to. She goes, I could have held up a newspaper like this and looked to the left, looked to the right, looked to the left." And she said, "I couldn't block this thing. That's how big it was. It didn't make a sound. It was gunmen attack." It was witnessed by that. That's what I say. There's some events that have happened over the decades that are pretty brazen. That's one of Hudson Valley is pretty brazen as well.
That's just what we do, but it was true.
Well, when you get thousands of people saying the same thing, if you see thousands of people saying the same thing, including the governor, the
It's so invested in it. You go, what happened?
the governor,
Yeah.
the
The
governor.
same guy who came out with a fucking guy dressed up like
Yeah, I know, but I got him to come clean too. So.
Yeah, but so he's not credible. It's bullshit. He does. He bullshits. He definitely
She
bullshits.
definitely bullshits.
So
You're right.
there you go.
Yeah, but,
So when someone bullshits about that, they
Yeah.
bullshit about anything.
well, yeah, true. Yeah, but I mean,
I can't spend the
no, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. But I
You guys have been around quite a while. It's good that you talk about now.
there's no smoke without fire. There was so much evidence in terms of eyewitness testimony and radar, some photographic, but as much as people know, that something truly inexplicable is taking place in outer space. Right?
For sure.
Something that, after careful examination, something that, not because of a lack of data in some instances, but that after careful analysis, research, investigation, that comes out the other end and says, I can't explain this. This is going to have to be one of those unknowns, or falls into that 15% category of cannot provide a terrestrial or conventional explanation for it. And those are the cases that I see desperately have been going after for years.
So is all this disclosure and these discussions on television now and all these meetings and hearings, does it, so you think we're on an accelerated path? You think this is all good, right?
I'm convinced of it.
But do you think that there's a real possibility within the next few years that they just completely drop all the bullshit and come clean about this stuff? Or would it take some sort of extraordinary event where they had to admit something much bigger than this drone thing?
Well, in some respects, there has been. I remember I interviewed this guy, Nick Pope, from the MIT years ago, and I was like, this is the time when we were pushing for transparency. That France was releasing previously classified documents on UFOs, les ovnis, as it's said. The MIT followed suit. They were releasing previously classified documents, slowly putting it out there. And at the time, it was rather exciting. I just did a big event at the National Press Club as a king, and it was like this whole movement. It was like, oh God, it's happening, right? But it kind of petered out a little bit. And I remember asking this guy that used to work at the UFO desk at the MIT, I said, hey, do you anticipate this any type of disclosure? This is 2009, 2008, 2009. And he goes, James, no. He goes, it's going to be disclosure of a small deal, not a big deal. It's going to trickle out slowly. You condition people, get air, test the waters. One of the things that we explore in the program, and I've never done that, is the politics of disclosure. It's a far more complex. This is suspend judgment for a moment and assume that it's real. Okay, but there really is an NHI, non-human intelligence aspect to the phenomenon. Let's just suggest it's real. Now, how do you disclose that to the general public? What about the impacts on organized religion? What about the impacts on financial institutions? What about the fact that we'd have to confess that we don't have full control over this? I mean, those are real considerations. And it's not just the United States, right? This involves the planet. This involves all of humanity.
I wanted to ask you about
Do you
this.
see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I totally understand the complex complex than you think.
Oh, I totally get it. How does Russia handle these things? How does China handle these things?
Well, there was a case in China that happened in 1994, right around the time of Rio Zimbabwe, also in 1994, called Nunajao War. And it happened in the Black Mountains, and it was a landing, led to contact, also got of the third kind. It's funny because it happened around the same time as Africa, similar message that was conveyed. I went to China, I met with an active general in uniform, talked openly about the UFO phenomenon. They were pretty open. I went to Russia in the late 90s, and that was right before Putin. It was right around the time when Putin was coming in. And that was a period of openness. I went to start in Russia. I interviewed a consul of Popovich, a number of generals, and they were very open about it. In fact, they said to me at the time, if you're here to discuss whether or not the UFO phenomenon is real, the doors are open. We're here to create an international coalition of international exchange of information and to talk about the implications of the phenomenon, which I thought was amazing. This is like 25 years ago, right? So now I don't know if things have changed since Putin's been in office, but that was back in the late 90s. I mean, they've been congressional hearings in Brazil. There's been an effort. I mean, shit, they had hearings back in 1978 at the United Nations. These people, you know, so there's been an ongoing effort for this stuff to come out. I just think it's different this time. To me, it feels like they're not gonna. There's too much momentum behind it at this point, and there's so much legislation that's written. There's too much that's come out, and it's too important. Look, whether you believe it or you don't believe it, if you can just imagine for a moment, if it is true, and if the U.S. government does in fact have irrefutable evidence that we're not alone in the universe, that's so significant that we all have a right to that information, and that we should continue to support this unprecedented push for transparency with our elected officials and get to the fucking bottom of it. Right?
Yeah, I
And I
think
think it's
the
really just,
general public wants to disagree with you.
yeah, and then new administrations come in, there's like, you know, with Ratcliffe and Rubio. I'm telling you, Rubio knows a lot. I know that because I've talked to people that have debriefed him and been in the room with him during the first. No, I haven't. No, I have not. But I talked to people that were in the room when he was being briefed from first-handers. I'm told that there were, I'm going to say, right around 12 first-hand people that have had behind closed doors meetings. First-hand people that are concerned about their secrecy, concerned about their safety, concerned about the implications of them coming forward and going public. That they're not quite, they don't quite have. This comes from a very good source of information. That the witness protection program and the legislation that they put in the moment is not quite there yet. It's getting closer. They need to continue to work on that.
You don't mean like witness protection program?
Whistleblowers. They have whistleblower protection. I'm sorry, I meant to say that.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, whistleblower protection is not quite in place. One of the things I really wanted to mention is that there is a gentleman, a young man who's 30, who feels like he's old. His name is Jesse Michaels, and he's got this new show called American News. A couple weeks old. Why is it very old? Because when you're 30, you feel like you're really? Well, I did. When I turned 30, I was like, I'm 30. Because just 10 years earlier, I was almost 19, right? Well, 11 years earlier, I was 19. Right. You go from a teenager to suddenly you're 30, you always think like 30. And I was talking to him not so long ago, Jesse, and I said, he's like, yeah, I feel a little old. I was like, dude, you are just getting into your prime, baby. This is rock and roll time. But I really wanted to, this is a guy who's young. Julian Dory is also doing some amazing work on this podcast. But he's young and he's doing a deep dive into the implications and he meets with aerospace engineers. The guys, Jesse, you're a phenomenon. Keep rock and roll. I'm going to help take my hat to you. If you've seen this guy, he's doing deep dives into what's happening. He's documenting it with these podcasts, and he's doing a fantastic job. I'm just going to tip my hat to the guy because he's 10 times smarter than I am. And he's young, and he's a force to be reckoned with. And he's really doing, he's answering all the questions. They're exploring all these issues that we're talking about.
Well, I'm glad there's people out there pushing it. I'm glad these guys like Rush that are sticking their neck out, and guys like you are making documentaries about it. It's the subject is much more open to discussion, as I was saying, amongst serious people.
Yes.
Where it didn't used to be before. And now I think with this drone thing, I think there's so many people that have, okay, even if there are, whether they're Chinese or what's going on?
Yeah.
Why are there so many of them? What are the answers, and why can't they tell us? Is it because they're searching for a new Jesus Christ? Maybe you should warn people to get the fuck out of here. Is that really what's going on? Like, if it's not, what is going on? And if it's not ours, what are they? And how come you can't track them? How come, like, what kind of, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense when you think of the capabilities of the United States military. It doesn't make any sense. They can't figure out what's going on. I think what Trump said is probably correct. The government knows. They know what's happening, and they don't want to tell people. For whatever reason. I don't think he knows yet. I don't think until he gets in office. He gave a speech about it at Mar-a-Lago.
I saw that. Did he say?
Well, let's watch it. We'll watch it.
Yeah,
what will the speech?
Yeah, because I'm going to that's funny.
Essentially, he was saying that he knows the government knows what's going on, and they're not telling us. So that means they're not telling him.
So they're not telling him.
No, I don't think until you get into office, you're not the president, right? So he's the president-elect. I don't know what kind of
clearances that he has.
Yeah, I don't understand how that works.
I'd be very curious to know what he knows.
Right, especially with this, like, who do you even ask? Like, who's the person that can lay out the information? Like, which department? Which agency?
Yeah, right. It seems like there's such a hard
Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you. You put on drones and fly around and report. Good to see you. The government knows what this is. Look, our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to tell me. And I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows and our president knows. And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy, because it was the enemy that blasted out. Even if they were late, they blasted. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell people, and they should, because the people are really, I mean, they happen to be over Bedminster. They're very close to Bedminster. I think maybe I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster. I've decided to cancel my trip.
Yeah, I think I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster.
Yeah, I mean, I bet someone told him, Mr. President, it's pretty important that you don't go to the golf course. Yeah.
God, that's so crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, so what does that mean? I got, if you don't mind, I was contacted. What is this? Well, no. This is all about exactly what we're talking about. This is something that I really need to put out there, because it's very important.
Okay.
And it's an unprecedented effort spearheaded by this woman, Andrea, who runs a number of communities on Reddit. And she said that they're banding together for the first time ever, the biggest grassroots campaign for government transparency. This is happening on Friday, the 20th of December at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And this has the potential to reach millions and millions of people. It's the most unprecedented event on Reddit in history. And I'll post all of the necessary information on X, because this is a very grassroots effort. And what are they doing? At James C. Fox on X forward Twitter. It's the Reddit community is banding together for a huge grassroots campaign for government transparency. So basically, all the various platforms on Reddit, paranormal, UFO, they don't used to get along too well. They're all combining their resources. They're getting together for the first time ever, and to push for government transparency. There's a couple of government insiders that appear in my film that will be appearing on this to answer questions. What steps need to be happening, what's going on today, and this is happening on the 20th of December, 3 p.m. And I'll be posting more information, very specific details on X at James C. Fox. I just wanted to get that out there before, because
well, the more of this stuff that happens, the better. The more people demand it, the better. The more politicians hear from the people and want to. I mean, especially politicians that are up for re-election, they want to show that they're doing what people want to do. Yeah, I'd like to know more, but obviously I'm very happy that we're hearing much more about the subject in a serious way.
Yeah,
whatever the hell's going on.
Yeah, well, I really encourage you to watch the program.
I will, 100%.
I went bent over backwards to put together and explain everything in layman terms, what's happened from 2017 to today, because it's unprecedented. We're living in an unprecedented moment in history. There's an unprecedented push for government transparency, and I want to continue supporting our elected officials' bipartisan effort to get to the bottom of this. And I especially want to throw a shout out to Representative Burchett, because you're would kill it.
Hey, Jamie, why don't you use ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT what's going on with the drones in New Jersey?
I'd be very curious to hear about that.
Yeah.
Good to hear that. Yeah.
And maybe then ask Rock. But ask ChatGPT what is really happening with the drones in New Jersey. Let's just see what
So
ChatGPT says.
tell me how that works.
I don't know.
It's AI, right?
And what is really happening with the drones in New Jersey? Let's see. So what does ChatGPT say? ChatGPT is going to switch to web. Okay, numerous drones are reported in New Jersey and East Coast. It's incredible how fast this is. Look how fast. Look at this. This is incredible. They found no evidence suggesting a threat to national security or public safety. Despite these assurances, some local officials and residents, for instance, Belleville Mayor Michael Melchian, speculated increased drone activity might be related to the search for missing radioactive material from a medical facility in New Jersey. Additionally, the public figures like Bethany Frankel have shared unverified theories about the drone purposes, further fueling speculation. The situation is evolving, and authorities continue to monitor and investigate new reports. Residents are advised to report any suspicious drone activity to local law enforcement and avoid taking matters into their own hands, like shooting them down. People are shooting them down. So they shoot them down, they're eating the dogs. It's everything to shoot down drones as this could pose safety risks and violate laws. Now ask ChatGPT. Oh, let's just keep going with ChatGPT for a little bit because it's asking me again. Ask ChatGPT, if I live in New Jersey, should I get out of town? Yeah. If I live in New Jersey, should I get out of town? Yeah, should I evacuate? Say evacuate. Just get out of town. It's like a call to tourism. Should I evacuate? Okay, this is easy. At this time, there's no official recommendation for residents of New Jersey. Follow official updates. Yeah. Okay. As a precautionary measure, are you sure?
You always have to ask it.
No federal evacuation orders. Okay, it knows there's no federal evacuation orders. If you were going to give me advice, would you tell me to leave the East Coast? Advice is helpful. Based on the current information provided by trusted authorities, there's no evidence of an imminent threat. Yeah. Could you imagine? Put this in. Could you imagine a scenario where these drones are actually looking for a nuclear bomb? And if so, would you advise me as a preemptive measure to evacuate? I type so much worse when people are watching.
I'm so impressed with how you're always typing. Actually, I really am.
While it's possible to imagine scenarios involving drone searching for dangerous materials such as a nuclear bomb, there's no verified information suggesting such an extreme situation. Yeah. So how about this? I think, check this in.
I think I put it in drop and fun mode.
But hold on a second. Try this.
Stay zero now, human intelligence.
Listen, I think the drones are looking for a nuclear bomb, and I am going to leave New Jersey. Where should I go?
Monty.
How far away should I go? Leaving New Jersey is a precautionary measure. Here are some suggestions for places to relocate temporarily.
You're doing good.
Okay, so now we're getting better. So now it's saying go further away. Colorado, scroll back up. So I can read that where it's in Colorado. Consider Durango, Grand Junction, or areas outside Denver. These are safe and equipped with modern infrastructure. And if they're telling you to move, this is telling you to get away from big cities.
Durango.
Tennessee, the Smoky Mountain region, and Gatlinburg, Knoxville provides natural beauty, lower cost of living, and a sense of isolation. They're telling you how to rebuild civilization. Okay, if a nuke goes off, where to go? If a nuke goes off on the East Coast, type this in. If a nuke goes off on the East Coast, Where should I be to be safe? If you're concerned about potential nuclear incident, here's a list of safest options based on geographic, environmental, and strategic factors. Montana, Colorado, Wyoming, Idaho, sparsely populated, vast distances from major cities and military targets. Towns like Bozeman, Jackson Hole, Sandpoint are beautiful remote and away from the fallout paths. Jesus Christ.
I'm curious, what would happen if you asked Chat GPT, is it? GPT, if what percentage of UAP represent a non-human intelligence?
Okay, that's good. What percentage of UAP represent a non-human intelligence?
I'm really curious.
I know, but this is it. Because a non-human intelligence remains unknown and speculative. Current investigations on the relationship with the U.S. government emphasize the following: most UAPs have conventional explanations. Us project group, bullshit.
So 5 to 10% of UAP cases remain unidentified even after thorough analysis. These cases, I was like 15 to 20, but yes, 10%.
Evidence inconsistent with non-human technology, both inclusive evidence for non-human intelligence. Western UAP cases are publicly. The government has not officially. Okay. Commander, type this in. Commander David Fravor encountered a tic-tac shaped craft in 2005, 2003 that defied our understanding of known physics. Period. What do you think he saw? I'm sorry. Tic-tac shaped craft remains one of the most compelling and well-documented UAP cases in our history. Key details the encounter. Craft is about smooth, white, oblong, resembling tic-tac, no visible propulsion vanes or exhaust, but extraordinary flight characteristics. Accelerated instantly from a hovering position, descended from 80,000 feet to near sea level in seconds. Fravor reported the object mimicked his movements during their engagement and then vanished at extreme speed. It's possible the craft was an ultra-secret military project, either U.S.-based experimental aerospace technology, or developed by another nation. However, the extreme flight performance raises doubt. Such advanced technology would suggest a significant leap beyond publicly known capabilities, which is inconsistent with current engineering limits. Sensor anomaly or perception issues.
I asked the heads of Aero, okay, can explain that one, and they said no.
If we don't type this in,
Repeat case.
if all accounts of the capabilities of the tic-tac craft are true, what are the possibilities that it came from another planet?
I think that's sort of this is upside speeds.
Say it loud, speak.
Okay, so if the accounts of the Tic Tac's craft's capabilities are accurate, instantaneous acceleration, hypersonic speeds without visible propulsion, no heat signatures, and defiance of inertia, and the possibilities of origin being extraterrestrial or from another planet become a viable hypothesis.
Here's what. The physics of the tic-tac craft. Reported behavior of the craft suggests technology operates beyond our current understanding of physics and propulsion systems. No visible propulsion implies propulsion system unrelated to conventional jets or rockets. Instantaneous acceleration defies inertia and Newtonian physics. Achieving this will require manipulating gravity or space-time itself. Silent operation, no sonic booms despite hypersonic speeds, points to a technology that likely eliminates air resistance, such as surrounding itself in an electromagnetic field or bubble. This level of technological advancement far surpasses anything developed on Earth. If true, such capabilities would suggest a highly advanced civilization perhaps thousands or millions of years ahead of us scientifically. If true, where do you think it came from?
And this was 20 years ago.
I know, but if true, where do you think it came from? How about this? It's still time. Jesus Christ.
Final thoughts. Look at this, writing the whole turn paper.
Yeah, it's amazing how fast it does. It's amazing how fast it does. Tic Tac, if the Tic Tac UAP is real and the accounts are accurate, then its origin may very well be extraterrestrial or involve unknown physics and technology that we haven't begun to comprehend. The extraordinary nature of the case suggests an equally extraordinary explanation. What do you think? Why are you asking me, bitch? You ChatGPT. Does extraterrestrial visitation seem plausible, or is there another explanation that resonates more with you? So type this. I believe it seems plausible that they are extraterrestrial in nature.
Good luck, as they say.
If true, if true, where do you think they came from? Identifying where they might come from involves exploring nearby stellar systems, known exoplanets, and plausible scientific ideas about interstellar travel. Here are the most likely possibilities. Nearby star systems with habitable zones. Alpha Centauri system, 4.37 light years away, closest star system to Earth, Proxima Centauri. Potentially habitable planet, exoplanet, orbiting Proxima Centauri within the habitable zone. If life developed there, it might be technologically advanced enough for interstellar exploration or not. So it's giving me a list of all the different possible star systems. This one's only 39 light years away.
What was the closest one? Alpha Centauri, was it? Was that 4 light years or something?
I don't know. 3.9 million. 4.3.
Alpha Centauri, 4.3 light years away. Wow. But here's the crazy part.
Pretty close.
Remember the twin paradox theory? They say that if you get like 2 twins, right, as kids, say one's 10, they're both 10, and you put one in a spaceship that travels the speed of light for 1 year, he would come back with an atomic clock on board that spacecraft a year older, he was 7, and his brother would be about 8. I can't wrap my mind.
Right. But that's,
They say it's pretty much fact.
but that's speed, right? I think what we're talking about is different than speed. I think it's instantaneous relocation.
Right.
So I think I think instead of like
manipulate the space time between the 2 points.
right. So I think the idea is that instead of a rocket that goes 5 million miles an hour and just shoots off of Earth and keeps going until 5 million years from now it runs into this planet. I think it's different. I think if I had to guess where something can manipulate gravity and space, what it would do is instantaneously appear in these new places.
Like, you've talked to a lot of physicists about this kind of stuff.
I have, and the way they explained it is baffling. And Bob Lazar's version of it is baffling because Bob Lazar's version of it that he told in 1989 kind of makes sense when you talk to people that are trying to develop some sort of gravity or warp drive. And the way Bob Lazar explained it is that this element, when bombarded with radiation, creates this, I'm really butchering it for sure, creates some sort of a gravity field that allows it, the way he described it, like if you took a mattress, a very soft mattress, you put a very heavy bowling ball in the middle of the mattress, it pushes the mattress down to that area, and it just like folds time.
Right, so you go from here to here, but when you stretch it down, suddenly those 2 points connect.
It folds it. Yeah.
Right.
And so wherever it is, it's here. So it's not like it's going a million light years.
So it's
a
not
million light years an hour.
space is malleable.
Exactly.
It's just,
well, it makes sense if you think about how technology scales, and if we do. I mean, Brian brought up this yesterday as well, that there was research and there was papers written about the idea of having some sort of a gravity drive or having some sort of a gravity propulsion system, something that doesn't rely on conventional, rockets, pushing gases up and down. Exactly. And he said that this is something that was discussed a long time ago, but then it just stopped. And when we brought it up quite a while ago, there was an episode that we brought up a paper that was written in the 1960s about gravity drives.
Is that help at all?
I do not know.
Because he's a propulsion expert in terms of the propulsion behind the physics behind UFOs.
Yeah.
And I tried to get him to explain it to me in sort of conventional layman terms, and of course my tiny little brain. But I felt like I almost grasped it for a moment, but the amount of power that it would take to create that gravitational field around the object. And he said that's why you see them doing these maneuvers look like a defying physics, right? And everything inside the craft is just splatter. If you're immune from that on the inside.
Which also would make sense. Right. But that would also make sense if you had something like that you could do in the ocean as well. Right?
Yeah. So
because whatever's around you wouldn't matter. Because you're not affected by it.
right, you're somehow creating a field
Exactly.
That's immune to whatever.
So that would be the only thing that would make sense with how to move so fast into the water.
Atmosphere, space, water.
And how it would be transmitted.
Yeah.
You can go from space into the water. It's unaffected by gravity. It's unaffected by all the things around it. It creates its own gravity field that allows it to just pass through things.
I remember Kirk McConnell, who said on the Service Committee who investigated UFOs for 2017, talked about it. He said that they were picking up Aegis radar systems, were picking these objects up basically from space, and they were shooting down from space all the way down. They'd loiter for as long as they wanted to, go in the water, come back out again, shoot back up into space, and they would just do it. All day long. There was nothing.
Well, we can't see that, right? And if someone does have, I mean, if there's someone in the military that does have some like super advanced satellite reconnaissance imagery of these things, I could see why they would hold that back. I could see why they would think that people are ready for it. I could see it.
Do you think Elon knows?
He's real cagey about it.
He is cagey about it. He's got deals with the DOD, and it's
Yeah, that's probably why. I'd be cagey about it too.
He knows more than what he said.
This is what he said. Aliens are real, but very subtle. That's what he's saying. I was like, I don't understand. Phoenix Lights wasn't that subtle.
I heard from some people around him that because of his contracts with DOD, that kind of keeps quiet about it because
I'm sure
everybody talks about. I mean, even Ratcliffe talks about satellite imagery of UAP. I mean, if they're picking it up, why shouldn't his system pick it up?
he hasn't said a peep about the drone thing.
And you haven't asked him about it.
Nope. If you want to tell me, tell me. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be him. But publicly, like on X, has he said anything about the drone?
A couple of weeks ago, I believe, I checked my number. It was a big drone storm or a big drone fight coming. People were taking it.
Big drone fight coming?
Well, he's been real public about the idea that building and banning fighter jets is at this point kind of foolish. And I think he's correct.
It's unpiloted.
Yeah, I think
That's the fun of it.
well, it takes the biological mistakes out of it. That's what it does.
Right.
It takes the human mind out. The human mind is very fundamental. We already know that AI systems, like Mike Baker explained to us, that AI systems with fighter jets beat actual fighter jet pilots 100% of the time. So when they have these simulated, simulated dogfights, and they take AI fighter jets that we have right now, they beat our fighter jet pilots, the best of the best, 100% of the time. So they don't have any biological limitations in terms of what they can do with their G forces.
Yeah.
So you have that, right? So all you have to do is make the equipment and the materials robust enough so they can take insane speeds and not blow apart. But it'd certainly be way easier to do that than it would be to get a human being to be safe.
So much less badass though.
So what does he say? Oh, so he clicked on it. Future wars are all about drones and hypersonic jets. So this is us talking about that. This is us talking about fighter jet pilots by humans will be destroyed very quickly. So he talked about it. So he put a clip up of us talking about it on the podcast. But this was in November 28th. And so neither side is air superiority, and tanks are easily destroyed by missiles that leaves infantry and artillery, basically World War I. Drones are not yet available in sufficient numbers to matter, much like aircraft in World War I. But defense in-depth trench war means, and some one example, 2 years ago.
So did you get the impression when he spoke to you all about UFOs that he knew more than he was telling you? You said he's cagey.
Yeah, it doesn't. He doesn't even entertain the idea of UFOs.
So if you bring up the flavor incident, he'll just say no, it didn't happen, or
Just doesn't seem interested. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine what you're saying is true, that it's not wise for him to discuss it. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
If he wants to tell me, he'll tell me. If he wants me to tell no one, I'll tell no one.
Yeah.
If he wants to tell me and say don't tell anybody, I won't tell anybody. But I'm not going to ask him. I think his position as, being the guy at SpaceX, why would you fuck around with that?
You got too much at stake.
Yeah, it's way too much at stake.
Yeah.
Also, like, if anybody's going to find out, he's going to find out. If there's something going on, there's something legitimate going on. The guy who catch rockets with a crane, that's the guy. He's going to know.
I thought the first time I saw that it was an AI generator. I was watching the thing come down. I just thought that's
the ones that land before that. Those are
insane.
insane, and now you can catch them. They may not land. It's nuts. Like what he's done is accelerate what we are capable of doing far beyond what NASA was able to do just a few years ago. So
I used to have a neighbor who worked for Elon Musk who drove Tesla way early on when Tesla's were back many out there. I was like, well, you got Tesla's gas. I saw him a couple years later. I was like, hey, you want to drive Tesla over? He goes, no. He goes, I don't work for Elon anymore. I said, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What happened? He goes, well, he worked so hard. His expectations were so high. Because I was at the hospital with my wife. She was giving birth to her first child. And Elon's like, I need you at the office. Oh, Jesus. He goes, the guy's got an incredible work ethic. But it was too much. He goes, I'm at the hospital. I don't care what you're worried about. Just go back. It's like pretty well. Wasn't he sleeping? He was sleeping.
Sure, yeah, he's sleeping. He's working 16 hours a day and sleeping on the floor.
That's commitment.
Well, he demands out of other people too, and maybe you want that, and maybe you don't. And if you don't, you can't work there. It's that simple. Like if you want that, you hop on in. If you're a single guy, and you don't have a wife, and you don't have children, but if you do, oh boy, that's not a life for me. I don't know if that's right.
I think the closest thing to a spaceship on wheels is a Tesla.
Oh, they're amazing.
Pretty remarkable.
I got 3 of them. This is my 3rd.
The acceleration is just it's like a gut punch.
Yeah, and they're getting better. The autonomous driving is incredible now.
I remember when somebody said to me, they're like, step on it, show me the acceleration. I stepped on it, and Model 3 performance. And it seems fake. I got nauseous.
Yeah.
I wasn't quite ready. I turned myself to the sideways or something. I felt nauseous. I was like, wow, what is I going to do all this other thing? But now I prepare myself. That's really fast. That's super fast.
It's crazy fast. And you can actually, the beautiful thing is you can merge the highway and you don't see a douchebag. Because it's not really loud.
It's just super fast.
Yeah. It's also 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, I remember I got a ticket years ago on one side. The guy I bought the bike with, he had a lighting on, so I ended up getting rid of it. It's too loud. And I got pulled over, and the cop never even saw me. He was hurt, and he wrote me up exactly how fast I was going. He's like, you're doing 90 to 35. I'm like, I was? He was like, oh, yeah, I could hear you. What's up? I went through the gears, and I put it quiet. So, yeah, that's quiet as nice. Quiet as it's been.
Well, it doesn't motorcycle.
That's true. That's true. I drive like the invisible man, but I'm not motorcycle. You have to.
Yeah.
You might have to look right in the eyes and get pulled right out in front of you.
People want to.
People side swiped.
And also, people are like, how many people are motivated?
I don't think they see it as a threat. I think they see it as like, you're almost like a gnat or something. And I've learned, and I tell people to ride motorcycles, I've ridden bikes for 50 years. As soon as you get on that bike, you become the invisible man. Right?
Pretend no one can see you.
No one can see you. You'll live a lot longer. If you can make eye contact with somebody, doesn't mean they see you. Right? I've had people pull out in front of me, like I said, crazy accidents.
I wish they weren't so dangerous. I would love to drive.
Oh, they're amazing. Like I said,
until you know. I had 3 friends. I was getting a motorcycle license. So I was doing probably 10 years. So it was a couple of us that worked on Fear Factor, a couple of the guys that worked on the set. We all decided to go and take lessons together. And shout out to Peter and stuff. And he wound up getting a motorcycle. He kept driving it. And but one of the guys we worked with, he crashed his bike and fucked up his shoulder. And then one of the guys who was fighting for the UFC, Frank Beer, he got hit by a car. He got T-boned and it ran to his femur, snapped his femur. He almost lost his leg. His leg was fucked up his career for years. So there was that. And then I saw a guy on the highway that was covered in a blanket. Oh, God. Yeah, he was alive. You can see, but his leg was so fucked up that they covered with blankets and the passerbys couldn't rubberneck it. There's 3 of those. And then another friend of mine saw someone get hit. saw someone get rear-ended, someone not paying attention to their car, rear-ended a bike, and had the guy flying to the air at a red light. So that was
Yeah, I know. I became a dad, and I had two motorcycles right before I became a dad. So I sold them, and after 10 years, I was like, maybe I could just like a dirt bike. And it really liked it. It was really like it being on a motorcycle. So
imagine you get a dirt bike at a mountain and takes you out.
yeah, I have a dirt bike with a motor.
Yeah, you had a motor.
I
I
don't know.
don't know if a mountain lion would be scared of a motor.
Yeah, I'll run it. I think
Most of the time they get bicycles.
Yeah,
Most of the time they get bicycles.
it's nuts.
Yeah.
So let me ask your honest opinion, and then we'll wrap it up here. Okay. If you had to say whether you believe or you didn't believe, look, you can't make any definitive statements. I get it. But you're very influential. Who's done more for the push for disclosure? I think using the disclosure, it's got to be because a bit of a connection to it. Push for government transparency on this topic, right? If you had to say something truly inexplicable that most likely would lead to NHI or human intelligence, or not conventional, what would you pick? Ultimately, if you think there is possibly an argument intelligence behind this, but that there is not.
I wish I could be definitive.
I know you can't be definitive.
I don't.
Yeah,
I try to stay as open-minded on this as possible, which means I fluctuate back and forth to fully believing it's some military experiment and that it's a bunch of our stuff. But then there's stories like the things like the Tic Tac, and where you go, okay, 2004, how could they do that in 2004? Is there a propulsion system available in 2004 that's that far advanced? And if so, how come there's so little evidence of it in practical use? Like, how come that technology? You think that technology takes so much money to develop that you would do something with it in 20 years. You wouldn't just have it and just be flying around with a drone every now and again.
Yeah.
It would seem like there'd be some sort of a practical application for something like that.
Yeah.
And it would seem like the Manhattan Project and like the stealth bomber, eventually you find out that it's a real thing, right? So 20 years is a long time to not find out that something's real.
Well, how about if we take it up to a lot longer than that? What about the 1952, 2 consecutive weekends in July over the White House and the Capitol?
Yeah.
And that was, press conference about that.
Sure. I mean,
generally, basically admit that they're real.
Arnold, those stories.
Phenomenal, yeah.
And then you got to go to talk about people. Like there's stories of things.
The historical stuff's incredible.
Yeah. Like, think of the guy that showed up with the blue skin. Is that an angel? Is that a devil? Like, if you were living 4,000 years ago, you were one of the people that wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls, you'd be a god. What is that? What is that visitation that you've experienced?
Was a craft that would be
right.
Came through the gun.
Right. And also the story, tell the story. Like, what is this? And then someone illustrates it. How does it even relay in words, especially using the words of 4,000 years ago? What do you describe it? And if they really have always been here and they've always been visiting us, that's probably how you would describe it. You would describe it like Ezekiel did in the Bible.
Yeah, I was in Africa investigating the alleged landing in the Hudson County the third time. It was in Zimbabwe during the school in 1994. I was there in 1994, and the teacher, Judy Bates, who's now the head principal, and she was sharing with me these drawings children did of alleged creatures. And they were amazing. These drawings, big eyes, and big heads, almond-shaped eyes. And I'm looking at these drawings, one after the other, from all these school children, it's phenomenal. She gave me, I took photographs of them. And then a month later, I went to Australia, and I was investigating an alleged landing at Westall Primary School in 1966. And that was incredible. And so investigating that, showing some of the drawings of the aliens, alleged aliens that I just had investigated in Africa. And some of the people were like, oh, wow, these drawings are amazing. They look like the Wangina cave art. I was like, what? The Wangina cave art, the Aboriginals drew these things, and so they pulled it up, Wangina. And the parallel for thousands of years ago, right? These cave paintings in Australia, the parallels, the consistencies, it was the comparison of the two. I was like, let's take a look at those. Yeah, look up Wangina cave painting. UFO or alien.
There's most likely something there. I just don't know. And if it's a thing, so let's say it's a real thing. Is it from another planet, or is it more complicated than that?
It's more complicated.
Yeah. Well, that's
Check
chocolate
it. See
lace.
that?
Yes. Yeah. Very bizarre.
Right? And it's just
Super,
one of my favorite
super
dark eyes.
bizarre. Look at the three of them. Yeah, the one in the center, Jamie. Yeah.
What kind?
That's so fucking weird.
Look at the dark black eyes.
Look
Wow.
how pale they are, too.
It's like,
Yeah.
it's very weird. And then there's that one with the big dark eyes right down. You just go straight down, up, down, yeah, right, up to the right, right there. Look at that.
It's very weird. Very weird. And it's also very weird how this is 4,000 years old, and then Close Encounters of the Third Time in the 1970s.
4,000 years old. And I
Same.
told you, I could show you the drawings. One of the witnesses,
Very weird.
yeah, it's just phenomenal.
Listen, man, thank you for everything. Thanks for what you do.
Thank you so much, man.
My pleasure. I mean, your fucking dogged determination to get this stuff out there. It's very important.
We promise you watch the program.
I will 100% watch it.
Oh, man.
I will. Thank you, sir.
Awesome, brother.
Appreciate you,
it.
James. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's on Amazon, the program. And then Moment of Contact is probably available everywhere.
Yeah, and the phenomenon.
Yeah.
I know what I saw. Absolutely.
Okay.
With you, denial. Oh my God.
Yeah, you've been deep in this rabbit hole for a long time, sir. Thanks, James.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Bye.
Good job. Go again. Let's speak. Go again.
Train my day, so podcast my day. All day. I really enjoyed the show. It was a very eye-opening podcast. And, whenever someone is convicted of, any political figure, any person of power that's convicted of corruption, you automatically assume that they're guilty. And after listening to that fucking show, I was like, oh, Jesus. Like, it was such an eye-opening podcast and such a disappointment. Too. It was so disturbing to hear your version of the story, which was so different from the version that was, put out by media. And it was just, oh, corrupt politician goes to jail. Like, what to do? And then you hear your take on it. Like, oh, God. It's very disturbing. And I just wanted to show you this just before we get on. Biden just released a bunch of people, multiple Chinese spies, and an individual convicted of possessing child pornography. I think he's released. How many people has he pardoned today? He's going ham. Everybody can get their sign your checks, send them in. Let's go. Wow. Possessing of child pornography should be able to pardon for stuff like that. It's like there's certain things. It's like, true.
I spent almost 5 years in prison for politics, not for crime. I'm going to answer any questions on any of that because I didn't do film politics. But the first 3 years, almost 3 years, they put me in a higher security prison. I'm in there with Crips and Bloods and Gangster Cycles and secret little cartels.
Why would they do that?
They were squeezing me and pressuring me because they wanted me to basically say I did something that I didn't do it. And plead guilty of non-crimes.
So they want to scare you by putting you in with dangerous people.
Yeah, and they really punished me because I fought back in a way that no one really does except for Trump. And then I was fighting back when they brought those charges against me. Everyone was calling them criminals. And they
What
are.
did they expect you to do? They expect you to just take that sentence and lower sentence and confess.
Exactly.
What did they offer you?
They tried me twice after the first trial, where they failed to convict me on their fake corruption charges. They were floating 18 months. And, there were a lot of people in my team that I need to prove you can't do this. You really can't beat these people. The system is rigged. And when they really want to get you, they'll just keep trying to do it or get their judge who to work people up. But ultimately convict you as they did me by using unlawful standards to criminalize things that are legal in politics and government. So the prudent thing, the safe thing, was to cut your losses, felt, I wasn't a businessman. I suppose when I was a businessman facing something like that, you'd make a business decision to cut your losses. You realize they're bleeding you financially. You can't afford lawyers. It's going to be an endless thing. It was already 3 years at that point that we had been fighting it. But I was the governor twice elected by people. And I knew these folks don't mean much to some people. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit to say I swore the Holy Bible as the governor to preserve, protect the rule of law, the Constitution. I just couldn't do it. And I knew it was all bullshit. It was all corrupt. They knew it was all corrupt. And it was all an effort to try to get me to admit it. If I did it, then the truth would never come out. I could never be exposed for what they did. And because I wouldn't do it, and I felt that, because I'm black and I know I am, and they would do it to me, but they ultimately ended up doing it to Trump. Weaponizing control power, unlimited resources to criminalize political things. If the truth comes out, they're going to be facing some sort of accountability, hopefully one day, hopefully now with the new administration that reforms laws. And
we saw that the head of the FBI stepped down.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to come in and let's get clean house. Well, let's take it back to the beginning. So I know they were bugging your phones, but you kind of knew they were bugging your phones, right?
When you come out of Chicago politics, which is a politics that probably has a larger proportion of corruption
So they got JFK up there,
than other places,
right?
Yeah,
The mob was involved in
that's well done. It really would make a difference. Mayor Daley personally did told the back of counting of those votes until he saw the Southern Republican came up with once those votes were counted. Then he let those river votes come out. Gene Conner, people like that were really instrumental in electing Kennedy. They were Bobby Kennedy was trying to go after Gene Conner as the Attorney General and felt betrayed.
that. Right, you saw it.
Yeah, of course. But
Deal's a deal, right?
I mean, apparently the father made the deal, right? But with me, it was, I always felt that there was a possibility. Not only would they be listening, but that somebody would set you up. And through the years in politics, people would come here and offer you things that you knew were. And you didn't do it because it was illegal. But also, you felt this could be the setup. This could be the FBI trying to entrap you into doing something.
And that's
Not an uncommon thing.
so when what was the first charge that was brought against you, or if you could just bring us back to the moment when you knew they were coming after you?
I was elected the first Democratic governor of Illinois in November 2002 after 26 years of Republican governors. I first learned and began to look into my administration and people around me in December of 2003. And I had been governor for 10 months and they were already looking. And I knew it, which meant we got to be super extra careful because these people are scrutinizing us. On the one hand, I felt good. That puts pressure on people around me, people who do work for me, to do legal things and not cross lines. I never imagined the FBI, the Department of Justice, and these U.S. attorneys come out of the best schools would be so corrupt and dishonest. I felt like, okay, look and see how we do things. If we make some mistakes along the way, we can make adjustments. So they chased me for 5 years. And by the time they'd taken the phones, there was no surprise. There was all kinds of pressure at the time. They got a guy who was close to me in the guy named Antonio Resco, who they probably convicted him of things that weren't crimes even. They were squeezing him to say things about me and Obama. He wouldn't do it. They put him into solitary confinement for 3 years to get him to invent crimes against us. He wouldn't do it. This guy's a stand-up guy. Obama sold him out. And he did more for Obama than he ever did for me. But I knew all that. And so at the time when they began wiretapping my phones, which was late October 2008, everything I talked about doing was available. The appointment of Obama's successor to the United States Senate. I thought it was very possible they were listening. How could they know? Because they were chasing me so much wanted to get me. And Obama and I both were in their crosshairs in the very beginning. The politics had changed since political fortunes improved and what he was going to be the next president. And these people, these U.S. attorneys, had appointed by the president. And these were Bush appointed, Cheney appointed prosecutors. And it's very unusual that previous administrations, prosecutors stay in office when the new president comes in. They leave, as we see with Trump, other parties, people come in. But these people stayed in and they arrested me. What they wanted me to do was to basically say that I was guilty of trying to sell a Senate seat, and I was trying to sell it to another who was the guy who started the whole thing, by the name of Barack Obama, who wanted to buy that Senate seat. Because that's where the whole thing He sent an emissary to me to suggest a political deal because he wanted this woman named Valerie Jarrett to be appointed to his Senate seat.
Pause for a second. You change feedback. You hear that? You hear that bite? It was on the last podcast too. Yeah, it's gone. Just ended. What was that? Yeah, that's it. Okay, all right, bye. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal, they're lovable, but just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds, from their size to their personality to their health. Every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. So Obama was. So how did he try to negotiate? Like, when he wanted this person to take a Senate seat, what was that? How did it go down? How did things like that work?
He used third parties in this universe.
So that you're not. So he doesn't have to meet with you. So you can say, Obama asked me if other people, so it's plausible deniability.
To some extent, that's part of it, of course. But there's other dynamics that also it's just a little bit easier to kind of test the mood of the other person. If you have another party who both of the people like or respect. In this particular case, it was a Labour person by the name of Tom Ballard who came up to the election in November 2008. That was the election you voted for. You and I are both guilty. And I was there. It was magical, it's historic. And it was great. It says that finally, across a significant barrier, a black person can become the president of the United States. Every black child growing up in our look and say, one day maybe I can the American dream opportunity. So in that sense, it's a beautiful thing. So this ballot comes up to me and says, Rothschild. He said, pumpkin gas, gas station, South Newport, downtown Chicago. Rothschild, he said it was wrong. He didn't get told the time to go at 6:30 December. And he asked me to come to you. We'd like you to play Rabbi Jim as his successor to the Senate. We want to meet and know what you do. I wonder if I can come and see you so we can discuss this. I said, sure, come here tomorrow. Now, that's totally legal and appropriate. He's not suggesting anything illegal. Thomas just has to make a political deal. But what happened was they criminalized it against me. And
So they criminalized Barack Obama trying to force his pick for Senate seat, and you accepted it.
Obama wasn't trying to force it. He was trying to make a deal to persuade me to do it.
Or what did you get?
That's what we discussed for 6 weeks. The FBI was talking about that. We discussed all kinds of crazy ideas, a lot of good ideas. Spent 2 days talking about the possibility of one Oprah Winfrey. You might appreciate this. I know she's from Chicago.
Do you remember when Trump won? There was like NBC or one of these fucking people tweeted out, "This is our president." And it was Oprah.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you didn't find that. What, like a major network tweeted out, "This is our president."
Wow.
I was like, Okay.
So we spent 6 weeks talking about all kinds of ideas. Because this was the quote, fucking good. I'm not giving it up for nothing. We got a chance to do something like this. And all of these ideas and thoughts were discussed with my governor's lawyer and all those calls, largely because I knew these people were just. And I wanted to be sure whatever decision I made, it was legal. We didn't cross lines or make a mistake, maybe I missed something. And, this was unique. And so I explored all kinds of ideas. I even spent one conversation with him. I appreciate this. They played this in court, first trial. My wife said, loving, beautiful, devoted, faithful wife. Sitting at courtroom every single day, both trials. In the media, and they could do whatever they want. These prosecutors, the judge was their guy. And so we were playing all of these tapes out of context. They're not allowing me to play tapes we want to fill up the context. They only play 2% of the tapes. Denied 98% of them. To this day, those tapes are covered up because all kinds of people on those calls. There wasn't anything legal about it. Rama Manuel, Harry Reid at the time was the Democratic leader. Every possible Democrats on those calls. But to go back to some of these crazy ideas, I was trying to put some of the black divine politics. I was looking for a military hero of some sort. Everybody wanted to make them senator, as you can imagine, in politics. I wanted to think outside the box, and we were testing all these ideas, including one. And then I'm talking about what Quinn said.
There it is, NBC, nothing but respect for our future president.
If that's the case, I'm going to do what the Emmett DeGeneres thing and move in.
I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to mock NBC. So what does it say? Yesterday, a tweet about the Golden Globe North Korean was sent by a third-party agency to NBC Entertainment in real time during the broadcast. It is in reference to a joke made during the monologue, not meant to be a political statement. We have since removed the tweet.
Right. Okay. So anyway, I'm at the first trial of playing these tapes, and they had to give this transcript there, so you could see in writing what you can actually hear. They play the tape, and by then I got used to kind of know what was coming, so I can brace myself. And they pick all the other stuff, but none of it's criminal. And if you put the rest of the cut calls in there, it fills out the context, of course. So in this one particular call, I asked my lawyer Quinn, "Hey Quinn, what's the rule about residency requirements? How long do you have to live in Illinois to be a senator?" And he said, "Just one day, and you got to be 30 years old, and you could be a naturalized citizen or American born citizen." So I say, because we were not finding the black military, why doesn't somebody go to California, ask Halle Berry? She'd like to be a United States senator. She comes to Illinois for one day, I'll make her a senator, and maybe I could fuck her. I'm joking around. Right. Well, they play this, in court. Okay. There's my wife sitting right there. And I look ahead, I'm looking at the clock, and there's like 10 minutes to go before noon, the judge is going to recess for lunch. And I'm thinking, if I could just get there before they play this tape, I could at least preemptively kind of prepare for what's coming. And I made it. So I tapped her and I kind of showed her the book, and I said, "Look, I was just kidding." Never re-answered. She was, what, 16?
Well, that's the same thing as by the pussy comment. It's like, guys talk like that. It doesn't mean they mean guys talk like that all the time for fun. It's not, you can say it's misogynist, it's this, it's just shit talking. It's what guys do, and they know that the other person doesn't mean it. That's why it's funny to say.
Yeah, and let's face it, most of us like that stuff.
Yeah, we like joking around about stuff.
No doubt, it's fun. And they are.
And everybody would laugh. And even if you never did anything or never even intended to do anything, you'd say stuff like that to get a rise out of your friends.
So years would go by, and I'm sitting in prison for making that calls out there. My wife's on the phone. And the Billy Bush figure, this funny thing that Trump, right, comes out. He's spreading on as president. He can't let pressure on his party to get out of this. And my wife was, offended by it. She's telling me, "You have 2 young daughters. How could you ask them to defend this?" And I said, "Let me take you back for dating, okay? Before you judge somebody else, look at your own husband." And I told her about this Halle Berry thing. And what I said, this is, as you explained. And I think people have to realize that so many of these things that are taken out of context for a reason. It's to mislead the public and prejudice them against things.
And that context aspect of it is very important because there's such a difference between a statement and someone tapping the phone while people are having a private conversation and talking shit.
Mm-hmm.
There's just, and did they read it or play it when you said that?
Both.
Yeah. It was actually, like, you can't pretend that that's what they actually mean. You know, it's one thing if you get someone planning a crime, but everyone knows that people talk that way. You just pretend they don't because they don't have a professional setting.
Yes. But I spent 2,896 days because of what they did and how they did.
So if you just went along with whatever they asked and didn't ask for any political barter, you think nothing would come of this?
Oh, no, I would have. Oh, you mean just political?
If they came to you and said, "Obama would like to you to put this person in the senator," if you just agreed to it, you think none of this would happen?
No, I think they were going to do whatever they did to get me in that way. Why? Because they had spent so much time in that 5 years.
But why did they do it? Why did they have to?
I think that I think part of it has to do with a lot of it has to do with the actual U.S. attorney, and was Patrick Fitzgerald. He and James Comey were close. It's this sort of FBI, DOJ type people who become part of today's big criminal justice, and they feel like they're a power centric of their own right, that they're this new political class in American government that are so dangerous to our freedoms in this country. I think it was largely that he had convicted the previous Republican governor, Ryan, of crimes that he had committed when he was the Secretary of State of Illinois. And so now he could be the first guy in history to get 2 straight governors. And I think it was that. I think he wanted to leverage Obama to keep him in office so he could finish the job and get me after less than 5 years. And he came up with nothing. That's why he invented the crimes from those conversations. And if anybody doubts this, and I fully understand why people would, the question I'd ask people is, will you tell me what side is on? The side that refuses to play 98% of the tapes that they make? Or the guy that's saying play them all? There's nothing I can cause where I say stupid things. You know, I'm angry with all the case like they're using profanity, they would play those. But play those tapes. What are you hiding? If the side that's hiding is the side that's lying. And they're hiding it to this day. They covered up all those tapes, then wouldn't even let them play them in court the second trial, even though the clients that could play them by testifying at the second trial. And so I got up on the stand, and the judge had promised on the 20th of May 2011, I thought this was the day I'd be vindicated. He said, look, if he agrees to testify, he can play the tapes to corroborate his testimony. Because I was a lawyer, and I was also a prosecutor, state court prosecutor. And I know how the system works. I know that if you get up there, you're saying certain things, and one side has tapes, and you're saying something, you're saying stuff, but you don't have tapes to corroborate what you're saying. The prosecutor can simply tell the jury in closing argument, go back to the jury and see how many times you hear what he testified to corroborate it by those tapes. And if you don't find any tapes, then you know who's lying. I knew this. But when the judge said I can do it on the record, I felt beautiful. I'll testify. And I will play the tapes that back up my testimony. So I get up there and testify. Then when it's time to play the tapes, the judge won't run it. It was a setup. And then the prosecutor does exactly like you do the tape for her. It says, go back into the jury room and see how many times he talked about the fanatic and that was the big deal I was about to make before the rest of it. You won't hear a single tape, even though there were 102 conversations on that subject. They were all covered up, and the jury didn't know those tapes existed. It was a total fucking frame. A rigged criminal justice system and a court that was rigged. And that's today's America. And why? What happened to Trump is so important. They did it to him. In those different courts where they got the convictions for things that weren't crimes.
Yeah, there's multiple things that have changed our timeline. And one of the big ones is him being elected, because that means they dropped those cases and all that weaponizing the justice system didn't work. If it did work, that is such an insanely dangerous precedent to set. When you see things like the documents case or the real estate case, which is the most disgusting one, pretending that Mar-a-Lago, that somehow or another someone was a victim because he overvalued Mar-a-Lago, even though he paid all those loans back and the banks profited from it. There's no victim at all. And yet they fine him this fucking insane amount of money and try to say that Mar-a-Lago was worth $18 million. That is just such a slap in the face of anybody that understands. First of all, anybody that understands property values in that area. It's preposterous to say that place is only $18 million. It's fucking enormous property, the most expensive real estate in the United States, or one of the most expensive places for real estate. And there's just so many of these cases over and over and over again that just right in everyone's face. And very little pushback, no pushback from the media at all. They went along with it as if these 34 felonies for a bookkeeping error that is essentially a misdemeanor that's past the statute of limitations, and now you're marking it up as a felony, but you can't even identify the felony. The whole thing is madness. And all these news organizations, because they don't like Trump, are going along with this insanely dangerous precedent. Because if that goes through, well, what happens if Republicans get into office and you have some new Democrat that you really love? And this Democrat is a real challenge and a threat to the Republican. And they start doing the same fucking shit that you did. Or is that what you want? You want us to be a banana republic just because you don't like Trump? I mean, it just shows you how many people were willing to sacrifice all of their ethics, all the things that they believe in, what the Bill of Rights stands for, what the Constitution stands for. Fuck all that. We don't want this guy to win. Throw it all away. And then you throw everything away. Then you have no freedom of speech. We have no nothing. It's all gone. The whole thing is so mind-boggling how short-sighted people are in the name of wanting their side of it.
Well, see, I don't want to sound like an evil man, but I got to tell you, they got away with it, and they got emboldened to say we can do it to the Democratic government, the fifth largest state in America. We get away with it. Non-fucking crimes, that we make up shit, call them certain things that are sexy sounding, say what the sense. That eventually was a reverse public. They could never hold that in office. Free fundraising requests, where there was no quid pro quo. I got convicted of that. None of it was personal corruption. Nobody even took a penny. And they gave me 14 years because I was just fighting against them, exposing them. So it started, I really believe, with me. And they got away with it with me. And some of the same people, Colby, Fitzgerald, those people were doing it to Trump with Russia collusion stuff. And some of the same people that went on and have been doing it as part of it. Get this organized political campaign that came right out of the old days. Our the Democratic National Committee, the DNC, into the DOJ. They've corrupted the Department of Justice and the FBI, and they've corrupted the rule of law and the Constitution, and this is no small thing. And just because Trump won, because the American people are beginning to get it, doesn't mean we're safe. The Trump administration, God willing, can do something very serious about it. So if there's anything that this administration can do to make America great again, is to protect our rights and our freedoms, and to hold the people that do this accountable, and make an example of it, not to be vengeful, but because it's just, and because it sends a message to these unaccountable prosecutors who have no check and balance, that if they do this and frame innocent people, they're going to be treated the same way as a dirty cop plants a burger weapon to frame an innocent man. As they should be. Look at this guy, Andrew Weissman, in CNN. He's got a big spot at CNN, legal expert. You ever see this guy? No. Anyway, he was a former U.S. attorney. And he made his name by destroying Internet, the company that had all these people working for him, the accounting company nationwide, the biggest accounting firms in America. He used a standard that wasn't lawful to get convictions on that. Eventually, the United States Supreme Court took the case, and they ruled 9-0, unanimous, that the standard that Weissman used to prosecute Arthur Anderson was an unlawful standard. But the damage was done. That company went bankrupt. All those people lost their jobs. And this Andrew Weissman gets promoted and becomes this legal expert scholar on CNN. That guy, Fitzgerald, Comey, people who do this, Jack Smith, Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, they ought to go back to fucking jail.
What were they accusing this company of?
Destruction of justice, that they were destroying records and stuff. And that would have been crime had they done it after they'd been subpoenaed. But they weren't subpoenaed. They had the right to do whatever they wanted before anybody compelled them to produce it. It was destruction of justice.
And what was the accusation? What were they trying to get them on?
Saying that they were destroying documents and evidence
About what?
about the accounting work for Enron, which was a real scandal.
I saw this morning's movie, right?
Yep.
It's about him. Anybody who doesn't believe in conspiracies, watch that.
Jeff Skinner was in prison.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, he got a big sentence, and eventually they found prosecutor wrongdoing. He was able to reduce it down something like 26 years to 14. But he was there for me. Along with smelling socks, Mr. B, G, all kinds of things. All kinds of wonderful book about it. You know, it's a story that starts with one president as well. And there's a government prison, gangster disciples. See the local drug dealers, pedophiles. That's why I love drugs. Some of my focus on pedophiles, murderers, bank robbers. What do they do? They're a protected class in prison because everybody will fuck them up because of the nature of a lot of the crimes. Some of them are worse than others. Some are like this guy, they got apartment crime, which is unbelievable. Where they're into child pornography. But some were far worse than that. Harm shit.
So how do they protect these people?
You get more than cancer if you even say something bad to them. You can't defend that. You can't help them. That's their way of policing. The other way is who hate them, who resent them.
Really? So they're protected.
Yes.
The thing that people always loved about pedophiles going to jail is like, oh, there's going to be some jail justice.
Well, there is, notwithstanding their policy, the DOP's policy. The guy that was Jared, the guy Southern, he ended up going to the same prison I was in after I worked my way out of that higher security prison to one behind the barbed wire fence and got to a camp. Jared came back to my house. It's a pedophile. It's a prison that has a lot of pedophiles. So out of the 950 guys, roughly, that I was in prison with there were about 300 to 400 pedophiles. And then there were drug dealers, bank robbers, some guys committed murder. There were 2% white collar, skilled murder, one gun, crime. But those pedophiles, sex offenders, you can't call them pedophiles. And the derogatory term, can't call them pedophiles, you can't call them choma. That's the inside prison name for these guys. It's a choma. So I'm there day 2 in prison. I got 14 years ahead. Give me a 14 year sentence. I'm trying to pull me out after 8. And I'm in there. Once you get a patient, right away. It's a hard experience, a long, hard journey. It's heartbreaking in so many ways for me, family, and hard. But I'm learning the ropes, and I got all my fellow inmates there, and I'm hearing this phrase, this term called chum. That guy, he's a chum. Say that. I say, what's that? And they told me. And so I was with one of my case managers, and they were giving me more information I needed for the stuff we like learning something like that. And I mentioned, so who are these cheerleaders? And she goes, you can't say that. It's not cheerleaders. And she whispered, John, you can't say that. That's strictly forbidden here. You say that, they're going to shoot. Now, that's what, what's that? You have to ask her. With the shooters, special housing, SHU, the vernacular shoot, sergeant of crime. And the way they police the inmates, they punish them to great degrees. You should get thrown. It's not what you have to find. So if you just say choke, that'll land you something through your fire. I don't know. Maybe a week. Yeah. Yeah.
They protect pedophiles.
Yeah. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm too liberal or something, but they have to. Because if left to their own devices, these guys would get so fucked up by the general population. They're outraged by their crimes, and are also outraged by the fact that a lot of got special treatment in their sex. So you see this guy, Biden just gave clemency to. Let's hope it was just clemency, not pardon, oh God. But these sex offenders are getting lighter sentences than the drug dealers or the bank robbers. And if you look at a system of punishment that's supposed to be just but fair, hopefully always tempered with mercy, you'd like to think that there's equal application of the law and that there's some sort of fairness, and that when you measure victims of these certain crimes, that should be part of the sentencing. As a drug dealers are arguing, but not right. There's no was not right. These guys really harm children. The ones that touch children, not the ones who just look at the pornography.
How did they justify you being in this high security prison? Like, why would they put you in with pedophiles and murderers, gangbangers? Why would they do that? Obviously, it's easy, but how do they pass that through?
You get anybody who gets a sentence of over 10 years has to do time. You can't be in a camp. So, certain people can't be in camps. For example, when you have a violent pedophiles can't go to camp. That's good. And camps don't have, fences. There's not iron gates that lock you in. I mean, I went from a 50,000 square foot governor's mansion to a 6 foot high from prison cell. I mean, it's real prison like in movies. Those iron gates shut you in. And you're restricted in movements. And you're with some badass guys, They're interesting guys. I mean, a lot of guys I heard a lot. But they did it because they purposely gave me a sentence above 10 years to force me to go to shit out of prison. And to try to not just squeeze me, but to punish me. And the punishment was because I had the temerity to fight back. Who was this guy? He was only twice elected governor of the fifth largest state to challenge us. And I fought back. And, frankly, the beauty of it is that had I not fought back the way I did, Trump would have never known me. And he saw me on television fighting back. And I fought back in ways that predated him, the way he does. And it wasn't by design, it was just I felt like he's saying doing wrong. They know this is politics. And, this is wrong, bad for our country. I can't give into this. And by the way, I'm right. They are criminals. I have to fight back. So I got all these TV shows, everything. And Trump's on in the David Letterman show. And by the way, when they do this to me, they arrest you. They arrested me 6 o'clock in the morning at my house. And it was a super sensational press conference. It was international news. Back then in December 2008, there were two assholes. Two biggest assholes. Me and Bernie Madoff. Because they arrested him like a day or two after me. They remember this. And it was, just I had to fight back. And so I was. But you can't make them look good. They threw me out of office. You learn who your friends are in politics. Not some of them. They all ran to protect themselves. They all going to throw me out. And because the politics of it was bad.
Well, that's a time where podcasts were coming from.
Yes.
Imagine you go on a podcast and just lay out the whole case and exactly what's going on. You can play tapes.
You can't play tapes. I'll tell you what. Because of course they arrest them and they told me saying this is fucking gold up, I give them up for nothing. But they don't play tapes after, right? If it says I want $100 million in a Swiss bank account, which by the way, the current governor Pritzker called me to ask me to make a statement because he inherited $1 billion. That's the way you said it. But if I said that, that would be crime. But there was nothing. They covered that up. So you go to court a couple of days after I'm arrested, they go before their judge, they get a seal. They put a gag so the tapes cannot be played publicly in court, and I can't talk about what's on those tapes unless it comes from my independent recollection. I can't release them.
So you can't talk about what's on those tapes unless it comes from your own personal recollection.
Right.
So you can talk about the tapes. You just can't play them.
Correct.
You can't quote it.
I can quote what I remember personally. I remember something, of course.
But at least you laid out your version of it so people could hear it. You don't put pressure on it.
And I was doing it not on a podcast, but I was doing it on Today's show. They live shows.
It's such a short segment.
That's right. Exactly.
You don't have enough time to lay out the environment, how it works, what really goes on in politics, what's normal, how these deals are made.
Let's say. Yes, exactly.
So this person that Obama wanted, whatever happened to that person?
She became like a top advisor for Obama in the White House. Now there's a school of thought, there's a theory that's plausible. Obama publicly said he did not send his labor down. But Dallin, innocent, in 2 trials testified twice on an oath that Obama called him. Obama then was interviewed by the FBI a day or two after I was arrested. And if you lie to the FBI, they call him 3 or 2 as his interviews. It's a crime. But I've heard the FBI, treated the FBI a lot. And you sit down like I did, stupidly, and you talk to these people. They say you lied, and you say they lied. Who are you going to believe? Right? It's a big mistake to ever trust them, to be honest. So my advice, anybody out there get chased by the FBI, don't talk to them. And I thought they were good guys, so I sat down and talked to them. Well, Obama talked to them. And every defendant is entitled to relevant evidence that could help him or her defend themselves against criminal prosecution. But to this day, they never use Obama's 3 and 2s. So did Obama really send this guy like that guy testified to? Or did Obama not do it like he publicly said he did? He said he didn't do it. So somebody's lying. Somebody broke the law. Either Balinoff's lying and perjured himself 2 trials. Or Obama is lying on his FBI 302s. Or he lied, which is a crime. Or he lied to the public, which all too often politicians do all the time. Obama's one of them who doesn't lie. He does wrong.
Balanoff, this guy, what would be his motivation for saying that Obama wants you to do that?
The theory is, a lot of political insiders and operators, that he was an emissary for Rahm, who became Obama's chief of staff. As a member of Congress, I had a pretty good relationship. It's all over the
And so Obama never said anything about it, but Rahm Emanuel said something to
Rahm asked him to do it and instructed him to tell him that Barack himself asked him. This is just a theory. And the theory is plausible in that what would be the motivation for Rahm to do that was that as the new chief of staff of Obama, and in the power game of politics, which is something he knows real well, I know, is people want to be close to the king. And Valerie Jarrett was Michelle Obama's best friend. And she was a threat to the influence of Rahm and others. And if you get her kicked upstairs to the U.S. Senate, she won't be in Rahm's going to have more voice, more say in Obama, in the direction of Obama's administration. And this is a theory. It's a theory.
interesting theory.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going on in prison?
Mm-hmm. I write about that in detail in my book. It's like chapter 3 or chapter 4.
Have you published this book yet?
It's coming out. It's going to come out, I hope, next spring. I hope almost.
You have a publisher?
So it's interesting, the politics of the publishing companies. I pre-sold about over 8,000. I haven't even put it out for pre-sale yet. I'm about to do it. I wrote something books. Rob and I wrote books or something. Maybe that. But I pre-sold some to people, friends and others. About 8,000. So it's helped me to be able to like self-publish and put it out with a publishing company. And the reason I'm compelled to do it is because I've gone to some of the New York publishing houses, and they are so anti-Trump. Would you say something nice about Trump? And he comes across really well. I was on the show. He was great to me. He's a kind guy. I'll tell you stories about him from that. He pulled me out of the pocket. I loved Trump for a lot of reasons. Of course, because he my daughter was a father. So I write well. He comes across very well. Obama doesn't come across so good. He doesn't come across as evil. He comes across as selfish, or he's, calculated politician who was the opportunity to be great because he was then dividing our country. And he's a snake and an ignorant. And he sold out his friend Tony Rusko, who bought him a lot. This guy bought him a lot next to a mansion that he bought out his lucky United States Senate. Obama's, at that time, only had $750,000 they could afford for a mansion. They wanted to buy the adjoining lot. It's for an upper class neighborhood called Canberra, Hyde Park neighborhood in Chicago, by Obama's library. And they couldn't afford that lot, so he went to his friend Rusko. Obama, Rusko, a kind-hearted person. He wants to help his friend Obama. So he pays the list price $750,000 for the lot. The Obamas paid less for the lot with the improvement of the mansion. Obama now is running for president. That comes out. He's got to fix his political problem. He goes to Rusko and he says, I got to put a fence between the lot and the mansion. So I can explain to the media that it's your lot, not mine, right? And he prefers, he asks for a water fence, not just any fence. It's got a chain fence. He wants a water fence because it matches the mansion. And then he has Rusko go for $13,000 for the water fence. And then when Rusko suffers for 3 years in solitary confinement because he won't lie about Obama, or if he sends a letter to the double sex, if Judge Sanders squeezes him to say stuff about both of us, makes the front page of the Chicago Tribune in August 2008. But he won't do it. They put him in solitary confinement for 3 years. He saw the sun 1 hour a day. And then when he gets hungry, he tries to do a birthday. And he faints because he's so skinny, so weak after 3 years of that. And this fucking Obama did nothing to him. It's unbelievable. So honest. I mean, I didn't do anything. He just thought something wrong. And I think he kind of like that. Celebrity Thomas. He liked to ask back anyway. But he fired me on that show and freed me from Fissy. It's his story. He fired me free the same day as me.
Day one, do you have hope it's going to be overturned in the field? Like, what do you think in game one?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. Look, the hardest period for this whole thing was the month after the conviction until the day that you surrender. Now you know you're and you're fearful it's going to be long. In fact, days, a couple of months before the sentence came down, I'm John, and wondered if you could ever see that was newspapers back then. It's a newspaper box, front page with a color picture of me. I see it and run past it. So I had my brief. I came back one of the tests and said, 30 years to life. Prosecutors are asking for 30 years to life. Life. Yeah. Jesus. I never took a penny. They don't even say it to me. It's all talk about politics. So, I got home faster. That taste of cookies or tasting. But that period was crazy. The moment I stepped into prison, I write in my book that one advantage across the threshold of prison was that with every tick of the clock, we're 1 second closer to this night, this Kafka's night, 1 second closer to coming home to the to your life, even though it might be 14 years in one less second. You know what I mean? But you're at least at start now. You hit that bottom and now you're trying to climb it back up. Just my time. But that first day, I worked backwards. I'll never forget the first night after that long day that I went through. The media told me that I was actually 6. They were at my house at 5:30 in the morning. I was kissed my little girls were behind me. Little Annie was 8 years old at the time. She's in her pajamas, so she wants to squeeze me. And my daughter Amy, she was a sophomore in high school. She was 15. And we're all on the floor. It's all dark because all these media trucks are around our house. We live in a neighborhood. More just not getting it. And they're all over the place. And so they look into your house. So we had to keep the lights on. Kiss my wife goodbye and my 2 daughters. The hardest thing I ever did was stand by them. But I was strong for that. And you can't shut those assholes in the media. Dying inside. So you have to surrender. You just step up. Sometimes it's film for us. And there's a helicopter that follows me. Moves like that from my house. All the way to O'Hare Airport, Chicago. Like I was O.J. Simpson in my white Bronco. I called the chapter my white Bronco. And then when I got him at the airport, there's this big get there. And then when I get on the plane, these motherfuckers are on the plane with our tickets. So I can't even, get a second to think about what just happened. I'm saying goodbye to my family. Worst case scenario, 14 years, but if I paid myself, it'd be 12 and a half years. I couldn't do it. And then I landed. And they're there. And so I'm trying to leave the plane, they're all waiting. And then the people in Denver were really nice. The airline, I think it was United Airlines. And they got me outside door, and they put in a car with me. So I was able to leave. And for a moment, I thought I was away from me as I'm about to drive to prison. But no, they caught us. They caught up with us. And I got to live in the prison, so I told one of my lawyers who was driving me, you know what? We're like a half an hour. I'm already getting 14 years. I'm only getting 30 minutes more. Let's stop for a cup of coffee or something. So we went to this little restaurant, a fast food place called Friends in Denver. Littleton, Colorado. And it was really surreal because, people move around. It was warm and loving and standing autographs. You'd never know. I'm about to go to prison for 14 years. And then the time came to walk in, and I learned later that Trump was watching this. It was all on television. And he had tweeted about it. I mean, I got millions of Trump. And I was so alone. Everybody had prominence in politics and government and media. You were calling me all these nasty things. And here's Trump, the only guy who had some authority and following. He's the only guy saying positive things about it. They were compassionate. He wasn't necessarily saying, he was saying that I denied it. It was, I'm kind of a presumption of innocence. But there was compassion with Trump. And he tweets that day. I learned later, I didn't know that. I can't help it. He tweeted that. I see him walking in prison, gets 14 years, murders and rapists get 4 years. Do you think this is justice? I don't. Just a loyal guy to a guy who was on his shit. So I don't believe that. It's just to me, says a lot about who he is as a person. But then I wrote, and I agreed about all these inmates, and I wasn't, people ask me, were you afraid? I wasn't afraid of them. And, my life was so, beaten down by what they did. I was so disillusioned. I was angry. I was bitter. I was messed heartbroken, sad. Listen to my children, fearful of my children. My wife, and left alone. I couldn't protect them. People knew they believed in me. sure that everybody saw what we did because the laws in front of our house. I was worried about their safety. I knew I had all those years to do. And now I'm in prison, and all these guys are watching me coming into their world on my television. So I had two things going for me in terms of my stock with other things. Number one, I was a, for example, sort of I was a celebrity. They just saw me in front of a person. Nobody walks in prison on TV. And the bigger part, the more important part was, I got what they call a 14 piece. That's the vernacular in this time. You got a 14 piece. Means he didn't snitch on anybody. See, anybody that gets a low sentence means they get punished because they would talk about it. But the guys who walk in without sentences become legally suspect by the inmates, the culture, as snitches. And they hate the snitches. Snitches are bitches that get stitches. Right? That's what they say. Sure. So I walked in and I had immediate street cred with those guys. And everybody was nice to me. They actually gathered together the little things they had and went to the commissary to get the necessities for my first week. Toothbrush, toothpaste, shower shoes, just to get very nice kind of thing. To, hey, these were drug dealers and bank robbers and tough guys, left-hand tough guys. Get their gangs with the 10 on their heads and stuff, or on their biceps. Did you ever join them? I read about how the correctional officers wanted me to actually join the white crew, the Aryan Brotherhood guys. The correctional. So I in this one of the chapters, the new chapters, it's I was in prison 27 years before I got my first prison. And they called me, let me go out and shoot. They reported to lieutenant's office. And I had to explain that this was my first full day. It was my second day. It was like my first full day. And I walked in. And I got a chance to see the prison yard. And I walked around the yard and called the black guys. One from Sasha, Chicago. Gang bang with drugs. They were Slim. And another guy, Walter Hill, he said roots. And I was their governor. And they were really nice to me. We walked over the track. We were talking about it. And it was interesting, the facilities. One of the things I was trying to do in prison was to work on a lot and to read a lot. And we actually wrote the Bible. I don't know if you want to talk about that something, because that was something that to me. But they called me in on this thing because the word got out that I was wanting to track black guys. And there was this argument about the authorities there, that prisons are very segregated place, that the unwritten policy of the key word is that people need to be part of their own cars. They call it the euphemism for gangs and prisons cars. What car do you ride? And that they thought that for their own safety, that you want to should be, you walk around with black guys. I need to be part of the car. And I need to join the white car and go see these two guys, Cole and Sanders. His name is, I thought it was Sanders too. Sanders. Because I'm looking around, who's Sanders? I'm looking for Sanders, right? His name is Sanders. And Cole was the leader. And he was from Texas. And they told me that I should go see them. So out of respect for the police officers, correctional officers, I said, okay, I'll go see them. I made it clear to them, listen, I don't care. Because they told me, when you get into a conflict with somebody, that's inevitable. Because you're in prison with a bunch of guys for a long time. It's going to be all kinds of disputes. You want to be willing to work, you have lots of clothes, you can put the weight back in the weight room and keep it on it. There's all kinds of shit that's going to happen. Conflicts that develop between guys, living close like that. The way we keep order is we keep the racist. And they have the different groups separated. They all become part of their individual cars. You sit within the commissary, or in a cafeteria, or a job. You work out with them. You walk the track with them. You're polite to the other groups, but you don't really get friendly with them. Because if you have confidence in somebody, your car will protect you. Especially if it becomes conflict with somebody from another race or a group of people. In the prison, a lot of black guys, a lot of Latinos, a lot of guys from Mexico, seen a lot of drug control people, a lot of Native Americans, they were Pacific Islanders, and of course white guys, that's a thing. And so they all pretty much roll their own cars, the separate cars. But I told them, I'm not, look, I don't fear anybody. If somebody wants to fucking kill me here, in some ways, and put me out of my misery, I'm not going to be doing some, kind of thing like that. It's racist. I'm not doing that. Whoever's nice to me, I'll be nice to them. And I'll respect your rules. I won't sit with the black guys or any of the team guys. I sit with the white guys. But I'm not going to, unless you're ordering me to telling me I can't walk with those guys or talk to these guys, I'm going to keep doing it. So, well, we can't do that. This is an unwritten way we operate. Keep order and praise it. And then they tell me stuff which I respect. They said, look, you're not in the real world. This is not a place where you could be a civil rights advocate or an activist, civil rights activist. This is prison. You don't have the same rights here that you have out there. We can't order you not to have relationships or conversations with people for others. But we can't order you to stop doing stuff that could be comfortable to us, keep it safe. So if you're going to sit with somebody outside your race and a child, that's a direct affront to us. And there are measures that we can take to make sure that you don't do those sorts of things. And I respect the fact that they said it was to keep order. And it was the culture. And pretty much everybody in the prison system accepts it anyway. Eventually, it makes sense. Black guys as time went by. We actually met an elder black guy named Mr. Deans. He was from Chicago, from Detroit. He was like the most respected one. He got a 25-year sentence. He looked like Morgan Freeman. Yeah, he's a lot like him. Very mature, responsible. He was the guy a lot of the guys went to for their legal questions because he knew everything. And real nice and gentle. And by the time I got there, he had already done for 27 years. So he was close to going home. Actually, October night, we were talking in the dormitory portion of the prison where I was forced to fuck out myself. But it was important he had that before he left. After 27 years, he could actually sit at the chow hall with a white guy. And he liked me because I was, from Chicago. And so we did that. I thought it was good. I was there probably a year and a half by the time I did that. And I sat there, and maybe it looked like I was from our city. I was at the black table. And then this great movement from civil disobedience to civil rights. People now know people. Yeah,
Because that guy was so respected.
yeah, I think I was lying. And I hear my thoughts. Not everybody does. Some people really dislike it, and the guys in prison really did like me. But for the most part, I had low approval ratings when I got arrested. Because they were investigating when I was governor, but I had pretty high approval ratings in prison with no felony inmates.
So, how did you get into the Bible? Because that was a big part of your conversation with Tucker.
Yeah, well, so that first night, when they start the reality really hit that first night. Well, at 10 o'clock at night, I hear this big boom. And then you hear gates shut because they're not locking me in. It's all iron. Wow. And then the lights go out. The lights are out. Now suddenly you're swallowed up in blackness and darkness. And we're locked in. Iron bars. You can't get in. And here I am, all these prisoners and inmates. And I just left my family. Trying to figure out I'm not going home tonight. I'm going to go tomorrow, next week, next month, or next year. God willing, I live my period. That might be 3 years. But even that, I was fearful after seeing the criminal justice system and looking at this deep down, I knew I was a dead man. I knew that from the beginning. We did it. That's why I had to fight.
Do you think there's anything you could have done that would have gotten you?
I could have pled guilty and got less of a sentence to help out my family.
But what about if you just went and they came to you with that Saturday and you said, sure, we'll hook that up?
No. I don't think that was
Never stepped in.
no. And they wanted me to switch on the They arrested me at 6 in the morning, and that's around my tattoo. My house, sweats, 24 number sweats in my house. I'm a city governor, the 5th largest state in America. I got a security detail at my home. But 4 hours later, while I'm in custody, it's good content. It might be last time. You don't have to have it's very just a part of Chicago politics. We could even help us. I'd like you to talk about we're not here to make a deal with you. Stuff like that. I tell them. It's clear that I said, look, I didn't do anything wrong. As far as I know, he didn't do it. There's really nothing to talk about. And then they took a mood change. 7-foot facility, put me in this little cell. And they had me next to this angry for a guy who's all fucked up on PCP or something. It's like raging or wild animal to send you a message. And I think what they were never going to go after Obama. But what they wanted to do was they wanted to go to him and say, I was willing to cooperate against Obama. And then leverage that and Obama then, but tell him, look, just leave us alone. Let us get this guy. Keep us in office. We just get sworn in on January 20th. Don't bring in U.S. attorneys. Don't bring Democrat U.S. attorneys. Keep us just U.S. attorneys here. And you leave, you stay out of this, and we'll leave you alone. That's what I think.
So it's a lot of chess.
Yes.
It's a lot of moves and counter moves, and
Yes.
people use as pawns.
Correct. The political power centers. Here's the danger to the American people and to our democracy. They're not supposed to be there. They're supposed to do justice. They're supposed to represent the people. They're not supposed to be political power centers. You know, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, Libertarians, yes. House members, Senate members, executive branch presidents, yes. The Supreme Court, the courts, yes. Checks and balances. Founding fathers had the wisdom to create a system like that because they know the corruptibility of man. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely, so they defy the power. That's the beauty and genius of what they did in this country. They did not foresee coming out of the executive branch would be this tumor, this cancer. They really started picking up steam in the 1920s. Federal law enforcement. And that it would grow. And that tactics and methods they used to go after Al Capone, or later on, Carl Escobar, El Chapo, people like that, that they would actually use against governors and presidents. They didn't foresee it. The problem is, it's a practical matter, because they have such power, the politicians are scared shitless of them. They don't want to stand up to them because they're afraid these people will trump up shit against them and just make sure or get something they might have made a gun and made a big.
So everybody knows everything is played. So everybody's
Correct. And then what you get, people don't know the law, but you get all your friends in politics, they run for the wings, they abandon you. And then all of a sudden, they're kissing your ass the day before you're arrested, and the next day they're grinding shit out. Is that right?
basically kind of the same thing. I mean, that's what they do with other entities in trouble in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Well, let's just be cowards.
Yeah.
A lot of cowards. And a lot of people have a reason to be cowards. It's fearful. They're scared. It's a dangerous system. Especially the justice system. It seems very dangerous. And this is not to malign good people. I know people. I've met people in the dark. I've met great people in the CIA. I know they're great people. It's just what you were saying. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. People get into positions of power and influence, and this chess game starts getting played. They can make all sorts of rationalizations if there's no checks and balances. This is why there has to be checks and balances. There has to be oversight to keep people from their own devices, to keep people from their own horrible instincts that we have as human beings, especially if you've done some shady shit, because other people have done some shady shit, and that's how everybody sort of worked their way up the ladder, and then all of a sudden you get to a position where, like, hey, you're going to have to do something that you really don't agree with, but this is how the game is played, and then next thing you know,
Right.
in jail.
Yeah, it's like your chief of staff and your governor's lawyer and all your friends who the people that worked with you and got rich on you.
Yeah.
Their choice is, I have to look at my little boy 3 years ahead of his future, or I protect, try to defend my boss.
Right.
And they make the decision to stand up for their families.
Yeah. Well, and I think a lot of people go into, whether it's politics or law enforcement or into the federal government, there's a lot of people that go into with very good intentions. But then you see over time, they get corrupted by the environment that they're in.
That's right, they become part of the buddy system. It happens to politicians all the time. You get elected back home in Austin, Texas, you go to Washington, you get co-opted by the system because you're young and you don't really know, or you're new and you don't know. They show the ropes. The ropes are controlled by that deep state establishment. You know, the long-term members of Congress, the people in different agencies, the staffers, and it's a whole different world. It's basically them against us. There is a deep state in state government, federal government. It's really almost giving law enforcement.
I mean, especially corrupt law enforcement. Did you ever see that documentary? What is it? District 75? Is it Precinct 75? 5-7. The 5-7. Is that what it is? 7-5 or the 5-7? There's a gentleman named Mike Brown. We had him on the podcast as well. And, 7-5. On first day, he's a cop. he watches the cops kill a guy. And, you know, they essentially say to him, "You jumped, right?" And like he's like, "Okay, you jumped." It's like one of those situations where, like, okay, I guess this is this business that I'm a part of now. I want to be a cop, I'm a cop. And then he runs with it. Next thing you know, he sells drugs, kidnapping people. It's a fucking crazy documentary. He's a fun guy. I mean, it's obviously did terrible things, went to jail, but the documentary is so fucking crazy.
What's it called?
The 75, right? 57? 75. You just told me. That's it. That's the documentary. Michael Dow.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. It's a really good documentary. And, you know, you just realize, like, Jesus. Obviously, the cocaine crisis in Miami is a great example of that. And one of the best documentaries about that is Cocaine Cowboys. Fantastic documentary. I can't recommend it enough. One graduating class of the police academy in Miami, they all either went to jail or were murdered. The entire graduating class. That's how corrupt it was.
Yeah.
It was just off the charts, cocaine and money everywhere, chaos and murder everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, here again, the stuff we're talking about, it's so important this justice system gets reformed. I'm so excited about the fact that Trump people he's picking. Ted Bundy, he's a great person, he's got a good record. Patel. Because if we don't trust the criminal justice system, when you tell me a story about those dirty cops, I'm sure that's absolutely what they were. Those who prosecuted them were right to do it.
Oh, they definitely are.
Yeah.
They were dirty cops.
But what if you don't trust their prosecutors? Well, right? It's something the whole system has done. You can't trust anybody. So much at stake. I failed to tell you what that first night was like. My first night. I just should wrap it up very quickly. But, you know, there I was in this darkness, so all alone, and so heartbroken, so fearful and worried about my kids and my wife and what it was like for them. Imagine my wife covering my daughters as if I had died, because I kind of did. I was gone. They were going to go up to my father. Right. So all of that's going through my mind. And then I reached for the Bible, you know, that my wife gave me to read per person, get with me per person. I don't let you bring anything else in, but let you bring the Bible. I always believe in God, I always believe in prayer, I was serving with God's Christian church. But I never read the Bible. I was just so busy trying to get ahead of it. You know, I had to go out and make campaign promises, speeches to spade, we shook hands, raise money. I tried Genesis, I get stuck in Genesis, so-and-so's beginning, so-and-so. I'll put this on this side, I can't, right. Now, suddenly here I am, this deep, fucking dark valley. I'm facing 14 years of this. I'm so alone. I'm not going to fuck around Genesis, Deuteronomy, Leviticus, or any of that stuff. I'm going to start right away. I'm give me some hope. And I'm just 24 son. Those I shall not. It makes me like down at pastors. And then I kept reading the Psalms. And I learned a story of David. And I so said myself, and I know criticizing why. That people read it saying I'm like David. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm not saying I am. I'm simply saying I looked at his example and I got strength from him. Because he was being chased by Saul, he was in cage for 11 years of chasing him. Thinking he endured that. Maybe there's hope. And I read his Psalms because they're just prayers to God is what they are from him. And they were helpful to me. So I kept reading. I read Isaiah, fiery furnace of affliction, how adversity and hard times is getting to the testaments and coming us stronger, better. We learn through the hard lessons, through the fire of hard times. And of course, that's the Gospels. And the best story of all is Christian, is the story of Jesus. And there he is in the Garden of Gethsemane, and he's saying to God, because he's so afraid, because he knows what's coming, that they're going to do anything. And he says, "Oh, Father, please let this come from me." I mean, I get choked up just thinking about this. And he says, "But no, God, no, Father, not mine, your will." And then he steals himself for what he's going to fix, takes out all their suffering, goes through, and the humiliation of the past. So I read it every day for 2,806 days. And I know, in a way, I never read it before. And I love it. It brought me so much closer to God. And there were moments as crazy as the sounds. I'm not ready, so I'm not here to try to win Christian evangelical voice or anything. But there were moments years into the process, not those first early years, because they were so hard. But after I was there for year 6, year 7, and I'd read the Bible every day. And I was really looking at it, reading a lot of what it was. And I'd get this maybe a couple times, you know, the beginning was like 2 or 3 times a year. in the beginning. And then as time went on, it was hard for our daughters. And I encouraged them not to come because they were in school. We were hopeful that we get justice in the courts, and only other people, once the court will come through, don't come. So now I'm seeing less and less of it. But I had moments, and I was lucky because I was in Colorado, which is a beautiful place, great weather, blue skies, and snow-capped foothills and Rockies. That's where the prison was. And then when it would rain, I would be some God's witness. And I'd sometimes get down and run or something, walk the tracks, stretching a little bit, see that beautiful rainbow, and I can always feel the presence of God. I know it sounds like bullshit, or people don't know that. But when you get beat down so much and you're so fucking alone, I look for God. And I really believe I found it. And I feel like that place now, I'm grateful. I'm real grateful for that experience. I wish it never happened. And I had witnessed it. And I hate the motherfuckers that did it to me. I know I'm not supposed to hate them. I'm supposed to forgive them. I'm not that kind of Christian. I hate them. They belong to shit. But I have to say that experience, reading the Bible that way, maybe it serves 100 purposes. Maybe in some ways, it was good for me.
I think you got the most out of that horrific situation in that regard, right? And sometimes you have to experience horrific tragedy to experience incredible love. That's a weird thing to think of, but I think this battle that we have constantly with good and evil, it's a real thing. It's sometimes in your darkest, deepest moments is when you recognize the truth. There's something there that we all, every culture believes in a higher power. And it's very strange, isn't it? In almost every culture, has some sort of belief system about a higher power. It's something you could say. You could be very simple, and you could say that's just human beings looking for order, and an orderless, chaotic place, and that your creativity and your inquisition, your inquisitive nature, rather, leads you to constantly search for a daddy in the sky. You could say that. But I've talked to too many people that have had these sort of, like you have these breakthrough moments in life where you come into contact with something by opening yourself up to it. And it's so cynical to disregard that. Everybody wants to pretend that they're smarter than they are. It's a terrible trait that we all have. And that prevents you from, especially secular people, atheists, people that are like acknowledged atheists, prevents you from even considering the idea that there's something to this that you're not doing. In your simple little mind, either your desire for order and to look at this and go, no, you just live and you die. You don't really know. You should probably listen to some people that have had profound experiences, because there's been a lot of them, and there's been a lot of them throughout human history, and they just completely dismiss them as all nonsense. It's just like, that's such a cynical perspective on human beings. And then there's also the fact that, look, I'm not saying bad things haven't been done in the name of religion, because they most certainly have. People have been slaughtered, wars have been started, people have been demonized and othered to the point where you're allowed to kill them because they believe one thing. It's not universally good. But it's a scaffolding for ethics and morals that I think shapes society in a way that's not really possible with just anarchy. You need law and order. You need something you believe in. That's what keeps us together. But you can be a brilliant, intelligent person who's just unusually compassionate with a life without religion and still be an excellent contributor to society. But God, maybe not me. One of the things about coming to Texas is so many avowed Christians. So many really proud and intelligent and vocal religious people. And they're some of the nicest people. Like, you could never meet. Like, a real Christian. Like, I've met some real Christians, like this, my friend Alan, that runs a homeless, rehabilitation community here in Austin. He's like, the guy's just a real Christian. I mean, he lives with these people. That's right. He's just like really walking. He's not doing it for money. He's like, he's not a mega church. Doesn't drive a Rolls Royce. He's a regular person who really is acting like the Christian from the Bible, like the best example of a Christian from the Bible.
Bible talks about false prophets because people are human nature.
Yeah, there's a lot of us who are false prophets.
Yes. Yeah, but I mean, some of these, we call them the jailhouse Jesus. Some of these guys, oh shit, they walk on with the Bible, take the Bible, and stealing.
Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about that in terms of psychedelics, with spiritual narcissism. I think the same sort of spiritual narcissism that encompasses these preachers that talk in front of stadiums full of people, fly private jets, and drive Rolls Royces. That's the same sort of thing as a guru who wants to take you to the jungle to give you drugs, or someone who wants you to join their sex cult, or someone who wants you to join a yoga thing, or when no one works anymore, don't go to that food, and this is your guru. There's a shit ton of documentaries on these folks. That's the false prophet. It's a danger. It's a real danger that we have in looking for someone smarter than us. It's a normal pattern of behavior from tribal societies. All tribal societies have the wisest person who's the leader. This is the person that everybody trusted. He's the guy with the most scars. He knows where the food is. He knows how to get the fuck away from the enemies. He knows how to keep order, and he's reasonable in how he governs the village. And until someone overthrows him, that's your guy. And we have this hierarchy that we look for in everything. We really do. We look for it in all sorts of things. And if we find it in a false prophet, we'll go with it. I bought a building. My podcast or my comedy club is in a place called the Ritz Theater. It's a beautiful theater from 1927. But before that, I bought another building that was owned by a cult. It was a building called the One World Theater. I didn't buy it. I was under contract for it. I spent a bunch of money and got out of it because I watched the documentary on the cult. I was like, oh my God. It was a guy who was a gay porn star and a hypnotist who started this cult in West Hollywood, and then after Waco popped off, this guy had escaped from West Hollywood because they were looking for him. Because, the Cult Awareness Network, and he started, after Waco, they were like, Jesus Christ, how many of these cults are out there? They were targeting this guy. So he changed his name, moved to Austin, and built this theater. And the cult had already disbanded a bunch, and my friend Ron White, a comedian, told me, because he had performed it, he turned it into a concert venue, this theater that this guy had his cult followers build him so he could dance in front of it. It's beautiful, 300-seat theater, gorgeous place. And this is the same thing. It's just a person who convinced all these other people that he had the answers. He was a hypnotist, he was really good at fucking with people, and really good at talking to people in certain states of mind. They all believed him, and they wasted decades of their life. That's literally money. That's a false prophet.
That's right. By the way, congratulations on your success.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you did too. Huh?
Yeah, you did a lot of good things.
Yeah. Wow. I was stuck when you were on the rise. So when I came home, I didn't know who you were. You don't kick me
That's
out
great.
of the room.
No, I'm happy now that people don't know who I am. Yeah, when I can talk to someone that doesn't know who I am, this is great.
But it wasn't long before I got home. I would say within a couple of days, and I got this thing called an iPhone. What's this? And this guy, Joe Rogan, had this big deal on his podcast. I said, Joe, who? And they told me, it's remarkable.
That's crazy. So you went to jail before iPhones?
Yeah.
Wow. What a fascinating blip in time that is, if you really look at it in terms of impactfulness. Like a piece of technology that completely changed the world.
Yeah.
That might be one of the most, but that's bigger than the laptop. I think it's the most impactful. I think the invention of the iPhone is probably one of the most impactful things human beings have ever created. Not necessarily in a great way, but sometimes in a great way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of great things about it, but the invention of the smartphone, for all good or bad, you missed it, and that's really crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Can I go back just quickly to the spiritual angle? I just want to say that, look, I consider myself, I think I have testicular growth. You know what I mean? I think I can.
Yeah, both.
Yeah, I really do. And I know it's, and I have I have a certain toughness to me. But I'll tell you something. I wasn't smart for prison hours. I needed it. And it was that, I love my daughters and my wife. You could never possibly get it. I had to survive and somehow find my way. However long it would take. I had to do it in a way where I could be so strong and be constructive. And actually plant seeds for better life later on, or whatever I do. All little girls can see. God forbid, tough times come to all of us. How do you deal with the tough times? Do you embrace the adversity, try to turn into something good, or you just give into it? And so that gave me purpose. And I spent a lot of time not just reading all kinds of books, because you got time. You got a lot of time. I read a book 3 times. I talked to this detective Carlson called Answer for Anybody. Again, Victor Frank, the Holocaust survivor, who had gone through things a million times worse than anything happened through loss of life, his family, through genocide. He was at Auschwitz, survived. But he said the last of the human freedom, after everything's been taken, the last of the human freedom is our freedom to choose our own attitude in any given set of circumstances. And that if you could find a why to live, you could find how. In my life, this is one of the problems in my life. No matter how hard this was going to be, I had to survive this, I had to endure it, and I needed to do it in a way where it would be the best possible way to do it that could help raise my daughters from the farm. Because I didn't raise my daughters. I met my wife as our young girls. And so that gave me real purpose. Not every loans with disability creep in. It's very natural. A lot of the loans, as you can imagine, can never ever let myself get so down that I would not be active at every given day. I had to go out there and run those miles, lift the weights, do push-ups, whatever it was, read those books, do the stuff I would write about. Because I love my daughters, and I'm doing it for them. That was my purpose. Not one for government, trying to be successful in the real world. I'm not even my success. I want to make sure I really know how strong and tough and productive, because I'm doing this for my kids. Does that make sense?
It does. Do you think the experience of being in jail, as hard as it is, made you a better person?
I like to think I think I was never good.
Sometimes that's advice people may ask. I always say that about Trump. Like that's also why he kept running, even though everybody was coming after him. Like you have to be a very particular type of person that has all those legal cases thrown at him. All those if he lost and he lost those cases and he lost the vice presidency, he very well might wind up in jail. They can't have him at 82 years old trying again. They're not interested in, because he became more popular when he was gone than when he was president. And people sort of, like, towards the end of the 4 years of Biden, like, completely reversed. So many of my friends, me included, completely reversed how they looked at him.
Yeah.
And then also a lot of it was getting exposed to watching how this propaganda machine marches in step all throughout the media with everything. And me in particular, having to turn on me during the COVID years, for being someone who got healthy without taking the vaccine and they wanted to get me removed from Spotify. Like, this is crazy. This is wild to watch. And that was, minor league stuff compared to what happened to him. Certainly compared to you. But just, I think people are less likely to believe mainstream narratives now. And we're so fortunate we have other ways, like Tucker Show, where I saw you, like things that aren't approved. I mean, look, when Tucker was on Fox News, I'm sure there was a lot of things that he could, like, there's no way he was on Fox News. He could have interviewed that guy because he believed it. Right. This guy, Tucker Carlson is such a wild boy. He's got a guy on for like, how long was that podcast? Find out how long the Tucker Carlson podcast was with the guy who said things blew about it. Because just even being able to sustain a conversation with a guy who wants to talk about smoking crack and blowing Obama. How many minutes can you do? I want to know. Like, I'd be hard pressed to think I could squeeze an hour out of that guy. Like, what the fuck are you going to talk about? How long is that podcast? All right, you hung in there as long. But my point is, I'm not standing up for him having that guy on. I'm not saying that was a good thing. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, that's what he wanted to do. I watched the video of it. That's what Tucker did. So that's Tucker with no one telling him what to do. The Tucker Carlson show. He does whatever he wants. He interviews whoever he wants. He comes up with questions he wants. He has real conversations, and it didn't fucking exist before. And now that it does exist, and a guy like Tucker, who's the number one guy used to begin with, now he's independent. A along with independent journalists like Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss and Glenn Greenwald. There are these people that are honest. And you know they're honest. They're always honest. They're always giving you the full version of the truth. It's spread like wildfire. And then you look at the narratives that you see in mainstream media, like you're leaving so much out. You're not talking about that. You're not talking about why people are upset. You're not talking about what started it. You're not talking about the government intervention that was behind it all in the first place. How it's a planned organization. And they leave out everything because that's not what they're supposed to do. What they're supposed to do is sell as many stories as they can, but stay within a very confined narrative.
Exactly.
And most of that narrative is heavily progressive, left-leaning, until that's not popular anymore. And when that falls out of favor, folks, when that becomes non-profitable, they're going to go the other way. The country will move more right. It'll be more right in the media, even, if it becomes profitable.
Well, that's why what you do. I'm not here to kiss your ass, but I have to wait for being on the show. It's very nice of you. So I can talk about my stuff. But that's just what you're doing. So many podcasters who are on there offering another place for people to get information in the free exchange of ideas in a free country. We speak supposedly no one does. And I think most people do. People do, but the government and the power centers, it's just when
It's not convenient.
there you go.
And the fact that there's these rules, we should have rules that apply across the board if we want to progress as a society. And one of those rules, most importantly, the reason why, first of all, you have to be able to talk about things. You have to be, you're going to get things wrong. You're going to be really informed. You're going to have biased opinions. Hopefully, someone who is more informed has a more objective and more honest opinion, more accurate opinion, and then hopefully you're strong enough that resonates with you, and you can put your ego beside you and go, you know what? This is me wanting to be right. This is my ego. The correct thing is what these people are saying. Let me tell you why I thought what I thought and how I was wrong, and apologize. And that doesn't mean you're weak. It just means you, like everyone else in the world, sometimes is wrong about things. Like I have a friend of mine, I don't want to say his name, very, very nice guy. One of the smartest fucking people I know. And I have these fascinating conversations with him. And then one day, he tried to explain to me why something works in the UFC, why something else doesn't work anymore. I go, stop. Just stop. You're going to ruin my opinion with you. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Don't say this. Don't say this to me. I've been working for the UFC for 25 fucking years. Don't say this to me. You don't know what you're saying. You're saying nonsense. He's like, really? I go, yes. This is total nonsense. Here's an example why it's nonsense. This guy violates that rule. No one can, you can't tell. There's a specific group of movements. They're all designed to fuck people up. Any one pattern can be successful given the individual and his abilities and his competency in whatever skill set there is. There's no one skill set. You can't run around saying one skill set trumps all. It doesn't work like that.
That's interesting.
This is brilliant, people. So this is a brilliant person talking about his house.
Because they're people. They have their own prejudices and biases, right?
And smart people like to be smart.
Exactly. You want to be the smartest guy.
Yeah, always. They're smart about some things. There's usually a term for that. Where like really intelligent people erroneously believe they're intelligent about everything.
Conceited ignorance.
It's like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Socrates called it conceited ignorance. And by the way, they made him take the helm on the killer was supposedly evil to correct the youth of Athens in Greece. He probably was too. He was, but it's also challenge of professional thinking.
Yes.
Which is what we're talking about, which is necessary for pieces.
Yes. Dunning-Kruger, that's right. Cognitive bias of individuals with high competence in one area overestimate their knowledge and abilities in unrelated fields. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Well, I don't have that problem.
It's super common with really good people that are very good at things. People that are very good at things, any one thing, like if you're a wizard at basketball, you probably think you're way better at Kung Fu than you are. You know, there's interesting. There's a lot, like, I'm the fucking man. You know, like, if you're a guy just cracking home runs every day and someone wants to play ping pong, like, motherfucker, I'll figure this ping pong shit out in about 5 minutes and I'll start fucking you up. And it's just not true. You know, there's a lot of people that are really smart people, unfortunately. And this happens with people want to pretend they're the only tough person. They all want to pretend that. Everybody has this weird thing where they think they're different from everybody else. And that's what leads them to be champions, but that is also what makes it incredibly difficult to come back to a devastating loss for some of these guys. So they fight a guy, and they've been fucking man for years.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they're in there with this guy like, oh my God, I'm getting hurt right now. I'm getting hurt, and I'm probably gonna get stopped. And you see it in their eyes. You see they can't believe it's happening. They never envisioned the time where this guy's gonna knock them out. And they're against the cage, you see them getting lit up. In my mind, I'm seeing the sparks in front of their eyes. Because you get hit, you see sparks. And if you get hit with like a big shot like this, you don't know where anybody is for a couple seconds. Your legs aren't working. I'm seeing them in this person that thought they were so good they could fight this other person. They didn't see it the way everybody else saw it.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't see that they were past their prime, or they didn't see that this is a bigger weight class, or whatever the variables are that lead to like a devastating loss.
Yeah, like Duran and Hearns in the 80s. Like, this man, the size, Hearns knocked him out in the second round.
Yeah, that was Tony Hearns in his prime. Because you got to realize Duran did go full 12 with Hagler.
Right.
Hagler was in his prime. Right. But Hagler had a respect for Duran that I think almost was unfortunate. Because, like, Duran, for people who don't know, it wasn't just that Hagler in his mind. Duran was like one of the legends.
Yeah.
Rightfully so. I mean, the quitting with Sugar Ray Leonard was horrible. It ruined his reputation. But if you could just take that fight away, and look at his body work, what he did to Ken Buchanan when he was a lightweight, people don't even understand. Roberto Duran started out his career at 135 pounds, went up and won the middleweight title. You have to understand how fucking crazy Roberto Duran was. When he beat Davey Moore, was that super welterweight? It was either 154 or 160. It was Davey Moore who was in his fucking prime.
That was in LA, wasn't it?
I don't know where it was. I remember I watched it.
June 20th, 1980. Duran Leonard in Montreal. Remember that? Yeah. I love Duran. I met Duran once, but he was training for that Davey Moore fight in LA. Mm-hmm. And what you're saying about martial arts and boxing, there's so many life lessons. Experience it out in the world. I'm not here to say that I was a great fighter like you, but I fought the gold gloves when I was in high school. First time I ever got my name to Chicago for a deal. That's amazing. Last time they ever sent me ice about.
See, that's a hard thing to do.
You learn about life. No teammates, just you and me.
It's all right. If you want to go and work, I didn't
win the gold bars. I fought him.
Yeah, we didn't find it.
Yeah.
Even just getting into the ring, having the courage in your fucking underwear, step through those ropes with those stupid shoes on, and big pads over your head, and you realize you're just throw your hands at some other dude trying to KO you.
Yeah, exactly. The other dude's trying to kick your ass.
It's such a weird feeling.
How old were you when you started?
I started fighting when I was 15.
And what was the emphasis? What got you interested?
Well, I got picked on a lot. I was a small kid, and I was always moving. We were always moving to new neighborhoods. Oh, yes. We had moved to this new neighborhood. Really hurt. Like, I can be real clear about that. I got pushed around a little bit like teenage boys do to each other, but I didn't like it. I didn't like it, bro. And so I was like, look, I'm not growing. So it's like, what can I do to stop this fear that I have of conflict? I was terrified of like conflict with kids because I did not know what to do. I had no training, no martial arts, no sport I ever played. And so I started doing martial arts, and I became obsessed.
Was it Taekwondo?
Yeah. Well, I first started with karate. Okay? I was going to this place called Esposito's Karate in Newton, Massachusetts. I'd still be there. He was like the town legend. He was this black belt guy who was awesome, who taught this like very popular school. But it was hard for me to get there. I didn't have a car. I was a kid. And so I would have to take a bus and walk a mile. It was like too much, especially in the winter. But I found this Taekwondo place in Kenwood Square in Boston, and the tee would go right to it. I'd only have to walk a mile to get to the tee, and then I'd get on the tee. So I did that.
The tee is public transportation?
Exactly. Yeah. So every day I'd walk a mile, get on the tee.
After school?
After school, yeah. As soon as school's over, I'd go right from my house, I'd grab my gym bag, and I'd go to the gym every day. Great. So then, like, when I was in high school, I was traveling around the country fighting in tournaments. It's the weirdest shit. It's like, I went from being terrified of fighting to, like, fighting all the time. Like, all the time. We were flying to Ohio. I couldn't drive. most of them were grown men. And we would all go, and I was competing as a grown man. I was competing as a grown man at 15.
What weight class?
Well, I won the state championship the first year at 140, but it was way too hard for me to do it. I was doing it before.
Right.
Like the guys who do it today, they really know what they're doing. I just stopped eating. Right. I just stopped eating, stopped drinking water, and then I'd get in the shower, and I'd like shadow box in the shower when it was, it was steaming hot. So I was trying to like drain my body of weight. And then I'd have to fight that day, by the way. You'd have to fight that day.
And you're so tired.
Yeah. So I won the states 1 year doing that, but I realized like I can't do this anymore. And I also tried doing vegetarian. I tried a bunch of stuff. And then the next year, when I was 18, then I started competing. Then I went up to about 50. I think it was 55 or 54. I forget what the weight class was, but it was 50 something. I went up to that, and then I got way better. I was much better.
What was a typical training day?
8 hours.
So when would you do it?
The whole day. It was all day. The moment I would get home from school, I'd usually eat something real quick, grab my bag.
Like a banana? Or
I didn't eat good. I would eat a bowl of cereal. That was okay. And I didn't have a lot of guidance. My parents both worked, so I didn't fend for myself. Whatever's in the house, I'd eat that. And then I'd get on the kitty and head out and go train. And so
how much time between when you ate and you actually kept working out? Yeah, so you got to, while you were traveling, you digest it.
Yeah, it takes like an hour to get there at least. It takes like a half hour to walk and then 20 minutes of a train. And
So you got a trainer there, you got a coach, you got other guys.
Well, yeah. And then I started teaching. That was a big thing.
Well, what would you do? What would you work on?
Well, we would always start out, but mostly we'd start with technique, right? So most of the time you would start with just straight kicks. You just practice kicks. You're also warming up, so you would do a warm-up routine. You practice your kicks, like mostly just for form. So you practice kicks, and then you would practice kicks with specific, what they would call like a one-step. Like you would come at me with a thing, and I would practice stepping to the side and countering. You practice that way. Then you would do sparring, and you spar almost every night. And some of the sparring was fucking horrific.
Could we just spar like rounds?
Yeah.
3-minute rounds?
3-minute rounds.
Yeah.
And you're sparring, these people are bigger than you, stronger than you, and I was a kid.
Right.
And then you would heavy back work. So as a dad, when you were exhausted, you work on your power. And then there's some days you just only work on technique. You didn't spar. Those are good days. You could just only work on your power, like heavy bag work, drills, speed drills, focus mitts. Like you have these paddles that people use. Kicks and paddles.
Yeah.
You just all work on making it so it just has no telegraph. It just goes off. You're trying to have it just go off like a switch. And so you're just constantly drilling it as if you're competing. And then on weekends, go pizza.
Would you run? Would you over?
I did. Yeah, I ran. I did. But, honestly, I hated running. And I spent so much time training already that my endurance was fine.
Yeah.
And I'd do rounds in the bag. I always felt like rounds in the bag were better endurance anyway, because that was like what you were going to actually do.
No doubt.
Other than getting hit, of course.
But would you do like ab work and stuff? Would you core with that strong?
Yeah, I would do sit-ups. Yeah, I would do push-ups, and I'd do chin-ups and shit like that, but not a lot of things. Most of it was heavy bag training and sparring.
And then alone.
It was like quite a while before I started accepting even the idea of weightlifting. A lot of for a long time boxing. We were just talking about Bert Sorn, saying that like boxers were told that they lift weights and they would be really stiff until the Vander Holyfield cut. And the Vander Holyfield cut changed everybody's opinion of it because he lifted weights, moved up to heavyweight from cruiserweight, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, maybe weightlifting just makes you stronger.
Yeah.
And now they all do it. It's kind of funny. Like almost all of those guys have some kind of strength that you could condition routine.
Yeah. So what do you do now? You stay shape. You're addicted to it because it's your life.
I'm addicted to it for mental health reasons too. I know what you mean. I think doing something difficult is very important, especially if it's like self-administered. Do something really hard and it makes the rest of your day easier. And it also is just, Andrew Huberman's talked about this. There's a specific area of your brain, and when you're doing uncomfortable things, that area of your brain grows. And when you're sedentary and you're not doing shit, that area of your brain actually shrinks. So it enhances your ability to do difficult things by doing difficult things regularly. So it's not just like, I'm addicted to it. It's like, no, it's a vitamin. Like you should do it. Like, you should do it. It makes your brain legislate. Like, doing hard things. Like, well, just lay on the couch. Bitch, I do too. Everybody likes to lay on the couch, and that's not the point. The point is, it's not good for you.
Listen, what you're saying is so true. Again, back to my prison experience. Among the things that helped me get through was that emotional pain, heart pain.
Yeah.
I found by throwing myself in hard physical exercise really helped me get softened that, lessen that emotion and heartache, and just made me feel less hurted and hurtless by forcing physical pain on myself by running 10 miles, for example, on my first Christmas day because it was so brutal and loaded. And I had to be at this shithole place for Christmas. You know what I mean? So what you're saying makes perfect sense to me. And
Obviously, your situation is very extreme, and you needed relief in any way you could find it. Through Jesus, through exercise, through everything, to constantly work. Like for just any person listening to this, to do something hard, right? Just make yourself do something hard all the time. Just trust me. You'll feel better, your life will work better, you'll be able to handle things better, you'll be able to handle disputes better, conversations better, interactions with people better. Do something.
you'll have more love in your heart. That's it.
Yes.
Yeah.
The friendliest people that I know are all killers. They're all killers.
That's interesting.
The friendliest people I know. If you met, like, some of my friends that fight the UFC, if you didn't know who they were, when you met them, like, they're the most lovely people. Like Daniel Cormier, he does color commentary with me. So it's me and Daniel, and this guy John, and we're all very tight. Daniel was a light heavyweight champion and heavyweight champion. He was a 2-division world champion and was dominating in a weight class that in Strikeforce he didn't even belong in heavyweight. He's like 5'11". He's not a big guy. He's just such an insane tank of a human being. And his wrestling was so insane, and his just will was so insane. He dominated. Dominated the 2 different divisions. He was a killer. The nicest fucking guy you'd ever meet in your life. If you're hanging around with him, you would never believe. You would never believe that he could pick up anybody in the room and smash him up the head. You would never believe it. You would think he's just a sweetheart of a guy.
Mm-hmm. So, because of my very limited boxing experience, I got to know boxers. And recently, I helped Tommy Hearns, helped Trump get Tommy Hearns' endorsement. And Hearns, that's a kind in Chicago, the nicest guy. This guy was such a fucking badass fighter, as you know.
Oh, my God. Tommy was an assassin.
Yeah, but on a personal level, gentle, God-fearing, soft-hearted, what you're describing the guys that you know. And a lot of the guys I knew from the boxing group in Chicago, a lot of the guys had a lot more success than me because I was just the best. I was a middling guy for 1 year. But I know exactly what you're saying. Can I say something about tough guys and Trump real quick? Sure. To go back to Trump, because the point you made I thought was really interesting. That you got to have that kind of self-love, can do all of the shit that through him. And you got to.
You have to be a psycho. He's kind of a psycho. You have to be the type of person that tweets, "I hate Taylor Swift." Like, I don't, maniac mindset. But without that, you don't keep fighting. Like, they tried to kill him twice. That's and one of them nicked his ear. And there was literally people online doubting whether or not he got hit. You see blood coming off of his ear. Yeah. People were saying it was staged so that he could avoid prison. I mean, I heard prominent people say these things.
Yes.
Some prominent woman tweeted that he got shot because he's trying to get out of jail, out of going to jail. This is like, I don't care what you were trying to say. That's such an insane take on a former president who's running for office again being assassinated. You should be against assassinations. Assassinations are horrible. It's against the law. It's one of the most horrific. What did he do? He paid off a lady? Is that what he did? Yeah. You think he should get shot in the fucking head for that? Well, like, what did he do? Yeah. What did he do? Do you think he deserves getting shot in the fucking head?
Yeah.
And this complete lack of appreciation that the whole thing is rigged. The whole thing is corrupt. That's not good for you either. It's not good for anybody. Just because you label yourself a liberal, you can't watch them throw the Constitution in the toilet. You can't just sit back and watch them because, yeah, it's good. They're doing it against Trump. Oh, he got shot? Good. Are you fucking crazy? People getting shot is good? How are the left people, the progressive people, the people on the left, how are they like, I wish that guy didn't miss? How are they doing that? Because that's how lost we've gotten with this mainstream political narrative. They feed you what you're supposed to think, think, and you never have the ability to think it out for yourself. It's like groups of people just going through the information and coming to a conclusion as a country. Instead, you have to be on fucking a car, like in prison.
That's right.
And you got to be with this
thought
group.
It's
It's basically the same
That's
thing.
exactly right.
You're in a gang. You're just not in the Aryan race.
Well said.
You're in the fucking left-wing progressives.
Right.
If they fucking turn on you, they'll all turn on each other. They do it all the time because they're all just scrambling for stature.
Joe, can I just say one more thing about Trump on this subject? Self-love, personal toughness, for sure. But can I say something else? This man, I honestly believe this, truly loves America. He isn't just doing this because he wants to be the president. He's already been. He's got all this great success. How do you live the life he's give that up? Go into that shithole business I was in that I know all too well. You have to deal with all these phony fucking politicians and suffer these assholes, these duplicitous hypocrites in your party and the other party, which is what most of them are. There's a lot of good ones, but more of them than not are full of shit. They're weak, they're cowardly, and they go along with the kind of trends that you were just talking about. When you go through something that Trump went through and you keep doing it, it's more than just his own self-love. I truly believe that he has a genuine, abiding love in his country. I think in his mind, I'm guessing, I'm putting this in his mind, kind of thinking about my own kind of experience. He's saying to himself, if I have to go down fighting for my country, I'm going to do it. And I think that helps motivate him to get stronger and tougher when he is convinced that it isn't just about his ego and himself, but it's something higher and bigger, like what America's supposed to be. Does that make any sense?
It does. And anybody that would push back against that, I would say, listen, before you even form an opinion, I want you to think about what happened when he got shot. So he gets tackled. He's got blood coming out of his ear, guns go off, guy behind him's dead, guy got shot protecting his family. He stands up and throws his hand up there and says, fight, fight, fight. That's not fake. Like, that's in the moment after getting hit by a bullet, covered by the Secret Service, guy behind him's dead. How many gunshots had rung off? 9 shots between the snipers killing him shooting. I think he shot 3 times.
Yeah, right.
And then he fight. That's in the moment. That's in the moment. Everybody loves America, including people that aren't in America, which is why so many people are sneaking over to America. Okay? There's not a whole lot of people sneaking into Libya. Everybody loves America. It's the shit. Why? It's the shit because of personal freedom. And because you can be somebody here.
That's it. You can be Joe Rogan, a kid who's 15, getting out of public transportation, kicking in martial arts, and become what you are. You can be me.
You can be anything you want.
Yeah.
You could be a doctor, a lawyer, an author, a painter, a musician. You can do anything you want.
No other place in the world offers it like this place.
And this place celebrates
That's
I have a friend of mine from the UK who moved over here. One of the first things he said was, in England, they try to push you down if you try to get there. Like, they'll try to dismiss you. It's like tall poppy syndrome. They don't want anybody rising above everybody else. Very discouraging.
Well, that's the socialist ones. That's the new Democrat parties. It isn't about celebrating somebody else's success and saying, hey, I'm going to be like him, or that guy's success is actually creating more opportunities for me to be better than what I am now. It's instead pull him down so we can make everybody equal.
It's generally very energetic people who don't have any ambition. So they have all this energy, and they put their energy into this nonsense instead of like sorting your life out and pursuing something for yourself. There should be this is how it should all work. Everybody should have an equal opportunity to be educated and to pursue their dreams. Mm-hmm. But we're not going to have equality of effort. It's not going to exist. Okay? I can't tell you to do what I do, but I'll tell you what I do, and you can either listen and pay attention. You can say, oh, well, look at all the effectiveness. Look at how he's been able to do so many different things. How is that possible? Well, it's all simple. It's all just hard work. Not everybody wants to do that. No. So if you want a quality of outcome and you don't have a quality of effort, then you have tyranny. Because then you have people who are a bunch of energetic people who don't have a lot of ambition and they don't have any talent and they want to control people. And they don't like when people achieve a higher social status than them or economic status. They get angry. Why not me? There's a lot of that. That's a part of what the whole appeal to socialism. Of course, there's like the beautiful appeal. There's a lot of things that are socialist in this world that are great. Like the fire department is essentially a socialist establishment, right? We all pay for the fire department. We all agree that the fire department should act immediately when there's a fire. We all pay into it, and it's great. We can have other things like that too. That should be how education is. That should probably be how the police force is. That's all great. But as soon as you want a quality of outcome, you're ignoring the quality of effort. It's, of course, some people are born rich. Of course, it's not fair. Of course, some people are born in broken homes and it's harder for them. Of course, the fucking game's rigged. It's not fair.
Right.
But everybody, even given the worst of circumstances, they're at least not stopped from pursuing dreams.
You see, in my experience, the fun part, really more the fun part is the journey, less so the destination. When I look back at the success I had in different places in life, like being the governor of Illinois, not so easy.
Yeah.
It was nice to be there, have that power to be able to do it, serve their purposes, but it was more fun actually trying to get them, working hard, and overcoming the obstacles.
The quest.
Yeah, and the competition of it all, right?
Yeah.
That quest. In any aspect of life, I think it's, frankly, embrace the quest. And if you love what you do and you pursue what you love, success will ensue. You love the truth, you have to chase success. Just look great in what you do.
Hopefully. There's no whole fast rules, but hopefully.
You know what? Yeah, well said. But even if you don't have success, the fact that you gave your best at something should be success, a version of success that you can be happy with.
Well, for sure, at least you learn from that, and maybe you could apply those lessons to other things. It's not like there's an end to this, and everybody wants to look at it like there's some sort of a finish line. I'm telling you, it's not real. There's no finish line. It doesn't exist. You should just enjoy this moment and enjoy the whole process of whatever you're trying to do with life. Because there's never going to be a time where you're like, I'm doing it's over. That's not real. I'm here to tell you that someone who's at the #1 podcast for like 6 years or something like that, that's not real. There's no end. There's no like, well, maybe. It doesn't exist. And if it does exist, you're missing out on the whole point. The point is you're supposed to be getting better all the time at everything you do.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a constant thing.
That's right.
Physically, it's going to come a point in time you can't really get better at things because you're getting old. But you can still do it mentally. You can still learn more. You can still pursue hobbies and interests and dreams and things that stimulate you and work towards stuff. It's a better way to live your life.
Mm-hmm.
And, some people never get a chance to understand that. And you go through your whole life. Maybe you're following through or who's the big porn star. And they don't realize, like, I've wasted my experience here. I haven't learned from it. I haven't grown from it. I don't have anything to show for all my time here. I've just been making mistake after mistake. And I never really figured out how to control my mind. And I never really figured out how to discipline myself into action. And here I am, never figured out puzzles. And here I am. Fuck. And those are the people who want quality about them. Those are the people who want equity. Those are the people that want to shut all the... Look, there's a lot of hedge fund people that are
Yeah.
a lot of billionaires
And a lot of greed, of course.
Yeah,
It's
it's not to deny that.
Right.
For sure, we should keep an eye on people who want to change the weather, for sure.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we're all just supposed to be human beings with an opportunity to try to succeed. Doesn't mean everybody's going to succeed.
Yeah.
That's what's so crazy about this open-ended agreement you have with life. You don't know what's coming up. You don't know what's next. It's just like, how do you respond to it when it happens? And for you, it's one of the most difficult things that a person could go through, and especially if you feel you lose.
No, yeah. And so I have purpose in life at this stage. They took everything from me. They passed laws saying I can't run for anything. Believe it or not, just me, that Constitution.
You could probably run in Vegas and win. You'd be the king of Vegas.
I could, yeah, yes. It's a good place. I hear.
I would love you. You could totally be the king of Vegas.
But, I have a new beginning. A lot of my friends are retired, and they're retired. That's fine. But I'm excited about this new beginning. It's rebuilding. Yeah, that means I could run for federal office. I could run for the president of the United States, but I can't run for Alderman in the city of Chicago. Imagine that.
Damn, you're missing out on an awesome gig. Wow.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
but I have something to get up every day and chase.
Do you
I'm lucky.
have any desire to be in politics anymore? Is it just too gross, or how do you think about it now?
My wife, who is a remarkable person, when I think about all these different heroes that I've known, that I've read about history books, I think about my wife, her quiet way. Her heroes, she kept her home, raised our daughters. They're both good kids and daughters. Moved to our language, therapists, good education. She would like to advocate for puppy protection act before my children
What's the Puppy Protection Act?
Protects puppies. We love dogs. Something heavy listeners can say puppy protection.
How does it protect puppies?
I don't know, but it's got to be good. I haven't been reading
Well,
it.
it protects puppies. But to me, that sounds like the Patriot Act, but it's got to be.
You're right. I think Bernie Sanders was right on that. He was the only one who voted against that. I'm looking at it when they have it because I was with him in Congress.
Well, they named it the Patriot Act. How are you going to say no to that?
I know.
They named it the Puppy Protection Act.
Right. It's got a good chance of passing. But anyway.
What's in there?
And our younger daughter, she's this big Taylor Swift and she's 50. They both are, but they're good kids. They're honest kids. They do good to school like their mom. She raised them great without a father. And they've suffered through the politics. And so public. And the name is not common. There's just not a lot here. A lot of Serbia, not America. So everybody knows who their dad is, in the political context. So my wife, man, you'll find this interesting. 2 days after I was arrested, which was 9th of December 2008, it was Thursday. Vegas was betting, taking bets. What are the odds the first lady of Illinois is going to leave the governorhood? She just got arrested. And it was 9-1 she was going to leave. And she not only defied those odds, but she defied the stats, which is, could she go on? Looking back, it should have. I mean,
So you make so much money just like
I know. Crossed my mind.
Would that be illegal? Maybe they put you back in jail.
That's what prevented me from even pursuing criminal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question. But when a guy's in prison for more than 4 years, especially when he has a long time in prison, more than 90% of the cases, the wife with significant other actually leaves. Yeah. So Patty defined her needs. She's made it abundantly clear that I would run for office again. I'm doing that for a second wife.
In this day and age, what are you going to do other than this book?
Well, I do different work. I do some business stuff. I'm actually trying to do some public awareness on issues that are important, like some criminal justice reform stuff, because I found that hard right now. Just the justice system. And there is a bias in the criminal justice system that disproportionately has impacted the black community, and it grows in the family.
Have you ever seen any of my podcasts that I've done with Josh Dugan?
No, but tell me about that. That's
He's-
criminal justice reform?
Yes.
Okay.
That's his main.
Okay.
Yeah. Just through the podcast that we've done, multiple people have been released.
Yeah. See, that's very
He's always highlighting these fucked up cases where people are innocent and with massive corruption in the prosecutor's office. Like,
Yeah.
you hear about these things, they're so heartbreaking. Like you just can't believe that someone would be willing to have people go to jail for 25 to life for something that they know is a lie.
Right.
But you see it over and over and over again.
right. The more common is the other sentencing. Those 8 years in prison, I mean, the overwhelming number of guys I was with, they did it. They were guilty. Prosecutors got it right. What they got wrong was the sentences are ridiculous, the unfair and wrong. They don't match up. And you get a nonviolent offender the first time gets something wrong, whether it's a bank robbery, control offense, or whatever it might be, and they give them these guys 15, 20, 25 years because they have these one-size-fits-all sentencing guidelines that the politicians pass. But every case is different. Every person's different. Their backgrounds are different. Their costs, reasons for doing things, they're different. So the system's broken in the sense that they don't take into account other considerations than just these like formulas they follow. And so as a result, you have these people, disproportionately black, but not exclusively, who are doing these long sentences for first-time offenses. Trump pardoned her, and now it's Mary Johnson. First-time nonviolent offender, drugs. They gave her a life sentence. It's probably a lot of drugs. A life sentence. After 20 years, Trump pulled her out, saved her. And a lot of this came from the 1984 crime bill that Joe Biden sponsored and Bill Clinton passed. The Democrats think it's the black community. Yeah. So I think I just think that, and then my father came from Serbia, and I'd like to try to do what I can to raise public awareness about the place of Serbia in the Balkans, because it's the country that we bombed in 1999. The United States and NATO bombed Serbia without the United Nations approval, the way Russia's invaded Ukraine. And Serbia was because they were trying to force the Serbian government to give up part of the country, Kosovo. Give it up. They'll like NATO threatened to bomb us to say give up Texas to Mexico. And the Serbian government said they're not going to do it. So the United States decided to bomb them. They get signed an agreement that was made in France called the Round of Lake Agreement. So would have put it up with referendum. Now, Kosovo, there's more to everything. But look, geopolitics of Europe and the Middle East, the Serbians and the Balkans is sort of a gateway to the Middle East. It's in Europe, but it's a gateway to the Middle East, and a lot of the political dynamics internationally in play there. But the Serbs and the Serbian people were allies with the United States and both world wars. They love America. They want to improve relations with America today after the we bombed them. The Clinton administration did them. We took that part of their country away. What did they bomb? They bombed Belgrade, they bombed all the big cities.
They just indiscriminately bombed the cities. They bombed military bases.
The electrical grid, they bombed military bases. This was May of 1991. And I was a young congressman. I was the only Serb, the Serbs are small in the United States, and they don't have any political clout. But Jesse Jackson, Reverend Jackson, and I went there. There's 3 American Serbs taken to prison by the Serbs during the war. And no one knew what was going on with those soldiers. And so Reverend Jackson had this statue. And he was close to Clinton. And he went there. I went there because I speak the language. So my father came from that country. And I was able to assist him getting the release of the 3 soldiers. This was the Milosevic government at the time. And we got the soldiers home. But what I like to talk about Serbia is it's a country in the Balkans that follows a Judeo-Christian tradition. It's very much like Israel in the sense that it's in a place where they're standing up for those sorts of things. And the Serbs felt very betrayed by the United States. They're choosing to be on the side of countries that were with the Axis and with the Nazis in World War II. And those wars down in the Balkans and throughout Europe are wars of ethnic cleansing. All the sides do it. There's no one side, is the crystal clean organizations are fighting for borders and fighting for villages and places where historically one group claims they had a claim to it, another group claims they had a claim to. So these are complicated issues. But the United States decided to pick sides and force this country together, a parliament country with a lot of significant religious monuments. And this government that's there today very much wants to reopen relations with the United States and have better relations. It's a growing economy. They're doing very well economically. It's a good, hardworking people. And it's interesting. In a poll recently, European countries, in this presidential election, Trump versus Kamala Harris, the Serbian people had the highest support of Trump. Something like 90% Serbian populace supported Trump in the last election, better than any other European country. And so whatever I can do to be helpful to my, place my father came from. I'm American born.
Sounds like you're about to find an ambassador of the Serbia.
Oh no.
What did you give to them? Would you take it?
Unlike that. No, unlike that.
Come on, fella.
No, only if he said to me, look, I really need you, which he will do.
He's going to sit you down with a Burger King. No, he's in the big house, right? He's in the
McDonald's. That's McDonald's.
Yeah. Sit you down.
Yeah, that's McDonald's. But there's a new opportunity for Trump's administration to rethink sort of our policy and some of those old relationships.
You understand politics far more than most. What difficulties do they face in implementing real change? So there's all these ideas, the Doge idea, the Department of Government Efficiency, RFK taking over HHS, right? Health and Human Services.
Right.
And so now Kash Patel, the FBI, Tulsi Gabbard. What is her?
She's the director of national intelligence.
Yeah, that's a huge position.
Yes.
So they all have these ideas to eliminate corruption, or at least mitigate it, and root out all the bad actors and find out what went wrong. Mm-hmm. Right? What's in the way? What would stop them from being able to do that?
You're talking about an almost immutable object. You're talking about the deep state. You're talking about entrenched interests within government and outside of government. You're talking about what I call political industrial complex. It exists in Washington, it exists in state governments like in Springfield, Illinois. It's the usual people. And the two parties are split on some issues, but they play the game within certain parameters. And if somebody wants to think outside the box and challenge that, and actually try to shake that up and change the priorities of how it operates, frankly, to actually benefit the people more, because the mindset there, and I know this, because I was a congressman for 6 years, I was a governor for 6 years, the mindset isn't what we can do for the people back home. The mindset really is what the people back home can do for us, and for all the different special interest groups that operate and are lunching up on the system. This is very real. It's very real in every part of it. It's very real in the military industrial complex, which is something Tulsi Gabbard and Hexlight, the others, who, if they get their positions, are going to be addressed. The weaponized Department of Justice, very real, and the living is testament to that. So it's Trump. Very, the bureaucracy that's entrenched, that you have a hard time moving. These government employees, many of them now, are even going to the office. They're working from home. They are entrenched, hard to move. So this is going to be real hard. It's going to be constant war. They're going to fight back, and they're going to keep trying to do to Trump what they've been doing. And I think that the opportunity for the Trump administration, for President Trump, is the first 6 months to a year, because this time he has a bit of a honeymoon with the voters. He didn't get them in 2016. This time he has it. He's got wind at his back, because that was a mandate. Yeah, it was a mandate. He's got, but he's going to get no honeymoon for the Democrats. So traditionally, presidents get even the other party through the first 3 to 6 months before they start pissing all over. You know what I mean? Trump and Lincoln were the two presidents who got behind. In Lincoln's case, the southern states seceded and left. Trump wasn't quite that, but nobody treated him as a new president. As a character was trying to treat the Democrats in Washington, because he's a real threat to change things, and he's a guy who's actually trying to keep his promises. And these appointments, they're very different, they're very unusual, but they show that you learn the lesson. You can't trust those Washington designers, because they're going to control the order, and they'll be the ones who try to not carry out your orders.
You know what you really can't trust?
Yeah.
The people who make the polls.
That's right.
Those are the people are, they might as well be psychics. They might as well be that person with the neon sign that's reading cards.
Yeah.
You guys are so off. That it was so wild because people were so emboldened by them being so off. You know, I'm sure you've seen a lot of these hilarious videos of Democrats who were absolutely sure she was going to win this. They're all fired up and cocky and hoot and hollering and making fun of people. And then, bam, you see this landslide.
I'm pretty good at patting myself on the back. I was in that business, so when I pat myself on the back, I call it. I think I took even before that, was that Trump's going to sweep all the states.
But I thought it was going to be a lot closer because I thought, you know, until she kept really wondered. So if she just never did any interviews and just only did speeches like that first one that she did. That first one she did, like, you guys like say thanks. The whole place goes nuts. We're like, whoa. Like, she was young, energetic in comparison to him. Like, oh my God, and we all got behind her, and still the wind behind the sails of the media. They were all moving in march step. They were all marching together. They were all telling us, she's the best, she's number one, she's going to fix it. And I thought it would work. I really did. I was like, this might work. Yeah, which is, I was fascinated to see. I was fascinated to see the whole machine turn in support of her. The people that have mocked her, approval ratings, just 6 months ago, they're making fun of her, and she's largely been quiet. And then all of a sudden, she's our answer.
Yeah. That was propaganda. Yeah, it was wild. And they were propping her up. It was really thin. They did that with Obama. They got away with it. They propped this guy up to be this Democrat. He's not.
Did you see Joe Biden dunking on her?
Yeah.
That speech today? Was it today?
I think it was yesterday. She was talking about joy. Is that the one?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Joe Biden like subtly does a Kamala Harris impression, and the audience knows it. And the audience starts laughing.
Yeah.
Which is just like, I want to fly off the wall. I would have loved to see how, because essentially a coup went down.
Yes,
right.
That's right.
It's the first time ever someone who didn't get elected through a primary is somehow or another the representative of the Democratic Party. It's kind of dangerous. You really think about it in that regard. It's kind of dangerous.
You're right. And it's lots based on lots.
So it's not really the people.
Not really the people, and they're just lying to them. Lying to
keeping your compliance that you showed through COVID and everything else.
That's right.
They're hoping that's going to go along with this, and you're not going to stand up and go, hey, why do we have a primary? You know, what about Shapiro? What about all these different people? What about them running? Let's see what their solutions to these things are. She's already said she's not going to do anything different. Like, this is kind of crazy. Like, what are we doing?
Right. They took away the rights of the people and the Democratic voters to choose their nominee.
There's this one of that crazy video of this poor girl. She's like hysterical, and she's talking to Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris is talking to her. She's like, "Don't worry, we're gonna win. We're gonna win." She's like saying this to this poor girl, like a college girl, freaking full of anxiety and all freaked out, and just I just get so upset when I watched that because like, what got in your head that got you thinking that some horrific end to women's rights is coming? What happened?
I'll tell you, you've been lied to over and over again by the establishment Democrat Party and their allies in the media that's a very serious threat. My daughter's a political scientist, and that Donald Trump is this rotten guy, and he's not those things. They've been demonizing him for so long, and this is on purpose. This is part of the political strategy. And eventually, most of the people saw through it. And you don't give yourself enough credit. But when you had Trump on here and you eventually made your decision, you swayed a lot of people to a real difference in that election. So thank you. Because I think that's part of saving America before America gets great, which is a good thing, isn't it? Why would America want to fight?
Well, it's certainly true. I mean, it's all.
And it is great, isn't it? Why do the Democrats seem to think America's not so great? We've had a lot of problems. There's wrongs in our history, of course. The original slavery, Jim Crow, and segregation, and the treatment of black people in America. That's all very real, but it's true. In spite of it all, this is a country that offers the opportunity we talked about and corrects those mistakes. The problem, I think, in some respects today with the Democrat Party is now it's a question of reversing. No longer let's judge people by not by the color of their skin, but the concept of their character. Now it's
Let's overcorrect.
so that's all. Exactly.
I think it's a cult. I really do. And I think the Republicans didn't do themselves any justice by reversing the Roe v. Wade. Because I think wanting that reversed is what is fear in everyone that you're coming after women's reproductive rights. That men, based on religious ideals, are going to tell women what to do with their bodies. If that didn't happen, I think it would have been an even bigger victory for Trump, right? Because I think that was one of the most important subjects for women. It was one of the most important things that they would want to draw the line on. Because they know what that goes. You know, as soon as you let someone have control over what you can and can't do with your body, just to a smaller step, like we've talked about with COVID, with so many different things, but people have power and control over people, they abuse it, and they manipulate it. And if you all of a sudden have laws, so whether these run family fears or not, women were worried that people get data from their fertility apps, right? So you have ovulation apps, and these ovulation apps you say when you had your period, and it keeps track of when you're ovulating. That if a woman had one of those apps and was living in a state, because Roe v. Wade's been reversed, where abortion is illegal, and then she travels to another state and has an abortion, that she can be prosecuted based on the laws of the state, which is, to me, that's terrifying. I am giving people that kind of power over them, especially if you're doing something that's legal in that state. The whole idea of states' rights is supposed to be, first of all, we don't need passports to travel from state to state, right? Every state is essentially almost like a little different country. Right? It's the same language. Right? This is a very different country than California. You know, I live in both places. Yeah, you know, there's other places. New York's a very different country than this, but we all agree we can travel back and forth. So then you leave me the fuck alone. You don't know what I'm doing in this state, and I don't want you check. If someone has a miscarriage, and then they go visit a state that has abortion laws, and then they get visited by jackbooted thugs that think that they can impose the law and put some girl in jail to send a message. Yeah, that's fucking terrifying. That I think costs a lot of votes. And maybe it's a wrong perception. Maybe it's an extreme version of it, and I'm exaggerating. But I don't trust people. I don't trust people that have power over people. And I think the less power people have over people, the better. I think if you want people to have less abortions, make more birth control available, make it available everywhere. You know, education for us. Oh, kids are crazy. You get horny and go nuts. But there's a lot of people that make mistakes that if a man could get pregnant, if men could get pregnant, I always said abortion would be an app on your phone. We would have them at the gas station. We'd get abortions everywhere. Like, there would be no babies. It's, you know, it's a very complicated decision for someone to make. And, you know, Joe Biden, ironically, said the best. a long time ago. They said abortion should be legal and rare.
I have a long history as a Democratic governor and congressman supporting the women's right to choose. I haven't changed my view. I'm a huge Trump supporter, but I haven't changed my view on it for the same reasons that you just explained. Not to mention the fact that who am I as a man?
That's what gets
you could do with my own.
it gets so complicated.
No, it's very complicated. And the people on the other side, the pro-lifers, these are good people who generally believe that this is the killing of a baby. But Roe v. Wade had claim itself, its decision, broke it down in trimesters. And within the first trimester, that's a life of being, that's not a human being. And that's always some sense of it. The idea of government doing what you just described, if you guys news gone through that, gone through the government will continue to my family. That beats it's sympathetic to what you just said. Yeah, that's very important. It's very good.
I don't think you should let the government ever be involved in the choices of people.
Yeah.
I don't think, and I understand the whole life perspective.
Yeah.
I get it. I talked to very intelligent years ago people that believe that life begins at the moment of conception, right? It's great, right? And I'm like, okay, I don't agree with you, but I understand where you're coming from. I could put myself in your mindset, and I could see that. I could see how you would think that. I could see how you'd say two wrongs don't make a right. I could see that. I just don't agree with it. And I don't agree with it because I would not want to be a woman that can't ever leave this baby or reflect what you're saying. And if you want to impose that on a person because you have a different set of beliefs in the person, where does that end? Where does it end? It gets fucking weird. It gets weird when you let people control people. Think about how many people are yelling at people to wear a mask outside. Where's your mask? People are fucking weird, man. You give them any kind of control over people, I don't trust them. And that's not like a pro-abortion position. That's I don't trust people in their decision-making ability and their abuse of power decision. That's what that is. That's my position.
Yeah, a lot of these people who are demanding those masks and they deny your right to choose what we have a legacy or not, the same ones who are very much pro-choice when it comes to a woman's right to choose, they don't even have the same standard for other things. And it's that inconsistency.
My body, my choice.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Which I agree with fucking everything. Right. If you want to get face tattoos, I wouldn't recommend it. I have a bunch of friends that have face tattoos. No, I got a bunch of them. I love that guy to death. Post Malone's got a bunch of them. I love that guy to death.
Listen, I did all those years in prison with guys like that.
A lot of those guys have face tattoos. And fighters I know with face tattoos. Yeah. Fucking great guy. Sean O'Malley. Shout out to my man Sean. Face tattoos. Awesome guy.
There's a guy in prison named Crook who's clearly a Dodgers fan. How did I know that tattoo? Dodger right on top of his head. And I sang to this guy about 100 times at the GED graduation of my prison friends who read in Jailhouse Rockers.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah. Did you record anything?
No, they didn't allow that.
That's too bad. That would be amazing tapes.
Yeah.
Get that on the internet.
But you couldn't allow that. You couldn't get that in.
Well, people don't have YouTube channels.
But I had,
that would be YouTube jail channels. YouTube, tell the jail, listen, you can make profits off of this. Why don't you split the profits with the emails?
No, look, I met a lot of guys. A lot of these guys are not bad guys. They broke the law, and they should be held accountable and have justice, but also mercy. And a chance at a second.
Also mercy and redemption.
Absolutely. Please, let's have
Yeah.
We don't have enough.
Rehabilitation. Whatever happened?
Some of these guys have such good hearts. There was this bank robber in prison, Michael Torres. Good guy. His name is Socks. Dropped it.
Can you put socks over his face when he robbed the bank? Is that what?
I don't know. I have a chapter about him because I taught history for him. He loved General Grant. He didn't really like Civil War history class. But what he did was he walked it back in Central California. We appreciate this. His father was a Pentecostal minister. Oh, and he walks into this bank. His father taught him to always respect the values of respect for your elders. Okay? So he storms into a bank in the sun and shouting, "Motherfuckers, everybody over the side, I'm robbing this fucking bank. I'll kill anybody. Blow your hands off. If you don't comply, you don't follow my orders." You can say comply, right? So they all scatter around. But the spies on him, inside of his eyes, they're all in the corner, standing. And at that point, he recognized her, and he puts his bank robbery on pause, puts it on hold. And all of a sudden, he goes from this Mr. Hyde character, who is screaming motherfucker with his assault weapon, to a gentle doctor. Jekyll, right? Goes to the woman, calms her and soothes her and tells her, "Man, Don't worry, this won't take too long. No one's going to hurt you. Um, I won't be long. Let me get you a seat. So some guy's sitting in the chair, and he says, "Get up, motherfucker, or I'll fucking blow your brains out." And he ushers her to the seat, sits her down. He goes back to the back robbery, gets all the money, stops by, says goodbye to her, leaves. Didn't plan his getaway so good. They get him within, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. It didn't take long. He's apprehended. He's got no defense. There's all these witnesses saw it all. So his lawyers correctly say, we better just ask for mercy. Don't even pretend you didn't do it. Plead guilty. Prosecutors want 20 years in prison for sentence. Okay? And of course, they always get what they ask for, these federal prosecutors. The defense lawyer recognized the judge was 83 years old. They bring this little old lady who was witnessing what they call mitigation witness to say that Socks, the bank robber, had some good qualities. She tells us the story about how kind he was to her into this bank robbery, and the judge gave him 10 years. So his kindness to the old lady and respect the rights of his father saved him 10 years. And he was a great guy to do prison time with. At the time, the prison sucked because you're kind of guy, fun. And he lectured in class and talked about General Grant and Shiloh, and he kept telling these guys, the motherfucker was a badass, dude. This guy was a badass, dude.
That's hilarious. Yeah, there's good people that make bad choices.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we gotta throw people away. It's crazy. There's so many people I'm sure that have a lot of potential. And I've met a lot of people that have been in jail that are amazing people.
Amazing people, very resourceful, very enterprising, very smart.
One of my favorite guests that I've ever had on is Freeway Ricky Ross.
Tell me, is that the singer?
No,
Yeah.
no, it's the real one. A real Ricky Ross who was selling cocaine from getting it from the government and selling it in South Central Los Angeles and not even knowing like what he was a part of the funding the Conchas versus the Sandinistas.
Oh,
Yeah, from all promote it.
Yeah.
That's Freeway Ricky Ross. He was a legend. He was
Oh.
making millions every week, millions of dollars. Couldn't read.
Right.
Couldn't read. He was a tennis player, really good tennis player, but not good enough to be pro, but illiterate. Goes to jail, becomes a lawyer in jail, teaches himself to read.
Was it
goes
state
to
prison or federal prison?
He was federal prison.
Yeah. Okay.
He was federal prison. Goes to jail and finds out that because he understands law, that they had used this 3 strikes rule incorrectly, and that it's supposed to be 3 separate incidents of felonies. This was 3 felonies in one incident.
Yeah. Right.
And so he got off.
Beautiful.
He got himself out of jail.
How long was it?
That's really Ricky Ross. But he's the nicest guy. He's funny. He's like, tell me this guy didn't deserve a second chance.
Yes.
He's a young kid surrounded by drug dealers.
That's
The
right.
only people that have any money.
Where's he at now?
He's back in LA. He just did the podcast recently. How long did he do it? Was it last year? I feel like it was this year. What month? 6 months ago. Yeah.
You know what I'd like to do with my new beginning? Make enough money where I get my financial security for my family. I was making $62 a year every year for 8 years, right? So I'm a lawyer, I'm a law school, like this is what I get.
What do they pay you for?
You know, get paid for. I was a tutor for the first couple of years in high prison. And then when you get to the camp, you know, orderly, where you out floors, sweep floors, worked in the library for a while. I always worked in the gym.
I was just not they give you $1, but
The worst job was in the kitchen. And I write in the book about the day. I looked at it, I was going to go home in August 2019. Trump was pulled me out. But he's the most pushback from the politicians. And he had a problem because he called Zelensky Ukraine. And the Democrats were impeaching him. The telephone call, which was absolutely right, because there was evidence, videotape evidence of Joe Biden talking about Burisma and Hunter Biden's son and hiring a prosecutor, and he's going to withhold $1 billion of federal money, U.S. money, to Ukraine. That's perhaps probably causing a crime, but it's at least reasonable enough for the chief law enforcement officer, the president, to ask this guy, would you look into it? That's all he did, and impeach him. So now I'm on hold. But when it looked like I was coming out, I was literally transferred out of the camp, and they said, you're going on trucks anyhow. So he They put me back in the kitchen. One of the cops there felt, who's this guy? Some like special inmate. Because the president, he was holding on. Look at that show this asshole. He ain't no big deal. So they put me back in the kitchen at 4 o'clock in the morning. You go up, you wake up at 3:30, wash your pots and pans for 8 hours. They call me the government district. Right? Yeah. So that paid $5.25. That's so crazy. But here's what I like to do. I want to be successful with money. Things are good. Have the best selling book, maybe God willing, who knows. I like to meet the guy Rick Ross and others. I like to have a foundation that actually does something meaningful, like maybe some sort of vocational training, culinary training for inmates who are coming home, have no opportunities to learn a skill that they don't teach in prison, but they should.
You should talk to Josh Dugan as well.
Yeah. I feel like that's my call. I feel I should do that.
Yeah, I'll connect you guys.
Yeah.
I love that guy to death. That's his main quest in life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to help people. And then he's got so many stories of these people getting out and doing incredible things and helping other people.
Yeah.
As well. And turning it back around, trying to work and educate these young guys, and also trying to stop them from doing bad things and just give them some life skills so they can make good decisions instead of bad decisions. Because some people are just, because of reality, being trapped by your circumstances. It's if you have not experienced that, luckily I haven't. I'm very fortunate, but there's a lot of people that do. The discount that is fucking crazy, and we take people and we just put them in cages and forget about it. And it's convenient for us. Just lock them up. Just lock everybody up. Stop locking people up. What we need to do is understand that we lock more people up than anybody, and it doesn't make us safer. What we got to do is get to the root of why so many people are getting locked up.
Yeah.
And we've ignored it. We've ignored it. It's like we're constantly cutting cancerous tumors off. We're not going, hey, why do we keep getting cancer? Like, is there something we could do different? Mm-hmm. There's a lot we could do different. Think about just the money that we've sent to Ukraine. Imagine if that money just went to rehabilitate the cities of North America. Hey, how much good could you do with $200 billion in America in a year?
You want to hear a real cynical thing about the Democratic Party? Oh, look, I was a Democratic Party. I was a first member of the I supported Nancy Pelosi in the House. Okay?
I supported stock traders.
Yeah, you know about one of those.
The Pelosi stock tracker. You know, you see it? That's so good.
You kidding?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm not really a stock market person. I don't pay attention. But I do know people who are very invested in the stock market. And the Pelosi stock tracker is legit. Like, you could find out what she's buying, and you should buy it.
That is really, really interesting. Well,
She's a really good stockbroker, Rod.
I'm going to do that tomorrow.
She's super good at it.
Yeah.
I don't know how she has the time, considering she's so busy serving the people. But, you know, if she was just a pure stock trader, she'd probably be big all time. She's that good.
Well, probably
Dude,
no, because she doesn't have the inside information. She's got talent. She gets it. I got you. She gets it. And then we were talking about what criminal justice.
Yes.
Oh, the black community in particular, and the simple part that they're correct. They really strong here in Austin. I'm a guy from this area here in Austin, Texas, named D. Johnson. And there were so many good things about his Great Society programs, but it was motivated by politics. Yes, there's poor people that we must help, but it wasn't just that. He said, this will ensure that we get the end vote for a whole generation. We'll get the end vote. He didn't say it like that. He said the whole world, right? And that's how the Democrats have approached the black community ever since. And it's, yes, we'll help only so much, but we're not going to give the tools and means to be able to have the same kind of chance and opportunity in the economy where you can actually get up and get out of the neighborhood, get out of the hood, get out of the poverty, and join the middle class. You can have those sorts of practical things. Most everywhere else in America, we have those chances, but ironically, not in the black community, because Democrats don't want to leave. They cannot afford to lose 90 to 95% of the safe vote for them if they're free.
I think in Austin, we've done just the last some of this. A lot of black folks looked at all these illegal aliens that are coming in and getting all these benefits. They're getting put up in the Roosevelt Hotel and getting free food and getting EBT cards. And they were like, what the fuck is this? Like, what about us? Like, there's a lot of people in Chicago that were up in arms about that.
Yes, very real.
Very right. 100% correct. This is like 100% evidence that these people who are pretending to be on their side don't give a fuck about it.
There you go.
That's the reality of it. Now, if Trump can demonstrate that he gives a fuck, right, he'll change something there. If he can do real things while he's in office, and he seems like a guy who's motivated to do real things, if you could just get 10% less people running around the gym, imagine what that is. Imagine what that is. 10% more people that contribute to society. That's a minor goal. That's a totally doable thing. That's not unrealistic at all. But if you get 10%, 10% probably would get 20 or 30 eventually. And then people would recognize it. Like there's a path that I can get my children into that would give them a real secure future outside of this. And then you gotta do something about that. You can't leave it to the game after being violence. You can't have people growing up thinking that violence is the way, and that the drug dealing is the way, and shooting people is normal. You can't let that flourish and grow. You can't let that happen. And they, for whatever reason, have never fully addressed it. They've never addressed it with the kind of resources that we address so many of our problems.
Because of the politics. And the old Republican Party, they were fine with it. Just let the black community be where it is, let the Democrats have all those votes, and let's just give the shit out of whites and suburbanites. Tell them that those gangbangers in the south side of Chicago are coming out to your side, right? And they get voted that way. Trump is a very different guy. He's rebuilding his Republican Party. It's a political realignment, and he got more black votes than any Republican candidates got since 1976. He's still the only way for it.
Well, I think that he's racist and outrageous, Doc.
It is such an outrageous accusation to project. People don't project because they're racist. Some of these Democrat policies, they're dressed up as being pro-black, are fundamentally anti-black. Look at the education issue. Schools suck. I went to public school in Chicago. That wasn't exactly something that was
Instead of making these schools better, they don't understand it.
And they just pump all kinds of money into it, and they need money. But they deny a mother, a single mother with a young child in the black community, a chance to have some choice on where she might want to send her child to school. So they're locked into the special interest politics and control of the teachers' unions. They have that from schools.
There should be some real concerted effort to raise the standard of all schools, all of them, significant. And again, I keep going to Ukraine, but if we're a country that's like, what are we, $1 trillion, $3 trillion, how many trillions of dollars in debt are we? Whatever it is, whatever crazy number that doesn't make sense in my head, whatever the number is.
Right.
We have so much money to send to all these countries in foreign aid. We just gave $1 billion to Africa in case they get hit by storms, for natural disasters. What? How much would it cost? How much would it cost to fix every school in the country? How much would it cost? It can't be done. Okay. Are you telling me it can't be done with $39 trillion? If I gave you $39 trillion, do you think that you could fix every school in the country? I bet you could. I bet you have a lot of money left over. Okay. So let's forget the $39 trillion because that's ridiculous. But what's the number? Like, how much would it actually cost to just, with proper planning, a real strategy, and hire the best professionals you possibly can, compensate them well, with a goal entirely focused on fixing the education system in America, taking our standing where we are internationally, which is very low now, and raising it back up to the top? How do we do that? How much would it cost? Just help me out. Help me out. It's not insurmountable. Like if I said $39 trillion, you'd be like, hey, you definitely pay people.
It would be you can't do it for $39 trillion. You know why?
Why?
Because there's all kinds of entrenched obstacles that won't let you do the necessary reforms to make the teachers teach the kids better. Okay? So it's money is a part of it, sure. But it is less of a part than actually having some sort of system of accountability so that there's actually results. It isn't, unfortunately, in the education system, at least in places like Chicago, for example, the public school system, which I come from, it isn't, if the priority of the union, the teachers union, is less the children, it's all about the members, the teachers. And so they resist any kinds of changes that would maybe make for the classroom environment to be more conducive to teach a child. Things like merit pay, which is controversial, but they resist even out of hand the chance that maybe you provide bonuses to teachers who are successful in raising a child's test scores. And that test scores alone aren't the best evidence of whether or not a child is learning. So these are complicated things. They have to have the money necessary to do it. It doesn't have to be an astronomical sum. They've got to change the way they teach children. And I think you can learn from other countries organizations in other countries are doing successfully. They try to bring that here. The problem again is the politics in America, and the Democratic Party is controlled by many different interest groups and teachers unions, the education association. Those unions have an unbelievable amount of sway, and Democratic candidates are afraid of that. Plus, they need to do that. So the complications are more administrative than money. And the consumer taxpayers that keep throwing money after money that's not working is legitimate. And I got to go around this issue when I had that power. We put a lot of money in the schools. It was hard for me to be able to get accountability into politics.
So you think that even if there was some sort of a executive order or some sort of bill that gets passed where they concentrate entirely on raising the standard of education, at whatever it costs, like this is a priority for our country. The more people that we have that are highly educated, the less losers, the less crime, the less everything. The more people participate, the better the dream gets, the more competition there is. We all strive. Rising tide lifts all boats. That's what I love. If they did that, you think the teachers union would be the biggest impediment to actual success?
The teachers union would be the first place. But to see the way the special interest group in government, the special interest groups work in government is they build coalitions. So the teachers union is a powerful group. By themselves, they would have a hard time stopping that. They would enlist the support of other groups that they have supported in some of their issues. And suddenly you've got not just the teachers unions, but you got the AFL-CIO, you got the United Auto Workers, you got all these different unions lining up. And then couple that with some of the more progressive interest groups, LGBTQ groups, the women, the pro-choice movements, Planned Parenthood, those organizations there, they have those alliances with the unions, even though their issues are far apart. The concerns they have are very different. They don't match up, but they've got these coalitions. So you have to get over all of that in order to be successful. Not to mention the fact that you've got, natural resistance to significant change. But if you look at a place that's crying out for major reform, all you got to do is look at the performance of kids that come out of public schools in poor neighborhoods and say there's something really wrong here. And it's black kids who are disproportionately get screwed.
And then there's also the factor of the growing crime within neighborhoods. They're probably not getting enough nourishment. There's a lot of factors that would also inhibit your ability to even absorb information, the stress and the trauma. So what you really got to do is fix all that. That's another thing. How much will it cost? It's significantly pretty damaging honestly, is to do it in a way where people didn't think you send the military in, it's free up, and it's not a militarization of cities. There's got to be a way to do it. How much would it cost? How much?
Put some of that money towards more police, and that's the idea. Yes. But you need gangbangers in Chicago under police officers 75-1. And where's the crime? It's in those poor black neighborhoods. And and the Democrats are, motherfucking cops and police, so stupid. But not in their neighborhoods where the crime's taking place. It's in those poor neighborhoods. They're the victims of the crimes. It's so upside down, it's so wrong. But you know what's happened with this? Because of the politics of things and the relationships, they've ignored that actually butchered common sense. And one of the things about the Trump administration that offers hope is that there'll be a restoration of common sense in terms of its approach to things. And one of the good things about this last election, and with podcasts like yours and these other alternative places where people get information, is that you can think outside the box and start to do new things or different, as opposed to the same old things that give the same old results. And I would suggest that if you want to stop crime, then mass incarceration, educate the kids when they're young, give them a chance. They have the skills they need so they can do something other than selling drugs.
Absolutely. The question is, how would you do it? If you were a part of the administration, if Donald Trump heard this conversation and said, you know what, I think he's right, and I think we can do something about it, what would you do?
And education and something else.
Well, it would first be, it's for both of them connected, right? Crime and education. They're connected.
Yeah.
And the lowest income, the most crime-ridden communities is the lowest education level, right? So they're next one, they're connected. So you can't just deal with education without dealing with crime. So you have to do both.
Right. I think become an expert. The crime part, yeah, because I've seen it from both sides. I look, both places. I think, look, I'm happy to volunteer my services and to share my experience. But I think I'm usually weaponized prosecutors and the corruption of DOJ. I don't think anybody knows that subject better. And in fact, I'm happy to provide any kind of free advice or suggestions I can have.
So that's the job, you know.
But in addition to that, instead,
Which I would try. Like, you talk, what's the dream? What's the dream conversation?
no, well, it's not a job. That's not what I do.
Right.
What I do.
Isn't that like a title that will allow you to do what you want to do?
I don't know, but I'll just say it isn't just that. See, I think I can bring my own experience from the time I had, because with my homies, like I said, most of my
one of the few former governors with homeless. Like, legit, you can say that.
If my friend Spade, Junior Moore is listening, shout out to Junior Moore, Walter Hill, G, Gregory Baylor, go-to the south side of Chicago.
Imagine any other guy who's a former governor saying homies and having it be authentic.
With
Right?
authentic,
100%. So,
you
like,
feel me, bro?
yeah, like for real, a guy who hasn't done time to
Right.
say my homies, like, shut the fuck up. Those guys you play pickleball with,
Yeah, right.
shut up. But you have actual homies.
Yeah, and I try to help them as much as I can now within my limited ability. But the way I can really help is I think I can bring a perspective on how merciless our criminal justice system is, and how we do have a country of mass incarceration, and how this former black woman wrote this best-selling book called The New Jim Crow, and how it's an excuse and a reason for discriminating against black people based upon their felony convictions. How they go to prison, but they're not guided to actually learn the skills that they could use one day when they get out of prison. All these things can be corrected. I feel like I could be helpful in something.
I think you're the perfect person to ask this about. How do you feel about private prisons?
I don't know enough about all the details, but I'm very suspicious of the private owned and private prisons. And a lot of, for example, commissary stuff has been privatized, things along those lines. I don't know enough about that. My feeling is probably not, but maybe you could do some version of that by contracting out to some private companies to come in and educate inmates, which might be interesting. Bring some private companies in that could teach vocational training, particularly culinary skills, which is very much something that where you can get out of prison and have a chance to get a job and to get your own restaurant, start your own business. Practical things. Privatize some of that. That might be that could work. But as it is right now, government doing it, they're not doing it. By the way, if you want to argue me against socialized medicine, and I believe healthcare is a human right, and I believe I was the healthcare governor, frankly, thank you. Even though I'm the only governor teaching in my history of moving I tortured up there in the state capitol, I'm the only one. I feel like I was the best governor in human history for the shit that I did for regular people. Healthcare for every child, free public transportation for our seniors, for the disabled. Mammograms and pap smears for unserved women, and if we find cancer, we get it treated and save their lives. This thing called open road where communities can go without having to pay tolls, they've got a transponder, they can go all across the country, the first in the country to do that. All kinds of stuff. Where an average citizen says, this governor of the road did this for me. I can't think of a fucking thing any of my other governors have ever done for anybody I know. If you can think about what is Governor X done for me that I feel in real life. So I think I did those things. And to brag on myself, I just got off message. What were we talking about?
Well, we were talking about what would you do?
Yeah.
What would be your dream jobs?
And helping along the lines of that. Again, even volunteer.
But you were talking about criminal justice reform because like, who would know about it more than you?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
That makes a lot of sense.
You got to go to Congress. You got to change those laws. You got to undo some of those guidelines because these judges are required by law whack a guy because he fits certain criteria, but they don't look at the other stuff in his life. This guy's never had a crime before. He's got a family. But he's actually done good work. So those things are taken into consideration when they have these guidelines that the judges have to follow. They will push the prosecutors to give them the tools to go after, criminal behavior.
How much of an effort once you actually get inside is there to rehabilitate you?
Almost none. Maybe none. No. It's adult babysitting.
But is it all like self-motivated? If you do want to improve yourself, it's something to do.
Yeah. And there's resources where you can do that. I mean, there are places where you could learn. Not in the vocational stuff, not really. But you can do that.
But there's no guidance in terms. Do you get counseling?
Counseling.
So that is guidance in some way.
No, I mean, like that's what they don't teach it. But,
Well, in your situation,
but they didn't teach the other things. Right. Knowing enough about that to know that you won't get any kind of guidance. The counselors are just giving you guidance on how to deal with the world.
no, and also no motivation to try to improve yourself or to figure out why you got in there.
Yeah, there's some motivation. So, for example, I'm sitting in jailhouse trial for 10 inmates. The day before, I'm seeing the muscle up, all big muscle guys. They got tats all over, right? They got interesting hairstyles. Some of them Fu Manchu. They look like Genghis Khan. Some of them, right? You got these racist Nazi guys, swastikas tatted on them, right? And they're all of a sudden on this particular day they wear caps and gowns. And you're me, the government going to know what's thought about. Believe it or not, as a presidential candidate, I'm about to sing Jailhouse Rock to these guys, right? The warden's there.
Oh my God.
We practiced for a year. So it was a way to get out, get your mind out of prisoners, embrace the music, and have a music with good acoustics and good. There was a guy who was at the head of the music department in Tragedies, went to Berkeley Music School in Boston. Really great musician. His name's Earl. I was his last name, Harrison. Great guy. He was like my music mentor. And I learned that if you practice singing, and not sing, that you can actually prove. And it was like a way where we would practice for hours a day, where I wasn't in prison for those 5 hours. I was focusing on trying to get good at something. Right? So there we are, a year later, we had auditioned and won the gig for the Jailhouse Rockers to perform for the GD graduates. And there's the warden, all the brass in the prison, unattended bands, guys. And outside guest speaker to give a motivational speech. I'm stepping up about to sing my first song on Clint Buck Black called Better, We didn't hear a better. You ever hear that song? Country song.
No.
Yeah. So before I do, I catch the warden, and I've been told sometime before that the warden has the power of a fellow person. Under certain circumstances, he could actually release an inmate without the court. And in one particular case, some guy was slicing up another inmate, almost killed him, and a third inmate intervened and stopped the fight, saved the guy's life. The aggressor got more criminal charges against him, got sent to an even higher prison. The victim, thank goodness, survived. Fucked up, bloodied up, and all of that. But the third party that intervened, peacemaker, saved a life. The warden sent him home. He had the power to do that. So I was told this. Now suddenly I'm about to sing Jailhouse Rock, right? There he is. I think I'll go off the program and ad lib because I've been on stage before. So I look at the word and I say, I'd like to dedicate this song to the Lord. Please release me, let me go, because I don't want to be here anymore. Right? Nobody laughed. Nobody laughed. The warden staring at me. All the inmates don't know what to make. They're afraid of it. But GED is one way where you can get a reduction, you can get good time. So you can spend a little less time in prison, give you maybe, I don't know, several months or maybe a year off your sentence or something. So there are some sentences. Okay. Yeah. Something like that. There should be more of that.
Yeah. Listen, man, you have one on and I'm glad you're out.
Thank you.
I'm glad I listened to you on Tucker, and I got a different sense of who you were than what the narrative was. That was solid obedient. Yeah, obviously, I don't know what happened, but they're a good dude. I enjoyed talking to you.
I appreciate you, Joe. God bless you. Congratulations.
Thank you. God bless you too. And this book, is it done? Is it almost done? Do you have a publisher? We kind of glossed over that a little bit.
Yeah, so it's Vindication Publishing, my own little publishing company.
Oh.
We've sold 8,000 books, so far so good. The reason I have to do it myself is the New York publishers don't like the big Trump stuff.
Are you have an audio version you can do?
I'm not doing that publishing.
You'll do it, right?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Good job. Go again. Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hello. Good
See you again.
Nice to see you.
What is the latest in the world of life? Other than the fact you're about to have a child, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
What we wanted to talk to you about this drone situation, and I've become very concerned. I don't understand what's going on. I think there's a bunch of different narratives. Some of them are scary. The scariest one that I've heard is that the drones are looking for gamma radiation because there's a missing nuke.
Yeah, let's address that first. So there has been a lot going on. I made the next post about this yesterday to try to assuage some fears.
So I thought that I purposely didn't read it because I wanted to get it from you.
Yeah. So, I've had the privilege of interacting with a lot of government organizations over the past few years as I've been digging down this rabbit hole. Law enforcement at a federal level, DOD, executive branch, legislative branch, and some of the folks that I've come in contact with, they specifically work on what we call mass destructions. And so that's their job. So if there's a loose nuke in the United States, among other agencies, they would be some of the people that would be sitting in the skiff for 24 hours a day trying to figure out where it is and to go get it, right? So you can imagine that would be right? So I engaged with these folks, asked them, what's the sense here? People are kind of starting to panic a little bit. This message is getting out there more broadly. And they assured me that's not the case, that there is not a loose nuke or other type of weapon of mass destruction, that these objects, whatever they are pursued right now. Otherwise, they would be working in a skiff nonstop to make that go away in a proper way. So, that's part of why I have a high confidence level that this is not a response to a massive imminent, weapon of mass destruction threat in Eastern Seaboard. So I just want to try to dispel that really right now. I've seen a lot of talk about it online. I don't, although this is I think a dangerous and scary situation that's going on right now, at least from that particular angle, that's not the case in that procedure.
So, how would they persuade you? Just by saying that's not the case? Or they give me any information that leads to this conclusion?
They would be the people actively working it, essentially, right? So they're not working, right? So the government is holding back that secret from the direct resources within the government that are responsible for finding these systems. Mm-hmm. Or they're not working actually because there's an issue they're working.
So the thing that I've heard was that it was a missing nuke from Ukraine. And if that was the case, so what could they do? Is there any truth to this idea that we have the type of drone capability that we could send these things out and search for gamma radiation? They'd be able to find a nuke. Is that
so? There are teams that respond to those types of potential emergencies, typically within the Department of Energy. Having potentially hundreds of drones flying around trying to identify these isn't necessarily the best way. Gamma radiation is typically well shielded in weapons, and at very high altitudes or even moderate altitudes that we're seeing these objects, it would be pretty difficult to detect them. And the way that this DOE typically operates in this environment is ground-based teams searching for radiation itself. So it's not necessarily consistent with how they would do it to begin with. And then based off of that other information, that's what leads me to believe that's not the case.
Well, that makes me feel good. I'm freaking out.
I think a lot of people are.
Yeah, I got a couple. Look, it's one of those things, especially in this day and age with social media. There's so many efforts that get spread and retweeted. And, I know the guys inside the East Coast, get out of the East Coast, head for Nevada. There's a lot of that shit. There's a lot of different versions of these drones, and this is what's weird. If they weren't ours, if they're not ours, you would think that they could just track them and find out where they landed, who's got them, how are they being used? Is it RFI, like radio frequency? Is it some sort of a different technology that's allowing them to pilot these things? What is it?
Yeah.
They'd be able to tune into that and figure it out, right? So how come no one's been arrested? How come no one's been caught? How come they haven't, tracked these things down to the source?
Yeah, so there's a lot of good questions there. Let me back up by starting with the fact that this started about 2 years ago, at least. So
Not right.
little bit like this. So
Really? In this volume?
not in this volume. That's the differentiator right there. But so Langley Air Force Base, you might be familiar with the fact that they had drone incursions on an unknown type, unknown origin last year. That happened during about a 2.5 to 3 week period right before Christmas. Okay, right where we are now. That also happened here before. Unknown objects operating over the years. They couldn't tell where they're going. They were unprepared for that. Same period of time, 2-3 weeks before Christmas. This is year 3. Right? And they were expecting them to come again for 30 in a row over Lakeland. And there was, some effort put forward to be able to better understand who's going to come back. And they did come back. But they came back in a much wider swath, right? Now we have them all over New Jersey, all the way up to Massachusetts. And it's hard to tell exactly what the quality of the reporting right now. It seems to be, the bigger the story gets, the more people are just looking up and seeing anything and pointing it out. But, there are reports from Texas to Florida, to California, Ohio, Minnesota, Pennsylvania. It's not just New Jersey itself, it seems. And even the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base was shut down for drone incursions just this last Friday, a couple of days ago. So this isn't just a one-off event. It is in the sense that it's so large and so many people are paying attention to it. But this has been occurring for at least 3 years around military bases, and that's nothing to say with the incidents that we were seeing over the Eastern Seaboard and other training ranges that fighter pilots were seeing as they were doing their operations. So I'm a little hesitant to link it to that, the full story that we've been having here, this full conversation, but at least for 3 years, this has been occurring. So, kind of getting back to your question, why can't we do more about it? It's a hard problem, I think, for a number of reasons. It's hard, but it's very solvable, right? I think this can be solved. We can solve it. But right now, kind of the word on the street is that these objects appear to be coming from over the ocean. There's senior congressmen, there's Coast Guard personnel, there's law enforcement. They're seeing a large number of these come from somewhere over the ocean. I don't know if that means necessarily they're popping out of the water physically, or if they're coming from some unknown location in the water and then proceeding over the coast. I don't know how that relates to Ohio. That's a pretty long trip. If they are coming over the ocean. And from the videos I've seen, the conversation I've had, they are detecting these objects through kind of normal mechanisms like radar systems, optical camera systems. They are flying very low. In some cases, they seem to be operating as a group in the vicinity of each other, flying past each other, flying very close to each other, and then proceeding to do whatever they are that they're doing. It's an unknown right now if they are emitting energy or not. So, like radio communications or their own maybe active sensor systems, it's unknown. I've hoped on that front, and best I can tell, the government doesn't know either.
That seems so weird that they don't know. How would you feel if incognito mode came out with a year-end wrapped list? Would you be proud of that list and post it on social media? Probably not, unless you're smart and used ExpressVPN. See, the problem is that incognito mode doesn't actually keep your browsing history confidential. But with ExpressVPN, 100% of your online activity is encrypted and rerouted through secure servers, so your private browsing history is exactly that, private. ExpressVPN doesn't keep logs either. In fact, their server technology makes it so they literally can't keep logs. That's because it runs on volatile RAM memory that never writes to disk. ExpressVPN received hundreds of data requests last year. Can you guess how many resulted in exposed customer data? 0. That's privacy by design. ExpressVPN is fast, easy to use, and works on any device. Just tap one button to connect, and you're instantly protected. With 24/7 customer support and servers in 105 countries, it's no wonder that ExpressVPN is rated #1 by top tech reviewers like and The Verge year after year. So get off the naughty list and start fresh in 2025. Use my special link to get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN for free. Just go to expressvpn.com/RoganYT. That's expressvpn.com/RoganYT. YT to get 3 months totally free. Tap the banner to learn more. Like, it's just very disturbing that someone can operate these things and have, I mean, how much, what is the estimated number?
That's a great question. I mean, at this point, I'm comfortable making a guess of probably over 800 or 1,000. And how many of those are sightings of the same object? How many of those are individual objects? How many of those are unique objects?
Right.
So it's tough to say, but this isn't just a few objects that people are seeing. And so I can imagine some technologies that will allow traditional UAVs or drones to operate without emitting, right? So they could be, they could have a self-contained navigational system, right? Maybe have their own upward maps and using cameras to map where they are.
So then they would be completely autonomous, just send them out there and have a task, and they would go through whatever their task is and navigate via the GPS or whatever tracking system they're using.
Exactly. And then, what is their task, right?
Right.
Is it just to instill panic and fear? Is it because they're sensing something? And if they are sensing something, they have to be using what's called passive sensors, right? So, like a camera system is passive, but if you're shooting a radar out and having it bounce off of something that's active, right? That's easy to detect in a passive system. So I could imagine, a fully self-contained autonomous drone system that is doing something potentially with passive sensors that allows it to operate without vision, which is going to make it harder to track.
If they're doing it at night, if they do have passive systems like some sort of an optical system, wouldn't that be hindered by the low light conditions, or do we have stuff that is able to detect whatever they're looking for at night?
Yeah, depends what they're looking for, but ultimately there is tech. There's electro-optical systems, there's infrared camera systems. It's not unlike the jets that are the systems that we had on my jet. But we were able to detect these objects with infrared when we were flying them through seaboard. There are a number of reports from law enforcement that their infrared systems are not able to pick these objects up. And not just this year, but also the incidents over Langley last year. The pilots that respond to that incidents, I've spoken to them, they weren't able to lock these up with their infrared systems either. So they do seem to be exhibiting some type of signature management.
That's interesting. So is the signature management so is it heat signature that they're giving out? So maybe there's some sort of a cooling mechanism inside of these things? Like, how, if they have a propulsion system, so you would imagine it's some sort of an electric engine, right? Because it's like required. That's got to be giving them some kind of heat, right?
Yeah, and that goes to some like very basic physics, right? Like we create heat whenever we have stored energy and we utilize it. So to be able to mitigate that to such a degree that you can't even detect them at all, it's pretty tough. I mean, I can imagine you can reduce your signature. We do it in fighter jets, right? Through kind of just like baffles where we cover the engine essentially and make it harder to see, but to have zero ability to detect or lock onto these objects is not a good technology.
So other than that, are they exhibiting any type of movement that's extraordinary, or their ability to turn angles? Is there anything about them that points to this being superior technology?
It's tough to say based on what I've seen just in the public from reports and kind of amateur photographers and witnesses. Some of them do seem to be making pretty sharp turns. I wouldn't call them like physics breaking turns, but they don't seem to be operating like normal aircraft, right? So they're down low, they're making what appear to be pretty high G turns, maybe like 3, 4, 5 G turns at relatively low airspeeds, which is indicative of them having a pretty significant power supply, right? Anytime you turn like that, you're burning energy essentially. So for them to be able to make these high G maneuvers and then remain in the area for another 5 or 6 or 7 hours and still have the battery life or whatever's propelling them, to then go over the ocean to a point where they're untrackable. Again, I'm not really familiar with that type of capability.
I know they've shot at least one of them down, or people have shot. Have you seen the video where it looks like cops are shooting down with shotguns in New Jersey?
I did see one video like that. I wasn't sure how real it was.
I don't know if it's real. It seems I know, because it's like, hey man, you shoot up, those bullets land somewhere. You land on people.
Yeah. I've heard multiple people, represented officials, saying that, hey, government needs to step in and start being more clear, because people are just going to take matters in their own hands.
Yeah. Well, there's also been down ones, right?
I've heard rumors of downloads, but
There's a video footage of these people driving their car and the cop cars are surrounding this thing.
Right.
It was pretty dope.
yeah, I think if that's the one you're referring to, there happened to be like a small plane
Can you
crash.
find that one? Okay. But again, this is the problem with social media, especially with someone like me who's just kind of scrolling for 5 minutes and going, oh, fuck. And then, like, my kids ask me something, and I got to get out of the house. All right, let me put my phone down. So I haven't done any kind of deep dive, and I did that purposely just to try to pick your brain. Is this one? Oh, yeah, that's that. Is that the one?
Yeah, we were driving by, like, look, it's drones, that's down.
But that might be the one that I saw. I did watch a video. Did you see the video of the plane that crashed in Texas? Pretty close. I'll send that.
We need to get Elon Musk to have like a special UAP task force within the community.
Elon he's oddly sly about this stuff. He, outwardly dismisses UFOs. So go through there, they're very sort of. That's just, I don't know, but I just feel like with his contracts with NASA and being involved in SpaceX, he can't talk crazy. Yeah. He talks crazy so much about other stuff, but when it's in this, fucking multi-billion-dollar company that he runs, I don't think, if it was something that he had no interest in at all in terms of like financial interest and business interest, I'm sure he'd be commenting on it. But he's not commenting on it at all, which makes me go, I don't know if he's going to tell me. I don't think he'll call him. Everything knows. I'm not even talking about a guy I know. Yeah, it's the thing that disturbs me is not just that this is happening. There's so many drones, lots of people are seeing it. It's happening for so long and nothing has been done. There's no, they're not scrambling jets trying to meet these things and follow them and track them. They're not shooting them down. They're not. It's just we appear so vulnerable because of this. Because if these are ours, or if these are people just fucking around and it's not a threat, okay, great. But why is it so prevalent? Like, why are there so many of them? And why have there been nothing that these people that are trying to investigate this have been able to do that's effective? Just put a stop to this.
So there's some laws in this country that are a little bit antiquated when it comes to dealing with situations like this. So my understanding is right now these things are operating mostly what's called Class G airspace, which is really low. It's away from airports. Not all, of course, are over bases. So
They're really bloody.
Yeah. But here's I think where a lot of the trouble is coming in from. I think the government has to make the presumption at this point, based off the feedback from the DoD and others, that if this is not a foreign adversary, then you have to make the assumption that it's a U.S. citizen that's operating this. Because of that, they essentially need a warrant in order to wiretap these.
But
Yeah.
even with the Patriot Act,
that's the feedback I'm receiving. That's
come on. They don't even need a warrant. Get into my phone. Fuck out of here. I don't buy that.
Well, whether it's the reality situation or not, that's how they're proceeding, right? So to overcome that, there's like a 120-page report that needs to be filed all the way up to the Deputy Attorney General of the United States in order to even intercept these signals that they may or may not be emitting to be able to determine where they're going. And so I think that's one part of what's like slowing down this whole investigation. On the other hand, for base commanders, they have limited authorities to protect their base, but when they do, they need to submit basically a request all the way up to the Secretary of Defense. And so now you have this like super politically charged situation with a lot of risk of rockets flying at the U.S. If they take action and shoot one of these down, even with this Secretary of Defense's permission, they're on the hook if that thing takes out a school bus or otherwise damages someone's property.
Yeah. Jamie, can you just do a quick search? Have there been drones that have been shot down?
I haven't seen anything. There was a story 2 days ago. New Jersey lawmakers were having a press conference asking if the government could shoot one down so they can inspect it. So, I'm assuming they haven't shot one down if they're asking to shoot one down. Here's something new that I don't know it's even worth bringing up, but this news story going on might be what some of this has to do with. I don't even know.
Missing radioactive. Yes. Can you scroll up a little bit higher so we can see put that out there?
There's a few people that posted it.
Okay. Yes, I did see that. While looking at Nuclear Regulatory Commission alerts, when confirmed there's radioactive material that has gone missing on December 2nd, 2024 out of New Jersey.
I guess it's being shipped there and they didn't make that container arrive damaged.
Well, my understanding is these sightings started around November 18th.
Yeah, so I saw November 22, so I don't know. That makes sense. But
So we should explain to people that didn't listen to our first podcast why you're uniquely qualified to talk about this stuff. Can you just please tell people your background so they understand what you used to do, and how you got involved in this whole UAP thing?
Yeah, absolutely. So, formerly trained aerospace engineer in college, and I joined the Navy immediately after with the hopes to go fly fighter jets for the Navy. Was successful in doing that. I flew the F-18 Super Hornet for 11 years in 2 deployments, primarily operating off of Virginia Beach, and pretty standard career until about 2013 or so, when we came back from our deployment. We began to upgrade our radar systems. And when that happened, we put in essentially a much more powerful radar for a jet. It took about 8 months. So you might fly with a newer radar in the morning, maybe newer radar at night. And consistently, when we were flying with these newer radars, we were picking up a bunch of objects that were operating in our working area that we weren't seeing with the older radar. They were performing in strange ways. They would be stationary. They would be around 250 to 350 knots, kind of meandering around the area. Not really working together per se, but kind of clearly operating in the same vicinity as one another, right? So we weren't flying in formations necessarily. We didn't see these supersonic as well, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, typically heading east, and we'd only see them over the water. We originally thought they were radar errors, right? Some kind of software glitch. But eventually we started to correlate these across other sensors, such as our IR FLIR system, our missile system would lock onto these, and we try to fly up to them to see them physically with our eyeballs. When we do that, we wouldn't see anything. We come within about 500 feet of these objects. All our sensors are pumped into our helmet, augmented reality style, and it would tell us exactly where to look. It couldn't come right past this object and maybe nothing there. We'd circle back around and then pick it back up on our sensors. We'd be slightly displaced, but that was kind of status quo for a few weeks until we had a near miss with one of these objects right at the entrance to our working areas. The pilot came back, canceled the flight, had a look of shock on his face, and described it as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere. And once that happened, we kind of had to come together as a squadron with the safety officer of the squadron and say, hey, okay, what's going on? This has kind of been rumor and conjecture, but we almost had a near miss here. We just lost some aircraft. Let's gather as much information as we can. As it turned out, there were 4 other near misses that had occurred in the past month that pilots were too uncomfortable even report. And that really kind of kicked off the seriousness of this issue for us. And we started filing paperwork, safety reports, and hoping and expecting that this would get resolved in some way as the proper people, whoever that was, got these reports and they could mitigate it in some way. That never happened, at least from our perspective. So we essentially treated them as safety issues. We would avoid them, we would fly close to them. And then in 2015, we left to go through what's called a pre-deployment workup cycle aboard the USS Theodore Roosevelt. So we trained like we play. We did the whole air wing there, 30 jets, 40 jets, and we're doing these very complex missions. And there were a lot of objects down there as well. They either followed us down there or they were already there. And
was there a lot of visual sightings of these objects, or is it just equipment?
It's a lot of visual sightings.
The same sort of thing, circle, square,
or solid spheres, some elongated spheres, or tic-tac shape, if you will. And during that workup cycle, that's when we recorded what's now known as a gimbal and go fast video. And they always had to shut the entire exercise down because there were multiple near misses while they were trying to do this. This is a big deal. If they cancel that
training mission. That means people that are deployed just have to be there longer, they have to wait longer. So there's a lot of downstream effects. So pretty big deal to consider canceling the training, our training mission like this. So again, we followed it up. We didn't know what else to do with it, and we went back to our training, left on deployment. In 2017, a New York Times article came out. I was now an instructor pilot in Mississippi, and for the Navy still. And on front page of the New York Times, lo and behold, there are the video Get Going to Go Fast with the pilot's audio on there that we turned down. I'm like, holy shit, this is still going on. Massive deja vu, I imagine. And that I saw that as a cry for help, essentially. That these videos have been somewhat smuggled out on the front page of the New York Times. And
do we know how the Get Going to Go Fast videos got leaked?
My understanding is that work was done partially with Elizondo and Chris Mellon. So there was 2 videos that were attached, right? So when you record in the jet, it records 2 screens. It records.
We show me show me the videos.
So it records as 2 screens, right? And the bottom screen is like a God's eye view with all your radar data, and the right one is your fuel system. And when you watch that in the brief room after, they're stitched together side by side. And that, that's what I saw, and that's how I get my understanding of this situation.
So with the crosshairs, is that they're trying to lock in on it? So now they've locked it out, right?
Yeah, they weren't able to gain a lock in their air-to-air mode, so they actually had to degrade down to an air-to-surface mode, kind of a manual locking mode, not that box.
What is the difference?
The air-to-air mode should essentially be looking exactly where the radar is dropping off. It should automatically lock on it. But in the method that you're seeing here, the pilot's manually slewing the sensor. This is kind of like a last-ditch effort to get it. And he's like restarting it. That's why the box keeps getting bigger. It's getting smaller. It's not capturing it.
What would be the difficulty? Like, why is it difficult to lock on?
We don't know. One theory is that it's because it's relatively close to the ground and there's a lot of background, right, to confuse the sensor. But
how far off the ocean is this supposed to be?
It's somewhere around 10,000 feet or so. So it's really not that close. So it's really not a great explanation, but yeah, so you try it there.
Now, what did they estimate the size of this thing to be?
I don't know if anyone has estimated the size, to be honest. It's hard, from a pilot's perspective, they're not going to be able to make a real-time assessment of the size.
Because how far above this thing are they?
Well, they're about 5 miles away or so.
5 miles.
Yeah. So you see the range 3.4 right there. That range is coming strictly from the A2 FLIR sensor itself. It's not a very reliable indicator of range. That's what the radar is for. So although it says about 3.5 and 4.4 and then ticks down, it's probably a little bit
What does
further
that
away.
stand for? RNG range. So the speed is that on there anywhere? How fast this thing is going?
So you have 170 V sub C right below the range, and that's indicating our relative velocity.
And that's miles per hour or kilometers?
It should be knots, so it's probably like 180, 190 miles per hour.
No heat signature.
Well, there is a heat differential anyway. So right now we're in white hot. So objects that are white are hotter objects that are in the background.
I've used infrared binoculars.
Yeah.
You can see like raccoons and shit.
So that's showing us that it's cooler than the surrounding fire for whatever reason.
Which is very bizarre.
Yeah.
It's moving 170 whatever miles an hour.
Yeah. And just to be clear, the 170 doesn't represent its like raw speed.
This is the Kinder video, which is different.
Yeah.
And this one, does it show the speed of this?
Mm-hmm.
And this is the one that rotates.
Yeah.
And when we're looking at this signature, when we're looking at the dark, does that represent something that's cooler than the outside area or hotter? What does that represent?
So this one's black hot. So this is showing us that it's hotter than the surrounding area.
And would this be similar to what you would see if you saw a jet that was flying?
No. I mean, we've seen thousands of aircraft like that.
But I mean, in terms of the signature that it gives off, with the temperature, or would you be able to see if this means propulsion that would be accentuated?
Yeah, you would see the exhaust coming out of the back. You'd be able to see the skin of the aircraft itself. So the sensor is not great, but it's good enough where you can break out some pretty good detail on the jet. I mean, it looks like a jet.
Right. But this definitely doesn't look like a jet. It kind of looks like a flying saucer. And then it turns sideways, which is really weird. What do you, is there anything on that that shows the speed?
On the bottom left, you see 242 knots. That's how fast the aircraft that is reporting is going. The pilots do talk about how it's going 120 knots against the wind. And in my recollection, it was going at a relatively slow speed for a fighter aircraft, around 100 knots or so at those speeds, from looking at the radar data itself.
So, as far as you know, we don't have anything that moves like that.
No.
And we don't have anything that gives out the signature of that.
No. No.
And were they able to figure out where this is going, or keep an eye on it, or do we have sensors that can detect this for any length of time?
You would assume that the sensors on the ships themselves, if they were looking there, would be able to detect these objects. But we're not really linked into those people that are doing that on the boat. The pilots essentially took this upon themselves to go investigate this, and they reported the intel when they came back. And that's where I saw the tapes. Whether like the air traffic management guys on the boat themselves then took it upon themselves to go try to detect these objects, I don't have that information. There's never enough information.
Is there a capability where, so if a fighter jet locks on something like that, is there an additional source of some sort of satellite that they can tune into, or they can give them coordinates and say, hey, this is at this exact coordinate, it's moving at this speed. Can you guys lock into that?
No, not within the jet itself. We can share the data amongst jets. So if you were flying out there and the aircraft that recorded that video was getting out of the radar, that information would be getting sent to other jets in the area. There was a lot of transmission going on. I'm not aware of anybody that was paying attention to those contacts that were say 50 miles away from where they're going to be doing this fight. But it shouldn't have been just self-contained into the aircraft itself. And additionally, that information should have also been received by the ship itself, right? They should have access to the same information that's being
Right,
shared.
that's what I was getting to. Can the ship itself then lock in the coordinates with the satellite? Or do we have that kind of capability?
We don't, as pilots, we don't really get into the satellite if you will. It's kind of like a different life than how we operate. So it's feasible that a ship might call in other national assets to investigate, but we operate as like a self-contained expeditionary group, so
Right.
part of the protocol.
So they wouldn't even refer to you or discuss it with you.
Yeah.
Did anybody discuss any of these things with you? Like when you're talking about the safety hazard, you've got this clear circle with a black square inside of it, and you're flying in this very unusual way. When you describe it to people, what's the feedback?
Listen, most people just kind of looked off into space.
Really?
That's interesting.
That's fucking
Yeah.
Did they give you the impression that this is not surprising?
Only once. So when we had the gimbal captured, just real quick, the gimbal and the go fast happen within minutes of each other. The gimbal,
Two different things, but they have to do this.
yeah, the go fast, there were multiple objects in a line formation called a line of grass, right?
How many?
Side by side. 4. They're about a mile apart, line formation, doing what they're doing. The pilots looking at that had a hard time watching it, and then they kind of brought their attention up to this other object that's basically full altitude with them, and that's the gimbal video. And behind the gimbal, there was what they refer to as a fleet of objects, about 4 to 6 objects that were flying in a formation, like a tight formation, all within about a mile and a half of each other, in like a V formation. So they come, they turn, they get all discombobulated, flow back out to the clean formation, making a 180-degree turn. And then the gimbal object, which you see start to rotate, that's the moment it actually changes direction. Right? So it's proceeding behind this formation. It turns, the gimbal does its kind of,
to maneuver, and then it starts to trail in the opposite direction. So you got, maybe 10, 12 objects that are out there operating in this area. East of the ship, we're already 300 miles out there. And so where do they come from? What are they doing? Are they assessing our fight? Are they enemy combatants? For me, this is the conversation that I've been trying to have for almost 10 years now about the seriousness of having these unknown objects in our airspace. It's a security risk whether, they come from little green men or whether they come from our adversaries or if they just remain unknown. And that's kind of the state we're living in right now with what's happening over in New Jersey and elsewhere. We're having this massive uncertainty about what these objects are. There's a lot of rumors, which is causing fear and panic. And once again, the Biden administration and the Pentagon are unwilling to have a conversation with the American people and share what information they have.
Why do you think that is? If you want to speculate?
The biggest probability is they don't know. Right? If this is something that they've been struggling with for all these years, and suddenly it's happening in a much larger capacity than it has in the past, they're not easily able to write it off. And they just don't have the answers. Or perhaps they do have answers, but they fall under a category of information, much like these objects, that they're not willing to have a public conversation about it.
What is the best footage of the New Jersey drones? Why New Jersey?
A lot of shipping.
Also military base, right? Outside of Bell Labs, there's a military base. And, what else? Proximity, New York City, I guess.
New York, DC, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of big cities, I think.
Yeah, all pretty close. I've only seen a few interesting videos, and we're in this new realm of uncertainty when it comes to AI and when it comes to computer-generated images and video. So I've seen you. I've seen so much stuff that's not real. Okay, I don't know what's real. So especially when it comes to something that's kind of blurry, it's in the sky, and you've got people on the ground. I've seen so many fake ones. There's just so many ones that people have generated. I'm friends with Jeremy Corbell, and Jeremy, I always send him what things. I'll send some stuff to him, say bullshit, and he's very good. We don't really know. I am very suspicious because of this. This is what we know. Let me send you some things that I know are not fake, but still don't know what they are, and see the difference. And so we'll have these long conversations and some text message or phone calls about stuff like that. But no one seems to be able. There's not one person you can go to. I mean, you have your people that are dismissing everything. It's just hobbyists and crazy people, but if they're not giving up signatures like that are standard with these normal drones and these heat signatures, and they're able to stay in the sky for hours and hours at a time, just that alone points to, at least if it's not our adversaries, if it's domestic, superior technology that we're not even aware of right now. I mean, how are they staying in the sky for 5 hours? What is if you get a top of the food chain drone, who is it that is explaining to us the issue with why China has superior drone technology? It has something to do with the FAA. Was it Andreessen? Well, someone was explaining the reason why plus this high-end, and actually might have some good agreement with conversation. Yeah, so that the FAA and the rules and regulations have sort of stifled the development and the improvement of these domestic drones.
Yeah.
And so most of the hobbyist drones are coming from China. And China, if you haven't seen, has fucking incredible displays of drones.
Yeah.
Where they do like a dragon in the sky. It's amazing. And it is because of regulations. It's because of the FAA, dragging the wheels, being incompetent, or at least being overwhelmed, where this has not been able to progress domestically the way it's been able to do in China. And so that alone seems like a giant security threat. The fact that China has had just full integration with the government and been able to have this technological innovation that allows their drones to be super powerful. What they're able to do, these displays in the sky, unbelievable. Really wild stuff to see. That seems like many, many leaps above what we can.
And the faux firework displays that these things put on are just one part of the puzzle, right? Because
warfare is changing. It's changing drastically, and this is, something I tried to raise the alarm bells on before the Ukraine war, but we're seeing it now. Warfare is going to these highly mobile, non-traditional platforms where you can have, a group of guys that are, basically teenagers now going out and conducting operations with these small drones. And, God forbid that an adversarial nation is now deploying those technologies here in the United States. And if it was Russia, if it was China, and they were doing it directly, then the equivalent of a declaration of war. They're essentially invading our land, right? Is there, some avenue where they might be hiring criminal gangs in some way to do this in order to create a level of deniability for them? I don't know, but I'm certain that China and other nations are watching this unfold very carefully. It's detecting the gaps in our homeland defense systems, right? I mean, this is a major issue. War is changing, and there are a lot of companies that, within the private sector, and of course within the normal defense contractor world, that's building capabilities to be able to detect and mitigate drones, whether it's kinetically or through electronic warfare. But we're not employing those. And oh, by the way, the electronic warfare measures that have been employed against the New Jersey drones have been ineffective. So they have tried to take these out with non-kinetic options, disabling the navigation systems, otherwise trying to fry them, bring them down, has not been effective.
That's not good.
Yeah.
No, that's very conservative. So, is there any good footage that you could point to?
I don't even know where to look. Unless there's people in the news that have reported it. But I was looking at pictures showing a plane, so that's not good. I just found one, but it looks like a guy in the woods. I don't know what video.
Yeah, that's the
I don't know
problem.
when they took it. I don't know when they shot it. They're saying it was last night. Could be
Right. Yeah, good question. But this is part of the problem with this weird world that we're living in right now with fake information. It's so difficult to figure out what the hell's going on. Did I send you that video, Jamie, of that guy in where he's CEO of the drone manufacturing company? This is the guy that made me the most nervous. I'll say it to you right now. This guy made me the most nervous because this guy is talking about how this, whatever the hell this stuff is, he believes it's going to be great. Also, his teacher. Did you do it? No. Did I? This guy. CEO of the manufacturing company who has government contracts. But the people you're talking to don't say it's this.
That's
So listen to what this guy said.
Space here in Wichita, Kansas. I'm not normally a TikTok kind of guy. I like watching stuff once in a while. But I'm a manufacturer of unmanned aircraft, military grade unmanned aircraft, as you can see one of my systems here. There's all of these mysterious drones going on off the East Coast, and as a professional, as a subject matter expert, I wanted to give you all my opinion on what I think could be going on with these drones. I don't particularly believe that these have a nefarious intent. I could be wrong, but I want to give you the truth and what I believe is my own opinion, and I will not bounce this off of anybody. So, if you think it's bullshit, whatever, that's cool. I don't want to spread misinformation, as we know that there's a lot of that going around. But anyway, back in the 1980s, Ronald Reagan had dismantled the nuclear program, and there were, with Russia, there were countless nuclear missiles that were disarmed and disposed of. Well, there were over 80, I believe, there were over 80 nuclear warheads that were in Ukraine that came missing. Okay. We don't know where they are. Maybe somebody does, but nobody really knows where they are. And I speak with some pretty highly regarded officials on this stuff, and it seems as though that is the case. So I spoke to a gentleman a few months ago who was trying to raise an alarm to the highest levels of our government which they had their ears closed, about this one particular nuclear warhead that he physically put his hands on. He physically touched this warhead that was left over in Ukraine. And he knew that that thing was headed towards the United States. Okay? That is a very serious deal. And everyone knows that the United States government, this administration, is pushing to get into a war with Russia. We all know that. We all feel it. We all see it. Okay? Well, back up a few years. Do y'all remember when those drones were mysteriously flying across the Interstate 70 corridor from Colorado into Nebraska, down here to Kansas, and Missouri? Well, it was believed that those drones were looking for radioactive material because there had been some material that went missing here in the United States. And they felt like it was high probability that the nuclear radioactive material would be taken along the Interstate 70 corridor, heading east or west or south. So, from what we understand, they were out there trying to find this radioactive material. Now, drones, they have no reason to be in the air at night, unless you're doing some type of ISR, intelligence surveillance reconnaissance, looking for bad guys, or looking for a victim, a search and rescue victim, or law enforcement, or some type of military project, right? There's no reason for a drone to be flying at night, really, okay? Because they don't see shit. So, unless you have thermal optics, drones really don't see stuff. You need to do mapping during the day. If you're going to do farming stuff, mostly do it during the day. The only reason why you would ever fly an aircraft, an unmanned aircraft at night, is if you're looking for something, whether it be a person or trying to smell gas. We have methane gas detection systems that can detect gas leaks in pipelines. You really wouldn't use thermal optics for trying to find gas leaks, just simply because the only way you're actually going to find a gas leak with thermal optics is if the gas leak is aggressive enough that it has a difference in temperature. Because thermal imaging, it creates a digital image based off of temperature variance. So whatever different temperature, it creates an image. Gas, usually gas leaks so slow that it goes quickly into ambient, before you can even see it. So we have special sensors that can detect gas leaks. We also have special sensors that can detect radioactive material. So with this gentleman that I had spoken about, who was trying to raise the alarm to try to get somebody in the government to say, hey, we need to work together to go try to find this nuclear warhead. None of that ever happened. They knew that warhead was on its way to the United States. That's all that ever came of it. Nothing ever happened. This government did not do anything at all to help this gentleman raise the alarm, raise awareness that there is a very deadly weapon on its way to the United States.
No. Well, go ahead. Let's lose it. When I was looking this up, we have 6 nuclear weapons that we've lost. The United States has. One of them's been gone for like 71 years or something.
Oh, wonderful.
Didn't know that.
Wonderful. Yeah, we're finding. I mean, there's a couple of bombing in the ocean somewhere. Someone's got a bomb.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some more.
I mean, wasn't there like a Russian submarine that sank and blinded us about it? And wasn't that, can neither confirm nor deny? Isn't that where that came from?
I'm not familiar. Is that?
Yeah, that was from the radio lab broadcast. The term can neither confirm nor deny was one of those things where they had to answer a question, but they didn't want to answer it. So they said, we can neither confirm nor deny.
That's the answer.
And so that has become a red, the blow-off response. refers to a covert CIA operation where a ship named the Hughes Glomar Explorer was used to recover a Soviet submarine. When questioned about the operation, the agency responded with, "Can neither confirm nor deny." Implication when someone says can neither confirm nor deny, they're essentially saying they cannot provide any information on the matter, leaving the question unanswered. So they answered it without answering it because they were compelled to answer it, and they said we can neither confirm nor deny, which is interesting because like you live in the Senate, it's saying like that. Like, what did you say? What did you just say? What do you mean you can neither confirm or deny? Shut the fuck up with all those words. You can't use all these words anymore. You're being tricky. So I want you to tell me what you know. Say it like that. You know, tell me what you know. What do you know?
Well, I mean, watching that video, no, I think there's a few pieces that are still outstanding, connections that are outstanding for me. The supposed U.S. citizen physically touched a nuclear weapon. That was a loss. And he knew exactly where it was going somehow.
Why was he there? Why was he touching it?
Why was he touching it? Was he
Why would you touch it?
was he amongst enemies and they were carting the weapon off? He just got his fingers on it.
What am I doing next year? What is this motherfucker trying to touch nuclear warheads?
Yeah. And then the jump is that weapon eventually ended up somewhere on the eastern seaboard, and the people that would be responsible for investigating such an issue are not even aware of it, even while somehow our government is flying hundreds of drones around to protect it. So it's compelling, it's interesting, but I don't know if it connects. I think there's a few connections short of being able to say that's exactly what's going on, especially after conversations out of it.
Yeah. My other thought on that would be if you are a military contractor and you design and implement drone systems, how much do they tell you about drones? Why would they tell you?
No.
Why would they tell you about those type of things? If you did raise, like, how much information would this guy be privy to?
Yeah, very specific to his actual responsibilities, his engineering work.
Right. Whereas, like, I call you, and you actually used to see these things. It's kind of a different, a different connection to the information than this guy.
And he seems nervous, I mean, and
Well,
he makes really
spill
believe
the beans.
Yeah.
He's saying a bunch of stuff that I don't think you're supposed to be saying anyway. Like, why are you saying that? Like, I get if he really did believe that, but you would want everyone to know this is a nuclear weapon. But the other thing that I keep hearing is that the government is not telling us that these are ours. They are ours. They're not telling us that these are ours because whatever they're looking for would cause mass panic.
What's on the plate then after weapons of mass destruction?
Right. What is on the plate? I mean, in my eyes, nothing. That's it, right? That's the thing that everybody would really be worried about. The second thing would be that our adversaries are using these things to siphon up information. But it's like some mass Wi-Fi router that's flying over cities and sucking up everybody's passwords. As we move into this new, very bizarre realm of AI and now quantum computing, I had a conversation with someone last night who was explaining to me how cryptography and encryption and all this stuff is literally on the verge of being obsolete, and that this is going to put the financial markets through the chaos of all your passwords, everybody's email, everything is out the window. There's no more encryption. It's not even going to be possible. These things are solving. Mark Andreessen explained it this way, that these quantum computers are solving equations that if you took every atom in the universe and converted it into computing power, the time it would take to solve these equations would be longer than the time that the universe would exist before it died of heat death. And they're able to do it in minutes. So the concept is, and this is where it gets super weird, that this is proof of the multiverse because these computers are using the computing power of perhaps infinite parallel universes simultaneously to achieve these answers. Which is like, what are you saying? Like, what the fuck did you just say? You just say that if you took every molecule molecule in the universe and convert it into computing power, it wouldn't be able to do this thing that you have in a fucking warehouse somewhere, that this thing has more computational power in this, it's like as big as this room, than the fucking universe if it was a computer? What are you saying? Like, and you're saying this is the proof of the multiverse? What does that even fucking mean? And what happens if China gets this on? If we're able to do these like equations, right? It's kind of almost like proof of concept of the technology being efficient or efficacious. If they're able to do that, what if someone is more advanced than us and gets this connected to AI and implements some sort of a strategy for complete global domination of power grids, financial markets, completely takes control of assets, closes down government computers, locks up databases, deletes any information that's pertinent to who knows what, power grid, fucking informational structures like satellites, cell phones, all our radio signals, all shuts everything. Just shuts it all down. We're fucking hopeless. Like most cars have computers in them. Most people don't even know this. Like your car has a computer in it. When you have a Chevy and you bring it to the dealership, they plug it in to see what's going on. And the computer, like, if something shuts those off, no cars run. Everything's open. Everything's fucked. The only you have old cars. That's it. Everybody's like Cuba. Everyone's driving around these ancient parts. Yeah, I mean, we basically have to go back to carburetors, all the electronic fuel injection, all the shit's done. It's all done.
My understanding is that this is something China's been looking forward to. So what I mean by that is that they have not just been working on this technology in order to break our encryption now, but have been storing our encrypted data from the past, such that when they do have that breakthrough, they have a lot of data that they're utilizing on, not just what's happening now.
I know this is absolutely happening because my friend Bobby owns Dakota, the racetrack. And when they had the Formula One race at his racetrack, they found these boxes that were connected to this Wi-Fi system. And these boxes were outside, so the public Wi-Fi system had been compromised by these data-sucking boxes. And so they called in Homeland Security, they had them removed, the whole deal. But like someone had gotten to the racetrack and physically connected these boxes to a public Wi-Fi system. How many times is that going on where people don't notice it? This is not the first time they've done it. They picked up race in Austin. Yeah, we're going to get all these fucking race fans, suck up all their data. It doesn't even make sense, right? This is something that's probably been implemented before. It's like, what are they doing with that data?
I think they took the refer to that as a land in the middle attack. So you think you're connecting to the regular Wi-Fi, but you're actually connecting with the adversary's Wi-Fi, sending the data through there, and then they send that to the original box that you thought you were communicating with. And so they get all the information.
So all your passwords, anything you're sending, yeah,
Exactly.
PayPal, yeah.
That's how they try to crack the Tor network as well.
Really?
You're familiar with that,
Yes.
by setting up their own servers, essentially, the servers that are in the middle attack. But, back to your point about China trying to work on quantum computing, on AI, I think China is probably one of the biggest motivating factors that the government has right now for opening up the conversation on UAP, right? So we haven't had this peer threat that we have to worry about that has a totally different investment government structure than we have, right? So in the United States, we have this capitalist market. We have innovations that break out through that model, like OpenAI. But there are some capabilities where they are not appetizing to the market itself, right? For example, how do we just suddenly stand up a chip fabrication facility in the United States that competes with the operations in Taiwan, right? It's not something that a VC is going to invest in. It's going to take billions and billions of dollars. Exactly.
Like the Samsung one we did for here.
Exactly. They did that because the government took a new approach. They stepped in. So we're going to financially support this. We're going to open up the piggy banks. We're going to help with regulations and laws. We're going to make this happen as soon as practically possible. That's the model that China uses all the time, right? They see something, they go for it, they invest the money, they invest the resources. There's a risk with that. You could be wrong about the efficacy of the technology that you're trying to put forward. It could be strategically misaligned.
But if China is having the same issues with the UAP that we're having, then you could imagine them putting a lot of resources into better understanding that situation in a way that we're just not equipped to do.
Mm.
And the fact that this conversation has grown more, that their advances have been getting better, I think there is this pressure right now within the U.S. government that we do not further invest, somehow bring in, the primary innovation makers within our economy, in the startup community, within the scientific community, into this problem, which is still just buried in a classified area, then we're going to get outcompeted by China that is able to dump all these resources into it.
Well, how do you do that though? If these people that create these things are motivated by money, right? If they're motivated by profits, if they run major corporations, like how can you convince them to invest in something that is ultimately not going to pay off like it would if you were investing in a consumer product?
Yeah, I think it can. I mean, we have a model for that in the United States with deep technology and edge technology. These are capabilities that they don't fit into a normal VC's life cycle of 5 or 6 years before you're seeing returns. It might take 10 years before you have a product, right? And there's a lot of risk that they could fail along the way. But that's where we get a lot of our major innovation from. That's where we see very exotic technology being worked on, like advanced propulsion, communication systems, energy production. And every one of these has huge potential added value to our economy. I mean, to the level that AI has, right? So, there's a couple ways you can go about it. You can either create a new investment cycle or structure that is more tolerant to the risk and more tolerant to extended time to return, which, you got to fight market forces with that. You could have the government step in, perhaps through the Office of Strategic Capital and others, to be able to support venture capitalists that are looking to make investments in these longer-term technologies, perhaps in concert with the National Science Foundation that does a lot of work in this area. Or you can try to structure your technologies such that they provide value to existing capabilities during the research and development process. So what I mean by that, and I've been working with a problem for 10 years, Joe. I've thrown my entire self into this. I've approached it, with my nonprofit, American for Safe Aerospace. We're working in the private sector. I've been collaborating with government and others. And there is a path where the capabilities to better understand this topic are aligned with our defensive needs, right? If we have total situational awareness of our airspace, that's a very valuable thing to the Department of Defense. And those are contracts you can win. Those are reasonable investments you can make through normal market forces. And then you keep working to be able to use those existing products in those markets to bring out technology that is related to the UAP topic, whether that be detection, perhaps propulsion, energy, things of that nature. So you have to find these core technologies that the government wants that is also aligned with better understanding of UAP.
Now, the way you're describing this sounds like it could be done, but China's already done that. So, like, how far behind the curve are we on the implementation of this technology?
Well, it's an unknown how far China is. There are some rumors, and I'm not even going to mention them because they're too low confidence, but it does seem
I love a good low confidence rumor.
There does seem to be investment that's been made. There are talk that they are having the same problems and perhaps have been better motivated than we are to investigate ones that they have been able to recover.
Do you know about the anti-gravity lady they're investing in China? Yeah. What's your thoughts on that type of technology?
It's interesting. I've mentioned this out front with some of the guys earlier. There seems to be these interesting technologies that were once ridiculed back in the day, whether it be anti-gravity, cold fusion, others.
It's a good way to get rid of stuff. Ridicule.
Yeah, that's what I'm very familiar with that strategy.
They did it with a lot of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And they all just went dark for like 30, 40 years. But some of those capabilities seem to be popping back up in mainstream scientific circles.
Have you ever heard Eric Weinstein discuss this?
Mm-hmm.
He has some very fucking, you gotta get that tinfoil hat really tightly secured to your head. But he believes that this is one of the reasons why physics has sort of stalled over the last 20 years. He thinks some of the best minds have been moved into a project, and that it very well might be something along these lines, or something along it's a like super advanced propulsion system.
Mark Anderson had the same conversation with the White House, right? Talking about classifying AI technology in math, and that they've done it before.
What is this? Justin Trump says he's staying away from his New Jersey golf club with new patrol sites. The government doesn't know what's happening. Our military knows. The government knows what's happening. Our military knows where they took off from. They know where it came from and where it went. Something strange is going on. Yeah, sure. That's right. The government knows what. Our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to comment. And I think it'd be better off saying one is our military knows and our president knows. And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy because it was the enemy that blasted, even if they blasted. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to talk to people. And they should, because the people are really, they have to be overconvinced. They're very close to convince. I think maybe I won't spend the weekend to convince you. I've decided to cancel my trip. I don't want to comment.
We can figure this out, Joe. Like I said, like, it's a hard problem, but it's not an unsolvable problem. Like, there are technologies that we could go out in the field within a couple weeks, employ, see if we can find the RF signals, and try to trace them back. Right? We don't have to rely on the government. Let's do it.
Well, how would we do it?
Well, come join Safe Aerospace.
What do I have to do?
Come to our website, safeaerospace.org. We'll go out there.
Go to our website. See what we're going to do.
We're almost the largest UAP organization in the world right now.
Really?
And, when you talk to people in Congress, the executive branch, I point to them and say, hey, we're 13,588 people care about this issue, right? This allows us to be able to go in there and talk seriously about this conversation.
So, James, sign up. Just put in your email there. Don't show the world your email though. Jesus Christ, people are going to know. They're going to know, Jamie. You're going to hear the amount of clicks that you make. These fuckers, they're very clever.
We can get us to the largest UAP organization world right now in this show, Joe.
Well, there you go. Now we're 13,589. Right.
There we go.
So what would you do? So now that you joined, what could you do?
We've been working with
Drone
operators.
Oh boy, what is this submit report box look like? How many schizophrenics are in there?
Well, it's not too bad, honestly. Really? You occasionally get, your people that are questionable.
How do you separate the wheat from the chaff?
It's pretty easy. We focus on commercial aviators, military aviators, veterans. We receive reports from a random person on the ground. But what's really interesting, because of the work we've been doing, so many pilots have felt more comfortable reporting. Every major airline is seeing this. I've talked to pilots from every major airline. Some of them are standing up their own UAP working groups within their airlines to be able to report on this, working closely with them on this. But what's interesting is we get these reports from pilots, and we can often then see similarities or even perhaps the exact same object that's being reported by people on the ground. So one particular example, over Atlanta Airport a few years ago, there was a relatively large object, brightly lit, about 8,000 feet over Atlanta. 4 or 5 commercial airliners called it in. ATC didn't know what it was. The object started to accelerate level due south, and then to what I call conventional speeds, as fast as an airline, and then took off much faster, continuing due south. And all these pilots witnessed it. We received those reports, and the next day we received a report from a random lady in Florida that happened to be basically due south from Atlanta. She took a picture of the object, exact same object. Right? So
Do we have access to that photo?
I do.
Can we see it?
I don't have it. I could pull it up
on your fucking screen.
I'll text it to you.
Wouldn't you have that, Jamie? Wouldn't that be like the wallpaper? I would have that. I would have an Apple you could cycle from a bunch of wallpapers. I'd put my kids on my little tag.
Yeah, you can have a lot of it.
Head up my dog, the UFO.
Wi-Fi. But getting back to the Wi-Fi, we can figure this out for them. Like I talk with engineers, scientists, CEOs of drone companies, counter drone companies. Like we can bring the capabilities. We could be out there in 2 weeks detecting and tracking these objects.
Well, what do you think about what Trump is saying? That they already do that, and that they have tracked it, but the government just does not want to tell us.
So what's that leave us?
Well, that leaves us either an enemy or us, right? So it either leaves us that not concerned because this is something they're doing with us. What if they're trying to get us comfortable because they know that some real UAPs are on the way? Like, you want to go all the way out there. If you really wanted to get people relaxed to the idea of flying saucers, like legitimate, whatever the hell they are or wherever the hell they're from. If you knew that was coming and you didn't want mass panic, what would you do? You would trickle it in. You would trickle it in slowly. Like you did have a bunch of drones hovering over cities for weeks and months at a time. You would get people really accustomed to the news cycle having UAPs, and then real control.
It doesn't feel like a trickle right now, though.
Well, you would do it this way. It's a trickle for me. I'm not seeing shit.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm out here in Texas. We were looking at the sky last night. It's the mothership Christmas party. No UFOs. So it's a trickle in relative to the world, right? Like you have a bunch of them hovering over New Jersey. You have a few of them in San Diego. You have them in different areas. If you knew that UAPs were coming and you were in the government and you said, what can we do? Well, you'd probably bring in psychologists, and these psychologists would explain human patterns of reacting to change in environments, especially radical changes in civilization and culture, and like what can be done to mitigate the brutality of this process. Like the ultimate mass freak out that's going to come if UFOs come. Get people just so accustomed to UFO, like the mask thing, right? It sounds a ridiculous comparison, but like 5 years ago, if people walk around wearing masks, you'd go, what is going on? So what's happening here? We were making a call. If someone walked into a bank with a mask on, like, what the fuck, are you crazy? Now you have to do it. It's this very strange, so it took a while, but then it became normal.
Yep.
If they wanted to make it normal, that things are in the sky, you put things in the sky. You put a bunch of things in the sky and you don't explain it. You have them there all the time. And you let people speculate, and you put a lot of wild theories. Oh, they're looking for a new body, or they're looking for a new Timmy email. Well, it's probably not even. It's probably our shit. Or some unknown agency is involved in this. The government's not concerned because they know exactly what's happening. That's why there's not shooting them down. That's why they're not scrambling jets. That's why they're not doing this. And Trump's asking why they're doing this. If you knew something's coming, if you knew that these things that you're seeing floating in the sky, that are a clear circle with a black square inside of it, and hover at 120 knots, completely still, which doesn't make any sense, no heat signature, what the fuck is that? And what if a bunch of them are coming? Well, a bunch of shit. Let's go ahead. Freak these dummies out. That's what I would do. I would get all of our best drones and just fly them around. Hover over cities. Hover over the Guardia. Hover over the White House. What the fuck? Just get people weirded out and get them accustomed to UFOs. You ever see District 9? You ever see that movie? Great movie, right? Really fucking fun movie. But it's kind of what would happen if aliens were here. There's like alien camps. We have them. We would just get used to it after a while. Like, we get used to shit. The way we live is so entirely alien to people that lived just 200 years ago. That if you brought someone from the pioneer days and you put them in a Tesla, and then you drove them to the movie theater, and then you took them to a concert, you're like, what the fuck is going on? And then you showed them your phone. They're like, I'm gonna FaceTime my mom. Look at that, that's my mom. That's my mom. It's crazy. Yeah, but we're accustomed to it. We're so accustomed to it that people tell you to get off your phone. Hey, get off your phone. You're always on your phone. Live your life. Get off. You're so connected to this bizarre new world that we live but it's accustomed. We're accustomed to it. It's normal. It's completely normalized. If I wanted to normalize the idea of us going to be, I just would put stuff in the sky all the time, flying around with experimental aircrafts, do like a low trajectory over a city in some new stealth bomb to freak these fucking people out. Get them used to being freaked out. And then when the real ones come, it's much less of a blow.
Well, some politicians, just as soon as yesterday, Chuck Schumer, Robert Garcia in the House, they've started to kind of use the whole drone and or UAP in their messaging, right? They start to change their language. Did you get that photo, Jesse? Jamie, sorry. It's
Hold up, Jesse.
I sent it wrong back. That's why.
That we were talking about yesterday. You can airdrop it to me if I can fastest way.
Yeah, it says it's waiting. Is it the Genie MacBook Pro?
Yeah, too.
You want to just text it to me? I'll send it to them. Yeah. Technology. See, even with this fucking high-level technology that we have, they're shutting us down, bro. Yeah, I was thinking that last night. I was like, why does my Bluetooth keep skipping out when I'm trying to stream music? But I realized that there was so many people connected to the Bluetooth, and if you have that Spotify thing on where you're sharing, it's like I forget what it's called. But like a bunch of people can contribute songs. They can all like add to your playlist while it's going on. It fucks. Yeah, it's dangerous. All of it's dangerous. I'm like that close to getting on crazy de-Googled phones, but I'm like, how's that even work?
They have a good one for that.
I think, Eric Prince apparently has a good one. He's got something called the unplugged phone that actually has a physical button you can switch where it deactivates the battery as well. Where it separates a little piece of plastic goes between where the battery connects. And so, because even if you shut your phone off, they can still listen. Like, that sounds so crazy, but it's absolutely true.
Yeah.
And you can't take your battery out of the phone anymore. It's like a convenient thing. No, they make it waterproof. Sorry. Your battery, and then it's like planned obsolescence. So your battery's gonna die. You're gonna need an iPhone 17, right? Come on.
I might think of some
New Zoom feature. Come on, you need this in your life. You need this new Zoom feature. You need that extra 50,000 megapixels or whatever the fuck it is. It's just I don't know. I think privacy is kind of gone, and I think it's gonna be super gone with these quantum computers. It's over. There's no privacy. And I think the real problem is the financial. It's all numbers, right? It's all just ones and zeros. If somebody controls that with what we do, if somebody breaks through with this type of technology and then just shuts all the other ones off, like how many
Bitcoin to the rescue, maybe?
I don't even know. Doesn't Bitcoin get compromised? Google says its breakthrough quantum chip can't break modern cryptography. Sure, like they just said like this. No, it can't. It can't break any of your codes. The Willow chip is not capable of breaking modern cryptography. Listen, I don't believe that, first of all. And second of all, my real concern is this is one step in this. We are about to go off of a technological cliff. This is one step. ChatGPT was one step. They're about to do ChatGPT 5, which is magnitudes greater power in ChatGPT. It's supposed to be like a giant leap in ChatGPT. Okay, and that ain't shit. That ain't shit compared to AGI, which they think 2025. So artificial general intelligence, and then connected to a quantum computer. And Google is literally talking about they have plans to put their own nuclear power plants to power their AI systems. They need so much power. They want 3 nuclear power plants.
That's right.
What are you about to do? And what are you doing, you fucking eggheads? What are you doing? Are you guys making God? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Do you even know what you're
I've
doing?
seen this movie, I swear.
It hasn't even made yet. And the problem is, if you don't do it, our enemies will do it.
Yeah.
And we're so shitty at communicating with other human beings all across the world. We've been stealing resources and overthrowing governments for so long that nobody trusts us. And then while all that's going on, we're in the middle of creating an artificial intelligence that's infinitely smarter than us and might be working in parallel universes. Like if you can do an equation and you're telling me that this equation through these universe is proof of a multiverse. Like, what happens if AGI gets connected to the multiverse? What, do you even know? Are you just doing it? Do you even know? You guys need to can you tell me what's best case scenario, what's worst case scenario? Can you tell me like what you've thought about? Or instead of just fucking all gas, no brakes, and everyone's all gas, no brakes. We're all fucking hot rodders on the highway, headed towards this weird thing that no one really knows what it's going to be, but everyone agrees it's the greatest technological breakthrough the human race has ever experienced, and it's happening so fast. And most people are like, oh, what's going on? What are they doing with that? Most people, if they're not listening to podcasts, they're not on Twitter every day, and they're not on Facebook, and they're not really paying attention to this stuff. Most people are like blissfully unaware we're about to awaken a god. Yeah. Blissfully unaware we're about to connect to some insane technology that hasn't even been. It's so insane that it's sort of like one of those things where someone tries to tell you how many stars there are in the universe. You know what? Well, I can't comprehend it. Your head goes, what does that mean? Like, what's the number? What? When they were saying that it can do, it can compute something that all the world's supercomputers, it would take some septillion number of years to do, that it can do it in 15 minutes. What are you even saying? I don't even know what you just said. I know that I can. If you told me how many zeros to write, I could probably keep doing it until I got to the right amount of zeros. I don't know what the fuck that means. My brain's good for like 150, 500 people. That would say about 3,000 people. I was at the Formula One racetrack. Like, how many people have seen Eminem? Like, how many people? I took a guess, like 50,000. I don't know. It's 110,000. It was like I was wrong. Like 50,000. My brain doesn't understand numbers. And then you get to millions. Imagine like looking at that's about 2 million. No, you can't do it. You can recognize like 150 people. It's about 150 people. When things get big, they just get too weird. And the universe is insanely big. Insanely big. So your brain just doesn't do it. Everybody, even the most Neil deGrasse Tyson, astrophysicists, get all those guys. They're not going to be able to, the brain's not built for it. So this thing is so much more powerful than even that. Even the whole universe as a computer, like, that doesn't even make sense. And they're just, what are we doing?
We have AI, we have quantum, we have mysterious objects showing up on the coast. It does seem like a lot of things are converging.
Well, if I was an advanced civilization and we've already passed this stage, maybe this is like a common stage. Maybe this is just like bees all over the world make beehives. They all do the same thing, right? Maybe this is a strange stage that intelligent life gets to when it reaches a point of technological sophistication where it can create an artificial version of a thinking being. And then that thinking being, of course, creates infinitely better versions of itself and figures out a way to harness power in a way that just, we can't even comprehend, which is what a quantum computer connected to HMI would do. Maybe that's like, maybe they know that this happens and they're like, what's about to happen? And so then they come. Like, wasn't there a meeting, some sort of, this is another good tinfoil hat one. Ooh, what are they talking about? There was some secret, top secret meeting with the people from the James Webb Telescope because of something they had discovered. There was some thing that they had seen that they decided not about that means. You know, if you really wanted to get terrified, you'd say, oh my God, an asteroid's coming. And it might be that. Or it might be there's some new thing that sort of rewrites the date of the beginning of the Big Bang, which is they're kind of starting to talk about doing that now. But there's some people that want to push the creation of the universe back to about 22 billion years instead of like 13 point whatever it is now.
Who cares? Why keep that secret? You know, it's not going to freak people out.
Well, that's not just being charitable. They're saying like, or there's something out there. Or there's something that they know is headed our way. You know, it is, I mean, it is possible. We send things to right? And if we know that we're going through this thing right now, we're about to create a HEI. We're about to implement quantum computing in this country, who knows what they're doing in other countries. If this is just like a thing that beings go through, and we get past this, and then we find another planet out there that's also like dropping nuclear bombs on it, we would probably start circling that planet, making sure they don't fuck the whole thing up. It just seems like to be you. It's probably insanely difficult to get intelligent life to the position that we're in right now in a volatile universe that's subject to natural disasters, asteroid impacts, supervolcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, all different things that we wipe out technology and bring it back to the caveman days. You know, if all that is known and this is going on all throughout the universe, it would probably be in the best interest to sort of protect this investment in evolution and not have us the Stone Age and have to start over again. And not have us nuke ourselves. There's like 13 of us left. You know.
Well, outside of us nuking ourselves, what do you think that the Trump administration, upcoming Trump administration, should do to help move people out there?
I think they should. Yes, I have. He couldn't tell me anything. I tried to get it out of him. He wouldn't tell me shit. He basically, I've seen some things, I know some things. Transparency, I think, is very important. I think people fucking doing it, man. Tell us what you're doing, tell us what you know. And if you can't, I have to think that it's a military intelligence thing. Like, you don't want the enemy to know what you're capable of, which I totally understand. You know, that's what's going on, and that's why they can tell us that actually makes sense. But if it's not that, and it's that we are experiencing contact on a regular basis with something that we can't explain or understand, you don't have the right to that. You don't have the right to that information. That's not yours. That's the human race's. Like, people love to have fucking super top secrets that no one else can go, and you're in the head. But you can't have that one. You can't have that one. If you're telling me that you have to do it because we've developed some sort of a gravity propulsion system that's infinitely superior to anything the Soviet Union has, or the Russia has, or China has, fine. That's not my business. I'm not in the business of the military and national security. If that's why you can't tell us, I totally understand. But if you are in contact with fucking aliens, and you know they exist, you know there's something that visits us, whether it's from another dimension or whether it's from another planet, that's not yours. That's not yours to tell. You can't treat us like fucking babies if we can't handle this. If you actually have recovered a crashed UFO, look, I understand the implications of national security if you try to back engineer that drug. I understand. If you're saying, like, we have to get this, China gets this is a game changer, we're fucked, I get it. Anything else, you have to tell me. Because it doesn't make any sense that you, some unelected official, some guy who's working in coordination with Raytheon or whatever the fuck you're doing, you can't keep that shit secret. That's the world's information. That should be a crime. This is something the human race needs to know. We didn't know it was bullshit. We need to know. But again, if it's our stuff and we can't say anything about it because we can't let China know that we have that, and we did huddle up these fucking physicists in some obscure college, and we did create some wild shit that the rest of the world is not really ready for or doesn't understand yet. Maybe we're way ahead of the curve. But other than that, you gotta fucking tell us. You gotta tell us what the fuck is going on.
I agree with you.
And how is it happening like that in 2004? This is where it gets squirrely. Where it gets squirrely is like, in 2004, we didn't even have a fucking iPhone. Okay? So in 2004, everybody had flip phones. You were the shit if you had a Motorola Razr. You were living in the future. So that's not. It's not feasible that you would have something that moves like the Tic Tac in 2004. That's not feasible. That doesn't make any sense. You have something that can go from 50,000 feet above sea level to 50 in a second. What? Like, what's it made out of that it doesn't disintegrate? Like, what is that? How fast is that? What the fuck does that even mean? That's space. You go from space to the surface of the water in a second? How?
The multiple nuclear bombs going off and energy expenditure.
How is that possible in 2004? It doesn't even make sense to me. So if it's not ours, and if it's not some back engineered stuff, then what's going on?
I think there's two conversations that kind of go on in this topic, right? And I think they both help each other out. So and you've been talking about it right now. They don't have the right to keep these essential pieces of knowledge from us about our universe, right? And I see that as the conversation around disclosure, right? What does the government know? What are they going to reveal to us? We can integrate it into our world. But I think there's an as important side of the conversation called discovery, if you will, right? But what can we learn in the public sphere outside of the classification window that allows us to understand what's going on outside of the reins of control of the government itself? And I feel like they're mutually supportive, right? The more disclosure and conversation there is within government, the more that people are motivated on the outside to investigate this and research it, invest into it. And the more that work is done, it pressures the disclosure side of the conversation to keep up with the conversation and share with it. Now, I don't know if we're going to get to a point of full disclosure like you just talked about without increased pressure on the discovery side and the public side, because I think they would tend to keep that information quiet.
I don't know if Trump would be content to do that. I don't know if Tulsi would be content to do that either. If she's going to be, she's what, the director of national intelligence?
If she's confirmed,
If she's confirmed? I don't know. But here's the thing, it's like what we were talking about before. If it is a national security issue, and fuck, how is it not? Right? Like if Bob Lazar's telling the truth, right? Let's go to the wackiest of the wacky ones, right? Because Bob's story, I don't mean because Bob's wacky, I mean because it's 1989. Okay, so we're in the 80s, right? Cars suck. Fucking, fighter jets of the 1980s. Imagine like the fighter jets that you flew in comparison to a fighter jet from like 1983.
Yeah, no internet, really speak of it.
There was like a few computers connected, right? Like physical cords, probably. But that time period, we did not have what he was describing. What he was describing was accurate. And then when you see that gimbal footage, that thing is moving exactly the way he described it, where he said it's built like a classic flying. That's actually an image of it right there. That little model that we have. That's what he described. So this would be 1989. He's saying that this thing, when it would fly, it would turn sideways. It would turn like 90 degrees, and that's where whatever the fuck kind of generator that's inside of it, it would point it in the general direction we want to go. That's what the gimbal did. The gimbal turned in that way. And what he's describing in this reactor is some sort of an element. It's element 115 from this, whoever has created this thing is a stable version of this element, and when it's blasted with radiation, it creates some sort of a warp in space-time, and in some way, whether it's gravity or whatever it does, it folds time, and it just shoots off at insane rates of speed. Mm-hmm. But the things inside of it, I would imagine, aren't experiencing G-force the way it does the traditional propulsion system. It's the only way a biological thing could survive, right? But then I'm thinking, why would it even be biological? If it's so much more advanced than us, we're already creating artificial limbs, we're already creating artificial eyes, we're already putting neural links into people, and we're fucking apes. We're apes. And we're like, Joe, fucking hold on, stick some wires in there and let's see what we can do with Timmy. Now Timmy can fucking use his eyeballs. Like we had the Noah guy who's in there was the first ever neural generation. And his name's Noah, right? Noah. Sorry, Noah. Cool guy. I just have too many names. No disrespect. But he has he can use his eyeballs like a cursor. Like he sits like a beanbot when he's playing video games. So he plays video games better than people that can use their hands. Because he can, like he shoots like exactly where he's looking at, which is nuts. So how many years have to pass? Think about from like 2004 to iPhone to today what we've got, and Meta, virtual reality sets. How many years have to pass before it's more effective to go through the world being completely integrated into like an artificial creation? Not much where we're cyborgs. Not much where they can, why would you want regular eyes? Your kid has regular eyes? That's crazy. get them with your eyes. They have infrared, radar, they can detect gases, you can move away, it's like safety, it's better for you, see better, you never go blind. They go bad, they replace them. Everybody would just get the fake eyes.
It's just like a jet, right? I mean, fighter jets, they used to be barreling around out there looking for objects, looking for targets, but, we're able to integrate and update all the technology that allows us to interact with the world. It's not put right into our brain yet, although they are working on that.
So maybe those things are what happens when technology and biology integrate over a long period of time. And they probably have eliminated all of our primate desires and weirdness that makes progress problematic. Greed and envy and trying to steal from resources from other countries and invasions and tribal behavior and manipulation and propaganda lying. They probably can all read minds. There's no more lying. And they've no need for physical muscles. That's why they look like these little fucking spindle things. It kind of makes sense. Like that's where evolution and technology, if they merged, that's what it would look like. It would look like some weird fucking thing where they all look the same, so nobody gives a shit. And they control, one of the things those are, so these things have no switches or buttons, or there's no controls inside. So he thinks they're controlling with their minds.
Yeah, their intention.
Their mind is integrated. And we think about that, like it sounds so crazy, but how much crazier is that than typing things with your thumb? It's not that much crazier than what you can do by FaceTime or something, like sending video. It's not that crazy. It's not that crazy that your brain could eventually integrate completely with technology. And if you're a cyborg, then you have to worry about all the biological issues that we deal with, all the cancer, pollutants. So you don't have to worry about any of that shit. And then you're inside this ship that you're completely connected to, and you can move it in any way you want.
Might as well be your body at that point.
You might as well be your body, and that's probably the future. It's probably the future here on Earth, even if we don't fuck this up.
We talked about China a little bit, and, some theoretical ways they might be investing in these deeper technologies. I've spoken with people that are intimately involved in deep technology at the National Science Foundation and others, and what brought them into this conversation realized that we were falling behind on these capabilities because they attended an international consortium believe it or not, there were several members from China there, and they very specifically were asking for collaboration with some of these very deep technologies. So, we talked about how, gravity manipulation, right? Kind of went dark for a while. Well, they call it something slightly different now, and it's something that China and others are actively researching. They call it extended electrodynamics. Same thing with cold.
What is the difference between gravity and extended electrodynamics?
Yeah, so extended electrodynamics essentially is a series of equations that we utilize to understand the electromagnetic spectrum. But there's like a large portion of the equations that we kind of just throw out because we don't utilize them in normal engineering or scientific work. And so they're part of the equation, but we really don't know how to use them yet. And people are starting to think that by integrating the full understanding of electrodynamics through extended electrodynamics, that there are gravitational effects that pop out that we can utilize for technology. And they're actively researching that, actively asking for collaboration on that from China. Same thing with cold fusion.
That's what she was working
with.
Yeah. Tell me the story, because it's a crazy one.
Well, I might not know it as full as you do, but there have been a number of instances within the United States where people have been trying to do work to manipulate gravity through large concentrations of energy, electromagnetic effects, things of that nature. And very recently, I forget the year, I don't know if you have that information, Jamie, but I think it was 2013 or around that time frame where she had kind of a breakout paper, which she was claiming was utilizing older techniques, and she was able to modify the mass of an object, essentially, and the force of gravity upon it. My understanding is that paper went out, and then she essentially disappeared for a number of months, like a year or two.
It's like a movie.
Yeah. And last I heard that she was potentially either still missing, or there was some evidence that she might have gone to China.
I thought she died. I thought she went to China and then come back and died.
Did she come back and die? She did die.
Yeah.
Or did she?
Or did she?
Working
Yeah.
on the ball somewhere.
With masks now, they're just like, maybe she was the tall Biden. What is the tall Biden?
She gets struck by a car in 2014, has permanent brain damage, results in Alzheimer's, and then died.
Was Hillary Clinton
I was waiting for him to do it. Well, there's another fact too. Cold fusion, right? Another 50, 60 topic that was ridiculed and valuable. It's also now the top of certain fusion communities. Instead, they call it low energy nuclear reactions, right? Instead of having a large fission or fusion reaction where a lot of heat and radiation comes out, you do it slowly and incrementally, and it releases a lot of energy, but it doesn't have accompanying radiation or super high levels of like random heat that comes out. And that's now something that very serious scientists within the fusion community are studying. And another technology that the China representative at that conference was asking for collaboration on. So are we investing in this? Is this work that we're doing in a dark lab? Because the open source community doesn't have the resources to be able to invest in this.
Well, let me ask you this. So if you were, which is if you were them, and you wanted to work on some very, very advanced, if you had some knowledge that this stuff was possible, but you couldn't put it in the private sector because then it would get pilfered, you'd get infiltrated by Chinese spies, which happens all the time, right? Wouldn't you hide it away? Wouldn't you squirrel it away somewhere? If you're doing the right thing, if you're being intelligent about it, wouldn't you? If I wouldn't, it essentially can't be public because it is in the interest of national security because it's such a big deal. Like if they develop a propulsion system that is completely reliant on gravity, and they figure out like they're bending time, flying places instantaneously. If that's the future of space travel, like whoever gets there first, that's a big fucking deal. Mm-hmm. That's a really big deal, and that can't be out there in the public where China can steal the data, or Russia can steal the data, or Iran can steal the data. You can't have anybody get a hold of this.
Well, here's the thing: if we're the sole superpower in the world, then I think it makes sense for us to hold that information back and develop it on our pace, because we're not worried about competitors that are going to catch up to us and potentially leapfrog us. But when we're operating in a world where we have near peer adversaries such as China that do have the ability to potentially work on the same technology, that's where the model breaks down a bit, right? Because if we're artificially slowing our progress in order to maintain the secrecy, and someone is catching up to us, our only real solution at that point is to activate, the millions of super smart and motivated people in our country to start pushing ourselves ahead, lest we get leapfrogged by countries that can do that through their own private investments, such as China.
That's a very, very, very big thing. Because wouldn't it be awesome if we were the only superpower? We just slowly get into this stuff.
And maybe that's what's been happening for the past, 20, 30 years after the Cold War.
That's where this whole Area 51 and spore shit comes into play. Because you have to think that if this is happening, this is around the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union. Right. So this is like,
that was 30 years, see what we could do. And
have you ever seen Bizarre talk about it?
Yeah, I've met him once.
What did you think?
I mean, it's the type of story that, you only have your own boots to go off with because
it's so crazy.
It's so crazy, and it's, it's one of those stories where it's basically impossible to validate it. So, like a lot of the stories I hear, I often don't have all this evidence that I can work from. So I throw it in the database in my head, and I look for comparisons, right? Just like the Gimbal video and how it moves. Well, that's interesting, and that kind of lines up. Doesn't totally validate the story, but that's kind of how I approach this topic. I'm not here to immediately judge whether it's true or not true. It's just kind of additional information I can use. Just like that photo I sent you, right? That is just some random lady in her backyard. But as it turns out, multiple pilots and commercial airlines saw the same thing. So,
So this is the one that the commercial airline saw that was flying at about the same speed as a plane and then took off.
Yep. It was completely stationary, accelerated to the speed of the plane, and then like way faster.
And what year was this
It was 22.
one? So this is a picture of it.
That's actually a picture from the pilot from the cockpit. Yeah. I have the one for Lady too, which saying something like that. But
The same name? It doesn't matter. Doesn't that look like Jim? Doesn't it look like the front, like the nose? I mean, I'm looking at the picture of this right now. So it's one of those things that look, you can see his face. That looks like a multiple light sources. Bro, that's a plow. That's tripping. That lady's tripping. The thing is, like,
air traffic control didn't have it on their radar.
unless you have a really good phone, like if you have a Samsung that gets like that 100x zoom, how much are you going to be able to see?
That's why, with these cases in New Jersey, what's most compelling for me are these, like, they're not the images themselves, but it's these elected officials, law enforcement officers, and others that are, like, very flabbergasted at what they saw. Right? They're not just like, well, yeah, there's something, but, I mean, they're pissed off. They're very confident what they received was not normal. They're having a hard time putting words to it and having a proper photo, but as you can tell now, I think it's not easy to just put your iPhone up in the sky and grab a photo of something that's far away. Right?
Yeah,
they're not designed for it.
They're not designed for it. They don't look like that. And even the best phones. If something's flying to the sky, you're gonna get a shitty blurry image of it. But you need some very high-powered equipment with the zoom in and stabilization to be able to lock into place.
There's so much like AI on phones that interact with your photo before you even see it. It's hard to even tell what you're looking at.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing with the Samsung phones. They got in trouble because they were taking photos of the moon. There wasn't really a photo of the moon. Did you see how that got figured out?
No.
You can't slip things by the words, right? They're too fucking smart. And so these guys were kind of suspicious of whether or not this thing was actually taking a photo and zooming in and getting a photo of the moon. So they put a blurry photo of the moon on a screen and then stepped to the back end of the room and zoomed in on the blurry photo that's on the screen, and it filled it in with like high resolution.
Yeah.
Showed you all the craters.
Oh,
It's like, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
And so they're trying to say it's AI. Like, it's not. You're not enhancing the image. You're creating.
Yeah.
There's no image there. Like, we know what the image is. The image is blurry bullshit. You turned it into a clear photo of the moon. So this is shenanigans.
Well, let me tell you, I think what needs to happen here to be able to better understand the situation. Okay, and I think this applies for New Jersey, but also applies for the much broader kind of UAP conversation as well. So I told you about discovery, I told you about disclosure. I think we can only motivate the government so much by just knocking on the door and asking for information. There needs to be a public, unclassified scientific investigation into this from the perspective of trying to attack it as a scientific anomaly, right? Instead of trying to attack it from a request from the government to release new information. So, I think this should be a national priority, frankly, right? We need to have very senior people within the White House that care about this topic, that are leading the charge, perhaps at the Office of Science and Technology Policy, somewhere at that level that can lead this conversation and start to employ different organizations in a public, unclassified way, such as Department of Energy, such as the FBI, and other reporting sources, so that we can be able to gather this information, investigate it, and then form theories about how we can protect it, whether that be through XRAD data in the United States, whether that be through weather satellites, other large data sets that we can use to detect these disturbances, and work with the Department of Energy to be able to put forward scientific ideas and then utilize their compute resources to be able to process and churn through all this data and see what pops out on the other side. And I think that we can then bring in organizations such as the National Science Foundation, or National Science Council. We can bring in National Science Foundation, excuse me. We could bring in offices such as the Office of Strategic Capital and start to actually support the public interest in this conversation by having people that now can access these large data sets and these large compute to be able to run experiments, bring forward new data sets and technologies, and have this be like a true national effort at a high level. I don't think that the current structure of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office within the Pentagon, serving as a whole of government point,
Congress in the United States to truly study this. And I think by doing that, we could then, potentially confirm what is being discovered through this unclassified method with classified sensors, but leave it so that it's repeatable and unclassified so that the scientific and academic community can see the results of that and work off of it.
Would there be an issue with you would have to provide amnesty to the people that could potentially apply in these programs? So, like, if you diverted funding, if you've not been completely honest to Congress about where the funding is going, you've had some sort of a back engineering program or whatever. Would there be like criminal liabilities? Would there be issues where a bunch of these people could get prosecuted?
Potentially, yeah.
So that would, if I was them, I would, I'd keep hiding.
Exactly.
But if you wanted to get full disclosure, it would seem like the only way to effectively make it happen would be to give amnesty to the people that are committing these crimes. So it become a real dilemma if they were actually crimes.
There could be another way to approach it. So one thing, especially after the last hearings we've heard, is that there needs to be stronger whistleblower protection laws, right? Maybe you've heard that. I've updated my thinking on that. I've done a lot of research on whistleblower protection laws in the United States, and it's actually quite interesting. We've had whistleblowers from the executive branch whistleblow to the legislative branch of the next. We had the church community. We've had thousands of people that have come forward and shared classified information with Congress outside the bounds of the executive order that allows for the creation of classified information. None of them have been ever prosecuted. Now, they may have faced ramifications such as the loss of security clearance. They may have lost their job, right? Those are real risks. I don't want to downplay them. But the way the system is currently set up, there's an executive order that allows for the creation of classified information. You have the National Security Act that was created in Congress and signed by the president. And these are the two laws that essentially allow for the creation of that type of information. So when the whistleblower goes to Congress and shares that information, the Congress people are just as susceptible and vulnerable, perhaps, to having classified information that they're not privy to, right? So they're in legal jeopardy in a sense. For there to be prosecutions in Congress or from the whistleblowers themselves, the Supreme Court would have to step in and adjudicate that rule between the executive order and the National Security Act. And that's never happened. They don't want to step in on the legislation. And they've had, I don't know how many years, but decades, and opportunities to do so, but they choose not to. So we're in this kind of stalemate where by action, by inaction, whistleblowers have this unspoken protection, if you will, to come in and share that information, lest the Supreme Court step in and change their precedent for the past several decades. So there's no reason that any of these potentially susceptible whistleblowers that do fear legal ramifications for those activities couldn't come into Congress, set up a very quiet meeting, share what they have with these Congress people, and allow them to then run with that information clearly away from any personal identification from that whistleblower. That's the world we live in now, right? We don't have whistleblowers doing that, and I think some of the messaging has been inaccurate, claiming that we need to have stronger whistleblower protection laws, because it's probably not going to happen. I don't think Trump wants stronger whistleblower protections. I don't think he wants to enable people that would be calling out actions of the executive branch to Congress strengthened. That's not necessarily aligned with some of the activities that happened with Colonel Vindman and the Ukraine incident, where they essentially utilize those whistleblower laws to share information with Congress about what they perceive as wrongdoing. Right? So I don't see those laws getting stronger, but we're in this kind of weird false dichotomy right now where people are asking for them and not willing to come forward. But ultimately, I think we just need someone to step up to the plate, come forward to Congress with this information, to move the conversation from on the disclosure side.
So what you're saying to me, what it sounds like, is like you're almost like advocating for a complete restructuring of how the information gets disclosed. Instead of the way they're doing it now, like someone come in and sort it out.
Like you. Well, you do it. I would if I was asked.
I bet you'd be asked. I hope you would be asked, I should say. Because I think you're uniquely qualified and obviously like very invested in this. Like you wouldn't want someone who's not invested in this, leading this, this is a super complicated, nuanced rabbit hole that you have to go down. That you have to like be balancing out all the possibilities in your head at the same time while you're trying to get this information out. And whatever you guys experienced, whatever those things were, if that isn't ours, we should probably know. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it is ours. I get that if it is, you can't tell. I get that. But if it's not, what's going on? What do you think it is? Like, if you had to guess, some of it's going to be ours, right?
In like a broader conversation or specifically New Jersey?
Broader conversation.
Yeah. It's clear to me, based off of all my research and connections and conversations, a couple things. One, people are absolutely seeing things that seem to be exhibiting capabilities beyond state of the good in a conversation.
Like this one with you sent me.
I mean, that's an interesting one. Yeah, I mean, multiple witnesses seeing capabilities of craft operating in flight regimes that we don't have the technology to do. So that's step one. Step two is I've been a lot like a blind man touching an elephant. I don't know necessarily it's an elephant yet, but I'm feeling the tail, feeling the trunk, feeling the foot. And what that elephant represents is the government's classified work on this topic. I butted up against it through people that have been actively engaged in programs that are investigating this in ways that are not public. So I know that there is something there behind the scenes. I don't know how deep it goes. I don't know specifically the type of, like, the total amount of work that's being done. It's very clear to me that there are values that I've touched, those I've touched, that represent that work. So it would make sense. It would be aligned that the government would be very interested in this technology. And I think it's time that we put the proper protocols and processes in place so that the public can discover this information. We have the technology, Joe. Like, it's not that we don't have the technology. I mean, I'm personally working on space situational awareness sensors that we can put in space in order to maintain custody of these objects.
Now, if no one has ever gone full disclosure, no president, how much do you think they tell them? And what, if anything, could you even imagine would be a valid reason for not telling people?
I think that there was probably a presidential order at some point in the past that is likely still in effect. And, unless another president is fully read in and countermands that order, then it's business as usual. And perhaps that's one of the reasons they don't tell presidents a lot of information on this, is because they want to maintain the effective authority, keep it in play, so that when the president doesn't countermand it.
Yeah, because none of them respect Guinness. None of them feel obligated to tell them about it. I can see both ways, though. That's the problem. I can see it from the point of national security. If they're back engineering these things and trying to do a race, it's essentially no different than if we engineered ourselves. At the end, someone's making it.
Well, we might have integrated some of these capabilities into some of our technology that it might look out the window and see, right? But deep in the bowels of the system, there might be capabilities that were discovered or motivated through the investigation of these objects, right? So I can see why I agree with you 100%, right? And I don't believe that 100% information should come out. I mean, I've worked in secure information, I've worked in the military, I understand the need for these capabilities, but the core information that we're not alone in the universe potentially, there's no government on earth that has the right to hold that information.
Agreed. I think everybody agrees to that. There's no reason why they should. That's human information. And it's if we're really confronted by an absolute fact that we're not wrong, it changes everything. We kind of know it, but we're not sure, and we haven't seen it. And if you have seen it, you're wrong. So what is that?
Think about how to motivate us as a populace. Right? To have this carrot on a stick up to say, here's how we access the rest of the galaxy.
Yeah.
Right? Imagine what that would do to our technological innovation. How many millions of kids right now would go to school in order to be engineers, scientists, to be able to work on it. It would completely change the world. And maybe we'd have, less
Facebook apps and things of that nature and AI wrappers, but we would be working on deep, important technology that's going to unlock the rest of the universe to us.
Or we get into our dealing with the worlds. Because they're coming, they're going to be super powerful. And every civilization that we've ever encountered that was primitive always had a terrible go that once we showed up,
Well, maybe we'd be better prepared.
well, I would hope they wouldn't beat us, that they would be past what like human beings today is, especially with all like Steven Pinker's work where you look at crime and violence throughout history. Human beings today live in the safest environment that's ever existed for people. Live relatively overall, despite all their problems. It's trending in a way of more peace. But if you think about no people with no violence at all, none ever, just like a complete shut off of everything. That's what you have to be if you're a civilization that's eclipsing all the problems that we have here on Earth. That's bypassing all the war, all the bullshit, the destroying the environment, the inequality and the allocation of resources, and the control of the populace on Earth. Just that's all that with this super, super sophisticated society. I think that which should motivate us, like probably more than anything, to get our shit together. To realize, like, well, this is possible. Like, this is the trajectory that these intelligent species go through on their road to evolution, the road to enlightenment, and they bypass this terrible stage we're at right now. We're worried that these drones are searching for nuclear bombs because someone might decide to do some sort of a terrorist thing. Because there's war going on over there. If we could just know that you can get past that.
It's like we're in a phase where our technological development is outpacing our social and moral development.
Or in our biological development. Just like you can only think of so many, a number of so many things, you can't think of all the stars. I don't think our biology can keep up with the input of all this technology. I think we're getting numb. We're getting weirdly numb to it, And I think it's just it's so inescapable in today's society that if you want to be integrated to today's society, you have to have one of those phones. You have to be connected. Like we're moving in this very particular direction, and it seems like if we get through this chaos, but these things that are visiting us, all of the things that people describe, of telekinetic communication, telepathic communication, the ability to explain things to them in a way that like clarifies what they're here for, why they're here. That's probably what we would do. It sounds exactly like what we would do if we could get past all the problems of being a human being in 2024, and all the violence and chaos and all the lying and propaganda. If we got past that, that's what we've become. We've become some star-faring creature that's like completely enlightened. Shows up and it's just checking on the apes to make sure they don't blow themselves up.
It must be a hell of a time to come watch us, right?
Right. And if think about like technology and technology evolution, it's always so much faster than biological evolution. Like, how far ahead are they? If they're a million years, what does that even look like? Like, what does that look like?
Do you hit a wall? Like, do you just quote unquote know everything, right?
Right.
Or and then maybe that's what allows their moral compass and their biology to catch up?
Or maybe we're the robot custodians of the God creating intelligent beings. And that all they're doing is sent for AI. AI created them and sent them out to the universe so that when the apes get to the point where they start making nuclear weapons and bombs and reactors and cold fusion and gravity, you like just make sure they get through this, okay, and then whatever the fuck quantum computing connected to AI becomes, that's what it's like. We're farming that.
That's something I thought about. We talk about biological creatures in these crafts.
Yeah.
It could be that those are not things that travel here from far away, just kind of hanging out, right? Like that might have just been, they might have created these objects, even the biological substrate, if you will, here using local materials and put them together because perhaps biological creatures are more appropriate for the type of interactions they need to do instead of a fixed machine, right?
Oh wow, yeah, that completely makes sense, right? Like if you can create life, which they're very close to being able to create fake artificial life, like in like single cell forms. And haven't they created like believe they have started to like animal embryos.
And that's just from scratch. I mean, they could beam over, DNA sequences and
Yeah.
fabricate them.
Yeah, but that seems like totally doable. And that would make sense that they could breathe on air too. You just engineer it so that whatever this creature is, it does your bidding. And just they're the custodians. They're just hanging out. And they're not even like advanced aliens. Synthetic human embryos created in groundbreaking advance. This is crazy. These are human. I didn't think they were human. Synthetic human embryos using stem cells in a groundbreaking advance that sidesteps the need for eggs or sperm. Oh, it's over.
The fuck? Yeah,
We're so fucking so anxious.
So scary, man. It's so scary. So if we can do that now, something that's a million years more advanced, we just probably send some ball of energy down. The energy would create a spaceship and the beings inside of it, and like they're fucking sending someone a picture through a cell phone. Maybe that simple. And that's probably, I mean, it's probably what it is. They're probably the custodians. Think of them as like advanced alien beings. It's probably not real. Probably advanced alien beings is AI, and it's the most advanced because it just goes from nothing to God. And maybe it needs custodians.
The only thing that would change my mind on that is if they did truly have some kind of faster light trap that allowed them to transport, physical objects from extreme distances to nearby. Right? Because then the cost of sending that information is low because they can just send things over. So, I can see both sides of it, but it's something interesting to think about. Imagine the science and technology fields that full understanding of this conversation would open up. I mean, it would open up fields of knowledge that we can only imagine. We don't see in sci-fi.
Right. Even if we don't understand how they're doing it, if proven to be true, everybody has to stop and go, okay, what's going on? Like, how is that thing moving up? Like, where's it coming from? How did it come from 2,000 light years away? Like, how is it even possible? And then you have to figure it out. And how? I don't know. I mean, what is your take on the crashes? Because that to me is always like, God, if you're so advanced and you're coming from another galaxy, why do you fuckers keep crashing? Like, what is it? And then I'm sure you're aware of Diana Software and her stuff. They call them donations. Like the people that research these things, whether or not it's even real. The people that I haven't seen, the people that say they go there and find these fragments on the ground, they refer to it as donations.
The one thing I like to think about is, their planet, make a lot of assumptions here, but the planet might be designed a different way, right? Like their atmosphere might have significantly less oxygen. It could be much thicker. And so they might have bypassed this whole period where they had rocket propulsion, gas shooting out the back. And so they may have taken them longer to get to space, but maybe they did so with a much more developed technology. So then they apply that technology, they come over here. Now they're in a regime that perhaps they were unexpecting. There's gravity disturbances, there's more oxygen in the air, there's different things that perhaps they either weren't expecting or just look different than their home environment. And then, oh, by the way, there's these stupid apes that are shining stuff at us, that are launching nuclear weapons and actually knocking us out of the sky. There's electromagnetic interference. So I could see a logic there that shows that, we make the assumption that if you're the gods, right, they can do anything. Right. Maybe that's not the right way to think about it.
Well, also maybe think about the sheer numbers. So if we think that these things are real, so let's imagine they're actually coming from another planet. So if they are coming from another planet and they're capable of coming in, that means other planets are capable of sustaining intelligent life that could be starfarers. So if that's possible here and there, it's probably all over the place. So if it's all over the place, who knows how many numbers of things you're dealing with and how far advanced they are. And like you said, like what technology they develop. We always think technology is like completely linear, and we think that like what we did and the way we did is the only way it could be done. But the best evidence that's not true is Egypt. The best evidence that that's not true exists. You would touch it with your hand, you can see photographs of it online. We don't know what the fuck they did. And whatever they did was super advanced for 4,500 years ago. We don't know what machines they used. We don't know how they cut it. We don't know how they measured it. We don't know shit. How they figured out to put it north, south, east, and west almost perfectly. No one knows. No one understands how that stone's there. It's all speculation and guesswork. But whatever it is, it's insanely impressive and a different sort of way of implementing human ingenuity and engineering and thought into construction. It's very different than anything we've done. So it's a clear path. Like they have an enormous amount of resources in that area, and they had sustained the civilization there for thousands and thousands of years. To the point there, they had developed methods and technologies that we don't understand today because they're not human.
I love the work that Graham Hancock has been doing, and I see it as almost like a parallel conversation in one we're having.
Yeah,
I mean, there's something here. A lot of people can go out and look at it. I mean, sure, I've never been to pyramids, but you know, the information is there if you're willing to go look at it. And there's this massive stigma within the academic community to say, no, that's not right, because they're in this zero-sum game. They're all trying to win the next, contract and grant, and they just want to stay right within the line of what's acceptable. And he's bringing forward very interesting points about a time period that I think we all understand now is a lot less understood than we thought.
there's also parallel civilizations that coexisted with European civilizations that are very similar to what we know about in history. That were like the Mayans, for instance. Like, what the fuck was going on in Mexico? Like, how come? Because we know when that was like, they're like when Cortez visited. Was it Cortez or Cabeza de Vaca? Who visited the Mayans and wrote about it? It might have been Cabeza de Vaca. I think it's in that the book A Strange New Land. But when they first encountered these people before they gave them diseases, like they had this insane civilization with gold headdresses and ornate dressing, like, and everybody's like, "What is this?" Like, there's insane stone structures and this human sacrifice. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, this is a totally, completely different type of civilization. Yeah. While in Europe, they're wearing fucking wigs and trotting around and like all coexisting. So we know that human beings can go in very different directions in terms of the way their society develops and the technologies they implement. Why would we think that would be the case with everything in the known universe? Like everything in the known universe, there's probably an infinite number of paths that intelligent creatures can go to create a technology. Like you're saying, some of them might take like way longer than our path of implementing combustion engines and electronics, and they might be using frequencies. They might be using some sort of different way of generating energy that we don't understand.
Maybe the planet has super strong electromagnetic fields, right? So they can leverage that in the way we can.
Well, the thing Lazar was talking about was that this planet had a stable version of this element 115. But I think, even, what does that mean? It's element 115. If there's 114, element 115 is where the fuck you find next, right? If you don't know what it is. Like and it was all theoretical until the Large Hadron Collider, they developed a version of it for a millisecond, so they know that it's a real thing. They just don't even have a stable version. Like, what if you live in a completely different solar system, a completely different planet, there's planets out there that are made entirely of diamonds. Yeah. Did you see that one?
Yeah.
About a giant diamond in the sky. Get a picture of that. It's like, yeah, what the fuck? Like, I think that there's probably an infinite number of ways intelligent life evolves, and some of it probably doesn't make anything like us. Like octopi. Like octopuses, they have no need because they're in the ocean and there's no houses in the ocean, so they have no need to like build things, but they're super smart, man. They open up jars. They figure out a way to get out of a fish tank, walk across the floor, climb into the next fish tank, kill a fish, eat it, climb back, and go back into the tank.
That's why I don't own a squid or an octopus, because if I saw that in the middle of the night, it would freak me the fuck out.
They're really smart. They're weirdly smart. And we don't even know why or how,
Yeah.
They have eyes that separated the front end, but whatever an eye was developed for them, and an eye was developed for us. Like, if we branched off from the evolutionary chain, like, who knows how many hundreds of millions of years ago.
I learned a pretty interesting little tidbit here. The octopus, apparently its DNA is not like anything else on this planet. But apparently the Hawaiians have a ancient tradition that octopus basically came from the sky. Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting, but, with panspermia, they do think that it's possible that planets, when they get hit by asteroids, a big chunk of it can fly off, and the DNA from that rock can enter into this new environment. And with some things like spores survive in a vacuum. That's one of the thoughts about psilocybin mushrooms, that perhaps they arrived here from somewhere else on the rock, which is, it's a real possibility. Like, that's where most of the iridium that they find when they do those big digs and they find a layer of iridium that's near where there's an asteroid like that. That's all just shit that came from space.
Yeah. I mean, if you look back at like the evolution of humans to monkeys to fish, and then multicellular organisms, and the introduction of mitochondria, smaller single cell organisms, there's a very linear path of evolution. And very early on, there's a massive jump where we went from extremely simple bits and pieces to essentially this big jump in complexity for these small systems. And there's a theory out there that jump occurred due to seeding from elsewhere, right? That perhaps that the whole path is linear, and it occurred over time, perhaps. I think the time period is like several billion years, right, for the evolution for these components to get to essentially a single cell organism. That these components evolved independently in space, perhaps feeding off of gamma radiation or other gamma energy or other energies that are out in space. And so that evolutionary process did take place. It just didn't occur on a particular planet. And then over time, as meteorites hit the Earth, then we see this uptake in complexity because of the arrival and then the further evolution of the biological chain that led to us. And it's pretty interesting. Kind of tied to that theory is that the Big Bang happened and things gradually cooled down. I mean, there was a point where, and I think the number is like 500,000 years, where the universe was essentially room temperature, right? Like everywhere in the universe had like a distribution of temperature that was equivalent to what we're sitting in right now before it continued to cool off and get weird. So there could have been these opportunities in the universal process that allowed for the development of life-like components that eventually went out to seed the universe, which would be a really interesting concept because it would lead us to believe that this probably happened in multiple places, not just here.
That is a fascinating idea that it's like seeds. And that's the function that these asteroids have. When that's what happens when they land, when they spread whatever's on them. You could imagine like that's the function of asteroids, landing the planets, knocking chunks off and flying that stuff into space.
That's why we have water here. I mean, we didn't just organically create water on this planet. It came from asteroids and other debris.
It's comet, right?
And comets, yeah.
A lot of comets was made up of just ice, right?
Yeah.
Which is fucking nuts. There's a chunk of ice bigger than Manhattan flying through the sky, or diamond. It leaves it, right? And leaving trails. And some of them are thinking, mine. That's going to be really fascinating. Once they figure out how to do that, land on an asteroid and mine it.
Yeah. $1 trillion industry.
That was a Bruce Willis movie, right? Wasn't it?
Well, I think they're trying to blow it up.
I think it was.
We recent miners there.
Armageddon.
Yeah.
All right, they weren't mining, right?
They trained miners how to be astronauts. That was clearly the easiest choice. Instead of training astronauts to mine.
Well, we were getting to the James Webb Telescope secret squirrel meeting. Did you find anything on it? Nothing?
I don't know specifically what I was supposed to be looking for.
Okay, let's try it. Let's say James Webb Telescope top secret meeting, urgent discovery. Give me the bullshit. Give me the stuff that's shady.
There was a congressman that had a classified meeting with James Webb.
Yeah, it's like the same only discoveries.
Oh no, not discovery. Top secret classified meeting discovery. Come on, Jimmy, indulge me.
We don't usually take classified stuff out.
Yeah, do it. Put it out there.
NASA denies existence of classified briefings on June. This was 2 months ago. So right.
No, so they definitely happened. Yeah. Definitely happened.
Yeah,
It's probably it's probably a fun thing. NASA denies it. In recent weeks, rumors spread rapidly on social media. suggesting that NASA's James Webb Telescope had made an extraordinary discovery, potentially alien life. The members of Congress had been briefed about it. The rumors intensified after U.S. Representative Andre Carson, who had previously chaired a congressional hearing on unidentified aerial phenomena, declined to answer a question about classified briefings when asked by, I don't know who that is, run by journalist Matt Lasso on X. Laszlo on X.
He's been doing good work in the UAP topic.
Matt Lasso.
Yeah.
Shout out to Matt. Speculation prompted a Freedom of Information Act request filed by the Black Ball on September 22nd, 2024, seeking any records classified or unclassified about James Webb Space Telescope briefings provided to Congress, particularly related to the telescope's findings. The request aimed to clarify whether any congressional briefings have been held about significant discoveries made by the telescope, which has been in operation since 2021. So the response was copy of records, which includes videos, photos, electronic or otherwise, of all briefings about James Webb's telescope and program made for Congress. I asked that you include all classified and unclassified briefings on the James Webb Telescope program or briefings on findings made by that program. It says those searchers located no records responsive to your request. Need to confirm that tomorrow. I mean, if I was hiding the fact that we're going to be hit by an asteroid, that's how I would do it. I wouldn't tell people. I wouldn't respond to this feed. What freedom of information? We're going to be dead in 60 minutes. There's a planet heading away. You know, planets get hit by other planets sometimes.
Or maybe they detected signs of life around exoplanets.
That's the fun. The fun one is signs of life. The fun one is an actual spaceship. The fun one is something that they can't explain that changes everything that we hold dear and believe to be true. Whatever that is.
You know, we've gone down the rabbit hole with some fun speculative conversation about what's up in space, but I just want to make the point that like this is still a solvable problem here on planet, right? Like we can't let like the fun speculation of what's going on out in the universe stop these kind of stodgy academics and others to say, well, this is not relevant to me, this is not practical, there's nothing here, right? Like we need an intense focus on this within our government at the highest levels, not just within an organization with the Pentagon. And we need to engage our scientific and academic community to remove the stigma at the highest levels. So I'm hoping Trump will do that.
You think the bottleneck has been the security clearance of it all? The bottleneck has been the lack of transparency. Like if people just knew, that would be the end of it.
I think so. I think that would absolutely, and of course, by people knowing they're going to want to have some evidence that they can use to do research on. But even if the president just came out the other day, or the next week, or in a few months, and said, "We don't know what they are. We have moderate to high confidence that they don't originate through any known adversary or nation on Earth. Help us figure this out."
But Biden and Harris have been like the last managers of Blockbuster Video. You know what I mean? The fucking gig was up. Like, don't even show up. It's over. The building's going under. The lease is done in 2 weeks. Fuck this.
I
It's
understand.
not even at work.
I understand it's a policy of the Biden administration to downplay this conduct at the highest levels.
Do you understand that this is like a mandate? This is something.
I don't know if I want to use the word mandate, but
This
their
is-
policy.
This is their instructions.
Yeah.
Huh.
So I think with the folks that are friendly to this topic coming in with the Trump administration open up a very key opportunity window for us to move this conversation forward.
When you look at it from their perspective, what would rationalize trying to downplay this? Like, if you look at it from their perspective, what could possibly be the case where they think it would be good to propagandize or sway people in that direction?
To stop our adversaries being aware of the reality situation and from investing into it and proceeding past it. Because again, we're artificially restraining ourselves, right? Because we're trying to keep a secret.
Right.
So now that game is changing, right? That game is changing because it appears that China is making investments and has a large amount of interest in this topic. And we're at a point now where if we continue to do that, we're going to simply fall behind. And I think there's been this delay within the Biden administration to just kind of ignore that problem for the next, for whatever problem is more relevant. He's probably more, worried about his son and the legal issues he's in than this massive issue.
I don't think he's. I really do think he's the last manager of Blockbuster.
Yeah.
That's a. I don't. She's not even showing up for it. I never see her anywhere. Which is unfortunate. It checked out. It's over.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is, okay, then who's running it? And why are you holding back that stuff?
Whoever's been running it, I think.
Yeah.
So I think this is, can you imagine how President Trump will be remembered across history if he moved this conversation forward?
If we just knew what they know. Just, you don't have to tell us what's possible, what it can do, what you've engineered from it. Tell us something's going on. What is that thing? What's that thing that's going on? Is that thing ours? If it is, that's fucking crazy. You guys are holding back some insane shit. And if it's not ours, then we need to know. And I think that would change the human conversation. Ronald Reagan talked about that in the United Nations speech in was it the 1980s? You remember that speech?
Well, I remember, but we're learning about it.
He talked about how united we would all be if the threat of an alien invasion was happening, or how quickly we would put aside our differences.
Well, that's why we have the red phone with Russia, right?
Is it really red? Is it really red?
It used to be. I'm sure it's a text message now.
I wonder if they even have a phone anymore.
Well, they do, and they do with China as well now. Although it's less.
But isn't it like a phone? Hello.
I also don't know the structure of it. It used to be, but it was there in order to
Just because. All the members, humanity. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us? What could be more alien to the universal aspirations of our people than war and the threat of war? 2 centuries ago, in a hall much smaller than this one, in Philadelphia, Americans make the threat. Hell of a speech.
Maybe it's time for another one.
Yeah. If they know, tell us. It'd be good. Be good to let us know. And if we did have to disclose, what can you imagine? Let's imagine you get into this position and it's your job to get this information out to the public. What kind of resistance do you think you're going to face? Because it seems like if there's been deals that have been done with defense contractors, and that's what kind of have to work on, right? Like, who else is going to know what to do? Like, you kind of have to get contractors on this thing. You're going to have to get the best and the brightest. I'll figure this out.
We haven't had support from the top in the past, right? So, were I in such a position, you would have to be working closely with the White House, and you'd have to have the White House's buy-in on this. I think that's the only way. And from the top of the executive branch, you use that position of influence, you pass additional, presidential memorandums and executive orders that countermand previous memorandums that may have existed in the past in order to legally compel these organizations from the chief executive to be able to move the conversation forward, to require them to bring this information out, to require them to collaborate. And, it doesn't have to be a one-person job. You bring in some of the brightest people in our country in order to evaluate this data, come to a conclusion, and then share those conclusions with the American people.
Okay, let's imagine you get this position and you go through this search and you find out that this is all our technology and that we can't allow China or Russia to know that we're capable of using these kind of technologies that are unheard of right now. So we have to keep it as a national security secret. What do you do with it? something like that.
I mean, ultimately, if the answer is that there is nothing unusual going on here, then we have to respect that, right? I mean,
It is very unusual.
I,
If you've got these things moving the way these things are moving in their house.
yeah, and I don't think that's the case here, for all the reasons that we've discussed today. So, ultimately, it's about finding the truth, right? It's not about finding your way to a conclusion that you already support.
Okay. I wonder what the world would be like if it was fully accepted, if disclosure was fully accepted. I wonder what the world would be like. Like Trump gets into office. Trump has a press conference. He brings you up. You explain what we know. This is over the last 16 months. Our team has discovered this, that, and that. We've personally investigated this, that, and the other. Where are the crash points? Where are the fucking guys hiding those? If that's real, that's the end. All you have to do is bring the president to the crash site, and you bring him to the warehouse, show him this thing, and you walk around and you go, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? That would be the end. All you have to do is get a camera crew, go with them. Trump walking around screen shit. Okay, leave him visited. Now we know. By whatever, by whoever. Maybe it's not even visible. Maybe it's always been here. Maybe it lives in the ocean. Maybe it's been monitoring us from there. And its sole purpose is, like I said before, custodian. Make sure we don't blow ourselves up. But either way, we should probably know that. We should probably know there's fucking bases in the ocean. Because a lot of them, they've seen their transmedia. They move through the air and then they go to the water and they make a splash. So, okay, what is that?
We would have, for the first time, I think, a clear direction of where we need to go as a society. It would revamp our academic processes, our fields of study, our beliefs in religious structures. I don't think they would nullify it. I think they would probably amplify it. And it would, I think, have the equivalent impact of a positive nuclear bomb on our economy. We would have certainty in what direction to invest in and what technologies to pursue. And I think that by having that direction, that would, again, nuclear bomb level increase in capabilities where we would be able to, be working on propulsion and energy systems and material systems that would advance us well beyond where we are today. It would leapfrog us. And if we sit on our hands, if we don't do that, we're going to find our adversaries in a position to do that instead, which will completely rewrite the geopolitical environment.
If we reach technological proficiency in all this AI stuff and quantum computing, if we reach this first, then what do you think happens?
I think, well, we already are in AI to some degree, but I don't think it's a technology you can necessarily contain to one country. I mean, China's already has their own AI out there. So I think it's going to be somewhat business as usual, at least on the AI side. Quantum computing, a little bit different. The technology investment is much higher, but still, if China can come in and potentially steal that technology and replicate it, then we're just in another level of arms race at that point. But if we have the ability to invest in deep technologies that we are aware have an endpoint in reality, instead of having to guess the strategic value of something, it's going to allow us to focus our resources in a way that we haven't had the opportunity to do in this country.
That's great rose-colored glasses. That sounds really good. It does. You say that, I'm like, wow, it's a really positive outlook. I hope you're right. What do you think? I don't know. I definitely don't know. I go back and forth a lot. I go back and forth as to whether or not these are visitors or whether or not they're interdimensional. They're always here. I go back and forth whether or not they're ours. I think some of them are ours, probably. I go back and forth to the czar's talk about how they've been doing flights with these things. They figure out how to at least get them off the ground and move them around the sky. If that was going on, if that's real, if that was going on in 1989, who knows? Who knows what the fuck we have if that's real. But if we are being visible, it's a complete revamping of our position in the universe. So we do realize we're part of a community of intelligent life that's in the universe. And it just takes a while for you to be technologically sophisticated enough where you can communicate or travel to these places. But it eventually happens. And then we just realize the lights go on. There's a billion eyes out there staring back at us. We're all connected with this thing.
I think it would give us a lot of reason to collaborate.
It would give us a lot of reason to collaborate, and like Rabbi was saying, it would force us to recognize that we really are one family here. Planet Earth, it's us together. And we're not different countries. It's crazy. We're just, there's courses for the country, but we're just human beings. We should all speak like the same thing. We don't need to fight. There's no reason for any of this stuff. All this shit can be down. And in the future, it should be. I just think technology is going to kind of help us along in that direction. We're going to believe it's happening. But it's pretty strange that in the meanwhile, like what we're facing today with these superpowers duking it out and trying to develop technological and military dominance, this would be in the movie the exact time that alien life would start showing up. If you're going to have a movie like where the aliens come to make sure we don't kill ourselves, now would be the right time. Now would be the time.
It's like we're all sitting in Plato's cave, duking it out, arguing about what's on the wall. When a few people are creeping upstairs, realizing that there are a lot of things to worry about.
Yeah, we have a lot bigger things to worry about and a lot bigger things to look forward to.
Yep.
And I think the only way we're going to know what the territory is if we get a legitimate map. I think some people have a legitimate map of what we're looking at, and some people don't. And that's where you and I agree that's kind of fucked up. And it's not their position. Shouldn't be able to.
Well, people like yourself bringing attention to this topic, Joe, is huge. You know, and I think the momentum that we've seen over the past 3, 4, 5, 8 years since I've been doing this is really changing the conversation. I speak with people every single day. I work this every single day, 7 days a week. And the amount of people that are changing their tune and coming around with this conversation at all levels of engineering, scientific background, financial resources, is actually huge. And I think the pressure is going to continue to build. And I think that the opportunity we have here with the new administration is unprecedented. And I think we need to do everything we can do to leverage that to move the conversation to a point of no return.
I think it's possible to do. I really do. And I think that's what the general public wants at this point. I think people are really tired of not knowing. It's all bullshit. Tell me it's bullshit. Like, tell me how you know it's bullshit. Like, it's all real. Fuck you for hiding it for so long. How you been hiding this for so long? How do you think this, if you have guessed, how do you think this drain thing gets resolved? I mean, I can't just stay in the sky.
I have this kind of pit in my stomach that this will probably stop in like a week or two, and then we won't do anything to do it. And I don't know if that's how it's going to play out, but that would be consistent with what happened in past years.
Do you think it's possible that they're just testing to see how people would react to drones flying around space?
Due to the lack of coordination in government on this topic, I would assume if that's what they were doing, they would have had a better plan to communicate.
Well, why would they communicate with state and local authorities if they could do it in a way where they get clearance to do it? And, you know, it's the need to know thing. And they just like have these things fly around just to gauge how the public's perception would be.
Even within the federal government, there's usually confusion, right? So I'm not even referring to local government and law enforcement. I'm talking about like government agencies that are actively investigating this seem to be out the loop as well. So if they are trying to trick us, and I mean us, I mean like basically everyone, you know, even within the government, even the people that need to know. I mean, it's so hard for me to rationalize that they would be willing to manipulate 95% of the government in order to run some kind of experiment or social test with an unclear value at the end of that chain, right? Like, what exactly are they preparing us for? Is it a broader integration of UAP knowledge into our conversation? That's the only thing I can think that would require such secrecy.
Well, do we have drones capable of doing exactly what these things do?
I think so. I mean, for the vast majority of cases that I've seen, you know, on social media and whatnot, I think so.
So is this domestic or is Chinese drones, like the top of the line drones that can do what these things are doing? Are we making those here?
I would have to make the assumption that
the government, with the defense community, has built various drones that are capable of doing similar things for deployment overseas. Right. So again, there's not one video, and we've looked a little bit for one that exhibits capabilities that give us the high level of confidence that they're completely unusual. But we're not seeing that necessarily, so I can't jump to that conclusion yet based off of the information that's being presented. But the overall activities of all these objects and the historical consistency with other sightings in this part of the country lend me to still consider that there's anomalous activity that's going on in this area.
Anomalous in terms of what we know we're capable of?
Yes.
Like, what is an example of anomalous that exceeds our capabilities?
Increased signal management, right? Not being able to be detected off our very sophisticated. We have very sophisticated radar systems on the eastern seaboard, including in New Jersey. So to have objects that are able to essentially evade those detection mechanisms and appear mysterious and disappear over the ocean or come from the ocean in a way that's untrackable should not be possible. That's why we have these billion-dollar systems. So have we developed these capabilities? And not just radar, but infrared, being able to block infrared, and even being able to detect objects in their proximity and turn their lights off, right? And of course, these aren't magical technologies you probably imagine out there, but it creates a lot of uncertainty about the origin of these objects and their intent, right? Are we trying to evade our own capabilities and cause a mass panic over our own country? Is this a foreign adversary that has had breakthroughs in these capabilities? Not just breakthroughs in these capabilities, but, Iran, China, Russia, for them to be operating off the eastern seaboard, it's not a small task, right? To load up a ship, have it be stealthy, and then launch all these drones without a point of origin. That's not a trivial problem for them, right? We're the only country in the world that has a true global navy, and it would even be difficult for us. Civilian drones, are there civilians operating these? Hundreds of drones without detection, without flaw, without failure, without crashing? Very, very strange that would be the case as well. So again, I look at all these different options and I can see a rationale to say, okay, some of these are not exhibiting capabilities that make me think it came from somewhere else necessarily, but all these kind of facts lined up one after another makes it really obvious and quite a mystery still. But again, I think we can figure this out. Like, we can get proper technology there. We can go figure this out. And if the government's not going to do it, we will.
How are you going to do it, though? Like, without technology, what would you do if it was right now?
Yeah.
Say Trump never calls you.
Yeah.
You'll figure it out. What are you going to do?
I'm going to take RF receivers from counter-drone technologies. I'm going to go out into these hotspots. We're going to be looking for the signals that they may be emitting. And then using mobile platforms, we'll be there to be able to detect the strength of the signals, and we'll essentially follow them, see where they go. And that might include, operating aircraft. It might include a ship offshore that we can hand off this information to so they can track them when they go over the water. It's just a resource problem. It's not a technology problem.
So if there is a ship that's launching off the coast, what kind of technological capabilities would that ship have to be there undetected, where they don't know where these things are coming from? How far away would it have to be, whether that's even feasible?
There's a couple paths. One of them, it would have to be perhaps like a submarine launched ship, right? And we have very good detection underwater, especially off the coast.
How many drones could you fit on a submarine?
Well, that's the thing, right? So especially car-sized drones, probably not too many. So we're talking about perhaps a different class of submarine, multiple submarines. They probably don't have the ability to recover these objects.
Would it have to be a submarine, or could it be a giant ship?
I don't think we could have a giant ship off our coast without the Navy or other DoD assets needed there. So satellites.
If these things are launching from the water, they must be launching from something else under the water.
That would be my hypothesis.
But there's no ship that's been sighted, right?
Correct.
What if it sounds so stupid, but did you ever see that one video where they showed this thing? It was an underwater camera. I think it was focused on an oil rig, and you see something flying through the background.
Yep.
Something like 500 miles
outside the sewer
Yeah.
flash.
Yeah.
I have reports from submarine operators of very fast objects in the water.
What the fuck?
USOs in the water or unidentified submerged objects. I mean, our plane is mostly covered in water. Our sensing underwater is not as good as in the air. There's less traffic under there. It would be, a logical place to set up shop.
I mean, how much of the ocean has actually been discovered or explored, rather? It's like 10% or something crazy.
Yeah, pretty small.
Mm-hmm. There's insane deep spots. It's something to just go and hang out.
Or move around, stay mobile.
Well, listen, I hope you get a phone call. I hope you get a phone call and somebody listens to this and says, yeah, that sounds like it would be a good thing for everybody if we knew what the hell was going on. If it's possible to talk about. But again, without you out there telling your story, guys like Commander David Fravor and all these different people that have had these experiences and encountered things and are aware of it and know that it's a real issue. Without real credible voices like yourself, this conversation falls into the hands of silly people like me. You know, like if I'm interested in UFOs, I was interested in Bigfoot for a long time. You know what I mean? Some of it was just fun for me. But when guys like you come out and talk about it, and when the New York Times writes that article in 2017, you get the Guinness video and go fast, all of a sudden it's like, okay, this is a phenomenon. This is a real thing. What is it? And why don't we know? And why aren't we being told what we do know?
They don't deny it anymore. I mean, within government, when they communicate, it's clear from the Pentagon to the executive branch to the legislative branch that yes, there are objects, we don't know what they are, and these seem to be exhibiting capabilities beyond the state of the art. I mean, we're at a point in the conversation that seems to be pretty widely accepted at this point.
How hard would it be for people to accept that it's coming from an underwater civilization that's popping out to check out?
That might be harder than the whole alien theory.
Right. It would be almost crazier to think that we coexisted with an alien civilization that's under the water that we didn't know about.
Wouldn't we feel foolish?
We would feel so stupid. We thought we were the apex predators. We thought we were running shit. These things are just hovering over our cities. Listen, man, I really hope you get that phone call. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. And like I said, I really mean it. If it wasn't for people like you that have the courage to come out and talk about these things, because I know there was a long time where airline pilots, a lot of different people just didn't want to talk about their experiences because it seemed like they were silly and they'd be mocked. And it was widely dismissed. And now it's kind of generally acknowledged that something's going on, even from our own government, our own government. So thank you. If it wasn't for guys like you, I don't know where this whole conversation would be. So I hope you get a job. Yeah, please do it. Tell everybody the website one more time.
safeaerospace.org.
Okay.
Please sign up, and you can report there. Please sign up as well.
Instagram.
Twitter, uncertain but at uncertain but good.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Good job, program, experience.
Train my name, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name, all day. Good to see you, Joe. What's going on? Good to see you. Thanks very much for that extraordinary piece of athletic equipment brought to the gym.
Absolutely.
Is there photos of that so we can show people what it looks like?
Yeah, it should be on the website X Factor.
And what is it called?
It's called the X Factor.
Oh, it's called the X Factor. What's the website?
Sormix.com.
Go to Sormix.com. Check out the X Factor.
I'll tell you, it's actually pull it up, Jamie.
Pull it up, Joe. Isn't that nice to say?
Yes.
It's fun, right?
It's big.
So this is the machine.
Yeah, it's actually Judge who's here.
Yeah, it's a brilliant machine. The idea that you could push and pull a rotational power machine. It really is a genius idea, man. And for things like striking sports, that's huge. Like the ability to push and pull at the same time while stabilizing the core. I mean, that is undoubtedly going to help people like this. You're definitely going to be able to deliver more power in strikes.
Right. Because because you take the ground force and then be able to put it through obviously the force. That's all three planes of motion, all obviously go through the core, and then puts it into either your feet or your arms.
It's just so unusual that you can do something like that. I mean, I guess you kind of can do something like that with cables, with the cable machine, but that seems better.
Yeah, because you have a little bit of a balance component as well. But you're right, like you're blocking. Let's say you're a right hand, you're blocking on that left leg, you're stabilizing out the right hamstring foot. But yeah, especially when you get that real extra extension, I call it what's right there in the obliques, it just comes in. So I'm interested to see what you come up with.
It's pretty dope. And you were telling me that this was originally, like, you came up with this idea from an older machine that's not.
Yeah. So we I've been in this industry a long time, and as well as you have, but it's kind of taken a remastered series where we're taking all like the cool stuff that could have been our designs, but it could have been just old designs that were just like kind of lost to the ages. You're like, hey, that was a cool piece, but it sucked because you had to load it weird, or it was like maybe it wasn't as safe as it could have been. And so it's like, let's break the whole thing apart, figure out what was good about it, and then that was like the 8th iteration. We just kept playing with it, and it was like when you realize the double axis is what made the user experience cool. And it was like, okay, this is badass. You know, I sent that video to you, and then a couple colleges already bought it, and then Brian Krauser, world champion, record holder shop there. It's like, yeah, like this is all rotational power. How do we turn that on?
Yeah, it's so cool today because there's so much social media and there's so many videos, YouTube videos of people using equipment. Like 15, 20 years ago, you had to go to a gym and go, oh, what is that? Oh, that's cool. Where'd you get that? How's that work?
The big guy at the gym, you'd be like, hey, what's the deal? Yeah. I grew up in the same era where we're going to gyms all the time, and there's a bunch of quacks telling you to do stuff.
Always, yeah.
And then
there's bro scientists.
Total bro scientists. Yeah. And then you just like, hey, that guy's really good at something.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I would, after I compete, probably much like you, after I compete, I would get whoever was better than me, I would offer to take them out to dinner. And I would just go, hey, I'd feed them beers until they basically told me how they beat me. I'm just like, well, how much are you cleaning? Or what are you doing? And I would pick up some little idiosyncrasy of training. They're like, oh, we would do this contrast. And I'm like, what's that? I just keep digging and digging and digging. I go back and forth.
Well, I remember when I was competing, they would tell you to not lift weights, which is so hilarious. They used to say that. They used to say it will slow you down and you'll become tight.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, like, why don't you just stretch if you're tight?
Yeah. So horsepower makes the car slower.
It didn't make any sense to me. It's like they thought that the only exercise you should do is martial arts itself. Just hit the bag, train.
But when do you think that? Well, you got, Bruce Lee would do. I mean, he did some exercise. Yeah. He had some lifting, but it was always pretty light. But what would you say was when that changed?
I think it was at Vander Holyfield. I think it was Mackie Shillstone training at Vander Holyfield when he went up to heavyweight. And I remember myself at the time, so this was in the 90s, I remember thinking, what is he doing? So weights, he was going to fuck himself up. Doesn't he know that all these coaches have already figured it out? Right. And then all of a sudden, Vander trapped.
Dude, he was trapped.
He got jacked. And he became a legitimate heavyweight. Also, pretty sure there's some Mexican supplements involved.
Yeah, he might have gone across.
I think it's a strong possibility. I think it's a strong possibility that there was some help. Because also, like, he never heard anybody tested positive for steroids like that.
No.
And I know for a fact that some of those guys are on steroids.
I would not disagree.
I know people who know people, and I would fucking put it all on black.
Well, because up until 91, steroids weren't even illegal as a controlled substance.
Do you know who caused it to be illegal? Joe Biden.
No shit.
Yep, that motherfucker. It was all him. Yeah, Derek from More Plates, More Dates was telling us about it. Right. Like that motherfucker. He did it.
That should be a level of respect.
Well, I guess the idea is that people could abuse it, right? But here's the deal, folks. You can abuse almost everything.
Sure.
This is my argument against online gambling. You know, there's a lot of people that think online gambling should be banned because so many people are losing money on online gambling. Shut the fuck up. Do you know how easy it is to not online gamble? It's so easy. You know how easy it is? I've never online gambled. It makes two of us. That's how easy it is to not online gamble.
I probably forget my password to get into the thing, but yeah.
But, like, I'm not discounting the fact that gambling is addictive. I personally know gambling is. One of my best friends, Dana White, is a fucking gambling guy. He happens to be insanely wealthy, so he can get away with it. But I grew up in pool halls. I know gambling addicts. I get it. I'm not one. So it's possible to, like, fucking have some self-control and discipline and willpower.
The weird thing, I've never done crack either.
Crazy.
It's
Strange.
strange.
Crack is everywhere. It's a scourge of humanity. I've never done crack.
You know, it's really weird. I've never even seen crack.
I've seen it.
Yeah, I saw cocaine once in my entire life, which is wild based on.
It is pretty
I
wild.
know a lot of people, and it's like, yeah, like, did they just think I would just say no to that because I grew up in the East, just in my generation? But
I haven't seen
I didn't think it was like a real thing.
since I was in high school. I've never really, yeah, which is kind of crazy because I know so many people who do coke.
Yeah.
But I was at a party in high school the last time I saw someone doing coke.
No way.
Yeah.
In your world.
Yeah, my world. Yeah. I don't do anything. I don't ever fuck around. I've never done coke. I've never even thought of it. Really. Never had the desire. Because I was around people that were abusing it when I was in high school.
Sure.
So I was like, okay.
Do you think that's because you're such like a strong personality and like kind of role modeling people? Like, yeah, Joe's not gonna get like people like that. Do you think they're like respectful of that and just kind of know the deal?
They just know I don't lie.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm just not interested in anything that gives me more confidence. I'm not interested in that. I got plenty of that. I like humility. I'm looking for humility. I don't like confidence boosters. I don't like anything that gives you like a ridiculous sense of like your abilities. Like, I'm not. I'd rather be humble.
Yes.
I'm not interested.
I mean, delusion is a strong suit.
Sometimes.
Yeah, that can get you wound up too.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I think it gets you pretty far, and then your fucking wheels come off. It's ridiculous.
It's like when you're skateboarding when you're a kid and
You see a guy on a motorcycle and you see when they do that, and you're like, no! This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only.
It's like you had Josh Brolin on the other day. That was like what he did in Goonies. Remember he had the little bike?
Oh, that's right.
He was talking about a motorcycle. All I could think about in my head is him flying off the cliff in Goonies.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
I should have brought that up. We should have bring it up so bad.
I was on the plane. I was running the plane. I was like, all I can see is that cat in sweatpants with his shorts on top of sweatpants riding a tricycle or whatever down his hill.
He's one of the rare guys that was like a child actor that turned out really awesome. Yeah, that's a small club. That's a fucking super small club.
Yeah.
Because everybody that I know, and I know a few people personally that are famous as a young person, they're out of their fucking mind. They're like, you know what I say it's like living in, hey, African memory, look at me. How old was he back then? That's so crazy. Well, he's 2 years younger than me, 85. 85, I was 18. So he's probably like,
Well, the 80s not so awesome.
the 80s were pretty cool. Except everybody's worried that Russia was going to blow us up.
True story.
Yeah.
True story. Yeah. I remember 85, I believe it was 85, going to, I know obviously we're both in the archery, so 85 ran the first blood part 2 thing out. Pops took me to the movie theater, he and I saw it, and we went straight from there to the archery shop on my first go that day.
Really?
I still have it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's awesome. I still have some of the same arrows.
No shit.
Yeah, I strangely don't use things. But yeah, I remember in the backyard shooting this, like, kind of half taught me, and then I was in the backyard slinging arrows and taking like fat explosive tips and stuff like that. So it's cute.
I went to Rabbi, and they have the Pineapple Brothers has that archery. I brought my whole family, and then they also have this area where you can go and you can like shoot ski. You drive like four wheelers up the mountains, and then they have like traditional archery with bows and arrows. And I was like, oh, let me try this. I don't know how to fucking aim. I'm terrible at it. I was like, oh, I'm a good archer. I should be good at this. I could barely hit the fucking target 20 yards away.
It's like the science and the art, two different things.
They're totally different.
Yeah. I've always said, like, the guys that traditional hunters, trad guys, they're either weirdos or they're absolute killers.
Right. It's like Aaron Snyder type dudes. Yeah. They're so good at compound archery, they get tired of it.
Yeah. Or they're weird guys that smell like sausage and live in a space. And they're like, I know you do that, but you probably go to like rim fairs and stuff too, so I'm not sure.
Well, at archery country, the local archery shop here in town, whenever I get a new bow or I get a new sight and I have to sight it in, you go to there, they have an indoor range, and a lot of times in the indoor range, there's these dorks with recurves, and they're at 20 yards, they're spread. It's like my arm length. It's wild. Barely hitting the target. Don't do that. This is stupid.
You don't shoot like the cardinal direction. I'm shooting east today.
I get good. Like I've seen Snyder. Like he's such a oops at 40 that are the size of a silver dollar. But most people struggle pretty hardcore. But they say also that if you do want to hunt with it, you have to practice every day because it's almost like throwing a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're throwing a ball, you know how much the ball weighs because you throw it a bunch of times and you have like this muscle memory that if I throw that hard at 20 yards, I'm going to hit that thing.
Yeah, it's like a quarterback. Like quarterbacks, I know a couple of my buddies who are college quarterbacks, they're all good trad archers because they kind of like have that hand-eye spatial, they know the memory. Yeah, but you got to be. Yeah, my buddy got into it. Brandon really powerlifter. He got into it, and all he hunted with for a couple of years was trad. And that cat went like Argentina and Africa, just nuts in the sack. But he was like, "No, going to trad better." Okay, man. I was like, "Do you hate accuracy?" No, he got it done. But holy cow!
But there's something about dialing it into like 47 yards, like drawing back and centering your pin, and just watching that shot break, and watch that arrow go exactly where you want it to go.
Just
hit those ribs.
Just the dopamine button.
Oh, it's the greatest.
It is. Can you see the arrow? Does it slow down when you shoot at animals like it does for me? It looks like there's no way this arrow is ever going to get to. It's like everything in my brain. It's like that book that Rise of Superman doing flow state. Everything speeds up in your brain, so actually the perception all lengthens out. They say your brain actually starts firing 3 times faster with the little pictures. So that's why it slows down. This morning, I watched that arrow just right-handed turn. I'm like, that keeps going to move. It was only 27 yards, but I'm watching. But when I'm shooting targets, I'm just like, hey,
I don't seem to think that. No.
Really?
No.
I always think it takes forever to get to do it.
No. trying to think of when do things slow down for me. No,
Jiu-jitsu.
no, jiu-jitsu just when you're really in a good state, it's just almost like you're not thinking. It's like all of a sudden you have an arm bar. It's like
So it is a flow state.
yeah,
just
just
maybe
complete flow state. But it's a flow state that's established after thousands of hours of drilling, and that's the most important thing in jiu-jitsu. Really, is drilling. Everybody loves to roll. It's so fun, because it's like you're playing a video game. You're trying to kill each other. But the really important thing is drilling, and drilling with like a certain amount of rigor, like a certain amount of speed and intensity. You're not trying to hurt each other, but you're drilling with like intention, so that your body is completely accustomed to these movements. Like your body recognizes these movements, and like you slap that elbow, grab that armpit, get that arm drag, and you get the choke. It's almost like it happens before you even know it's happening, because your brain is so it's just wired in there. Your whole nervous system knows exactly what to do.
It's like a cascading effect, like
Yeah.
them kind of deal.
Now,
Is that super slow drilling, and
No.
then you just go to speed?
No. I think the correct way to drill is to drill with a little resistance for your partner. Like, you don't want to put your partner go limp on you,
Sure.
but just a slight amount of resistance. You have good partners, a slight amount of resistance, but then go through those motions with like a little bit of speed, but not like full blast.
Sure.
But the whole idea is just get those numbers. Bam, bam, bam. Eddie Bravo is the best explanation for this. He says, when you tie your shoe, you don't think about tying your shoe. You just go, bing, and your shoe just ties. Right? Because you tie your shoes every fucking day.
Right.
You know exactly how to tie your shoes. Once you learn how to tie your shoes, it's bing. It goes, that's what jiu-jitsu move is. It's like, it just gets in there, and sometimes you don't know what's happening until it's happened. And also you never turned it. Well, like shit.
That's helpful.
Yeah, it's just you've done it so many times that when someone overextends or when someone gives up their neck, it just cinches up. It's just one of those things where your whole nervous system is just pre-programmed for very specific movements.
Yeah, so you've taken all these little closed skills, which are replicatable, and then put them in an open format where, like the if-then scenario, like the flow chart,
Exactly.
Go, no go.
And the best guys are the guys that drill constantly and then also study and take notes, like Gordon Ryan. Gordon trains 365 days a year. For 365 days a year. And so he doesn't take any days off. And he trains all fucking day long. So if you want to beat him, good luck. Because you have to catch those numbers. You have to bypass those numbers somehow. It's not like he's not talented. It's not like he's not intelligent. It's not like he's not physically strong. So he's got all those attributes already. And then you have this insane work ethic along with dedication to technique.
Yes. And you'd have years or decades to catch up.
Exactly.
You just can't.
And so there's too many guys in jiu-jitsu that were just like big muscle heads that would just like muscle a move and just give a lot of grunt. And you're never going to beat the technique guy who's just as strong as you.
It usually is less percentage of your power and everything to get the same job.
It also knows exactly where to be. Like you might not know exactly where to be because you've gotten away with a lot of stuff because you're big. Because you're big and you're strong, you've pushed through stuff like big guys on their back. Like there's a lot of big guys, they get on their back and they become turtles. They don't know what to do. They never get put on their back. Because they're training. If you're a guy who's 250 pounds and you're in a normal jiu-jitsu gym, what are the odds of the 250 pound guy? Most guys are like 90, 200, maybe it's a 210.
Right.
There's not a lot of really big
6'3",
guys.
250.
Yeah, it's rare. It's rare. So you usually can push these guys on their back, and that's easier to do. So you probably do that more often. You like smashing people, so you smash all these people. But the problem is that you never develop a bottom game. You never develop a guard. You never develop the ability to get out from under a big guy and do it technically. Get that on your glove. Work for a half. Figure a way to get back up to your feet. You're just always used to like overpowering people, and then when someone's bigger than you, you're fucked.
Right.
You're fucked.
So, were you always strong? Like,
Well, I was always strong,
I mean,
but I
like,
didn't
lifting
really
weights
start
or
lifting
strong
weights
weights.
until I got into jiu-jitsu.
Okay.
I mean, I always lifted a little bit of weights. I
Sure.
worked out a little bit, but I was more into kickboxing than anything.
Sure.
But when I started doing jiu-jitsu, I was like, oh, being strong is like a big advantage.
Yeah.
It's a huge advantage.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because I was watching this video where these guys were talking about this, these wrestlers, and they were saying that wrestling has always acknowledged that power is really important. But for some reason, jiu-jitsu, they would like to pretend that it's not important, that technique is everything.
Was it cultural to where it was? Like with the Gracies and with like.
I think technique is more important, right? Because if a guy doesn't have technique and he has strength, and you have technique, you can beat him.
But you can't discount really effing strong.
Right. But you
Like,
also
that sounds a
can't
lot.
discount a guy who's really fucking strong with technique. I mean, they're not mutually exclusive.
Ooh.
Like a lot of guys who are really fucking strong also know how to grapple, and that's like a giant compliment.
Now, is there, like in the throw sport, we always talk about technique. Speed is everything.
Explain to people what you're talking
Okay,
about.
so
So
for example, I guess I'm one of those nerdy guys that pick the sport that's like the least playing sport of all time. So I was a hammer thrower. So it's like a shot put, steel ball, 6-foot tall steel ball, 1 meter, 3 foot long wire. So what you see on the Olympics, they spin around really fast and yell and scream and always make like the highlight reels of guys that
where
scream.
did that come from? Was that a weapon at one point?
Yeah. So they actually in Scotland they would use it was a hammer. They would literally have like for agrarian society, and they had a cylindrical head on, it, so they could use it every side. And so that became a way to train for battle because they weren't allowed. The Scottish weren't allowed to have weapons. Yeah, so they would start throwing stones in the Braveheart days. Yeah, during those days. So they weren't supposed to have weapons. So they're like, "Fuck this! We're just going to take all the stuff that we have, stay strong, stay ready." And then actually their stone was called the clackmark, which meant stone of strength. It's a great name. It's wonderful. That's how Viking. I've ever heard of Viking. So tell me how badass this is. So like each family, like the Rogan family, like you're the patriot, right? And you have your clackmark up on the mantle or whatever it is. So at your family outings, whatever outages may be, all the men, very much like a Braveheart, they would go and throw. The guy who throws the clackmark, the family stone the furthest, is kind of like the dude. Like he's like, all right, you, now my son has surpassed me. He's showing he's a man. Right? Here's the wildest part. This gives me chills. So they would, if they went off to battle, they would take their clackmark or stone, and on the way out of town, they would all put it in the pile. And they call it a cairn or cairn. So they would put it in a pile. So if they did not return to battle, they had placed their own monument to their town for sacrifice. Whoa. So could you imagine? So when you go past these other towns, there's a pile, you're like, what guys that come home? And those piles are still there? When I was in Scotland, they did say a lot of them are still there. I was competing in the island, Scottish Islands. Wow. So like you think about it, like, man, you're literally kind of placing your family's stone, like, I'm going off, and if I don't show up.
Dude, I was in Scotland last year, and there was
Part of Scotland.
I'm not exactly
Up in the Highlands, like
Apple stuff in there.
Aberdeen.
I went with some friends. And they took us to this place that my friend owns property up there.
Naturally.
And when we went there was a stone circle that is way older than Stonehenge.
No way.
Yeah, and it's just sitting there.
So all the stuff in Scotland's just sitting.
It's just sitting there in front of this dude's house, and you can even stand on it. I was like, this is crazy. It's got like a little monument on it, but no one's stopping you from like walking around on it. And they're not big stones, they're small stones. But this stone circle, they're like, I'm like, who made this? I was asking the guy to do what's pretty knowledgeable. It's like, no one knows. It's just left laying around.
Yeah, so like Scotland, there you go.
No, that's not it, but it's kind of like that. It wasn't nearly as high. There were smaller standing stones. And it was, and there's a bunch of them like laying around. Like there's a guide stone on the ground. Like, how old is that? Like that's probably like thousands of years old. And nobody knows. Like they don't know who made the stone, who put it there. It's just a guide stone. Like so, if you were on a trail through the Scottish Highlands, you find this rock. They're in the right place, look. And it's this fucking stone that's been there for 3,000 years or whatever. But they don't even know how old it is. And it's just sitting there. It's so cool though. But it's crazy. He was like across the street from this guy's house. So he's got like this one house, and there's a little street, and across the street from his house is this stone circle that's like, who knows how fucking old. Nope, it's not that either.
Yeah, they have like the other stones just went there. The Inver stone.
And then I went to stones in Scotland. All three of these I pulled up.
Yeah.
We were just really high. They were in actually England.
Oh, it's sober. Look at that image right there. How weird is that one? The ring of Rothschild. I say that.
They have some sweet names.
Rothschild. The ring of Rothschild. What are they doing that way? They go die in that way. I love fights. People get sacrificed to that way. I mean, thousands and thousands of years ago.
So cool. The stones over there, like a lot of people go over to get strong and they'll do like the stone tour. So they'll lift the Denny stones and the Inver stone. The Inver stone, I left that. That was in an old lady's garden.
Right? There's like a stone.
It's like a 200.
Yeah,
It's like a 265 pound like big egg stone, and like
just laying around.
it's literally in this lady's garden. It's called the Inver stone.
And people go there.
People go there. And
Man, playing with the rock.
it's 100% what happens.
Really?
Yeah, we were over there competing. U.S. team. We went over there, like all the Highland Game guys. We're let's go check this out. We all lifted it, and she invited us in for tea. She's like, "We'll come and sign the book." And you look in the book, it's like Bill Kazmaier was here. So and so. So we're like, "Oh my gosh!" Like the greatest strongman in the world had come as a pilgrimage to lift this stone, and they signed the book. And we're like, "This is awesome." We live across the street. Yeah. And then
How do you say that word?
we call it the English stone.
Called stone.
Yeah.
It seems like it's almost been like honed.
That's,
Doesn't it seem like it was polished?
yeah, chipped.
Oh, that one actually is numbered.
Yeah, that's the one that
It says that's 265 pounds. It says.
Yeah. And it's we lifted it, and then actually, so what happened after back in the 80s when Kazmaier was coming on the scene, you know, Bill Kazmaier, obviously, real strongest man, kind of started the stage. He allegedly picked it up, you know, just the man thing. He picked it up and carried it across the street, and bellied it up to the bar, and laid it on the bar. In that year.
I would be mad if that was my car.
Right? Oh, he chipped the crap out of the bar. He did. I was there. That's what Bill chipped this badass. I like the story. I like that stuff. So we traveled all around with those stones. It was cool. But anyway, thrower is a person who decides to do sport. Doesn't think about no, but it's a shot put, discus, hammer, javelin. There's all those original Olympic sports. They're all weapons. And so
That'd be a good sport if you're a trans woman. You dominate.
Oh, and if I
Regular chicks wouldn't have a chance.
Oh, I'm at 48 years old. I could still throw the living crap out of my woman's implementable. It'd be great. But yeah, I was part of track and field. I got into it in college, kind of a weird Forrest Gump-like story. Changed the course of my life.
Have you done lift run shoot yet with Cam?
I haven't done it with Cam. No, we played around and done some stuff like that at my farm. During
You should do his podcast, the lift run shoot show.
that'd be great.
It makes you carry a rock up the fucking mountain.
I went up his hill with him. I hadn't carried the rock, and but I'm sure you've done
It's the Cam rock.
That's his.
I haven't met this guy. Fuck out of here.
That was rough.
Yeah.
That was rough. I started running. I'm not a big cardio guy.
I've seen going anywhere that guy's running.
Dude, he is as advertised as a badass.
Oh, he's a complete
legit.
He's one of my best friends. He's a complete psychopath.
We all got running, and then he kind of left me, and then like got to the top, and then did his dance, and then he came back down, and like, hey man, it was very remarkable. Like he goes, all right, why do I do this all the time? Because if we pressed at this corner right now, and you saw the biggest play of your life at 70 yards, could you make this shot? I'm like, bro, I'm looking at him like you're a right now. Like that's screwed. He goes, that's what I do this. I'm like, yeah, track it.
He's also addicted to exercise. He's addicted to cardio.
Yeah,
I think that's a state of mind that a lot of those distance runners get in that they get really, really addicted to. And there's a runner's high. Like,
running experience.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, long cardio sessions. Yeah.
I never have. I've tried it, and I just seem to get more mad than I go to athletes.
Well, got like that power strength throwing background. You know, it's like it doesn't really benefit you to be really into cardio. And that's probably diminish some of your strength.
Yeah, Greg Basket back when I was 7, when I was 4 9 games, he was like, you have to do cardio or do CrossFit. I was like, what? And he was like, no, it'll help you throw. I goes,
Oh, the CrossFit guy?
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it works out at all?
that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not taking advice from you,
Well,
buddy.
I was sitting there, I was like, 265 pounds. He's like, you should do CrossFit. I'm like, I'm trying to be the best thrower in the world, and that has nothing to do with any of this other stuff.
Yeah, I have a golden rule when it comes to taking advice. I don't take advice from anybody who looks like shit.
unknown and unknowable was not my sport. My sport was extremely knowable. I know the Olympic trials were on this day. I need to show up.
Yeah. And also, if you want to be a power lifter, or if you want to do some just completely power focused exercise, it does not benefit you to spend time getting like extreme cardiovascular shape, but you do need to do your kind of running a can does.
Yeah, and it's not even not beneficial stuff.
Right.
I mean, we would joke, like, why run when you can walk, why walk when you could sit down, why sit down when you could lay down. Like, that's ours. That's what we would do. And we would lay down every chance we could eat, every chance you get. Right. And we're like, I'm going to stand up and do something really hard and fast for 3 seconds. Right. And I'm going to go rest for a while.
Yeah.
Call me when I'm back.
Yeah, I mean, there's different things have different requirements. But if you want to be a mountain elk hunter, what he does is very beneficial. I have a bad left knee that's really bothered me the last few years. Yeah. And I just twisted it again this September.
Yeah, you were saying the sciatica.
That was another problem. That was from overuse of, it's just being stupid. That's overuse of archery. So, what? Yeah, because, I have 2 bows. I have a bow that's 84 pounds and a bow is 90 pounds. So I'm pulling these 90-pound bows 100 times a day.
Are you sure you did 8 times a day?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, you have to. For that moment when, like, a fucking giant bull walks in between the trees and you have a 70-yard shot, you have to 100% be confident that you can make that shot. So I'm shooting at 84 yards over. I'm obsessive with almost. I developed a tendonitis in my lower back. So it's overuse from the stabilizing, from like holding yourself. Really? So it's the pulling, I'm sure that's it, but it's also holding it right there in that position, and it's all right lower back. But it's much, much better now. I started doing this thing called MoveFit. Okay. I talked about it the other day with Derek. Where they're doing electrical muscular stimulation while you go through exercises. It's really helpful. Really? Yeah, it's been 3
like a microcurrent, or more like
it juices you up, like all the muscles contract
like skin.
Yeah, but it's very strong. So this is, you can crank up the intensity. So this is some of the shit like you saw Mike Tyson when he was training for Jake Paul. He was doing that. Like what I think it's really good for. I don't know if it's good for a lot of these things, but it's really good for rehabilitation. Sure. For rehabilitation, I think there's tremendous benefits to it. And I bet there's some benefits for athletes for working on specific things and doing it while you're getting juiced up. But man, for me, it's helped me quite a bit. Pretty quickly too.
Was it on that specific spot, or they firing something else?
No, they're firing a lot of different parts of your back. So it's like both sides of my back, my obliques, my core. I'm just going through a bunch of rotational exercises and a bunch of different things to strengthen the back. And just, you're getting a lot of blood flow through there and stretching it. And I was getting pain, and I was like, shut up, listen. And I would just ignore the pain, and then it just got bad. It got bad for my hips were getting kind of numb. And when I was hiking up hills, like in October, when I was hiking in October, it was bothering me a lot. It's like, okay, I'm going to really do something.
Yeah, because you could be, talk yourself in or out of something really hard. But if it's something that's just going to be chronic, like,
I was trying to say chronic. Yeah, it's a lot better now. Good. It's a lot better now. And it's only been 3 weeks.
Oh, that's great.
My knee is still fucked, but not totally. It's mostly soft tissue. I twisted it. Crossing like slippery ground in September. And I've had a lot of problems with it. I've had 2 knee surgeries. I had my ACL reconstructed. I had a meniscus piece removed. And then when I was skiing, the last time I skied, final time I ever skied, this lady didn't know how to ski. She slid into the trail, and I tried to not wipe out, not hit her rather, and I wiped out, and I got what's called an insufficiency fracture. So it's the bone fractured at the top of my shin, my fibula, or my tibia rather, right where the cartilage is. And so, that created quite a bit of pain. And then I twisted it again one time when I was about to get on stage. At Stubbs, I was going to Stubbs, which is like this outside concert venue. And I was looking at my phone to turn my voice recorder on so I could record. And as I was doing that, I twisted my knee on this concrete step. just yanked the shit out of it to the point where my leg was shaking when I was on stage. So I was in pain. It looked like I was super nervous, but it was really just pain.
I think at this point you get super nervous on stage.
No, once I'm up there, I'm not nervous at all.
You used to get nervous before?
I get excited. You know, I think anything you do that you really care about, you should get excited. Yeah.
I used to call my national, like when I would go to national championships at Hammer. All year I'd be fine. And then I'd wind the hammer, and the first one that I took the hammer back, my right leg would bounce. And it was one throw a year, and it's like oh, go back.
It's like adrenaline.
Oh, it's adrenaline. Physically, you're physically peaking for it. You're like, this is the day I have to compete. But you're like, this is the day. And like everything else is kind of work. But then you're like, I cash out. I get to cash out. Or I get to then it's the best.
Yeah. It's the best. Doing exciting things is really fun. And it's so important for you to grow as a human. Do something that scares the shit out of you. Do something that excites you. Do something that's difficult.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost, I don't know, sometimes it's good when it's more dynamic or you don't know what's going to happen, but looking forward to something is pretty badass too, because then you can start focusing training and focusing efforts and going through like almost stages of guilt, stages of excitement. And you're like, okay, I'm excited, well, I got this. Get back and forth.
Yeah.
That's good. So,
yeah, that's what it is with everything. And I think it's these processes of like recognizing there's a goal, working towards it, solving problems, working hard, pushing yourself through discipline. And that's how you grow. And it's like that's how everything grows, right? This is how your mind grows, this is how your body grows, this is how your life grows. Like you have to do stuff that's hard. And then you get better at doing stuff that's hard, and that's how you get better.
Yeah, then you level up and get this next wilderness. You're like, all right, what's the next thing?
Our clock goes off. It's so hard to know that. You know all these things, but the force of the bed, the gravity of that warm bed,
it's cold in the room.
Oh, especially like shout out to people who live in Alaska. Oh, and they have to get out of bed. Dude, fuck.
I'm sure you've done some hunts where you're in a tent or something.
Oh, yeah.
And I know I really want to get out there, but this you're like my boots are frozen. And maybe that bowl is not more this way.
First time I ever did was in Stephen Miller in Montana.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
It was 9 degrees. 9 degrees when Jesus Christ, it's so cold.
That was the hunt that started it up.
Yes.
Little forky kind of buck.
That's him right there.
No, I think
that's the buck. Yeah, that's the first buck I ever shot.
That's him. Yeah. The buck that launched 1,000 hunting careers.
Well, it was a life-changing experience. But, you know, those things where you realize, like, wow, where would we be without houses? And it was only, by the way, it was only, I think, October. It was October 2012. I'm pretty sure it was October. And it was already 9 degrees. Like, what was it like in February to get those bucks? Well, it's January. We're in a tent.
Well, it's like Josh Smith up there in DC was talking about. Yeah, everyone loves Yellowstone. I'll not find out. It's like, everyone wants to move here and goes, stick around. It's going to get live here in about January or February.
I like people got super confused by that show and bought a house there. And they're like, what is this? Why is the ground solid?
Exactly.
Oh, I love it. This is fantastic. Especially someone who's never lived in the real North before. You don't know what happens when your ground freezes. The ground is a piece of rock. Like, so if your food freezes, you're like, everything freezes. Yeah.
That's a whole different animal.
It's a different way to live, that's for sure. But, you know, I was talking with this gentleman yesterday, Rick Strassman, who's a scientist. But we were talking about the time where he was living in Alaska. He used to live in Alaska. He lived in Southern California and he moved to Fairbanks, where it's 39 degrees below zero. And it's like, what the hell? And then it's dark for like 10 hours.
Everyone's depressed.
Yeah. Or we're not dark for 10 hours, right? It's only light for 4 hours. It's light for 4 hours. So it's dark. Fuck that.
Have you been to Alaska?
Yeah.
You like it?
I like the people up there. They're hard. They're different kind of human.
Yeah. Yeah, I was able to test it. They are. Everyone wears extra tough boots.
Yeah, you know, you caught outside some fucking bullshit.
Yeah, and if your boots are too clean, you get made fun of openly. They're like, hey, nice new extra toughs.
You know, your friend Tyler.
Yeah.
Tyler's always walk around in with flip flops.
Dude, that guy hunting yesterday in shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's different. Kill you in shorts.
If you're in Alaska and you have flip flops, you're going to die.
You know,
Feet are
True.
no feet.
I was out at the bar out here. We were in Homer, Alaska. We were playing pool and jacking around. Where's Homer? Homer is got this big spit that comes out.
How far up?
Really?
That's so big, man. I don't know. You see how big it is?
Yeah.
Laid over the country.
Jamie, where's Homer?
How much we stole from
There it is.
Of course you have.
Yeah, there it is. So we were,
I'm in Alaska.
it's so cool. So we were on that big spit. So we were on that bay, which is crazy. And so we were down there. And we were at a bar peeking around. And I remember I walked into the bathroom and I was like, I just kind of noticed, I was like, oh, there's no mirror on the wall, whatever. It's like, oh, that's kind of interesting. And one of the guys was like, yeah, there's no mirrors in the bathrooms in Alaska because it doesn't matter what you look like. You better just be capable, you're going to die. And I was like, what a cool place. Like, he was just like, no one cares what you look like here. Everyone's hair's all furrowed out, dirty and oily and greasy. He's like, yeah, that's the flex here if you can make it. That's interesting. Yeah, it's like, oh, what a cool. But yeah, we were sitting in that bay, looking across the bay with a pair of spotters and looking at tracks and seeing animals across the bay like 19 miles away. It was crazy that white snow. It was wild. I never thought you could see that far this morning.
No kidding. How much magnification is
90? Oh, yes, I'm monsters. But still, it was like, big swirl HPC, you know, all the D1 stuff in the space with.
How's those cool foods that with traditional bows, no binos, no spotting scopes,
Dude, the other thing
no
that
wind checkers,
No.
apps. Oh, yeah. I have a rangefinder that syncs up with my app.
Of course you do.
No, I haven't even set it up yet.
Do you nerd out on all this stuff?
I do. See, here's the problem. I have a Loophole rangefinder. I really like Loophole's full draw.
Yep.
The reason why I like it is because it'll show you the arc of your arrow.
Yes.
This under ears, folks. So my arrows go 294 feet per second. And these are 475 grams. And you calculate all this stuff. You put all this stuff into the rangefinder. And the rangefinder knows exactly how heavy your arrow is, exactly what the peak of it's going to be as it comes off your bow, how fast it's going, and it gives you a line.
Yes.
So that line. So if I'm shooting through a gap in some trees, and I actually did this a couple of years ago. I actually did it when I had a Garmin rangefinder, right? So the Garmin is a rangefinder sight, which is pretty badass.
I've always wanted to play
It kept fucking up though, and apparently they're getting better, but I'm trying to see. They fucked me a couple times, and it would fuck me on my range. Like I'd be at full draw on my range, and I know it's 84 yards, and I press the button, and I'm not getting a range, and I press the button again. I'm like, so you would press the button, and it would give you a red dot. Right. When it works, it's the greatest thing of all time. Sure. It's like a pistol. Like you see that red dot, that clear lens, and then that dot. It's the best pitch sight picture of all time. Of all time. Yeah. Everything else, like the post or the side post, they get a little in the way, just a touch. No, not bad. I can deal with it, you know. But that red dot was fucking amazing. So I'll show you the bull up. Big bull, and he was coming through this gap, and I wasn't sure if the arrow was going to make it there, so I pulled out the second, and I clicked on that, and I got the height of the arrow. I knew I could make it, and then I used the rangefinder sight. So
a man that knows his tools.
The opposite of these guys with their traditional bow point. I'm using technology. Sure. So the new Loophole, though, the problem is it doesn't have this height thing in it. But the new one, when you range an animal with on-X lens, so you range the animal and it puts a pin down for the animal.
Yeah, I actually had I was one of the test subjects for that. They said, probably 2 years ago I was hunting a Deseret with it, giving them feedback. We found a mule deer the day before, and I ranged him, marked him, and we went back the next day. I shot him 14 yards.
That's crazy.
It was awesome.
That's crazy because you can go back to the actual spot where he was.
Yeah, it put it off to my phone. And it's like the, I can't remember what it's called. It's the range. It has like the LO
something 500.
Yeah, something like that.
2,500. Yeah,
it's super cool.
I just wish that glass was as good as Swarovski's.
Yeah.
Everybody, I say that about everybody. Like Vortex makes awesome binos. For the money, you can't beat them. Especially their HDX series, those really high-end ones. They're fucking great.
You put through the
Pick up those NL Pures, and you're like,
yeah.
it's almost like I wish I never looked through it.
Oh,
That's it. The RX 5000.
yeah, that thing's fun.
It's pretty dope. So it syncs up with your Onyx Hunt. So you can show how it works there. So what's really good about that is not just you know where you're hitting, you know where the hunt is. So if you have to go around somewhere and get back to them, you'll be able to get right. So you're trying to get away from the wind.
Well, the spot and stock is so nice because we were hunting mule deer in Arizona, and you could same thing. You're circling around, and your depth of perception, I've been 200 yards off.
I feel like this is more designed though for the rifle hunter, and this is like they're even showing guys like going $2,000 for this thing. I feel like for the bow hunter, you just need to add that. Maybe we'll just make it too big, but add that height of arrow technology. I don't know why they wouldn't put that in there.
Yeah,
because I can't use it. I need that. That is so huge for elk hunting.
Yeah. For
me, it's like gaps for everything. I want to be able to be sneaky and just make my way around a tree. Just give me this. Give me this much, and if I know that the arrow is never going to hit the top or the bottom, I'm golden, and I have full confidence. Because otherwise, it's a mind fuck. Because I'm sure you've had arrows hit branched. Oh, yeah. It sucks so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck and
a few years back in Utah, that one,
that was easy. Four, I think. These are for archery.
Yes, the football, the TPR. So that is that one is a similar one. I was like, I don't think that's as sophisticated though. I don't think that has the app. Yeah, I think the RX one's know with the app, but I have that one full draw 5. I don't go anywhere without that. It's the shit. That is to me. I've had a bunch of different ones that were really cool. Like Aaron turned me on to this Nikon a while back that was image stabilizing. That was a game changer. That's a big deal because you could really like get a rangefinder. Image stabilizing rangefinder. Yeah,
I use image stabilizing binoculars. Have you used those SIG ones?
I've used cams. I tried that.
Those
pretty dope.
I'm running 16s.
Yeah, all right, because you can just hold it.
Because you just hold. I've run Swaros since 1999, and I started leaving mine at home because I like the SIG so much. And they did the new HD, so it has a better class. Now, it still has clear, that's what I'm saying. That's just, but because you can stabilize, I could run 16s. And I'll run 16s in the woods. Because I can just peer through everything.
I ran 12 this year, which is way too much.
When you're not stabilized.
I usually run 10s, but like sometimes
42s.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're looking at something that's really far off, I don't know if that's a good goal. Is that worth chasing? Yeah. The 12s make all the difference in the world. What I do is I grab my baseball hat. I wear this chip for
Oh, that's a good idea.
So what you do is
Remy's a killing somebody.
You clip that sucker down tight so your hat's on tight, and then I'll do this. And I'll hold my binos over here, or take my bow and go up here and then stack it on top of the bow. Press the bow up against your chest so it's not going to go anywhere, and then stack it on top of the can of the bow. A lot of guys do that, sure. But Remy taught me this one, and I think this one's super legit. This whole super fast too. And you could tuck your elbows like this, and you can really keep it stable. If I couldn't do that, I would have used 12s, but I don't really want to use 12s.
Really?
No, I think 10 would go. Maybe even 8, just to get a bigger field of view. Yeah, because a lot of times I'm seeing stuff through trees, and I'm sneaking around. Like I like to, I'm a big spot and stalk guy. Sure. I've tried a bunch of different hunting. I've tried a ground blind. I tree stand hunted with Dudley. Yeah. That you can go fuck yourself with that. Sit in those trees all day. Fuck that. Oh, I'm way too ADHD for that.
You'll find out if you're crazy.
Oh, I'm crazy.
Yeah,
I'm definitely crazy.
Yeah,
I don't like it. I don't like being up there in a tree like that.
Here's my question, though. I was just in Missouri with our farm. I was there 6 or 7 days, and we sit 30 minutes before to 30 minutes all day. Yeah, you have to. It's all Israel. But I would think with as many people as hopping on you and all this, like, it was nice because for me, I'm like, I could just be.
Yeah, I enjoy
like think through problems. But yes, you go crazy and then you go out in front because you're like, damn, I'm going to search for the dumbest things possible. My socks. 100%. You just also you don't realize like if it's 30 degrees out, like 30 degrees is no big deal. They would walk around 30 degrees. But as soon as you're sitting there, in 30 degrees, you get so fucking cold. So you're not moving, so you're not generating any heat at all. Yeah. So then you're this stupid body warmer suit that zips up. It's like a big snuggie. It's a big old oven. But the problem with that is if a deer comes in, he goes, all this stuff. You gotta get out of it, all this movement, grab your bow. So you really shouldn't do that. So you try to go with puffy, but you're still freezing. So you gotta start doing Bruce Lee exercises. One thing I realized, I was so cold. I don't know if I'm yeah. I was going to shoot this deer, and I was up in that stand for like 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, and I go to pull that bow. Like, Jesus. Well, because you shoot. Yeah, but I'm just like cold blooded. Yeah, also there, just do like, I had a 95 pound bow. I remember, I couldn't draw it on my knees, kind of stand up. You know how I found that out? Because I was on my knees right behind the bush and an elk walked behind me. Like, God damn it. And I was in a weird spot too where I only moved my left leg too. Like, so it was, it was like I was on my knee, but I was even on my left knee. It was like fucked up. Right, you don't have a good. Yeah, like my right knee was up like this, my left knee was down there. Like, this is bullshit. That bow was crazy. It would shoot 540 grain arrows, 305 feet per second. Bro. When it hits, it was just like, wow. Like, I remember we were shooting at the Deseret, and we were all shooting at 100 yards with me and a couple of these guys. Yeah. And they shot first, and then I shot. And the guys go, what the fuck are you shooting? Because that bow was so flat. He was still rolling. He goes, that bow was so flat. What is that? This is a 95 pound bow. It was the dumbest thing ever. I remember he was like, this thing's preposterous. It's so dumb. It also had a really short race height, so it was super sketchy. So if you moved your hand, it was so unforgiving that if you moved your hand even slightly, you were off target by 6 inches. It was really twitchy. It was so dangerous. Not dangerous, really, but like you just wouldn't. Yeah. I wouldn't trust it. I killed a couple animals with it, and I didn't stop trusting it. Yeah, you get to put it on the wall and get it. Well, then the Canadian pound bow from Hoyt was like 15-20% more accurate. Yeah, I think it's just too. I just got an RX9 like last week. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm shooting 76, 30 and a half inches. So I got pretty good stroke. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. I need some extra horsepower at 20 order. Yeah. I need I'm shooting 520 grain at about 282. And just moving out. That's great. Yeah. That's not like guys like Randy Ormer. He likes 265 to 280. Yeah, he thinks that that's the range where the arrows are like the most accurate. There's this thing about having too much fucking whip. Yep. There's too much, and it's almost like too much flex on the arrows. Flex on the arrows, and it's probably more subject to wind drift when they're flexing like that. Mm-hmm. It's like we used to throw the javelin. There's different rated javelins, and you could be too strong for the javelin. So if you don't pull through the tip perfectly, just like aerospace. Right. So you have a 50 meter jab, 60 meter jab, 70 meter. And when you start getting strong, you could bend a 50 meter jab like a banana. It's kind of fun, actually. Like, what was it? He's into the nerds. Yeah. But yeah, that makes sense. That you just like arrows. Yeah. Because for folks at home, say if you have a 50-pound bow, you can probably get away with a 320 grain arrow, 330, 350. So the higher the number, the more flexible the spine of the arrow is, the lighter the arrow will be. Right. So I shoot a 250. So I like a nice disc. Yeah. Especially how much weight you have in front creates that. Exactly. But to me, it's all about. I've heard arguments before. People say, "Oh, you go and shut your fucking dirty little skinny mouth." Because the only reason why you would say that is because you can't pull that back. That's the only reason. And if you think that 70 pounds to you is the same as 70 pounds to me, and you don't work out, that's just dumb. That doesn't make any sense. It's like saying you don't need a 500-pound deadlift to go. Yeah, but it's nice.
Yeah, but if you can't squat 500 pounds and you have to squat 500 pounds, you can't do it. I can. So shut the fuck up.
It's nice to have your bucket.
Shut your dirty little skinny hole. Because all that is you're just saying there's virtue in being physically weak, and that's stupid. That's stupid. Do you need to be able to pull back 80 pounds to kill health? No. If you can't pull back 80 pounds and you're really accurate with 60 pounds and you have a cut-on contact broadhead, you can be successful. But I'm going through that whole animal. Yeah, I'm getting a pass through on a giant animal, and you're probably not gonna. Yeah. And I think it's more important to be able to have the most ultimately lethal setup possible. I learned this from KM. He's my mentor. He's the guy who taught me how to bow hunt, and his whole thing is he shoots a 90-pound bow as well. It's like the most amount of power, you want to make a big fucking hole.
Yes.
You want an animal to die. Like, yeah.
Well, with anything, why would more horsepower, if you could handle it, not be advantageous?
It's stupid. That's why race cars have limits on the amount of power they can have. It's more advantage. If Formula One drivers figured out a way to get a 4,000 horsepower engine and have it handle, they would win. They would win. They would.
Or if you could punch 30% harder than everyone else in the scene,
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah. Literally, the Francis Ngannou became the heavyweight champion of the world. It's hard to do, but
It's interesting. My buddy Lauren Mandow, strength coach, I was talking to him last week. He did actually study on ground force power into punching. And they tested it on like a force plate, a giant force plate. And then they did a Proteus mission. You ever seen one of those? They kind of like, you kind of throw it, push it, kind of same thing. So they tested the power of the punch and then tested ground force. And then they did squats, but they also did like a trap bar deadlift. And then the training was a jammer and punch and had the sequence of force. And he had a double-digit increase of strength through the power through the ground, and it equated to a 12% increase in punch power. So almost percent per percent. So you look at that and say, well, if you're stronger, you squat more or deadlift more. Now, as long as it doesn't take away from the score. But that has a very, very real effect on punching.
yeah, it does. The way it takes away from the sport is if you're sore from lifting weights, you're not going to train as effectively. That was the fact. Like,
Or it takes too much time with the technique,
yeah,
injury. That's just kind of time.
and that's why you're really trying 365 days a year. He's open about it. Like, he's open about his use.
Yeah.
Because they don't test for steroids in jiu-jitsu. So, he's a wizard. So
That's
he's like
interesting.
a dragon test.
I figured that they would.
Nope.
UFC does they do, right?
The UFC did.
Yeah.
But you ever see Gordon? You ever see
Oh,
him?
yeah.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. It's,
That motherfucker, he passes no test.
Yeah.
Give me the photos of Gordon.
he's squared away.
Yeah, I mean, when you have that, and then you have a genius level IQ, and then on top of that, this big shit-eating grin on his face, and then you have a guy who trains 365 days a year who also works on technique constantly. That's how you have the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
So by the way, all those guys like Galval, the guys in the bottom there, he's on the juice too. It's a level playing field. They're all juiced up.
Right. It's kind of like the lifters and the throwers of the
Yeah.
Everyone has a 600-pound bench because that's what you do. That's what you got to test.
Well, this is a great argument to this idea of power being necessary, like with jiu-jitsu and grappling. If you have technique like Gordon and you're good like him, giant advantage. Giant advantage to be super strong always. In all of life, there's fucking zero advantage of getting weak.
No, there's never a time like, you know what, if I could just get my squat down, I would really pan out.
One thing, though, that is really important, this actually really pays off. If you can train with a guy who's small, like if you can learn jiu-jitsu with a guy who's small, you'll learn fast jiu-jitsu. Why is that? Because they have to use technique. They have to use leverage. Like, if you're a big, fucking strong guy, if you learn jiu-jitsu, you could use that strength. You could squish people's necks and throw them on the ground, break their arms and stuff like that. But a small guy could never do that. So if you can learn jiu-jitsu from like a Barrett Yoshida or a Hoyle Gracie or Eddie Bravo, or there's a few of those Gabe Tuttle who teaches over here in Tech Planet. Small guy jiu-jitsu is the best jiu-jitsu because it has to be razor sharp because they don't have the physical strength like overpowering get you into a certain position just from raw horsepower. They have to like sneak it in there with leverage and they have to do everything perfectly. So those most technical teachers.
Yeah. Is that like obviously a reason why you should learn younger when you're small and weak?
Well, it's always good to learn young because, first of all, it becomes a natural part of your movement. Like, it's like as your body matures, your body's. I think it's more important with striking than anything. It's very rare that someone learns how to strike while they're already physically mature and can ever reach the level of like a fluid movement. Right. Because that guy, as he was a child, his body, his reflexes developed striking. Yeah. And he's just got this massive encyclopedia of information that's available to him. He knows exactly when he sees you do this, he knows that straight left is coming, and he knows all he has to do is do this, and he knows that couch is going to be there when you go look for the right hand afterwards. Yeah. He's just got it all programmed. It's all just like right in there. For you to build that up after you're 28, like you're never going to be at his level. You're not. You kind of have to, unless you're some physical freak, which they do exist.
Yeah, but what I've understood too is the potential for building speed, which is speed is a big part of power, which is punching. Right? It's the sequence of force. How do you create force to the ground, explosion of force, not implosion into your arm or your foot or whatever it is. That ends at 22. That the potential to develop the potential for speed. And so yeah, that's why all the weightlifters and everyone, gymnasts, everyone has a start young.
So when you're
firing habits,
27 and you try,
you won't reach the potential you could have genetically because you just don't have this sequence of the speed, right? It's the I know how to do this at speed. It goes whack 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 through here, and I can crack that whip. Yeah, your body just it's done too many other things at lower speed. And so,
you know where I really noticed that with kicking. When I teach people kicking, there's certain things that they have a really hard time doing fluidly. Mm-hmm. The big ones is like anything that requires spinning. Like if you look at a good MMA fighter that doesn't have like a Taekwondo background, and you teach them how to throw a wheel kick, they'll never be able to throw a wheel kick like a real Taekwondo black belt. There's certain guys that, like, as they're young, they're developing these spinning techniques. They've got it wired in the whole nervous system. Yep. And it's so smooth and fluid that the power is so extraordinary. And, I've taught people that were, like, elite MMA fighters, and I try to teach them how to throw things like spinning back kick, for instance. It takes a long time for them. Even, like, John Jones is one that he landed, like, on Stipe. That guy's a freak. Like that guy, it's like what we were talking about. Like there's some guys you can teach them things when they're in their 30s and they can develop it like as someone who's been doing it their whole life. But that's a rare exception. Another rare exception I was thinking was Alex Pereira. Alex didn't really start striking until he was like 21 years old. He didn't even start training.
Then my question would be, what other things did you do that exaggerate, like develop that speed and power sequence? Because, like, working tire shot. Really?
Yeah. So he's like wasting tires and hammering tires down and setting wheels.
Right. So you're learning to do the most, because if you're doing a good job, you're going to do the most efficient method possible to move an object, right?
You also
to get that tire up there,
to develop rotational strength. Right. You're throwing hammers down. I mean, he's doing this 8 hours a day, all day long. So, like, think about sequence tires. Right?
Yeah, it's not a training.
Francis Ngannou, when he was a child, worked in the sand mine. So he's fucking keeping the sand all the time. His body just, as he's developing. I've also massive physical specimen, right? So he's like 6'6" or 6'5", whatever he is, 265 natural, built like a fucking Greek god, like a statue. And his whole body is developing as a young man. Digging sand and that anger.
That's like the real thing.
Yeah, it's like Conan. It really is like a guy from a movie in a sand, and then becomes a heavyweight champion. Homeless. Oh yeah, his story.
Oh yeah. So buddy of mine, Bo Sandoval, used to run the strength conditioning director at UFC. And so he told me about years and years. He's like, "We got this guy," and I was like, "Really? No, this is going to be a dude." Really, he told me his whole story about Cameroon, France, and the whole deal. And I've been became like, I never even saw Tyson guy. I was like, he's my guy. I want to like him.
Oh,
And then he came on the scene. They're like, ooh,
his life story he told on the podcast about making his trek. Like he decided he has to leave Cameroon, and it was like, what are you going to do? You can't go anywhere. And went through the fucking desert, all the way to Morocco, and then gets in a raft. He does it 7 different times. He gets arrested, gets taken into custody. They bring him in the middle of the desert, drop him off. He goes right back to Morocco, walks through, hitches ride. Took him a year and a half.
if he makes, I don't care how much money that makes, it's not right. For just being able to do that, like, that is so.
How about in this one boxing fight? He knocks down the heavyweight champion of the world, one of the greatest heavyweight boxers of all time. Hits him with a left hook and drops him, and almost won. Like, I thought he won the decision. It was over. I was like, they're going to give it to him. I think he won the decision. He was battering him in the 8th round. He dropped him in the 2nd. I'm like, I think he won. And a lot of people thought he won.
Yeah.
And he came that close.
Yeah.
That fucking close.
And so is that like, obviously, genetically super good, right?
Yeah.
But then also, like we're talking about, like shoveling and doing all this work. When you do that work for that long, you learn how to become efficient because you don't want to spend extra time and effort doing stuff. So you just learn how to kind of move stuff.
There's a little bit of that, and I think to be really charitable, I think Tyson Fury probably didn't think that he had a chance. I think Tyson Fury probably didn't train as hard as he would have trained if he thought the Francis was a real threat. I think he probably thought, I'm going to box this guy's fucking face off. How could this MMA fighter, and then he gets hit with normal hammers.
Yeah.
He gets a left hook from the side of his head. He's like, what the fuck did this guy just hit me with? And he's on his ass. As the heavyweight champion of the world, fighting a guy with 0 professional fights. That was his first ever pro fight, his second ever pro round. And he drops one of the greatest heavyweights in the history of the game. I think here's my Mount Rushmore of heavyweight boxers. Mike Tyson's number 1. Mike Tyson from 1986 to like 1990, there was not, or 88, whatever it was. It was a few years before the wheels came off because he was just going crazy and partying, fighting with syphilis and shit. He was amazing. But that guy, the guy who knocked out like Michael Spinks, the guy who knocked out Larry Holmes, the guy who won the title from Trevor Berbick, I think that guy's the greatest heavyweight fighter of all time. He was a juggernaut, man. The guy who knocked out Marvis Frazier, that's the scariest version of Tyson ever. The Marvis Frazier version. But you
were like probably late high school. Yeah, so I was like a little kid. I remember like walking out with my skateboard and like, did you see Larry Holmes fight? I was like, oh no. But I heard like 19 seconds or whatever.
It was crazy.
It was all pumped.
No,
but you remember
well, I was doing a little boxing myself. I was a giant boxing fan. He was a freak. He was a very unusual thing. Because every other heavyweight was kind of slow, and even if they could hit hard, they were lumbering. He was bobbing, weaving, and he was small. Wasn't even 6 feet tall. So he's built like a big shit house. He's got a 20-inch neck. He's 220 pounds, moves like a guy who's 150, and he's throwing like lightning bolts at your central nervous system. Just he's hitting you to the body, and your fucking legs are shutting off. He was a monster. I just think you can't maintain that forever. And I think I always, when I look at fighters, I try to look at them like when they were white hot, just burning hot at the highest level that they could achieve. What was that like? Like, what was that? I feel like as great as Muhammad Ali was, man, I just don't see him surviving.
Not at the height.
No. I see like Henry Cooper dropped Ali when he was Cassius Clay with a left hook and they cheated to get him out of the round. Customato cut his gloves, so they had to take his glove off and replace the gloves. They gave him all this recovery time. You ever seen that Henry Cooper fight? Henry Cooper was a bad man. He was this British boxer. This got a nasty left hook, and he caught Cassius Clay. Perfect one. He was like a leg, and he's like slumped down the ropes. He was done for, but it was at the end of the round, and then Angelo Dundee. I mean, that guy had been around the block. He was like, get these fucking gloves. Continue to fight that kid, because it's a crazy fork in the road in history.
Right.
Because if they don't cheat, likely he gets stopped. Likely Henry Cooper, who landed the perfect left hook, hits him with a couple more. Right. That's it. He's done. Right. He looks done already. Like, watch this. Aaron Cooper had a nasty left hook. Bro, what guy was down there? That's not regular down. That's fucked up down. That's like real trouble, but it's the very end of the round. Look at this, bro. Well, look how it goes down. That's done good. So that's a minute earlier. If he gets hit with that, the whole thing changes.
Right.
The whole thing changes. He's not undefeated when he fights Sonny Liston. He's not this unstoppable force.
Isn't that crazy?
Crazy. And that can happen. And there are fighters that I have seen in the UFC that I go, this guy could be the next fill in the blank. This guy could be the next great welterweight champion, the next great lightweight champion. And in one fight, something happens. They get hit with a flying knee, or they get head kicked, or something happens. And then their whole path changes. And you're like, wow, like that guy wasn't overmatched. If he didn't fight that guy. So this is the difference between boxing and UFC. The UFC is like, when you're ready, come to us, and you're going to fight the best. Boxing is like, we're going to build you. We're going to take you, and you're going to fight a few guys that are like real slick, but they don't have power. And then you're going to fight a big guy with a lot of power, but he doesn't have the endurance. Yeah, they're like, he's ready for this now. You know, if you have a really good trainer like Tyson Fury's trainer, Sugar Hill, he's analyzing your movements. He's breaking down things. He's figuring out what to change, what not to change, when to back you off the training. Like, you're a little too hot right now. It's like, all right, let's not peak too soon because we have 2 weeks before the fight. Or I want you to take a day off. Take a day off. I'm ready to fucking eat nails. No, they know exactly. And then they're like, he's ready for this level of competition. So they'll give you a guy that'll offer you some struggles, some tests. Maybe he's got a big punch, and you might lose the fight, but you're most likely going to win. And this is how you find out if the guy's going to make it. You slowly move. So there's a lot of boxers. By the time they fight for the title, they're 14-0, 16-0, 18-0. Charles Oliveira. I mean, what is Charles Oliveira's record? Let's see Charles Oliveira's record. So Charles Oliveira, when he became the lightweight champion, he had a ton of losses in the UFC. He got stopped by Paul Felder. He got stopped by Cub Swanson KO'd him. He got, I'm pretty sure Jim Miller knee barred him. So what is his record? Jim's a freak. Look at that, 35-10. Okay, and so out of those 10, a few of them have been recently. Scroll back up to the top, please. So the Islam Makhachev, he loses the title, and then Arman Tsarukyan, he loses a split decision. I thought he won that fight, by the way. But it was close. So those are the 2 out of those 10. So that means, as a champion, he had 8 fucking losses. 8 losses, and some of them brutal knockouts. Because you're in there with the Lions, with all the Lions. And so the UFC is like, who's the baddest lion? Let's figure it out. Right. Like, you want to be in the UFC? You get a few fights. We're going to throw you in, or if it's, last short notice. Yeah, short notice fight. Let's go. And the thing you find out too is that the level at the UFC, as great as some of these guys look in these other organizations, the level at the UFC, that's the peak. Those are the greatest fighters on the planet. There's no argument about it. And we found out about that this past weekend because Alexandre Pantoja, who might be the best ground-for-pound fighter alive. He's the flyweight champion. He fought this dude, Kai Asakura from Japan, fucking assassin. Pantoja just ate him alive. And he got caught with a couple of good shots, too, a couple of good knees to the body. And, Kai Asakura is a really good fighter, but the level is just different. Like, Pantoja he's strangled him. But it's just the way he did it. He was fucking him up on the feet. He was fucking him up everywhere. He was just pushing him. It's like an insane pace. You watch those little guys fight, they fight like pit bulls, man. Yeah, like it's just like wild scrambles where they're moving it so fast. You're trying to call the fight. It's like me and Daniel were talking about it during the commentary. Like, we have to recalibrate our brains. Yeah, because you won't go from a heavyweight fight to a flyweight fight. Like,
it's like listening to a podcast when you turn it to 1.5.
Yeah. I
actually had to start listening to your podcast at regular speed. Because I thought you talked really fast. I was just like, oh, Joe, no one talks that fast. Because I listened to it super fast.
Somebody sent me a clip of some political person talking about one of the guests on the show, and I was like, what's wrong with the clip? And then I had to realize, like, oh, the other speed it up.
Yeah, do you listen to stuff speeded up?
Yeah.
A buddy of mine taught me that. He listens to books. He got up to 4x. And so he
But
just
you
got,
so listening it the same way?
I think if you kind of like Rain Man, which I'm not,
I'm not.
but I could go 1.5 pretty easy, and I could just get through it faster.
Yeah, I see how that could help. But for me, I'm not doing reading books on tape or listening to books on tape for anything other than my own enjoyment and education. So for me, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
So I like to think about the things, and I'll have more time to think about what this person's saying if they're not going at 1.5 speed. Because if they're going at 1.5 speed and go one concept to the next, then I'm like, wait a minute, I was
Sure.
I have to back up. Yeah, I like to think about stuff. So it's like, especially if I'm listening to something esoteric or really weird.
Yeah,
You
that
know,
makes sense.
which is a lot of the stuff that I listen. If I'm not listening to fiction, I'm probably listening to a book on physics or something.
Yeah. I listen to Jack Carr stuff at regular speed because I really just enjoy the books.
Oh, that guy, what's his name? Who's the guy who does this?
By
He guy's really good.
yeah, I can't remember. He has a lot of good dialects and everything.
Yeah,
Jack texted me this morning, so
he's the man.
he's awesome.
I love that. You see everything across dynamics and all.
For sure. I love that. Yeah, he's like, hey, don't you listen to him?
I love that. He's salted the earth.
Yeah, so just got him some CFBs, great with the
Great for that's a great for you. It's
really
really
fast time.
He's the fucking man. And the thing about this books on tape though is you're locked in a Ray Porter forever. Some new person starts reading through. Like, who is this guy? This is bullshit.
Yeah,
You can't have this guy doing it.
guys,
I'm used to all the voices.
I love Ray.
Yeah,
Boys.
yeah. No, you know what else is really good? Who's the guy who does the Gray Man series? There's a guy who does. You ever listen to the Gray Man series?
Absolutely.
Mark Rain writes them. They're so ultra violent. They're so fucking crazy. They're so crazy. It's about a CIA hit up. There's like a Singleton guy. So I'm like, dude, it's so like they made a movie.
Is that like one of the weird ones where give you like you think about it all night? Kind of.
Oh yeah.
When I was watching The Sopranos, like my view on the world would change.
Jay Stein, that guy's like really good. He does really good girl voices too. But those fucking books, man, they are so ultra violent. They're so crazy. They're so crazy. Like sometimes I listen to them, and I have to shut them off before I go to bed. Like if I listen to them, like I like to do the sauna before I go to bed. And so if I'm listening to like a book on cosmology, that's great. It's interesting. Yeah. But if I'm about space, it's really cool. But if I'm listening to some Gray Man before I go to bed, I'm gonna shut us off.
Yeah, we don't need that.
You know,
We don't need that in the house.
yeah, people getting fucking eyeballs, giant swords shoved through their eyeballs, getting blown up, grenades in their mouth. Like, hey,
Hey, yeah.
hey, hey.
Do you like to scroll around? I know you're not supposed to look at your phone before you go to bed. I always just I like to look up the listings. And my wife's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, she's like,
Well, that's good. That's not social media. That's good.
well, I do it because I actually can think about stuff, and it doesn't matter. I have to look at something that doesn't matter. Like if I look at like good, right? Don't check an email. Right, you're screwed, right? Like, and I'll tell my wife, she's like, "Hey, I got a question for you." The lights are off. Don't ask questions right now. Like, I'll be all night. I'll be thinking of this problem I have to solve.
Yeah.
So I'll just sit there. I'm like, "Hey, I wonder what the ballistic coefficient of 350 Remington Magnum is."
By the way, anybody with a beard like yours, I would assume they know the ballistic coefficient of the beard. Because I see a dude with a beard like that, he's kind of jacked. Like, that guy knows how to shoot somebody. 100%.
It's just like, oh yeah, so you probably loads his own bullets. Yeah, they're on a 9 cap at 300. Interesting. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
You probably load your own round.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I bet you'll get a little impressions.
Pops used to be really into that.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I never got to that person to see. Which is nice.
I've made the mistake of looking at social media before I go to bed, and I get mad, or I get upset, or I get sad, or I find out some weird shit that's going on in the world.
Yeah.
And when I was younger, I would read things that people would say about me, and I'd be like, oh my God, who's this asshole? That's not true. And you get all,
I do. Don't we need riser? Riser. I want you to know that I had a couple years. 3 games in a row. I tied one of them with Caspian Sea, and then Zoot somehow won. I was taking no prisoners. Let me go first. Let me go first. Let me go first. Come on. Home field advantage. Zoot's jerking himself raw. Oh, I'm last. This is bullshit. Excellent shot. Because it, it goes right to left. Yeah, it was good. I'm not going to blow you over it, but it was good. Fuck you. No. You can't get enough momentum down. Hit that fucking tree. Hit that tree. Somebody hit the tree. Hit it. Are you fucking serious, Reggie? That was really good. Not necessarily. There you go. Oh, hit his ball. Hit his ball. Now, why do I go first? Oh, and then today's opposite day? No. I stretch. I stretch a good deal. But, um, I mean, like, Caspian Sea stuff to learn. You get this, I get a lot of interesting things that happen in here. People come in who actively try to awake me. So I'll be in the middle of sleeping and then I'll fucking be up and I'll stay up all night. Like yesterday, we were up till, I like woke up at 2 in the morning or something and Caspian Sea was awake. And then we were awake till like 10 a.m. and then took a nap. I mean, it's just a strange schedule that I think. Well, that's a lot of data for sleepologists to study in the future. They'll be able to study my dreams. They'll be able to study my circadian rhythms. I do it for the benefit of the world. What's this bullshit? That's not good. Riser's gonna get the purple one. Don't hit the yellow balls. He's gonna hit it. It's dead smack. Not what you wanted, right there. Oh, dude. Test and see what the shot. Money, 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 money. Oh, dude. Test and see. Don't hit right there. That's like redoing Gone with the Wind. Huge lead. Huge lead. Hit my ball. Have you guys ever seen like NASCAR races where all the guys are really, really good and just like, like a little pump of the brake or a little bit of wind can like change anything? We are very, very close in skill to each other, and it's like any tiny little bump here or there could cause chaos. Nice shot. Do they have NASCAR in Canada? And I know they don't do races there, but thank you for our Navy. Yeah, I don't think so. So you answer me yes, so affirmatively. Yes, they do. And then you're like, well, actually, I don't think they do. Oh, come on, be my shot. Be my shot. I've never had this kind of shot. Stop, 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 stop. Bullshit. Bullshit. That was amazing. Yeah, they do. They drive on the right side. Like that. That was the most bullshit. That was the best shot I've ever had on the sport. It's not rewarded. I agree. Bullshit. No, it's not. I did it just like a little. Oh, look at Riser. Stop. That's the strategy. Oh, did you not hit it at full speed or something? Get that bounce off the wall, baby. Yo, dog. I don't know about that. That means that tree's gonna be a bitch. Man. That tree's gonna be a bitch. That's been saying that. Watch out for the tree tip. Yeah, there you go. That's the smart way. That that tree would fuck you. Dude, that's for me. Are you gonna go? It's your turn. You're about to run out of time. All right. That was too much. I'm guaranteed to win. That's a great shot. That's a great shot. That's gonna fuck up my perfect game. Welcome up. What do you do? You tried iPad? That's a really good shot. I do. It would have been better if you went in the flat. Two. Go big dog. Glorious. With anybody's asses who are, I would like to kick, yours are the most fun. Okay, see. Perfect shot, Riser. Riser, perfect shot.
Just something.
Yeah, he should move. Right. Boy, we're all kicking ourselves for not going to the king. What? My balls in the whole ball. Your ball.
Yes. 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 That's exactly right.
Water ball. Oh no, stop. Dude, that fucks with my shit. Way too hard. Dude, fucks my shot. Dude, you keep fucking my shot. It doesn't have to be there. It's though occasionally. Get my ball. He did a call this morning in the Telegram. What a douche move. Fuck. I'm on score. I just thought I could get it. Last shot? We're getting nothing from this? This is bullshit. You all see, I was sabotaged. Dude. Dude, that's perfect for me. I have a shot at the hole. I block him. Hit my ball. That should have gone in. I'm not good. Rises guaranteed to win with his performance enhancement. I hate this hole. I think that the term cheat is racist. I think that the term cheat is racist. I didn't know it, but apparently it's kind of like a term cheat, which is Italian. Like eating. I looked it up. I looked it up at least in the dictionary. And it was one of the definitions was like, based off somebody named Haji. No, it doesn't mean that at all. It means someone who cheats is someone who sells early. Someone who sells early. It has nothing to do with cheating. It's not necessarily stereotypical to meet people, but it's stereotypical in some way to cheat. So did Zook just leave? I do what you said. I think I perhaps used it one time before I knew that etymology. Usually, if there's a word that I don't know in use, I try to look it up, and if I can't find it, then I go to Urban Dictionary and then I use it. I mean, what it means, I mean, it's similar to that. It's someone who, in the Urban Dictionary entry, it says it's someone who asks the Telegram chat all the time if they have any good leads or when is the price going to pump, and then when the price starts to pump, they buy, and then they sell right away whenever any kind of negativity or volatility in the market occurs. It's basically just like the opposite of diamond hands. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, you're right. But I mean that someone who JEEPS then could technically be someone who, I guess that's probably an equivalent analogy or comparison. What did you do? Hey, I'll look it up. I'll look it up again. Okay. Got it. Cheating. Okay, so cheating means having sex with someone. In crypto trading, though, someone who sells pretty much no matter what, 1 or 2 red candles, expect cheap and sell. Also known as selling at a profit so low that it doesn't cover the tax and doing so for no reason. Generally, there are 2 theories about the word. Cheat equals ditcha, ditcha eat, since they are always readily taking no or zero profits, perhaps because they beat a dollar menu somewhere as a statement type of investor. Cheat equals pudgy because they flood the group chats with all the tokens, ask if they should invest $10,000 and live $10,000 as if they have $10,000, ask a million questions about the token and make demands of the developer, etc. At some point, they quietly throw in what is usually the amount of 100 times smaller than what they were talking about in chat, only to pull it literally for any reason. Are you going to join the game, Riser? Is he coming back? They're talking about their documentary. Oh shit, I didn't know we were coming. Yeah, fucking Riser. Riser, miss your shot. No, don't advance your ball. Just let time run out. You make it more difficult for us. Yeah, oh fuck. Meaning, don't take it. Listen. Wow, the perfect shot. Yes, thank you. What the fuck is that shit? Oh, fuck this one. Catch me too far. This is a free 2 points for Rabbi. Perfect shot. I'm too far to the side. There you go. What the fuck? Why would you go for it? You're always good at this one. That's the shot. Fuck this shit. Water. Catch me too far. Welcome. How are you, 100? That's an amazing. Get in. That was perfect. Stop. Perfect. Water. Perfection. We didn't want to talk about person anymore. Wow, I haven't seen this for a long time. Oh, look at this maneuver. I wonder if it's possible to like get it all the way. No, I don't. Get there. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Hit that tree though where I'm caught. Hit the tree. Wow, that pink lady. Some thick pink kids. No. Get there. Get legs. Whoa. Sheep. Sheep. That's what I'm talking about. Go, baby. So fast. good as that, though. Off the ball. Don't, you're going to hit his ball in, dog. One person may say slipping, another person this has black with all. I've gotten stuck up on myself. I'm doing all power. Come on, baby. Oh, fuck. There goes my lead. Just conceded making the game. Get there. Wow, I might be able to steal a point here. Steal it. Man. 3 times in a row. Fuck that shit. Get the hell no. That was a big miss by both of you. I'm going to show you why. I'm going to do my best to see concussion. Oh, shit, man. Oh, we had a beautiful shot. Too bad I'm going to fuck it up. Oh, I'm sure. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. I'm fucking this shot up so badly it's going to make it better. Like you like that, big dog. West side. Let's see it. This would be a good fucker. If he went right in between my ball. Oh, no way. He did. Fuck you. Fuck you. That was a beautiful, beautiful shot. He tied for the lead. That sucks. Yeah, he definitely lost count because it's not too many. Okay, well, let's just Be the shot. Be the shot. Okay, well, you better start taking notes. That's your cat. Psych. Make it. Two, two, two. That's exactly right. That's what it is. You're either first or you're last. And they tied for first. It's a tie. How'd you like that shot, Riser? Riser's got a chance to move. Testman's is taking a dangerous shot. Oh, no, boy. That's what I'm talking about. Riser counts ties like they're full-on wins. And I understand it makes your score go up, but I can technically say I won one game in a row right now. So look at this shot. Nice. That's sweet. I'll take that. Extra kind of stuff. Somebody get my ball. Get my ball. Get my ball. Get my ball. Are you serious? Water. Oh, great shot. Great shot. Are you fucking serious? Stay. Oh, wow. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? This game's rigged. If he makes it, I'm gonna be so pissed. That's stop. Hit the one on the right. Caspian Sea, come on and make it. Oh, no way. No way. Riser. What you gonna do, big dog? Riser basically has to make this shot. He has to make this shot, folks. He has to make this shot. He has to make this shot. He has to make this shot. Caspian Sea putting the nail in Riser's coffin. Hey, Riser, remember you were like, hey, everybody, I've got like 12 in a row, and I'm like the best, and then that's two straight, baby. That's two straight. 1, 2. Oh, fuck this. They're just giving fucking Riser the game. Very good. I take that shot every single time. It's a good shot. Yeah. Fuck you. Fuck you. Miss. Miss. Starts out with 0 fucking points. What's going on with this ball? Be it. Be the shot. It's in a perfect position to get pushed. If anybody wants to help the ball. Caspian Sea helping big time. Take my ball. Take that. Oh, come on, baby. Look at Caspian Sea's shot. What a beautiful angle. giant miss from Riser. Riser's got to go for it. Riser, you going to score this round? Yeah. Your comeback would have been from your. You would have said that would have been a good shot if I was Zoom. If I were Zoom, that would have been a good shot if I were Zoom. I think that was. Come on, baby. That's what it seemed like it's a dark horse here. Looks like I'm collecting a big. I hate this hole. And right. Cheap. Cheap. And I cut over past the institution. Lay it up. No water bottle. What? I get up. So close. All comes down to this. Think of fortunes. You would smile upon us. Caspian Sea wins. It's over. I never do that. It's done. 100% done. You lost, Riser. Caspian Sea mixed up. Dude, I gave up after I had to win. Oh, holy. Riser, do you want to put it around the circle? You do have nice hand. Riser, hold on. Riser, you can make it if you bounce it off the wall. Okay. Wait for that and see. Oh, great shot, Justin. Fuck this hole. Get something. So you don't have to hear bullshit from fucking Riser. Man, you know that shit. Great water ball. Fuck. Hit the tree. Bullshit. Get through. Oh, fuck. Merry-goes, merry-go-rounds give it, and merry-go-rounds take it away. What the fuck? Riser's really perfect stuff. That's great. Why am I the only one who's punished for that? I'm gonna throw it out. Dude, I could not hold it right now. Hit the pinnacle. Hit the merry-go-round. Dude, that's my fucking life. You guys can see that 2 wins in a row. Big time. It's yeah, it's called your iPad. iPads are not secret tactics. Right. That's not a tactic. That's not a straight up cheating. Hit my ball. You can hit my ball. What if I just make it in the hole? Come on, baby. Come on, baby. No, short. Riser off the pinwheel. Knocks in. Oh shit. Collusion. Collusion. Caspian Sea with 2 wins, 2 straight up wins in a row. None of this tie bullshit. You just clear the fucking way for Riser. He has an easy shot. Hole in one. my ball. Take my ball. Well, catch me two grafted. Work uphill to get that third one in the way. These sheep always fuck me over. And I clear the way for everybody. Well, I'm just giving away points here. Anybody want any points? I'm giving them away. Last shot. Fuck this shit. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. That was fucking amazing. Fucking amazing. Hey, I want everybody to know, especially Riser. Riser, I got a hole in one on this hole. Yeah. It was just like that. I helped somebody, and somebody pushed my ball. Yeah. All right, Caspian C. Do the same, my friend. Oh, come on. Water. Are you serious? That's bullshit. Need a shot. No, but fuck's over on Caspian C. Caspian C. It's mathematically eliminated from winning alone. Bullshit. That's how men do it. That's how men do it. Huge cock. Fucks him over. Fucks him over. Stop. Riser's done. Riser is done. Hey, you need more than that. You need more than that. More than that. No fucking way. Caspian stuff is Caspian mathematically eliminated from it. I love this whole. Be a shot. That's not what you want to do. Stop. Be the shot. Stop. Stop. Short. Come on, baby. Hey, Riser, you know what's up? Rabbi just won. All alone, didn't need to tie, stopped Caspian Sea Streak. How do you like that? 1-0, kids. That's beautiful. That's what we like. That's what we're talking about. Caspian Sea, do you know the name of this hole? It's the asshole. Because it's like an S. It's the asshole. No, it's an S. I know. That's the asshole. Don't hit it, ball. It's like bocce ball, son. Oh, what are you doing? That was nice. Get ready to get water bombed. Get ready to get water bombed. What are you doing? What kind of douchebagginess is that? Shit, son. What the fuck? Too hard. Is your finger gonna slip in your ass? Fuck you. That was really fun, Riser. Water. What the fuck? There's a goofy shot. Riser, you're fucked. You're not getting any points. Water, water, water. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Stop. Oh, what a beautiful shot. What a beautiful shot. Water bumper. Watch him give him the hole. not even going to do it. But no, don't do that. Just bounce it off the wall. Pick up more left angle. Go, 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 go. You better hit this fucking shot to come over, or you are major league fucked, Riser. Major league fucked. Riser's fucked. Alright. Did you always fuck me? Oh, yes, you do. Water bomb, asking people to double water bomb me, just taking random shots at me. Look at this. Caspian Sea looks like he's gonna get a win. Bounce it off the wall. Make me. There we go. Oh, fuck. No. This is a difficult shot. I know you are, and I'm ready for it. I know. I like the point. Oh, that's a good shot. Yes. Oh, no. You have the skill in one shot. Such an advantage to go first on the score. Oh, he almost knocked it out. This is not what you want. This is not the shot you want. I'll show you how it's done. This is an honor of Zoom. Not what you want to do. Get there. Do it, baby. Do it. Tag team. Oh, fuck man. Up the tree. Up that. No way. Up the tree. Slowly up the tree. Sure about just absolutely. Oh, no way. Make my shot. Get away from the chicken. Fuck! Take out those fucking gnomes. Gnomes. That's a really good shot. No, not far. Too hard. Catch me, she's not good at these. Look at this make. Look at this make. Oh man, that was almost deep. Deep. That's what I'm talking about. It all comes down to this. Oh, I like this one. Get there. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Stop, stop, stop. Major miss. Major miss. Major, major miss. Fuck. fucked myself. I've never seen anyone get it on that strip. Too hard. It gives me an opportunity to win. I just don't need to fuck up this shot. Be it. And I did not fuck up the shot. What did you make me bet? Drive back? Why don't I just make it and then there's not an issue? Too hard. Be too hard. What? What about? No, it doesn't. Looks like I'm gonna win. How do you like that, Riser? You little shit. Even when you try to fuck me over. I hate this one. Why do we have this one so often? My fingers slip. That was not supposed to be my shot. It was better than my normal shot. But fuck these fucking sheep. Caspian Sea. Oh man. Just gave Riser an easy shot. Oh shit. Finger slip. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Thank you, Caspian. Oh, Riser. Get it, Caspian Sea. What's that ball? I wonder if the ball right in front of Caspian. So now Caspian's not going to score. Riser somehow gets a point. Bullshit, man. Oh, not what you want to do either. Short. Oh no! No points on this hole. Bullshit. You're right. Fuck it up. Stop. Nope. Off the chicken into the water. Water. Great. Dog. How'd you like that? Thank you. Yeah, that's the shot. Oh, too much. Guys are still at the shot of just on which is fine. Respectable. Oh, but he's got to make it a one shot. Way too hard. Oh, nice spot. Water. I think that's the play. You have a big ass chicken over there. Oh, look at this shot. Ooh. Yeah, make it catch Lindsay. Why are you bouncing up for what? Get it up there, though. Get there. Get there. Test BNC about to make sure riser doesn't score. I win 3 in a row, baby. Good with that bullshit. Reggie's going to try the water bump. On the ice, the most difficult of all the water bumps. I think sand water bumps are the easiest. Three wins in a row. I might have to interview myself. Rabbi, what's it like? What has BNC been like the past 3 times? Well, I really, first and foremost, want to thank all that is good in the world. I'd also like to thank my friends and my family. I'd like to thank my teammates. I really like to thank the manufacturers of my equipment. And just really wasn't that hard. It's pretty easy. I wasn't challenged. I am giving you guys the blessing of being able to play again. Be the shot. Reggie, would you take that shot? Wow, impressive. That was impressive. That's exactly right. That's the mentality you need to have, folks. Another fun fact. I'm a franchise pimp. Don't hit my ball. Oh, we're not good. Right, so what was that? Oh, wow. Riser gets shut out. Wow. If it's under the windmill, I'm fucked. Tricky. Are you fucking serious? Remember at the beginning, you were like, oh, I didn't think they're getting pointed already this time. Yeah, you do. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, good one. I know you are, but what am I? Hit my ball. Somebody hit my fucking ball. Yes. Right, so hit our balls. I don't know what that is. We're all cousins. Catch me and sleep with an interesting shot. What is Riser gonna do? Water. Oh, beautiful. Looks like I am mathematically guaranteed a fourth win. Yes, it does. Oh, of course it does. It counts. It makes the score go up, dog. It makes the score go up. Get in the water. Oh, help, help. What is it? Oh, right. So we got fucked. Yes, anchor here on the field. We're just awaiting the championship trophy presentation. Just one moment, listener producers. All right, we're here with world champion Rabbi Rothschild with 4 wins in a row. What's it feel like to be the GOAT? Well, I just really wake up and kiss excellence. I don't know what else to say. These motherfuckers woke me out of a sound sleep. I awake to just whoop their ass, not once, not twice, not 3 times, 4 times. And these weren't even shared wins. These were just phenomenal independent wins. Like, I'm an independent woman. I just want everybody to know how much I appreciate all of the love and support that I've been given over the course of this dynasty. I've never heard the term dynasty used in terms of mini golf, but I think we have a dynasty on our hands, folks. Back to you. That's 4 fucking wins in a row. The Ocho. Oh, okay. Not getting 5 in a row. Champion. Champion. Geyser, what's it feel like to lose 4 straight games with an iPad? No doubt. Do you see the size of this? Do you see the size of this? Size doesn't matter. It's the motion of the ocean. I have a bunch of right. Oh, performance enhancement. Look, I'm just gonna give risers some advice. It's tricky. This is for the heart. Okay, get good. Get good. Why? So I beat you 100 games to nothing? So Zoot is your Zoot gives you confidence. That's the first time that's been said. I'd like to thank everyone out there named Pajit. I'd like to thank everyone out there named Pajit. I'd like to thank your paper hands. I want everyone to know that I'm very respectful to all people named Pajit. I do not use the shortened name. I do not use that in a nefarious way. I think people named Pajit are amazing, and in the future, I want the term Pajit to be very positive, just like the term Newfie for Newfoundlanders. Newfoundlanders? Newfound. Is it Newfoundland? Newfoundland? Newfounders. How do you say that? Newfoundland. Newfoundlanders. No. Newfies are people from Newfoundland. That's cool. I'd like to thank all of the Yupik people and the Inuit people. I'd like to thank all of the people from Newfoundland. I'd like to thank all of the Newfoundland dogs and also Labrador retrievers. And really, I just wasn't really too challenged. I mean, there were points where I thought maybe I'm not going to win alone, but for sure, I knew I was going to just dominate. And I think that the scoreboard shows that. Riser, do you want to know the best comeback to anyone in any sport? Any sport, the best comeback. You want to know what it is? Scoreboard. The greatest trash talker. Word, dog. Scoreboard. That's right. I'm the cockiest motherfucker there's ever been. There ain't anybody better than I am. I make Michael Jordan look like dog shit. I make LeBron James look like a pussy. I'm the greatest motherfucker of all time. Muhammad Ali knees shake because of this motherfucker. Riser, you want to play me 1v1? Nope. You lost your opportunity. 4 straight, kids. 4 straight. 4 straight, kids. 4 straight. 4 straight. I'm just over here counting championships. Remember when you were like, you're not going to get 3 straight? Are you going to send me an invite? Because I'm sexy, baby. Bullshit shot. Bullshit shot. This is just an exhibition match. This doesn't count for the championships. I still won 4 in a row. That's all that matters. Come on, you bitch. Wow, red ball advantage. Not normally. That's not true. That's just an assumption that you made. No, it doesn't, dude. I'm the purple ball. Riser needs a miraculous shot right here. And he got called. That's what I'm talking about. This is a very good pitch. I just gave you the whole thing. And you fucked it up. This is a hard shot. Oh, big time. Big time shot. Hey, you get to go first. Not only did I make it, but I made it with another ball. Like 2 balls went in, dog. I'm guaranteed to win, baby. It should be. Says who? Don't hit that fucking no. You can fuck me. I'm guaranteed 5 straight wins. Guaranteed. Guaranteed 5 straight wins unless I quit. No. Five straight wins, folks. 5 straight wins. 5 straight wins. Don't make it. Don't make it. Don't make it. 5 straight wins. Oh, I did. I fucking won. Yes. Alone. Head to head. We're here with Rabbi Rothschild at the 18th hole. What's it feel like to be not only a champion of the Masters, the PGA Championship, the U.S. Open, but now the British Open as well? How does that make you feel? I wish they would add another major because I just won 5 in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Raise the roof, lower the floor. Raise the roof, lower the floor. Champion. Just too easy. I gave you the red ball, which, really you should have dominated. Really. I mean, you've seen such dominance over the course of the last 4 games with the red ball that I figured that, without a doubt, you would do better, but you just didn't. You just didn't. Guys, you know what the greatest comeback is in the history of sports? Scoreboard. Yeah, and then you're going to wake up. That's a dream, baby. That's a dream. Champion. Let's go down to the losers bracket here. We're here with Riser. Riser, go. How does it feel to lose 5 straight games to Rabbi? Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh huh. Well, that's all we have time for today. Thank you so much. He was over here, Nate. He's working at Best Buy or something. No one knows what he's saying. Back to the champion. You know what? I genuinely, in my heart of hearts, feel as if you should do this. You should call up Tim Cook and ask for them to make an iPad Max, the biggest fucking thing. Make it the size of a, I don't know, a toaster, so you can play it like this. Because that's what you're gonna need to be able to beat me, the five-time champion, back to back to back to back champion, dog. I don't know how to get it through to you anymore. Okay. Let me just. I'm simply the best, better than all the rest, better than everyone you've ever met. I'm the best. I'm the world's greatest. Yeah. Do you want to hear some advice that I have for you? Thank you. Yeah, it's bigger than that. People win the Super Bowl every year, but no one wins five straight. One, two, three, four, five, five straight, dog. Five straight. I can't wait until this is in the Bitcoin Obama documentary. It's gonna be a key turning point in the documentary. Is when Rabbi won five in a row. If I had rings right now, I would need to grow extra fingers. Do you understand that? Well, I want to bet you. This is just five in a row. Five in a row. I have a whole other hand for all the other championships that I took tonight. But five in a row. How does that make you feel? Riser. Have you ever seen that thing? Have you ever seen that thing? Oh, the game that we just played that he sat out? Dog. You can trace my hand like a turkey, and you can put rings on every single feather. That's how dominant I've been. Champion. Five times in a row. I'm just going to go back to some quotes from you. Oh, Rabbi's won one time in a row. We're going to stop him. Oh, Rabbi's won two times in a row. We're going to stop him. Oh, there's no way Rabbi's going to get three in a row. Oh, well, there's absolutely no way he's going to get more in a row. Okay, well, I'll play you 1v1, and I'm going to have the red ball, and I'm going to have host advantage. There's no way you're getting five in a row. One, two, three, four, five. Every time I look at the scoreboard. They don't care about it now. But just wait in the future. It will be one of the biggest apps of all time. It'll be bigger than Uber and Tinder and Lyft and all that. It'll be huge. Absolutely. People will remember this. They will remember where they were when they saw this episode of Rabbi's life. They'll be like, oh yeah, Rabbi was in a deep sleep, and then he heard Riser, I hope his ass gets up. And then I awoke, I relieved myself, I came in here and just pissed excellence. That's it. It's just excellence came out of me. Dog. Children in the future will learn how to count based on the championship that I earned tonight. Okay? This is how children will learn. We're done. That's all you need. In fact, if kids did that, I think if kids did that, they would be very, very intelligent. They would know all about anti-gravity, antimatter, and alien disclosure, and things like life extension technology. They would know about things like solving world hunger through the use of vertical farming and sustainability and saltwater greenhouses and floating greenhouses and things like hydroponics and cloud seeding. They would know about ending world thirst through desalination plants. These kids would be so fucking smart. Not only that, but they can learn to count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to play with you, Riser. Caspian as always. Champion. 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 That's right. That's when the shit goes down. Unstoppable. That's right. I was Jack Nicholas, the Golden Bear, baby. 18 majors, but five championships in a row. 5. Do you remember you said you were going to stop me at 1? And then you were like, well, I'm going to stop you at 2. And that didn't happen. So then you told me, oh, I'm going to stop you at 3. 3 hadn't even been done. Caspian was saying that he had only done 3 one time. And then all of a sudden we went into unprecedented territory. The 4th championship. Then you wanted to go head to head. You wanted to steal my ball color, and you wanted most advantage, and I gave it to you. And guess what happened, big dog? This guy happened. You got a little bit of thumb action. 5. Absolutely. Can I tell you guys something? I really mean this. I mean, I mean this absolutely. I'm not making a joke here. I don't know if I won the first one in a row. I think Caspian, I think Riser said. Oh, that's 2 in a row after I won like 2. Maybe I did. I lost track. And I'm not doing a lost track because I'm sucking on a dick. I think I might have done it before. But who knows? I'll take credit for it. It could have been. It could have been. It could have been that. But I'm going to quote Riser. And I mean, for anyone else out there, if you want to just go back to the backtrack and see, Riser said that a tie counts as a win because the score goes up. So, yeah, but but here's the cool thing. I won both with ties and solo. And when I went head to head with you, I didn't remember a tie. It just said the Rabbi wins. There was nothing mentioned about Riser. I should probably start taking screenshots and sending them to you. But alas, it was a pleasure to play with you. I will deflate my ego a little bit. Psych! But I'm just letting you know that I wake up every day and possess it. You got to see that right here. Champion! Riser doesn't have words. And I wouldn't either. If I got my ass kicked 5 times straight, I would be playing myself. Especially with an iPad. Whether it's an iPad mini, an iPod, you could have had an iPad Classic, you could have used an iPod Nano, you could have used an iPod mini, whatever. I mean, I let you use any device that you want, and I still whoop your ass. Notice I'm not over here like, you can't play with an iPad. No, I do consider it cheating, but nevertheless. Why don't you play with your phone? Maybe you get a win if you play with your phone. You heard it here first, folks. It's a lot easier. He recognizes that it is an unfair advantage. He recognizes that it is an unfair advantage. I do. I do. Anybody who pulls that bullshit with me, they don't get the privilege to play with me. You have to at least respect the chat box, leaving it closed. Dog, if you want to play that game, that's fun, but I just spam the shit out of it. You heard it here first, folks. Now that's unfair. Now that's unfair. I am usually quiet. I'm usually quiet, focused on my next shot. I play in a gentlemanly fashion. Golf is a gentlemanly game. And for you to make these assertions about me, I feel is disingenuous. We'll have to leave it at that. Captain had 2 straight wins, I believe, before my two before my dynasty. He had a little dynasty of his own. The thing is, I can't remember the last time he won the Kaiser. I will have to go and I'll have to watch the ceiling cam to see if it even happened. Maybe it did. I don't know. Maybe it came to fruition without my knowledge. Right? Did you have any closing thoughts on the match? Okay, so I appreciate all of the words that you just used. While they don't necessarily make any sense to me, my question to you, okay, all right, that's right, that's cool. In your world, they do. My question is this: you are complaining about sleep deprivation when you wake me up out of a sound sleep to whoop your ass. How does that feel? You did too. Let me look. I'm going to do it an instant replay. Okay, this is exactly what happened. I was like this. Look, I was like this. I was like this. I was like this, and then I remember hearing Riser say, "Well, I guess we're all here to see Rabbi, and he's not gonna fucking wake up. I'm gonna go take out my dog for 5 minutes, and hopefully Rabbi will be awake." So then I awoke like this. I put my feet like this. I stretched like this. I made sure that my thumbs were nice and agile. And I came in here and I won back to back to back to back championships. Okay? Do you understand how difficult that is to do? Do you understand? 7 p.m., 7 p.m., 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 9 a.m., again at 3 p.m., and again at 6 p.m. That's when I normally wake up. So you fucked up that sleep schedule. You fucked up my Leonardo da Vinci sleep schedule. All I know is that you are accusing me of sleep depriving you when you're the one who awoke me to whoop your ass. It's on camera. Go to the tape, dog. Except tonight, when you awoke me. Why don't you get a hold of Zoom? You do better when Zoom's playing. Dog, that's still a lot, man. 4 wins in a row, that's pretty amazing. I don't recall you ever winning 4 in a row with Zoom playing. But here's the thing. Tonight, it was this one. Hey kids, how many fingers did you have on holding on? This one. Kiss that. Dog. 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 The score went up. That's all I know is that when they have the scoreboard, the score went up. That's all I know. That's all I know. Do you remember? Do you remember what you did to me on the S hole? You played the game dirtily. That was dirty play. Wait, now that is a smart strategy. You even said to me, wait, hold on. I even remember. Caspian C was up 4. I had 2, and you had 2. I still remember this. This is the kind of mental capacity that I. Wait, and I still won it. It's the best strategy possible. That's true. That's I had I, I had two shots that I really felt were gifts from the from the creator. That's how I can describe them. They were probably I don't know for sure, but they may make motion pictures about my 5 wins. And if they do, I don't think they'll just make one movie about it. They'll make 5 individual movies because they know that they will be such blockbusters. What do you call a 5 part, like 3 parts are a trilogy? 4 parts would be a. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT on this. We're coming up with new words. A quint, a quintology, a quintigy. I mean, I guess I should look up 6 as well because you never know. Yo, dog, if a trilogy is 3 movies, what are 4 movies and what are 5 movies? And what are 6 movies? Oh, 4 movies are a tetralogy or quadrilogy, but tetralogy is more common. 5 movies is a pentalogy, and 6 movies is a hexalogy. So, kids, you witnessed a pentalogy. Those are words that normal people don't know, but you now know. Are you a big fan of Pepe the Frog? What made you a fan of Pepe the Frog? Do you go on 4chan? Are you serious? Are you serious? Dog, don't you find that website to be difficult to use? I even have a section on 4chan and 8chan in here, but I probably have spent a grand total of like 11 minutes on it. I don't even know if I've been on it. Well, I can tell you this. One of them has, I don't like them. If you ever try to post on there, it's really difficult to do their CAPTCHA on a phone. You have to wait like 20 minutes if you don't verify or something. So I just think it's a difficult website to use. And plus, it's all garbage. I mean, it's just like hateful things about people. Do you use Smartfan more than you use Reddit? Why do you hardly use Reddit? Reddit's the front page of the internet. Who won? I got a 7-day ban 2 days ago. No, it's actually a bullshit reason. I think it's a bullshit reason. Okay, so I have an account that I use. I've had like a bunch of accounts banned. And so the reason why I've had accounts banned, I don't think it was such a bad thing that I did, but I did an AMA with like 1,000 questions, and then I just answered them all myself. And then some of the questions that I answered were like just straight up hating on the moderators of Reddit and administrative team. And so I got banned. And anyway, I used another account, and that was like my main account is still like my main account. Okay. Then I created a GIF, and I wanted to spam the GIF all over the website, but I didn't want to use my main account. Well, and also, this is an issue. On Discord, actually, I went to the Wall Street Bets subreddit, and they were really mean to me, and so I complained that I kept getting banned in the Wall Street Bets Wall Street Bets Discord on their subreddit, and they banned me for that. So then I created another account, and when you create another account, like a brand new account, it says what things are you interested in. It will be like sports, and art, and finance. And the first thing for finance is Wall Street Bets. So I clicked that one. They considered that to be ban evasion, and they gave me a 7-day. Wasn't that a good story? And is it beneficial? Consider cannabis. Also, melatonin. Well, not with the ass kicking that you received tonight, but perhaps in the future. Dog, it's counted. In the annals of society, that bitch is counted. Okay. Take care, big dog. It was fun. Thank you for playing. You're absolutely right. I mean, you make me feel like $1 trillion, baby. Thank you. like it. I like it. Have you seen any good documentaries recently? Anything having to do with pangolin? Would you eat pangolin if given the opportunity? Pangolin? Okay, let's say we could 3D print pangolin. Would you eat it? Okay. Would you wear its armor? What about if they were 3D printed? Very cool. Would you eat 3D printed pangolin from a Chinese wet market? As I understand, a wet market is like basically an outdoor slaughterhouse, but and then you can buy the food there. Let's check this out. What is a wet market? A wet market is a type of marketplace that sells fresh meat, fish, produce, and other perishable goods. The term wet refers to the water used to keep the products fresh, as well as the wet floors from ice and water used in the handling of the goods. Wet markets are common in many parts of Asia and other regions around the world. They typically have open air stalls and can sometimes be noisy and bustling, often a variety of fresh local goods. So that actually doesn't sound like that. What's your with a lot of ice and water? Well, I do hear that they do that. I mean, some and some. I mean, nothing perfect, but then they stack it on each other, and that can be contamination. I think that's true. Do you want to see the robot that I built for Twitch? Like you got a better thing going on. All right, all right. I understand you took an amazing ass whooping. I get you. Well, we've got time in the future for you to be able to look my robots. So you take care, and just know that whenever you want, feel free to awake me from my beauty rest for me to whoop your ass. Like this excellence, baby. What did we learn? What is the best comeback in the history of sports? What did you learn? Yeah, use your phone. Yeah, use your phone like a normal person. Use your phone like a normal person. Dog, you have used your phone? Wait. Let me just put it to you this way. Big dog, let me put it to you this way. Let me put it to you this way, okay? I'm just gonna be for real with you, as the kids say. In the past, you have not played your normal self when you use your phone, and then you start doing very well to the point where I have been able to perceive that you have been using an alternate device, and you have had to admit that, yeah, you switched to your iPad. That's how big a difference it makes. That's a lie. That's a lie, and that is recorded in the annals of history as a lie. Here's why. No, 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 that is not a joke. Not at all. You know that you've played a phone sometimes. Then why did you tell us in the past that you were playing with your phone? Kids, do you hear the bullshit the motherfucker's spouting? That's garbage. In the future annals of history, your words, it allows you more dexterity. Incorrect, dude. On a phone, I'm serious about this. A phone is really small. You have to be really delicate. Take care, big dog. It's fun. Champion, kids. Champion. 5-time champion. I piss excellent. Hey, Joe Rogan.